The world was so peaceful, you could hear a raindrop fall, when suddenly a teleportation gate appeared out of nowhere, blowing away all order. In an instant, hordes of demons and monsters poured out from somewhere, pushing the entire planet to the brink of extinction. Yet, there was still a small minority who had the power to stand against the monsters. They were called Awakened Ones. In midair, a blonde guy with a cocky attitude, wielding a long sword, appeared. The sword flashed like lightning, unleashing strikes so fast the naked eye couldn't keep up. The huge monster was sliced into thousands of pieces, flesh flying everywhere, while the blonde dude stood there coldly, looking like he'd just done the easiest thing in the world. But that was what shook Lee Jun's mind to the core. With just one move, that guy destroyed a monster Lee Jun couldn't even touch. The insanely cool blonde guy was Jeom Ryong, Lee Jun's best friend, and the heir to the legendary martial arts legacy of their clan. Clutching his bloodied arm, Lee Jun bitterly thought, if only he had inherited the clan's talent, he wouldn't be collapsing so easily like this. The more he thought about it, the more his blood boiled with envy, gripping his wound tight, ignoring the blood that kept pouring out. If he could be as strong as Jeom Ryong, he'd be out there on the Ngo-Loi battlefield fighting to save everyone, not sitting here nursing a wounded arm, helplessly watching his best friend shine. Lee Jun was a painful exception, a forced awakened one, with no special bloodline at all. No matter how hard he tried, pushing himself to the brink of despair, Lee Jun was stuck at a low-level rank. If only he had inherited the clan's talent and reached a higher awakening rank than D, would his life be different? That thought only made Lee Jun feel more hopeless. At that very moment, a system screen suddenly appeared, unlocking a martial trait. Lee Jun stared at the words in surprise, silently asking, "What the hell is this?" Then he laughed. "What a joke. Even my luck sucks, and I'm about to die. What's the point of unlocking this now?" Lee Jun's eyes slowly closed, heavy with blood loss draining his life. He knew he was about to croak, his hand clutching the ground, trembling with bitterness. One last thought creeping into his mind: this awakening system was worthless. Just as darkness began swallowing Lee Jun's last breath, suddenly a blinding light flashed, or more precisely, an invisible formation appeared before him. Lee Jun opened his eyes, feeling like he'd been pulled back from death. When fully awake, he found himself lying on a soft bed, strangely, no longer in pain. Panicked, Lee Jun jumped up, his eyes quickly scanning the room. The surroundings were familiar: study desk, bookshelf, everything neat. He froze for a few seconds, then blankly asked, "What the hell is this? Is this my dorm room?" The more Lee Jun thought, the more confused he got. This was definitely his dorm room, but he had moved out after graduating high school, so why was he lying here now? Memories of fighting monsters to the point of exhaustion to protect civilians still burn in his mind. Why am I here? Didn't I die from that injury protecting people? At that moment, something strange appeared before Lee Jun's eyes, causing his pupils to dilate instantly. A weird screen popped up, clearly showing the date. The first day of May, 2025. Just seeing the date, Lee Jun couldn't help but scream. 2025? No way. His scream made passers-by in the hallway turn around, confused about what was driving him crazy. Inside the room, Lee Jun was still flustered, his mind spinning, unable to explain what was happening. Was this a dream? This is some messed up fantasy. The guy decided he had to check for himself. Lee Jun got out of bed, trying to stay calm, then opened the dorm room door. Morning light streamed in, illuminating everything. Outside was peaceful and serene, with no trace of destruction or bloodshed. Friends were jogging, others practicing swordplay with a professor. Lee Jun had once been sick of seeing these scenes, but now they were happening right in front of him again, like everything was just beginning. Lee Jun's eyes widened, feeling he couldn't fool himself anymore. Could it be he'd gone back 7 years in time? The more he thought about it, the more everything felt totally ridiculous. Lee Jun sat back on his bed, dazed, propping his chin with both hands, and started analyzing everything from start to finish. Could it be that I really came back to life? I clearly died from a fatal wound to my ribs and arm, and just a moment ago, I could still feel that insane pain. But now it's completely vanished without a trace, and I'm back in the past with death as my starting point. Something I thought only happened in novels is actually happening to me. He lifted his shirt to reveal his body. The old wounds that once caused him excruciating pain were now totally gone, leaving no trace behind. Lee Jun muttered gloomily, "What the hell am I supposed to do now? I know damn well that in just 7 years, a massive war will break out, and future Lee Jun, despite all his efforts, will still be powerless." Shaking off that worry for now, Lee Jun took a deep breath and reached out to tap the system screen in front of him. "All right, let's check my status first." Instantly, a bunch of stats popped up clearly on the screen. A detailed status board for Lee Jun, with his nickname Lore highlighted alongside basic stats. Stamina was 10 out of 100, endurance 10 out of 100, strength and agility were barely above the same low level. Not only was Lee Jun's brain nothing special, but his limbs hadn't developed at all either. Yet looking at this info, Lee Jun felt a spark of excitement. He wondered if this was the route selection window, like the one he saw before dying. If so, what does this unlocked martial trait actually look like? He reached out to touch the newly appeared martial trait line. Immediately, a notification popped up. Martial trait unlocked. Please choose your path. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Lee Jun hesitated for a moment. The screen displayed a lineup of legendary martial arts: 9 Sun Holy Technique, Bodhidharma Muscle Transformation Classic, 9 Yang Divine Skill. All unbeatable martial arts that anyone would crave. Lee Jun thought to himself, so I get to pick one of these, huh? Last life, I couldn't do anything but die uselessly. Alright, then I'll pick this one. This time, I'm definitely not gonna repeat the same damn mistakes. Nowadays, the whole Asian region in general and South Korea in particular looks exactly like a martial arts movie setting. To understand why, we gotta go back to the era of the first generation Awakeners. They basically had 2 choices. One was magic and leaving the Grantis continent. The other was martial arts of the martial world. Europe and America chose Grantis. Asia chose martial arts. That's the root cause that split the world into 2 totally different halves today. Lee Jun fell into a brief silence. Now, everywhere you look, there are outstanding martial artists flooding the scene. I wonder if there's any martial artist who exists independently without relying on any faction. He swiped the screen, trying to filter out all martial arts related to the 3 kingdoms to find an answer. The screen immediately showed a bunch of martial arts names, and one caught his attention: Chaos Divine Skill. According to Lee Jun's knowledge, Chaos Divine Skill didn't belong to any sect or school but was a completely independent martial art. Like finding true love, Lee Jun didn't hesitate to select it right away, but the moment his hand touched the screen, he froze, his heart pounding like it wanted to jump out of his chest. The screen displayed a notification. You have just acquired Chaos Divine Skill at SSS-Rank. Lee Jun blurted out in shock. I just picked an SSS-Rank martial trait. Yeah, what's chosen can't be changed. Time passed by, the sun slowly setting. On the mountain behind the school, Lee Jun sat cross-legged, training alone. Memories of his past life crept into his mind. This place used to be where he trained in secret, partly because he liked the quiet, partly because he didn't want others' prying eyes. Lee Jun shook his head hard to chase away those memories. No more begging the past for mercy. From now on, everything's gonna be different. He took a deep breath, trying to fully focus on his training. Rich spiritual energy began to surround Lee Jun's body. He felt the difference clearly. His blood seemed to boil, filled with vitality. Lee Jun smiled, looking down at his hands. So this is what an SSS-Rank martial art feels like. Just then, the system screen appeared again before him, clearly displaying the content of Chaos Divine Skill SSS-Rank Level 1, a technique that helps the practitioner gather and absorb all the essence of the sun, moon, and earth, suitable for all types of martial arts. Lee Jun felt the spiritual energy surging inside him. This power was totally different from the 3 Origins control technique he trained in his past life. Even though Lee Jun was just starting to test the Chaos Divine Art, he had to admit its growth rate was way beyond any normal logic. Lee Jun clenched his fists, his heart blazing with determination. With this legendary martial art, he believed he could become strong too. Right then, the system immediately unlocked the first main quest of the Chaos Divine Art SSS, an entry-level training mission for the Origin sect, rated at a moderate difficulty. Lee Jun stared intently at the info on the screen, a silent bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. The guy thought to himself, this is pretty tough, but with who I am now, I might just pull it off. Time quietly passed, and when the moon hung high overhead, Lee Jun was still deep in training. He poured all his focus, pushing himself to the limit, so absorbed in the overwhelming spiritual energy around him that he couldn't break free. Just then, a strange voice echoed, slipping into his mind. The dumb kid was stumbling forward like a newborn baby. Enough, open your eyes. Those words had a strange power, pulling Lee Jun out of his intense training trance. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Lee Jun coughed painfully, his body trembling like he'd just survived some nightmare. Once he calmed down, he gasped, wondering, I'm alive. What the hell just happened? He looked down at his shaking hands, feeling the Chaos Divine Arts energy still pulsing inside him. If he had kept training just now, he probably would have been dead, staring at naked chickens on an altar instead. While Lee Jun was still dazed, that mysterious voice spoke again. You've returned from the gates of hell? A faint glow surrounded him. Lee Jun spun around but couldn't tell where the voice came from. He stood up and asked, Who are you? Suddenly, the figure appeared right behind him, chuckling deeply. Who do you think I am? Lee Jun panicked and spun back around. Under the full moon, he saw an elder immortal dressed in pure white with kind but commanding eyes. Lee Jun shivered, stammering. A demon? That question made the immortal furious. He shouted, You stupid brat, what do you take me for? How dare you compare me to some wandering ghost? Lee Jun was stunned by the scolding, barely able to wipe his face, hesitating before asking again. Then you're not a demon? So who exactly are you? The immortal gradually calmed down, clearing his throat. Speaking slowly, listen carefully. I'll only say this once. This old man is the strongest warrior in martial arts history. That statement stunned Lee Jun for a few seconds. Frowning, he muttered, martial arts history? I think I've heard that somewhere before. He tried to dig through his memory. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the memory of the system screen popped back when he chose the Chaos Divine Art. The system had introduced it as a technique left behind by a warrior who attained enlightenment at the end of his life. Lee Jun stared at the immortal before him, thinking, no way, are you the predecessor who created the Chaos Divine Art? The immortal chuckled. Looks like you're not such a dumb kid after all, he asked again, his voice deep but warm. Since my current form is just a soul, it's hard to recognize me, right? Lee Jun was silent for a moment, then grabbed his head and screamed wildly. Unbelievable, there really is someone who created a martial art? I've never heard of anything like that since I was born. How can you talk to me? Are you not alive anymore? The immortal rubbed his temples, his voice full of sorrow. Because the Chaos Divine Art fell into the hands of a dumb kid like you, I can't rest peacefully. The Chaos Divine Art is the strongest technique ever in history, and if it gets lost to the world, it'll cause huge problems. That's why I appeared to stop that from happening. Lee Jun broke out in a cold sweat from the pressure. I get the gist. The immortal jumped, looking angry. The gist? Just the gist? You cheeky brat, how dare you talk to your senior, the virtuous elder, like that? Do you know there are thousands lined up ready to hear even a single word from me? Hey, are you even listening? Lee Jun felt like his eardrums were about to burst from the shouting, his head pounding if he stayed any longer. The guy tried to dodge with a mischievous grin. Yes, sir. I gotta go train now. See you later. Just as he was about to leave, the elder said, try training your control technique for a full 100 days, and if you don't go crazy, then thank Buddha. Hearing that, Lee Jun turned back with a shocked expression. The immortal remained calm. Why so surprised? I'm just telling it like it is. If you keep training like that, you'll never even reach level 2 in your whole life. Those words kept echoing in Lee Jun's ears. Lee Jun frowned and complained, you never encourage me. Why do you always say such harsh stuff? So what am I supposed to do if I want to get stronger? The elder replied straight up without hesitation. There's no training routine you can follow. Lee Jun tried to squeeze out some hope. I'll find a way somehow. The elder pondered for a moment, silently observing Lee Jun from head to toe, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Finally, he folded his fan, chuckled softly. I like your spirit. All right, since I'm already dead, being a little generous won't hurt. After that weird, surreal night, Lee Jun returned to the life of a normal high school student, still having his morning coffee, but deep down, he felt nothing at all. Lee Jun quietly sighed, but before the breath could fully leave him, the elder suddenly appeared right beside him, shouting, you're lucky to be alive, and you're still sighing? The guy almost jumped out of his skin. Lee Jun quickly patted his chest to calm himself, mumbling, please don't just pop up like that. You'll give me a heart attack. Trying to regain his composure, Lee Jun glanced at the notification on his phone. Payment successful, $4,000 for a forge in the city. The elder saw Lee Jun's wallet pain and casually reminded him, this is the only way to improve your skills. Lee Jun was speechless. The skill the enlightened martial artist was talking about was literally strapping a 50-kilogram shackle to his leg. When he went to the forge to order it, the blacksmith's strange gaze seemed to pierce right through him. The man even blurted out a question that made Lee Jun just give a bitter smile. Are you serious, kid? Now Lee Jun could only flop onto the table, groaning, isn't this way too harsh? The elder got angry hearing that, shouting, if it were someone else, you'd be dead from complaining too much. Lee Jun felt insulted, slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, you said you wouldn't nag about that anymore. But the elder was still invisible, so in the quiet cafe, Lee Jun was the only one yelling, making everyone else look at him like he was nuts. The guy blushed awkwardly and slumped back into his seat, whispers starting to spread around him. This dude's gotta be crazy. Lee Jun sighed and reminded himself not to say another word. He quietly opened the system screen. The stats had changed but were still insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Lee Jun sighed and thought, leveling up skills is harder than I thought. Still, after learning the primordial chaos divine art, his internal energy limit skyrocketed to 620, a number that even made Lee Jun whisper, primordial chaos divine art has got to be some seriously powerful martial art. The elder felt proud, clearing his throat to emphasize. As your master, I need to stress this once more, that's my only rule. The primordial chaos divine art is the result of a lifetime's effort, a profound internal energy skill, gathering the essence of martial arts. Even though he'd heard this a million times, Lee Jun couldn't deny one thing. Thanks to the elder's guidance, practicing the primordial chaos divine art became way easier. That's why he quickly reached level 2. Lee Jun tapped on an option on the system screen. Just then, his phone beside him vibrated non-stop. He picked it up, glanced at the elder, and asked curiously, "Where do you want to go?" Lee Jun didn't hide it, calmly saying, "The forge finished making the shackle." He pushed the door and stepped out of the cafe. But before he could leave, he suddenly ran into some uninvited guests. In front of him stood 3 thugs blocking the way, their eyes full of ill intent. The leader sneered, "Isn't this the loser who fell flat on his face?" He kept mocking. "Never thought a recluse like you, always hiding in a corner, could even step outside." Lee Jun silently sized them up, all of them classmates at level E, not high tier but still above the level F that he'd been stuck at in his past life. Unlike Lee Jun, they all inherited their bloodline powers. Lee Jun just sighed softly and whispered, "Don't cause trouble with me, go do your own thing." But the leader wasn't letting go, stepped forward and shoved Lee Jun's shoulder, sneering, "Look at this trash talking back. Haven't been hit in a while, so you got an attitude?" The whole group burst out laughing, then said to each other, "Oh right, didn't I say not to touch him until the semester starts? My bad." That made Lee Jun's blood run cold, but the guy wasn't done, kept provoking. "Wanna come with us? We're heading to the holy sect. What if, by hanging out with them, they treat you better?" Lee Jun smirked, coldly spat out the words, "Shut up." The leader sneered, lowering his voice mockingly. "You're way too arrogant. But hey, you're from a lowly bloodline anyway. If the master meets you and wants to duel, you know what'll happen." No sooner had the rant ended than Lee Jun couldn't hold back anymore. He charged coldly, throwing a super strong punch. That hit sent the guy flying, his nose bleeding bright red. Lee Jun calmly looked at the masterpiece he just made, eyes icy cold. The other 2 froze, unable to believe the scene before them. Lee Jun turned to the guy still sprawled on the ground, coldly said, "I told you to shut up." Right after, his buddies charged at him, yelling, "You bastard, you're way too cocky." But Lee Jun didn't even bother dodging. He started channeling his inner energy, his breathing gradually steadying, his internal power boiling, his eyes blazing bright, fully focused. When Lee Jun opened his eyes, all their movements suddenly slowed down in his vision. Every step, every punch felt like slow motion, so predictable it was easier than eating candy. Lee Jun raised his hand, blocked the first punch, then countered hard. He grabbed the first guy's arm, twisted it smoothly. The move was light, but the scream of pain was immediate. The dude clutched his arm, writhing in agony. Still, the gel-haired guy refused to give up, lunging forward with a powerful punch. Lee Jun calmly reached out and caught the punch, leaving the guy stunned, clueless about what just happened. Then Lee Jun increased the force in his hand, squeezed the guy's fist tight. Just by crushing the bones, the gel-haired dude screamed loud, completely drained, collapsing pitifully to the ground, all in just a few short minutes. But the result was brutal. Lee Jun stood in the middle of that small battlefield, scanning the scene, his voice low and tinged with boredom. "I know I'm a loser, unworthy of inheriting my ancestors' bloodline." Old memories suddenly flooded back, twisting Lee Jun's heart. Those were dark days. When he was little, he had to endure his mother's cruel beatings for no reason. At just 7 or 8 years old, Lee Jun was constantly yelled at by her. The words he heard most were, "You ruined my life. You're why I live like this. I should kill you." The brutal beatings, the furious chases, left a kid crying and running for his life. In that despair, Lee Jun once saw his father as his last hope. Back then, he begged his dad for help, just to be saved from his mother, just to have his dad on his side. But the look in his father's eyes is forever etched in Lee Jun's mind, cold and utterly contemptuous. Then his dad turned his back and walked away, decisively, as if the kid wasn't his own son, but some hated stranger. At 8 years old, Lee Jun was shocked, chased to be killed by his mother, abandoned by his father, completely betrayed by the world. That scene, that memory was so deeply engraved that Lee Jun couldn't even speak. He once reached out, trying to cling to the last fragile hope, but his father firmly shut the door on that hellish house, leaving Lee Jun behind to suffer those terrible beatings no kid should ever endure. Those horrific memories haunted Lee Jun until he grew up in his past life. He never did anything to earn his family's recognition, but this life is different. Lee Jun's eyes now gleam with fierce determination. He clenched his fists, telling himself, "I won't waste the chance I'm given. I'll gain power on my own and hold my head high. I won't live like I did before. I won't let anyone hurt me again." Lee Jun's drastic change today is all thanks to last night. That night, he went back to the empty plot on the mountain behind the school to train the Chaos Divine Art. This martial art, born from chaos, is an immortal cultivation technique, only effective when the body is pushed to its limits. And of course, the Elder personally taught him. The first lesson the Elder gave Lee Jun was to become a second version of Sun Wukong, carrying a huge boulder on his back with the Elder bonus sitting on top, to train endurance. Lee Jun screamed in panic. "Is this really the right way?" The Elder frowned and snapped, "Kid, you're tired but still got energy to talk? You've got a long way to go. so stop babbling and keep moving. In the dark night, without a single rooster crow, a pair of legs silently carried a rock wandering through the empty forest. Lee Jun was exhausted, sitting down gasping, his limbs numb and unable to stand. The elder lowered his head, startled. Even when resting, you have to stand. Who said you could sit? Get up and stand. Lee Jun felt frustrated inside but was too drained to argue anymore. He opened the system screen to check his current stats. At a glance, Lee Jun almost lost it. His Chaos Divine skill had reached 2 stars, and the first main mission was already completed. He even got a reward for leveling up so fast. Lee Jun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and even more shocked when the system immediately granted the reward. Suddenly, a golden ring appeared in his hand, the Origin Ring reward. Lee Jun squinted, examining the ring closely. Pretty cool, and the design was pretty intricate. The elder cleared his throat proudly. That's because this old man has sharp eyes. That's the artifact of our Origin sect. Without hesitation, Lee Jun quickly slipped the Origin Ring onto his finger. As soon as the ring was on, the system screen popped up with a new notification, showing a bunch of stats related to the Origin Ring. This gear would continuously gather internal energy from the Origin Sect's Dantian, helping Lee Jun avoid the risk of internal energy backlash. Lee Jun read eagerly, wondering, did I see that wrong? Master, is this really an E-grade equipment? The elder waved his fan, chuckling proudly. Can't you see it? It's a treasure of the Origin Sect. Lee Jun was stunned and confused, thinking, what kind of sect is this that gives me gear like this? Is this even a good thing? But he pushed his worries aside and decided to order the system to unlock the next journey. The screen instantly switched to a new interface, displaying a notification about the next journey to cultivate the Chaos Divine skill. This mission was called the Endless Regret of the World, and it was tough. Lee Jun looked up and asked the elder, Master, does the second choice have anything to do with you? But elder, you were just standing here laughing, then suddenly vanished without a trace. Lee Jun anxiously looked around, thinking, why did he suddenly disappear? He was definitely just here. Honestly, feeling lost without guidance, Lee Jun had to think carefully. By late afternoon, after dealing with those thugs, the young man lazily returned to the dorm, opened the system, and finally chose the Endless Regret of the World as his next journey. Suddenly, a voice spoke beside him. Why the hell did you pick that? Who else but the elder would appear out of nowhere like that? He tilted his head and asked, the other 2 choices looked good too. Why not pick one of those? Lee Jun smiled calmly. I think this one's fine. Then he suddenly sounded regretful. I was actually going to pick the third one too. That comment made the elder's face light up for a moment, then he clenched his teeth in frustration. Lee Jun glanced at his cold but secretly warm master, thinking that no matter what, he couldn't abandon his master's path. The elder suddenly fell silent, as if recalling something. He had just witnessed those 3 bullying Lee Jun, especially when the leader mentioned the Divine Power Sect. He asked directly, what's this Divine Power Sect those guys talked about? Lee Jun answered calmly, the Divine Power Sect is where I can learn the martial arts of the Huang family. The elder stroked his beard, impressed. A sect where you can learn the Huang family's martial arts is definitely tempting. You still haven't mastered the Huang family's martial arts? That question stabbed at Lee Jun's heart. From his past life to this one, he stared blankly and whispered, I wasn't granted the bloodline inheritance. Bloodline inheritance means 95% of the cultivation techniques from parents are passed down to their children. If the parents are awakened, the child will naturally be awakened too, carrying the cultivation techniques in their blood. The remaining 5% are special kids chosen to cultivate higher techniques, like the Dragon Sword of the Blood Sword Sect, a clan with martial arts roots from the Nangung family. To the public, they're a clan of geniuses. The elder sighed. Back in my day, I learned martial arts when I met my master, so is the reason your father abandoned you because you didn't get the bloodline inheritance? Lee Jun gave a bitter smile without denying it. The elder flew into a rage, slammed his fan down hard, and shouted, that's a ridiculous reason, unbelievable. He abandoned his own flesh and blood. A man like that doesn't deserve to be a father. Don't worry anymore, I'm your master, and I'll teach you every martial art I know. Those words flooded Lee Jun's memories. One late autumn night, his father coldly told the little boy, I guarantee no one will trust you, and you won't be able to trust anyone. That's obvious because you're a failure. That cold, sharp gaze, those words, and that wild spin, it's all haunted Lee Jun up until now. But this time, he wants to try something different. Lee Jun cracked a slight smile. Looking at the elder, I'll rely on you. Master, but why do we keep talking about me? You tell me about your past, master. The elder was startled, sweating bullets, stammering. I've made too many mistakes, so I've been living in hiding. Lee Jun asked hesitantly. So, you're the villain. Are you the cult leader? That question made the elder furious. He slapped Lee Jun repeatedly, shouting, Get lost. How dare you call me that? The two kept chasing and hitting each other, but only Lee Jun knew that from this moment on, he could truly trust someone for the first time, slowly breaking free from the psychological shadow cast by his father's cruel words. After that, under the strict but devoted guidance of his master, Lee Jun threw himself into training the chaotic divine art. The awakened here were much weaker compared to those from our sect, because they had improved their martial skills through technique but didn't understand the essence of martial arts, nor fully grasp what true martial arts are. Lee Jun trained diligently, following every instruction, determined to become a genius awakened warrior. You could see his footsteps tracing energy patterns on the ground, his speed improving unbelievably, his moves becoming much more refined, and his body always filled with powerful energy. The master smiled and emphasized, "Soon, I will make you the second strongest in the martial world." As he finished, Lee Jun unleashed a palm strike at the wooden dummy in front of him. The terrifying force cracked the wood in multiple places, then it shattered instantly. Lee Jun paused, curious, asking, "Why only second place, master?" The elder leisurely waved his fan, grinning smugly. "Isn't the answer obvious? I am the strongest." Lee Jun was left speechless, but the master didn't let him rest. Closing the fan, he said seriously, "A life or death situation is the perfect moment for enlightenment." Lee Jun didn't get it, so he asked, "Where do I have to go to find a situation like that?" At that moment, Lee Jun suddenly felt something was off. His whole body broke out in cold sweat, streams soaking his shirt. He glanced at the elder and asked, "Don't tell me you mean going somewhere with powerful monsters, right?" Seeing the elder's unusually excited expression, Lee Jun knew he nailed it. The next morning, Lee Jun quietly went down to the dorm basement. The master followed, asking, "Where are you going?" Lee Jun calmly replied, "This place is called the Six Gates, located in the basement of the building. It's very dangerous for awakened warriors below rank C, so the martial school manages it. Rumor has it the principal himself sealed it off." As he finished, the two arrived at the place called Six Gates. In front of them was a massive door, covered in countless iron nails and a complex formation. Just looking at it was enough to understand the horrors inside. Lee Jun stood still, eyes fixed on the formation, sighing, guessing it had already been sealed. But the master shrugged casually, "5 elements formation. I can easily get through." Lee Jun was stunned, eyes wide. The master chuckled softly, "5 elements formation is easy to break, just follow what I taught you." After only a few minutes, the formation door slowly opened, faint light leaking into the dark space inside. Lee Jun couldn't believe he had broken the 5 elements formation, stepping deep inside the 6 gates. He glanced back at the door, face full of confusion. It really opened. That was way too easy. But when he turned forward, a giant vortex appeared right before his eyes, sucking everything inside non-stop. Lee Jun hesitated. This was the sealed barrier from the rumors. He was about to remove the iron shackles on his hands when the master glanced over and asked, "What are you doing, my student?" Lee Jun shamelessly replied, "I'm taking them off to get through the barrier." The master saw through his plan and immediately scolded, "Don't make excuses." Lee Jun had no choice but to reluctantly put the shackles back on, silently screaming inside. It was already hard enough to get through, now he had to carry these iron weights too. Standing before the raging vortex, Lee Jun couldn't hide his tension. The master gently encouraged, "You don't need to be afraid, even if it's just the two of us here." Then suddenly, he spoke seriously, "It's time, now I will officially teach you the true martial arts technique." Lee Jun was totally shocked. He felt a strange energy weaving and changing inside his body. The system screen immediately popped up a notification. Lee Jun had learned the Heavenly King style grade B from now on. He could officially use this technique. Lee Jun was insanely happy. Did he really just learn a grade B martial art? But the joy barely flickered, not fully settled. His master beside him snorted coldly. The Zhu, Ji, Yi stance is perfect. Right in front of them, several giant beasts suddenly appeared, their eyes blood-red and fierce, ready to tear the two of them apart. The master said briefly, "Get ready to fight." Lee Jun clenched his fists tightly and quickly took a stance. He absolutely didn't want to end up like last life, just because a low-level monster bit his hand. The master calmly explained, "The Heavenly King style I just gave you is the royal family's technique, built on pure power foundations. This move has a few small changes and is very simple, perfectly suited to your current level. Show me your skills, like how we used to train." Lee Jun poured all his strength into dodging each beast one by one. Remembering those grueling training days without rest, speed was no longer an issue. But these monsters attacked relentlessly, not giving him a second to breathe, just dodging one strike already drained too much energy. Lee Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. The attacks came one after another, the encircling curse didn't let him think about the next move. At that desperate moment, his master's voice rang out like the Zhu, Ji, Yi stance shining bright. "Use the Heavenly King style. Step right 2 steps. Lean back as far as you can, then fall backward." Without hesitation, Lee Jun immediately followed. He stepped exactly 2 steps, and just as the beasts lunged, Lee Jun threw all his power into leaning back. Sure enough, he had mastered the Zhu, Ji, Yi stance, and the beast's posture revealed all their weaknesses. The weak spots on the monsters were clear right before Lee Jun's eyes. Not missing the chance, he swung his fist powerfully, punching straight into the belly of the beast right above his head. The beast couldn't withstand the critical hit, immediately spewed fresh blood and collapsed on the spot. That scene boosted Lee Jun's courage, his heart shouting, "Finally, I did it. I personally defeated a monster in the 6 gates." But he forgot one important thing. Besides this beast, countless others were still lurking, ready to tear him apart. The master coldly reminded, "Arrogant brat." Before the master finished, reality slapped Lee Jun hard awake. A chilling murderous aura rushed from behind, making Lee Jun instantly alert. Turning around, at that moment, he saw a giant maw as wide as 3 baskets with hundreds of sharp fangs wide open, ready to swallow him whole. The master said briefly as a warning, "The fool isn't done yet." Lee Jun was too caught up in his first victory and forgot this was the 6 gates, a place full of danger. One mistake here meant paying with blood, even life. The beast's bite didn't miss, this time not on his arm like before but on his neck. Fresh blood poured nonstop from the wound, making Lee Jun clearly feel the cold grip of death closing in. He gritted his teeth, Long Tran filled with self-blame. If he had been a second slower, the Reaper's scythe would have taken his life. The beasts still charged wildly. Lee Jun tried to dodge, but as soon as he avoided one side, another beast pounced from behind. He couldn't believe it, wondering when these monsters learned to move behind him. Holding his bleeding neck, Lee Jun tried to calm down and think of a battle strategy. If he kept dodging forever, there would always be another waiting behind to attack. The master taught him how to dodge, but fighting isn't just about avoiding. You gotta counterattack, gotta figure out how to take them down. Lee Jun realized a serious mistake he made in both his lives. He had been way too cocky. Before dying in his last life, he was confident because he had awakened as a grade D martial artist, trained hard, but harsh reality hit him. That alone wasn't enough. Just as Lee Jun was lost in self-blame, the master couldn't hold back and shouted, "Now's the time to be sharp and act." That shout hit him like a punch, snapping him back to reality. The master placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging, "Nothing's impossible, don't be weak, keep using the Heavenly King style, and calmly wait for the right moment." Those words reignited his fighting spirit. Lee Jun took a deep breath, pulled back the panic, and regained his calm. He bit his lip, tore a piece of fabric from his sleeve, and tightly wrapped it around the neck wound to stop the bleeding. You focus all your energy on dodging the fierce attacks from the charging monsters, thinking to yourself, "Yeah, enough of the random thoughts, time to get serious." Once Lee Jun locked in, those monsters had to call him daddy. Fueled with renewed energy, Lee Jun threw a Zhu Ji punch, Yi Zhuan, right smack into the snout of a monster. The more he fought, the more pumped he got, punches and kicks coming non-stop. At this moment, Lee Jun had found his battle strategy, fully focusing the chaotic divine power and the Heavenly King footwork. Time quietly slipped by. 6 hours passed. Lee Jun fought until he was exhausted, sweat pouring like a river, strength drained. Still, the monsters in front showed no mercy, charging again without giving him a second to rest. Lee Jun gritted his teeth, feeling heavy inside. The number of their attacks had decreased. Now they were mostly on defense. "If I don't have internal power, I'll just have to stretch this out with footwork." So Lee Jun used the Heavenly King footwork to dodge and hold on, dodging while silently waiting for the chaotic divine power to restore his internal strength. His body nearly broken, Lee Jun felt like he was about to collapse, but thanks to his iron will, he stayed standing, not dying here. Just then, his master slowly spoke, "It's time. When the enemy is exhausted, finish them off." Sounds good, but Lee Jun blankly thought, not only the enemy is exhausted, but I am too. Weary, he asked the immortal elder, "Can I take a break?" The master shot him a sharp glance and calmly said, "Do you think your recovery speed is faster or your enemy's? Trust the recovery power of the chaotic divine power. This is the perfect chance to boost your internal strength and endurance." Lee Jun had no choice but to clench his fists, squint, and decisively say, "I'll follow your orders." Immediately, he channeled his internal energy, the power surging through his body. Lee Jun's eyes changed completely, pupils blazing with spiritual power, full of determination. The master standing beside him nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. To reward that spirit after you suppress them, I'll grant you a technique that suits you." No sooner had the immortal elder finished speaking. A beast suddenly opened its mouth wide, glaring fiercely as it lunged at Lee Jun, but he just slowly raised his arm, effortlessly grabbing its snout. Then in one breath, Lee Jun delivered a fatal blow, making the beast bite its tongue and keel over on the spot. Clearly, the master's promise gave Lee Jun a serious boost. He grinned excitedly, "Master, you promised, remember that." But at that exact moment, Lee Jun sensed a massive killing intent rushing from behind. That aura flared up, burning fiercely. Soon, a giant beast appeared behind Lee Jun, mouth wide open, roaring angrily. It unleashed a powerful blast of fire toward Lee Jun. The flames blazed wildly, burning everything, even turning boulders to dust. But where Lee Jun had just stood, there was no one. The beast froze, staring at the empty spot, not realizing Lee Jun had already leapt into the air before the fire hit. From that perfect angle, Lee Jun seized the chance, pouring all his internal power into his arm, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Try to block this." Then he unleashed a devastating strike. This move would cripple or kill any monster below. Immediately, the system announced urgently, Lee Jun's chaotic divine power had reached 3 stars. The system continued. The chaotic divine power was fully charged. The empty prison instantly restored. Endurance below 10% fully recovered. Lee Jun clearly felt every bit of vitality returning, his body filled with energy. The system then displayed another message. Lee Jun's growth was so impressive it earned him 25,000 accumulation points. He removed the iron collar from his neck, the area now completely healed, no trace of injury. Meanwhile, the system kept announcing, the innate power of the chaotic divine power's fear ability had been unlocked. Once activated, nearby monsters would fear the user. Sure enough, the beasts that were fierce just moments ago now looked shy, cautious, like an 18-year-old girl's first crush. The master beside him smiled proudly, waving his fan and murmuring, "You're a prodigy. Who would have thought this kid would reach 3-star chaotic divine power in just 2 months? This kid is very much like the first one." Lee Jun blinked, asking, "Who's the first one?" The immortal elder replied casually, voice vague, "He was my first disciple, your senior brother." Lee Jun nodded slightly, understanding, "I see." But just as he finished, he suddenly felt something was off. He immediately shouted, "You had a disciple before. How many others were there before me?" The master quickly covered his ears to avoid eardrum damage, bluntly replying, "You're one of my disciples, and there were 4 before you." Lee Jun was pissed. "Why are you only telling me now?" But the master cleverly dodged the question, pointing at the monsters. "They're running away, so finish fighting and take them out." Lee Jun frowned, glanced around, and smirked. "Don't try to dodge. They've been running since we started talking. There's not even a single footprint left over there." The master annoyedly tapped Lee Jun's head. "That's why I told you to take them down fast. Didn't you listen? What are you doing? Hurry up and chase them." Lee Jun reminded, "You haven't forgotten your promise, right?" The master took a deep breath, waved his fan. "You think an old man like me would break a promise? This move is called Iron Fist, the most basic martial art. What do you think? Want to learn it?" Lee Jun was a bit surprised and asked, "Is Iron Fist anything like the Heavenly King style? That's the Huang family's martial art, right?" When the master nodded in confirmation, Lee Jun paused for a moment, then firmly said, "I'll learn it." Immediately, the master passed down the Iron Fist Level B technique to Lee Jun. The system also chimed in to confirm. Lee Jun sank into deep thought. A loser who couldn't even inherit his innate bloodline was now learning the martial art of a prestigious family. If one day he became stronger than all of them, he wondered what they'd think. But Lee Jun didn't dwell on it too long. After receiving Iron Fist, he immediately set off again to find the monsters. The young guy walked until his legs were dead, tired, but still found no trace of them. Lee Jun exhaled sharply, wondering, how far have those monsters gone? The master frowned again. "I told you to handle them already. This is what happens when you don't listen to your master." Lee Jun tried to hold back. "I said, I'm sorry already. Seriously sorry." Suddenly, his face froze. "Master, isn't the thing I'm looking for a mid-level 4-tailed monster?" After the master confirmed, Lee Jun pointed ahead to see the blue fox in front of him. That was the monster ruling this barrier. The blue fox's lair was the boss here. It could rival red-level monsters in speed and was so strong that even a team of awakened rank C fighters would struggle against it. So this creature was on a whole different level from the monsters he'd faced before. Lee Jun was more tense than ever, knowing that even one tiny mistake could cost him his life. The master seemed to read his thoughts and slowly said, "Don't be afraid. Nothing is more valuable than stepping over the line between life and death." Lee Jun didn't quite get it and shyly asked, "I still have to fight it, right?" The master immediately barked, "Get going. Back in my day, no one dared to question or disobey their master. Kids these days are just slacking off." Even though the master spoke tough, Lee Jun was still worried. Could he really beat the blue fox? This was a real fight, and no one could help him now. But then Lee Jun made up his mind. If he gave up and ran now, what would that make him? Just like his past self, a weak little kid, always beaten, always looked down on. Those dark memories of brutal beatings from those who inherited the bloodline flashed back. He had been beaten to exhaustion, staggering and collapsing on the ground. When he tried to get up, a dirty foot kicked him right in the face. That guy was Lee Jae-hang, the punk who led the thugs that once blocked Lee Jun's path. Lee Jae-hong stomped his head down. "The prison's fallen, you'll never fight again." Lee Jun, worried, still tried to ask, "Lee Jae-hong, What are you doing? The principal wouldn't allow this. But Lee J.H. coldly replied, the principal gave permission. Those words hit Lee Jun like a fatal stab, almost leaving him speechless. Du Hong laughed arrogantly. I told you he gave the okay. Beating a useless loser like you isn't a big deal. At that moment, Lee Jun felt the depths of fear. Tears welled up not from pain but from frustration, choking him. He knew he'd never forget that humiliating moment for his whole life. But no, this life had to be different. He had to become stronger, way stronger, to take revenge on everyone, even the family that looked down on him. Someone who's died once has nothing left to fear. Lee Jun pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with determination. He'd come this far, so betting everything now wasn't a bad idea. He looked up and told the master, I'll fight it. The blue fox was still sound asleep across the stream, but suddenly a surge of energy from Lee Jun woke everything up. The innate power of the chaos divine skill activated. Lee Jun still clearly remembered the effect of this ability, making the surrounding monsters tremble in fear, but that effect only worked on the little monsters. As for Blue Fox, this frontline shattered instantly. The system immediately displayed a notification. Blue Fox's innate skill, the Alpha Howl, activated. Thanks to Blue Fox, the little monsters not only stopped fearing Lee Jun, but their speed even doubled. Lee Jun was stunned, having predicted that his innate power might not work on Blue Fox, but he never expected that just one Blue Fox cub could completely nullify it. This is the true power of Blue Fox, the legendary beast. Blue Fox is now fully ready to tear your head off and drink your blood anytime. Lee Jun couldn't just wait to die. He gathered his inner strength and shouted, Master, I'm starting now. But Lee Jun was shocked to realize his master had vanished without a trace. No one was around. In that moment, a memory flashed through his mind. The school principal was actually his father, who coldly declared he would eliminate all useless people, including his own son, Lee Jun. Lee Jun snapped out of the flashback and returned to reality. He was standing in the Six Gates Desert under the scorching sun, but the real heat came from the raging flames caused by the blue foxes. He was completely surrounded by a sea of fire. Even the slightest step could turn him to ash. But Blue Fox and the monsters were completely immune to this sea of flames. Lee Jun forced himself to stay calm. He knew now was not the time to panic. He had to rely on the knowledge he had accumulated about the monsters to make up for his weak martial arts. He had gathered knowledge about the monsters. It seemed theory and reality were worlds apart. He might end up as grilled meat. But in the end, Lee Jun concluded they would scatter if the alpha was gone. He had to finish it off with one strike. In the blink of an eye, Lee Jun dashed forward, delivering a deadly kick with all his strength, betting everything on this one move. But just as the punch was about to land, Blue Fox disappeared. Lee Jun stood frozen for almost half a minute. He couldn't believe Blue Fox dodged so easily and, more importantly, he couldn't see it anywhere. Just as he was confused, a disgusting mouth with sharp fangs suddenly lunged from behind, trying to swallow Lee Jun whole. Lee Jun immediately took a defensive stance, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn it. But luckily, his master's voice rang out, right at that life or death moment. Using the Heavenly King step to advance, Lee Jun grabbed the lifeline like a straw. Without hesitation, he obeyed his master, instantly using the Heavenly King step to teleport around Blue Fox. He truly escaped death, and more than that, Lee Jun's current stance was perfect for a counterattack. Blue Fox let out an angry roar, but Lee Jun didn't flinch. He clenched his fists tightly, his energy boiling, channeling all his inner strength as he shouted loudly, You think I'm gonna die here? With that, Lee Jun poured all his power into a thunderous punch. In the Six Gates Desert, a deafening explosion shook the earth, scattering yellow sand, blowing away a whole area, fresh blood staining the ground red. The horrific battle finally ended. Lee Jun was exhausted, his whole body drained. He slumped down, panting heavily, dazed as he tried to steady his soul. Leaning against the massive blue corpse of Blue Fox, Lee Jun whispered softly, I'm probably gonna die next time. The cultivation system immediately displayed a notification that he had defeated the monster boss. With this impressive record, he earned an extra 500,000 accumulation points and was gifted another 250 points as a tribute from the system for his extraordinary performance. Not only that, Lee Jun also obtained a Grade B Demon Stone and a Grade A Vampire Demon skill. Blue Fox's corpse gradually vanished under the sunlight, leaving behind a strange secret manual on the ground. His master appeared then, chuckling, You got a lot of useful stuff. The Grade A Vampire Demon skill that drains the opponent's life force is the best way to help you improve. Not catching a single word, Lee Jun immediately blamed, Master, where the hell have you been? I was calling your name in despair. To soothe Lee Jun's weary spirit, the immortal elder coughed and replied, Hey, there's no way I'd abandon my disciple. It's not because I hate you or anything. Lee Jun kept staring at his hands. I defeated that monster with these hands. Just one move, and the master gave advice again. First, learn the Vampire Demon skill. Trust me, your skills will definitely get stronger. Lee Jun looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked back, "Really?" The master frowned too. "You think I'm lying?" Lee Jun smiled and tore the book in half. "The system announced you have learned Vampire Magic Level A. From now on, you can use Vampire Magic Level A." The master clapped his fan approvingly. "Good. Now you just have one more thing to complete. Use your vampire magic to suck all the blood from the monsters here." After a morning of chaos, Lee Jun finally returned to his beloved dorm room. He put on his cloak and opened the system status window to check. It displayed all the basic information after the update. The stats skyrocketed compared to before. Lee Jun was so moved he almost shed tears of joy. He was now ranked higher than a level C awakener in all 4 skills. The master appeared and asked straight up, "What are you doing?" Lee Jun smiled softly. "I'm heading out now." He closed the system and left the room. While the other disciples were rushing like crazy because they were late for class, Lee Jun strolled leisurely, taking his time like he was just sightseeing on horseback. The master looked at him, suspiciously asked, "My disciple, aren't you late too?" Lee Jun replied coolly, "If I'm late, I might as well take my sweet time and be really late." The master almost fainted from anger and shouted, "How dare you think like that? You should be eager for the teacher's class." Lee Jun just calmly glanced at him and smirked. "The only teacher I need is you, master." Just that one line was enough to soothe and sweet-talk the master's grumpy temper. He chuckled inwardly, feeling proud. Yeah, having a good teacher was all that mattered. Lee Jun thought to himself, "My master is really easy to please." But then a sudden call rang out. "Lee Jun, are you heading to school?" Lee Jun turned around and saw the clowns from before, the ones he had taught a lesson to. Only this time they brought Lee Jae-hong along. How could Lee Jun forget that annoying face? Lee Jae-hong's gelled hair fluttered in front of him as he stood there, smirking arrogantly and taunting. "You're looking pretty tough." "Huh." Lee Jun just coldly stared at him and replied indifferently, "Don't start anything with me. Go wherever you want." But that only made Lee Jae-hong angrier. He snarled, "It's only been a few months since we last met, and you're still the same? Tomorrow's the official duel. Why are you so confident?" The master nearby was surprised to hear about the official duel, so Lee Jun whispered an explanation. "This is the official one-on-one duel on campus, where the students' rankings are decided." But outwardly, he was just muttering to himself, which made Lee Jae-hong even more annoyed, growling repeatedly. "What the hell are you mumbling about? I have my limits, you know." Lee Jun rolled his eyes and shot back mockingly. "What limits? Someone like you who always punches faster than you think. What limits could you possibly have?" That comment made Lee Jae-hong's blood boil, his face flush red. The students nearby couldn't help but snicker. Lee Jae-hong was completely pissed off, roaring, "How dare a loser like you talk to me like that?" Without another word, he charged like a mad beast, yelling, "I'm gonna kill you." But to Lee Jun, this move was nothing but a joke. Just a slight step aside and he easily dodged. After that, it was all Lee Jun's playground. Lee Jae-hong wildly threw punches and kicks nonstop. Lee Jun gracefully slipped past, dodging effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. Not only that, Lee Jun smirked mockingly. Lee Jae-hong's panic started to skyrocket. He couldn't understand why he couldn't land a single hit on this loser. Suddenly, Lee Jun's system flashed a notification about his first side quest. Defeat Lee Jae-hong with a perfect victory. Reward 100,000 accumulated points. Lee Jun smirked, thinking, "Master really gave me this kind of mission." He gathered his inner strength into his leg, changing his mind since he originally planned to handle Lee Jae-hong during the official duel. But whatever, might as well settle it now. Lee Jun extended his leg and lightly tapped Lee Jae-hong's shin. Lee Jae-hong immediately felt the world spin, falling hard to the ground, the pain making him grit his teeth, staring at Lee Jun with bullet-like eyes. Lee Jun bent down and smirked, "You're really slow." That sentence made Lee Jae-hong tremble with rage. Reckless and brainless, he jumped up repeatedly, trying to land a killing blow. The atmosphere grew insanely tense. The students around went silent, not daring to breathe loudly. But what shocked them wasn't Lee Jae-hong's ruthless attack, but the terrifying move Lee Jae-hong just unleashed. Lee Jun easily blocked it with one hand. Lee Jae-hong couldn't move, and fear began to creep in. Yelled at Lee Jun, "What the hell are you doing? Let go of me." The scene was hilarious. The one throwing the punch was begging the one getting hit to let him go. Lee Jun smirked coldly, "I'll let go." And he actually did. But at that exact moment, Du Hong suddenly felt something was off. The energy in his arm completely spiraled out of control, a sharp pain spreading through his entire arm. He clutched his arm, screaming miserably, feeling like his arm was about to be crippled for real. Lee Jun bent down to look at him, his eyes icy cold. "I know what you were trying to do. Your clan ordered you, huh? This time, I'm not going to take another beating." Then Lee Jun stretched out his hand, energy surging, wind blades whipping fiercely, his gaze flashing with a sharp, cold light. "I'm going to give back everything I took. Payback time." Exactly that. Du Hong panicked badly, trembling as he asked, "What are you doing?" But clearly, he couldn't stop him anymore. Lee Jun finished him off in a flash, Dewey Hong's horrified screams echoing the last thing left after this takedown in the classroom. Finally, Lee Jun strolled into class. The system notified that the first side mission was complete. The promised reward points were handed over exactly as agreed. Lee Jun smirked with satisfaction, but that attitude just pissed off the teacher. "You laughing at me?" Lee Jun quickly wiped the smile off his face. The master beside him teased slyly. "You laugh like some kind of weirdo." The teacher roared, interrogating, "You destroyed the student dungeon and attacked a disciple from a prestigious clan. Do you even know what you've done?" Turns out Lee Jun had been summoned to the school's classroom and was getting grilled by a bunch of teachers. But Lee Jun stayed calm and replied, "I never broke any school rules." The teacher fumed. "Where the hell is that written in the rules?" Lee Jun just said casually, "In Article 1, Clause 4 of the rules, if you sense murderous intent from an opponent, you have the right to defend yourself." Sure enough, the black and white text of Article 1, Clause 4 was crystal clear, leaving the teacher pissed off and speechless on how to curse next. Just as the classroom tension was stretched tight like a wire, the chairman stepped up to stop the raging teacher. The chairman sneered, asking Lee Jun with a mocking tone, "Fine. Let's say you were defending yourself like you said. What are you going to do next? You're Jung, a famous disciple from a ranked clan. They probably won't let you off easy, huh?" This man was Han Minung, chairman of the Martial Military High School from the main Jia lineage, inheriting the martial arts of Jie. Lee Jun carefully observed Han Minung, thinking to himself that this guy probably ranked A. If it weren't for the primal divine skill, I'd have passed out already. But he kept his cool and replied clearly, "The school doesn't need to worry about this. Seems like everyone forgot, but I'm also from a ranked clan and my father is the clan head. I'll let my family handle this matter thoroughly." His words were soft, but silenced the whole meeting room. Chairman Han Minung looked intrigued, his eyes showing a hint of appreciation as he looked at Lee Jun, thinking, "So there's another student besides Sword Dragon who can handle my aura. From what I know, this guy was a loser, abandoned by his clan." In the end, the meeting ended exactly how he wanted. The atmosphere after the meeting remained tense. Everyone at school was buzzing about Lee Jun. No one expected him to be that strong. Most were just surprised, but one guy was pissed off beyond belief. Teacher Kim Tae-hyung, the one who yelled at Lee Jun earlier. He cursed silently. That brat Lee Jun should have been dealt with. When watching over disciples from ranked clans, you get expensive stuff, money, and martial arts. But that kid, abandoned by his clan, ruined everything. If I let this slide, I won't just lose support. Other clans won't leave me alone either. I have to deal with that bastard, no matter what. Since then, wherever Lee Jun went, whispers and gossip followed. He just shrugged it off. "That's him? You beat the tyrant boss. How could a loser like him pull that off?" Lee Jun smiled, whispering to his master, "If that meeting ended badly, it'd be a huge mess, but luckily I have the primal divine skill." The master fanned himself, proudly saying, "The outcome was predictable. Back in my day, I faced the same situation as you. The 9 great sects and 5 great clans opposed me, but I still won." Lee Jun listened but clearly didn't care. What he really focused on was that meeting just now. Lee Jun understood clearly that the one behind arranging that meeting was Kim Tae-hyung, his homeroom teacher, because of his close ties with the ranked clans. But the situation was different now, especially with Eljo's Dantian issue. Lee Jun stood by the window, accidentally overhearing an interesting conversation from Kim Tung himself. The dude was nervously making a call. "The incident with Liu JH was seriously unlucky. Even though the meeting happened because of my stubbornness, it didn't lead to any results. Apparently, the person on the other end even threatened to cut off the allowance." Kim Tae-hyung freaked out and quickly asked, "Cut off the allowance? No way." Sweating bullets, he kept begging, "If you give me one more chance, I'll pay more attention to Liu Jae-hong during the ranking." Lee Jun already had a rough idea by then. He thought to himself, looks like they're not planning to hold the official match anymore. The master got curious and asked, "Why does the clan hate you so much? Is there some other reason besides the lack of bloodline inheritance?" Lee Jun crossed his arms coldly and replied, "It's because I'm a bastard. My aunt can't stand me. My dad loves my mom more." The master frowned. "Honestly, if your dad loved your mom, he should protect you." Lee Jun sneered. "Dad loves the clan more than mom. He's the kind of guy who'd sell his soul to the devil for the clan." The master looked at Lee Jun with pity and teased, "You're really lucky, huh? So lucky you got screwed like this." Lee Jun just smiled lightly. "I'm used to it." Smiling on the outside, but inside, how could he ever get used to this crap? Past and present, the clan always tried to drag him down to the bottom. Lee Jun angrily clenched the Coke can in his hand and crushed it easily. Now he was different. He wouldn't let anyone, not even the clan, bully him anymore. Time flew by, and soon it was the first day of school. The whole school was buzzing with talks about Lee Jun. "Hey, look, it's Lee Jun. Dude totally outshines Liu Jae-hong. How strong is he anyway? A low-level guy who can change so much. The master heard the cocky talk and appeared, asking like he was curious. Who's your teacher? You get noticed everywhere, huh? Lee Jun smirked and replied, all thanks to you, master. Just then, Kim Tae-hyung glared at Lee Jun and barked, enough talking, follow me to class. Then he started giving instructions. The teacher will create a random simulated monster for you. You'll fight opponents based on your level as usual. From now on, enter in order. Besides the barriers, there's no place better for unexpected accidents than here. Because the difficulty can be adjusted from the control room. He was already secretly planning to crank up the difficulty times 10 when it was Lee Jun's turn and pretend it was a system glitch. Today was the perfect chance to take out this so-called prodigy. Seeing Tae-hyung constantly staring at Lee Jun, the master whispered attentively. She's gonna make it clear on his face. How the hell can a guy like him be a teacher? Lee Jun just smirked, thinking there was no way he'd just take it lying down. Then it was Lee Jun's turn to enter the virtual reality room. Kim Tae-hyung's voice echoed mockingly. Do you want to face a specific monster? Lee Jun replied coolly. Anyone is fine. Kim Tae-hyung laughed weirdly. Then do you want to fight a demon? You should know demons are what they call fake awakenings who used to be criminals, the most typical example being the Lotus Death Gang. Lee Jun smiled inwardly, thinking, no way he'd actually send a student against those guys. So the dude finally showed his true colors. He smirked confidently. Then let's fight. Even though he was clearly plotting something, Tae-hyung still played the devoted homeroom teacher till the end. He spoke softly into the mic. If anything dangerous happens, report to me immediately. Right after, Tae-hyung coldly pressed the start button. A formation instantly appeared in the virtual room, flickering lights spreading all over. Lee Jun closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the simulation location this time, a snowy field, difficulty level low. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in the middle of a foggy, icy mountain. Kim Tae-hyung's fake voice came through the speaker. Good luck. Lee Jun just smirked. This guy really wants me dead. In the thick snowy fog, Lee Jun's vision was limited. Moving became harder than ever. But the scariest thing was the opponent. White Eyebrow Cold Ghost, one of the top members of the Lotus Death Gang's infamous 7 Ghosts. He wasn't an ordinary monster, but a crazy old man with a taste for killing, a true assassin. Lee Jun felt chills down his spine. He couldn't believe a teacher would dare send a student to face a guy like this. The dude's nuts. Kim Tae-hyung stood silently in front, not moving, but the murderous aura around him was thick enough to crush everything. Suddenly, the system displayed an urgent mission notification for Lee Jun, the will of the youngest. He had to use Chaos Divine Skill to defeat his opponent. The condition to pass was only to use Chaos Divine Skill below level 2. The failure condition was using Chaos Divine Skill above level 3. Lee Jun smirked slightly. Now he had even more reason to win at all costs. Finally, the 7 demons made their move. Without a word, he channeled his internal energy, focused power into both hands, and launched a critical strike at Lee Jun. Lee Jun immediately flinched to dodge, but what he didn't expect was that the aura from the 7 demons could change direction, circling back to relentlessly chase him down. This time, Lee Jun couldn't avoid it. A fatal slip. His arm began to freeze gradually. This skill was the martial art of Master Hanbing from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, but the 7 demons didn't stop there, rushing at Lee Jun with unbelievable speed, raising his hand to deliver a deadly blow. If this hit, Lee Jun would either be crippled or dead. Lee Jun immediately raised both hands to block, but the power of this crazy old man was too great. He struggled but didn't back down. The white-eyed cold demon, though just a simulated opponent, had unbelievable skills, truly a brutally tough adversary. But Lee Jun was no longer the loser kid from his past life. He perfectly blocked one attack. His whole body thrilled, thinking to himself, this is what's exciting. Lee Jun counterattacked immediately, unleashing a powerful strike, the aura bursting so strong it shook the snowy mountains. With unbelievable speed, Lee Jun slipped behind the 7 demons, ready to deliver a deadly blow. But the 7 demons were no joke. He predicted Lee Jun's move, quickly dodging the critical punch. Lee Jun smirked coldly, not missing this chance. Wherever the 7 demons dodged, Lee Jun chased. A cat-and-mouse game between equals, truly intense. Lee Jun wasn't scared. On the contrary, he felt pumped facing such a strong opponent. But the 7 demons weren't just good at dodging. He started channeling all his energy into his hands, both ready to launch a direct clash, murderous intent blazing fiercely. And just at the moment they seemed about to engage in a one-on-one duel, Lee Jun suddenly realized something was off. The demon in front of him suddenly vanished. What Lee Jun had just punched was only an illusion. The 7 demons had disappeared without a trace. Lee Jun frowned, realizing, could it be that Kim Tae-hyung cut the system? Frustrated, he kicked the floor hard. Just when it was getting good, it shut off. Outside, Kim Tae-hyung was in extreme panic. He stared at the flickering VR screen, wondering, what the hell is going on? His aura is causing the system to malfunction. Taehyung's face showed pure horror, because even though it was just a simulation, the difficulty of this fight was at least level C. Even the most experienced students, heck, even he himself would struggle against Lee Jun. The more Kim Taehyung thought, the angrier he got, letting out a roar and punching the VR screen hard. Inside the VR room, Lee Jun was completely chill, not caring about anything. He closed his eyes to rest, enjoying the relief after what felt like a suffocating fight. The cultivation system also promptly notified that the first urgent mission was completed. The reward points were immediately credited to Lee Jun's account. He smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to the origins, Lee Jun was finally recognized at level D. From a pathetic, useless force rank, he skyrocketed to level D, even knocking out that bastard Lee Jae-hoon. Thinking about it, Lee Jun told himself, at this rate, he was totally strong enough to challenge the big guilds. While Lee Jun was still lost in his glorious dream of the future, a sudden voice calling his name snapped him back to reality. He turned around to see who dared ruin this rare moment of enjoyment, and in front of Lee Jun were his fellow disciples, but instead of the usual contemptuous looks he'd endured, their eyes shone with admiration. They excitedly shouted, "Lee Jun, you did great, you really are strong." A scene that froze Lee Jun for a few seconds, the young man stunned, staring at his classmates' 180-degree attitude change. For the first time in both his lives, Lee Jun received this warm recognition. He burst out laughing, the warmest smile ever, and this wasn't a bad thing. His friends didn't catch what he mumbled, curiously asking, "What did you say?" Lee Jun just shook his head slightly, smiling happily. Nothing at all. From that day on, Lee Jun's life changed drastically. Just stepping into the school hall, a wave of younger students bowed respectfully all at once. "Greetings, Senior Lee Jun." A scene of overwhelming admiration. Lee Jun stood dumbfounded in the middle of the hall. I couldn't help but doubt life itself. What the hell is going on here? Then the leader of that group of students stepped forward confidently and said politely, "I'm Hugh, a new student." After that, the whole bunch bowed their heads really low. "Please, seniors, take care of us." Lee Jun was stunned, thinking, why are these guys greeting me like some gangsters meeting their boss? And do these kids really look 17? Is there some kind of mix-up here? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, so he spoke up. "You don't have to greet me like that from now on." But the kids just got even more eager, like, did we do something wrong? Lee Jun sighed and said bluntly, "Who am I to accept such grand respect from you guys? I'm not some gangster." The new students immediately bowed deeply to apologize, making Lee Jun awkwardly shout, "I told you guys not to do that anymore." After escaping the overly respectful gangster-style welcome in the lobby, Lee Jun finally dragged himself up to the classroom. He let out a tired sigh. The new students even escorted him all the way to the classroom door before finally saying goodbye and backing off. The master next to him stroked his beard and laughed. This is also a test for the strong. Lee Jun was annoyed and speechless, but it wasn't over yet. Besides these cool changes, Lee Jun's life came with a few disasters. Just as he sat down, a confident fellow student stepped up in front of him. "Fight me." Lee Jun groaned, "I'm tired. Just go home." But that guy, Duke, wasn't scared of anything. He hadn't seen the coffin yet, so he didn't shed tears. Suddenly, he drew his sword and charged to duel right in the classroom, no matter if Lee Jun agreed or not. In a flash, as the sword swung down, Lee Jun reached out and casually snapped the blade into pieces like crushing a weed. The furious young guy instantly went silent, his face turning pale. Lee Jun quietly clenched his fist, releasing a burst of energy, and just a moment later, the fellow student fainted right there. Lee Jun snorted coldly. "Listen to what people say for once." The master beside him laughed heartily. "You're pretty famous, huh?" Lee Jun replied warily, "Is this what you call famous?" Then the endless days of no peace began. One after another, every day someone dragged their sorry ass over to challenge Lee Jun. Every few minutes, some idiot jumped in, driving Lee Jun nuts. His head spun so much he had to complain, "Just let me go deal with monsters instead of battling these kids all day." The master stroked his beard and laughed. "Maybe they just doubt your skills because they've never seen them up close." Lee Jun sighed tiredly. "Even so, this rumor has spread pretty far." Just then, the classroom door slammed open with a piercing shout. "Order! Who's messing around during morning assembly?" The homeroom teacher Kim Tae-hyung stormed in, scanning the room before glaring straight at Lee Jun, like he was about to pounce and devour him alive. Lee Jun just sighed, not bothering to care about that look. Kim Tae-hyung quickly regained his serious teacher vibe, climbed the podium, handed out the schedule, and told the students to fill it out and return it. The master glanced curiously at Lee Jun's paper and asked, "Do you usually study like this?" Lee Jun casually replied, "Usually, I only focus on 3 subjects: martial arts basics, weapon techniques, and light body techniques. Just mastering one martial art is tough enough. Learning a new one is way harder." The master asked again, "What's your plan?" Lee Jun stayed silent for a moment. As the classmates handed their sheets back one by one, Lee Jun found the class president. Press gave her his schedule and asked, "I can just give this to you, right?" Press replied coolly, "Just hand it over to me, that's all." After submitting, Lee Jun turned and left the class, leaving Press curious as she sneaked a peek at his schedule. With just one glance, she almost went cross-eyed. Lee Jun's sheet had no empty slots. He'd signed up for almost every class. The first lesson was then held outdoors on the soccer field. The female teacher in charge glanced around the field, thinking, "Looks like there are way too many students this year." Her eyes landed on the male student, Lee Jun, standing at the front of the line. Out of courtesy, she bowed. Lee Jun gently nodded back. Of course, he recognized her. Cha Kong-jin, a teacher from a prestigious clan, known for being neutral. Lee Jun smiled lightly, knowing she respected everyone, even those abandoned by their families like him, treating them like family. Cha Kong-jin spoke. "The martial art you're about to learn is the 10,000 Steps Divine Palm, a technique inherited from the 100 Steps Divine Palm. It was the Divine Dragon Temple that gifted this martial art to the school." She ordered a disciple standing nearby. "Let's start with the basics first." The disciple brought out a box and placed it on the table. Inside were round spheres, with an unclear purpose. Master Kong-jin explained, "Everyone, put these 20-kilogram iron shackles on both your wrists." The students quickly complied, putting them on while laughing mockingly. "You said this level is tough, but it's nothing special." Only Lee Jun quietly felt lucky. He never expected that carrying those 50-kilogram shackles as Master instructed would pay off like this one day. Life's full of surprises. Master Kong-jin continued her instructions. "Now we officially begin." She asked a disciple to demonstrate. Everyone took the stance like the student showing them, raising both arms as well. No internal energy allowed. "Got it?" Another student raised a hand and asked, "How long do we hold this stance?" Kong-jin smiled faintly. "Of course, until class ends." So, on the soccer field, the whole class started holding the stance together. Time passed silently 40 minutes, then an hour and half the group had dropped out. By the last 2 hours, only Lee Jun remained standing firm in the middle of the field, unmoved. The students watching outside kept whispering and gossiping. How much longer is Lee Jun planning to hold this? Is he some kind of superhuman that doesn't even flinch? Naturally, this gave Kong-jin a totally different view of Lee Jun. She quietly observed him holding the stance, thinking, this kid didn't cheat to beat young Master L.J. Hong. Finally, Kong-jin signaled the end of class and walked over to Lee Jun. "You can stop now." Lee Jun calmly straightened up and replied, "There's still time before class ends." Kong-jin smiled softly, gently saying, "I don't think you need to push it that far." Master Kong-jin reached out her hand. The disciple nearby immediately handed over a carefully wrapped book. She turned to Lee Jun, her gaze thoughtful but full of trust, saying solemnly, "From this moment on, I will teach you the 10-step divine palm." Those words stunned Lee Jun, his surprise obvious. Right after, Master Kong-jin handed him the precious manual, her voice gentle but heavy with meaning. "This is the martial arts manual for the 10-step divine palm. It's an improved version, but it's still a tough martial art to master." Inside, Lee Jun felt an overwhelming joy. He didn't expect to hold this book so soon. Kong-jin patiently explained further, "This isn't a martial arts manual from a prison camp, so it's not an official system martial arts book. You have to learn exactly what's written in the book." Lee Jun quickly flipped through the pages, only skimming. Kong-jin reminded him, her eyes serious but warm, "You have to be truly determined." Before she finished, Lee Jun suddenly clenched his fist tightly. The stance and the newly gathered energy in his body clearly couldn't wait a second longer to test itself. Immediately, he swung his arm and unleashed a 10-step divine palm strike. That moment made Kong-jin freeze. The aura Lee Jun released brushed right past her, so precise she couldn't help but admit it was the exact move recorded in the manual. How could Lee Jun perform it after just one glance? Lee Jun scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "Sorry about that." But then the training system screen immediately popped up a notification. "You failed to learn the 10-step divine palm." The master beside him sneered and reminded, "This isn't something you learn in one go." Lee Jun pouted and replied, "A few more tries and I'll get it." While Lee Jun focused on reviewing the moves, the master silently observed. This was the first time he realized this student was so stubborn. From someone once looked down on, now Lee Jun was showing abilities beyond expectations. The master fan himself, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Thought he was just a dumb kid. Turns out this kid's talent is only growing stronger. I'm really curious to see how his future unfolds. Even Kong-jin couldn't hide her shock. Lee Jun didn't have the demonic physique that easily absorbs martial arts, nor was he a genius with a heavenly warrior body. So how did he transform from a loser into such a prodigy? Lee Jun suddenly spoke up, cutting through her thoughts. "I accidentally used internal energy during my training and it dissipated, so the key point of the 10-step divine palm is controlling internal energy, right?" Master Kong Jin hesitated briefly, then nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. That's why you have to control your internal energy well. Just that question alone surprised Kong Jin even more. Just after skimming through the secret manual, Lee Jun already saw through the essence of the martial arts within it. Without hesitation, he tried again. He slowly got into stance. Every move, textbook perfect, carefully channeling his internal energy, controlling his power bit by bit according to the principles. Then he unleashed a super strong strike, exactly the technique recorded in the 10-step Divine Palm manual. This time, Kong Jin couldn't keep her calm. Her mouth dropped open as she exclaimed, "No way this is possible." Meanwhile, Lee Jun just smiled brightly, shouting out in happiness, "I did it." The cultivation system immediately popped up a confirmation notification. Lee Jun had successfully mastered the 10-step Divine Palm. This martial art had now become a general skill in his skill inventory. Thanks to that outstanding performance, Lee Jun was honored and even invited by the school teachers to a special internal meeting. But that meeting quickly turned into a full-on battle to claim the top student. Lee Jun was both headache-ridden and trying to explain himself. "Professor, can you just ask one question at a time?" But immediately, the professor got excited and spoke up first. "I'll say it first. To me, you were born to wield the spear. Your striking force, grip angle, precise release, and fluid body movements are all instinctive. This spear technique belongs to the Spear Saint clan." Before he could finish, the swordsmanship professor pushed him aside, clearly declaring, "You're more suited for swordsmanship." This professor described in detail that Lee Jun's sword skills could already rival the dragon's sword and invited him to join his blood sword clan. But before he could finish, the dark alchemy professor immediately jumped in to steal the spotlight. No. Lee Jun learning dark alchemy skills is the best choice. His performance proved everything. The 10,000 Poisons clan always welcomes him. Right after, the three professors erupted into a loud argument, fighting over who would take Lee Jun into their sect. Amid the chaos, Lee Jun could only suffer in silence, quietly retreating and leaving the three to continue their fierce bickering. He followed a worn path to the mountain behind the school, laid back on the lush green grass, and sighed in frustration. "I'm not thinking about joining any clan. Why do they keep bothering me?" Just as his master was about to start a lecture, Lee Jun quickly cut him off. "You're trying to say this is a challenge that the strong must face, right?" Interrupted mid-sentence, the master got annoyed and irritated, while Lee Jun just chuckled with satisfaction. Suddenly, another person showed up. It was teacher Kong Jin. Lee Jun quickly sat up, smiling sheepishly. "I'm just resting a bit to hide from the other teachers." Kong Jin smiled gently, handing him a can of Coke and asked, "Is your class fun?" Lee Jun happily accepted the drink from the teacher's hand, nodding and replying, "My class is great. I always learn new things every time." Kong Jin sat down beside him, her eyes soft as she asked again, "Aren't you tired? You look like you can already train the 10-step Divine Palm on your own." Lee Jun took a sip of the cold Coke and smiled back. "Not tired at all. For someone like me without any inherited bloodline, just getting to learn martial arts at school is precious, way better than learning nothing at all." His words made Kong Jin silent for a few seconds, her gaze fixed on the young student in front of her. Just then, loud voices called out. The three professors who had been fighting over the top student earlier had come all the way here. Lee Jun could only groan and say, "They actually came here? Damn it." He immediately stood up, bowed politely. "Professor, I'll be going now." Kong Jin could only helplessly wave goodbye. Lee Jun had lived through a dark, gloomy past life, yet now he was enjoying a peaceful blue sky, something that once felt so far away. After upgrading his martial arts, Lee Jun often came to the 6 gates to train. He came not only to challenge himself but also to kill monsters to boost his stats. Every monster that fell to Lee Jun was drained of life force and converted into internal energy. So everywhere in the 6 gates were scattered with the dried corpses of fox demons. The cultivation system kept showing notifications. Lee Jun received a bit of demonic power along with bonus stats. Lee Jun pondered deeply. Even the boss monster Blue Fox had been defeated. But luckily, other monsters kept spawning. Thanks to that, he could come back often to train and grind points. Still, Lee Jun understood that the rewards from these fox demons had become too insignificant. Since the first time he defeated the Blue Fox, he hadn't received any mana stones. He turned to ask his master, "I should have received mana stones by now, right?" Master slammed the paper fan shut, pondered for a moment, then suggested, "I've changed my mind. Since you're developing faster than I expected, let's make a big bet." Lee Jun was a bit stunned, vaguely not understanding what Master meant. Master leisurely continued, "The chaotic energy of the barrier is still floating in the air. Aren't you curious what would happen if you absorbed it using the Blood Awakening Demon technique?" Hearing that, Lee Jun was shocked and asked, "Can that really be absorbed?" You have to know the magical energy radiating from the barrier is super abundant. If it can be absorbed, it would be like a cure-all medicine itself. Master stroked his beard with a smirk. Just using the Blood Awakening Demon technique probably won't cut it, But don't you still have the chaotic divine skill? Definitely worth a shot. But then Master gave a cryptic warning. The problem is your body is already saturated with energy, and you've used up a lot. If you absorb a huge amount of energy now, 90% chance you'll get sick, but you still want to try. Lee Jun hesitated just a bit, because right after, the young man broke into an excited smile, answering without words. Decisively, Lee Jun headed straight to an extreme energy zone to start absorbing the magical energy. He knew well, if he was the type to give up easily, he wouldn't have made it this far. The cultivation system kept buzzing with the latest notifications. Lee Jun received a small boost of magical power thanks to the Blood Awakening Demon Technique, then got a notification that the technique reached 4 stars. The Chaotic Divine skill also hit 4 stars along with max stats in endurance, stamina, strength, agility, and willpower. Amid the dense magical energy space, Lee Jun immersed himself in absorbing every bit of magical energy from the barrier, persistent, resilient, and full of ambition. His whole body tensed, enduring the violent waves of chaotic energy. Master stood nearby, sharp eyes tracking every move of Lee Jun, thinking silently, this is his first time using the Chaotic Divine skill. Not sure if this kid will fall into a mindless state, but clearly he passed the first barrier. Suddenly, Lee Jun's eyes snapped open, pupils blazing, fierce aura surging in those eyes. Then his body seemed drained, all his energy sucked dry. Lee Jun collapsed onto the ground, lying there gasping for breath. Master shuffled over, bent down, asked Han half jokingly, half seriously, "How was it?" Lee Jun struggled to breathe, trying to answer, "Felt like I came back from the dead." The old master chuckled lightly, arms crossed. "If you say so, then I guess this can be handled." Just as he said, a satisfied smile spread across Lee Jun's face. The cultivation system screen still glowed brightly before his eyes, non-stop notifications popping up. Even though he tried to clear them, the alerts piled up like a mountain, surging continuously. Suddenly, a strange notification caught Lee Jun's eye. The system announced he had absorbed all the magical power radiating from the barrier and received a reward for being the first to purify the barrier, 250,000 stored points. But that wasn't all. Lee Jun also officially became the new owner of the Fox Cave, replacing the position that originally belonged to the Blue Fox monster. Lee Jun was dumbfounded. Couldn't believe a human could become the master of this barrier. This was beyond all logic, making him feel awkward. Can a human really become the barrier's master? At that moment, a strange sound came from behind, startling him. Lee Jun turned around cautiously and quickly asked, "Master, was that you making that sound?" Master snapped angrily. "What do you take your master for?" Lee Jun's eyes immediately shifted behind him, where a small creature appeared, its fur shining bright blue under the light, dazzlingly beautiful. The moment he saw it, Lee Jun recognized that blue is the absolute legacy of the Blue Fox monster. This little beast was Little Blue Fox, looking super cute but carrying the DNA of the very monster that once ruled here. He gently picked up the creature, smiling with delight. It seemed this was the special privilege of Little Blue Fox. Even Master couldn't help but soften at its cuteness. He crossed his arms, squinting and commenting, "Once it grows up, it'll definitely be a reliable power source. They have 10 tails, after all." Lee Jun was busy cuddling Little Blue Fox when he froze at Master's reminder, a chill running through him. Could such an adorable creature really turn out like that? Master tilted his head, asking gently, "Aren't you going to name it?" Lee Jun pondered briefly, genuinely confused because he couldn't think of a fitting name. But just after one breath, his mind quickly jumped ahead. The bright young guy looked at his master, squinting mischievously and asked, "Can I call it Lam Lam?" The name Lee Jun just came up with left both the master and Little Lam Ho speechless. The two just stared at each other with their mouths wide open, while he was super excited, feeling that the name Lam Lam was absolutely adorable, a feeling clearly no one else could share. Just looking at Little Lam Ho's helpless expression was enough to understand how fiercely it opposed, but unfortunately, it couldn't actually protest. The master didn't bother arguing further and waved his hand helplessly. "Fine, call it whatever you want." So the fate of Little Lam Ho was officially tied to the name Lam Lam. He happily cradled Lam Lam in his arms and gently asked, "You like this name too, right?" Judging by Little Lam Ho's expression, anyone could guess if it could talk, the first word out of its mouth would definitely be a big no. The next morning, just as Lee Jun woke up, an uninvited guest was already at his dorm room door. A fellow student stood right there, and he was about to refuse. "I can't go, there's an emergency." But she insisted, saying he only needed to spare a few minutes. But when he saw her pleading look and desperate eyes, Lee Jun suddenly softened. Feeling sorry, he couldn't say no, and finally nodded to agree to go along. Before stepping out, he didn't forget to turn and say, "Can you buy me some milk?" At the same time, in the school chairman's office, Han Ming was leisurely wiping each leaf of a potted plant. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the secretary rushed in, panting and urgently said, "Chairman, something's wrong." Han Ming frowned. What's going on? The male secretary, still catching his breath, quickly reported. The barrier in the basement has issues. The lamb host stirring formation has been broken. Chairman Han Ming immediately went down to the basement himself. Before him, the sealing talisman that once protected the 6 gates was torn to shreds, scattered on the floor. He bent down to pick up a piece, his face showing undeniable shock. Who the hell managed to break the 5 elements formation? The 5 elements formation was the school's pride, an inviolable forbidden formation. Han Zeng said gravely, I have to check the barrier myself. He pushed open the 6 gates door, and just a few steps inside, a virtual system screen appeared right before his eyes, coldly announcing, Han Ming is not the owner of the lamb host stirring formation. Without the owner's permission, entry is forbidden. He froze, frowning and wondering, what the hell is going on? Has someone become the barrier's owner? After a moment of silence, he turned to the male secretary and ordered sternly, find out immediately who broke the barrier. Time rewinds to the night before. After leaving the lamb host stirring formation, Lee Jun was still deep in thought. He asked his master, don't you think this is enough? The master replied calmly, that's not the best choice. Lee Jun was unwilling, gritting his teeth, but that's the only place I can see lamb regularly. The master shook his head gently and reminded him, dear disciple, it's obvious you've never raised a spirit beast before. Monsters like to be free and roam outside. His eyes scanned Lee Jun's small room, then he smiled softly. How about next to your bed? Just as he finished speaking, Lamb's smooth blue tails quickly curled up in the corner of the bed. It stretched out with a face full of pure enjoyment, clearly loving this bed. Lee Jun smiled brightly, excitedly said, let it stay there then. The master quietly glanced at his disciple, feeling a slight stir in his heart. This was a rare moment he saw Lee Jun truly happy. A moment without gloom, without defenses. After failing to inherit his bloodline, Lee Jun was abandoned by his clan and mocked by the world, so it was understandable his heart was dark. But unlike those who suddenly gain power and self-destruct, Lee Jun always tried hard, always kept a positive spirit. The master couldn't help but appreciate this kid a bit. At least he was nothing like the first disciple, who was full of hatred, living only for revenge. Lee Jun kept stroking Lamb, unwilling to let go. He comforted the little creature until it closed its eyes and fell asleep, then smiled and thought to himself, just one more thing to do. His cultivation system had signaled that his meridians filled with internal energy had expanded, blood flow was smooth, and his power had surged dramatically. Lee Jun opened the system info panel and immediately his whole body stiffened. The master glanced over and tilted his head, asking, kid, what's wrong? Lee Jun panicked, pointing at the screen, voice trembling. What the hell is this? Before him was a completely different info panel than before. A brand new worm, stronger than ever. Lee Jun's stats for stamina, strength, and agility on his status board skyrocketed so fast it left even him stunned. Normally, a pseudo-awakening at AA rank is already rare, and their max stat values only hit around 300, a number reserved for the 5 emperors, the heads of the great clans. Yet now, he had reached that threshold. Lee Jun stood frozen for a long moment, his heart pounding. A true spring only comes when you deserve it, and now that had become reality. Lee Jun was fully capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful beings in this world. His master stepped closer, furrowing his brows with a meaningful look. What exactly are you looking for? Just go ahead and spend your points. Lee Jun calmed down after the initial shock. He asked, I already have points, right? The system screen flashed an unbelievable number over 2 million points, a figure that would make anyone's eyes pop. Lee Jun muttered, a cautious gleam in his eyes. Adding points just means more trouble. Should I max out my martial arts, stats, or not? His master stroked his beard, replying slowly with a calm tone. Considering your condition, even if you learn the sovereign step now, it'll just mess things up. That statement only fueled Lee Jun's curiosity even more. Just how insanely powerful was this sovereign step that his master flat out refused to let him learn it? Lee Jun smirked, thinking curiosity really does kill the cat. Then he decided to throw an unfamiliar move, pointing out the window, shouting casually, Master, look over there. His master blinked in surprise and turned to look outside, but there was absolutely nothing out there. He turned back, frowning. What exactly am I supposed to be looking at? But Lee Jun seized the golden opportunity and quickly opened the sovereign step skill on the system. A series of notifications popped up. Lee Jun had unlocked the sovereign step, a newly discovered skill, and the infinite spear technique was set up. Lee Jun held his breath, cheeks flushing, bracing himself for a scolding from his master, but no reproach came. Not gonna scold me? Lee Jun asked proactively. His master suddenly burst out laughing, full of pride. I knew you'd do exactly that. A good teacher's virtue is to figure out their dumb disciple's personality. Lee Jun blinked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Immediately, the system flashed a cold notification. Lee Jun couldn't use the sovereign step yet because he didn't meet the stat requirements. His master laughed even louder, delighted to see his disciple in trouble. You just threw your points out the window. Lee Jun turned pale, wanting to scream inside, no way. But once points are spent, they can't be taken back. No turning back now. Lee Jun could only promise himself to keep grinding until he could use this move. Early the next morning, Lee Jun woke up sluggishly, yawning. He still felt like he'd slept better than usual last night, and he didn't have to think long to figure out why. Lam Lam, his little pet, had been sleeping beside him all night, becoming the softest cuddle pillow in the world. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lee Jun checked his stats on the system again. But everything remained unchanged, no progress at all. Since he had chosen to unlock the sovereign step, Lee Jun was now forced to grind hard to meet the usage conditions his master demanded. He frowned slightly, muttering, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something. The moment he realized, Lee Jun hurriedly petted Lam Lam, smiling as he coaxed, "Sorry, Lam Lam, I'll get you some food right now. You're still young, you can probably drink milk, right?" He stood up, dragging himself outside, but Lam Lam refused to let him go alone. It clung to him, trailing every step. Lee Jun smiled, picking Lam Lam up to cuddle. "Don't want to leave me, huh? Want to come along?" He tucked Lam Lam inside his shirt. Just as Lee Jun was about to step outside, a sharp knock sounded at the door. He pressed his eyes to the cats, looking outside, wondering, who the hell comes knocking this early in the morning? Outside stood a woman with a serious demeanor, introducing herself in a casual tone. "I'm the secretary of the union chairman. You're Lee Jun, right?" Lee Jun opened the door, keeping his calm tone. "Yeah, that's me. What's up?" The male secretary got straight to the point. "The chairman wants to see you." Lee Jun blinked in surprise, asking, "Me?" But then he somewhat guessed the reason and whispered to his master, "Min Sung probably wants to talk to me about the barrier thing. So why bother meeting him?" Still, faced with the secretary's pleading, almost pitiful eyes, Lee Jun finally agreed to go to the chairman's office. Inside the room, Chairman Han Mi-dong silently sized up Lee Jun from head to toe, his mind full of doubt. The guy actually looks pretty normal. Could he really have broken through the Lam Hu energy barrier? Nearby, the master, who understood every thought of the other party, quietly whispered a reminder to Lee Jun. "Seems like he can't figure out your true power." Lee Jun smirked slightly, replying to his master with full confidence, "I'm not falling for that trap again." Before coming here, he carefully wore the origin ring to make sure Mi-dong couldn't detect his real strength at all. After a tense silence, Lee Jun broke the mood himself. "I heard you called me here to talk, right?" Min Sung took a sip of tea, his eyes still probing. "I called you because I'm worried you'll get into trouble with Lee Jae-hong." Then he put the teacup down and asked cautiously, "Is the Quinn King still doing okay?" Lee Jun didn't flinch at all, answering casually, "I'm an abandoned kid, so I don't know anything about my father." That line almost made Min Sung choke on his tea. He coughed a few times before quickly correcting himself. "Sorry, that was careless of me." In the end, Min Sung let him leave the room without mentioning a word about the Lam Hu energy barrier. As soon as Lee Jun left, Secretary Nam couldn't hold back his curiosity and spoke up. "What do you think?" Min Sung answered slowly, his voice tense. "I don't know. I can't figure out what kind of person he is." Even Secretary Nam was stunned by that answer. Min Sung was known for being sharp, so how could he say something like that now? He shook his head, mumbling with tired and surprised eyes. "This is the first time I've encountered something like this, and I'm still shocked. Anyway, we need to call Ju quickly." After the cryptic conversation with Chairman Min Sung, Lee Jun silently returned to the dorm. The first thing he did was look for Lam Lam. As soon as Lam Lam saw Lee Jun, the little pup wagged its tail and squinted happily, running over. The milk box Lee Jun left this morning was already completely gone, not a drop left. Lee Jun poured more milk into the bowl, smiling affectionately as he did. Immediately, the system announced, "Lam Lam's affection increased by 5 points. Lam Lam is full." Lee Jun chuckled softly, patting Lam Lam's head. The screen now automatically displayed all information about Lam Lam, but when he looked at the stats, something made Lee Jun laugh. All the numbers were super low, some lines even blank. Lee Jun thought to himself, "It's probably because Lam Lam is still too young, so the stats aren't stable yet. No worries, once you grow up, I'll turn you into a red rank monster." Lam Lam, huh. Thinking about that, Lee Jun started to worry about Lam Lam's size when it grows up. After all, he had faced a fully grown Lam Hu before. Just then, his master appeared quietly beside him, his calm voice ringing out, "That's not the only problem." Lee Jun nodded, fully aware that a bigger trouble awaited him. Han Nin-zung has started to get suspicious. You have to be super careful. And not just Min-zung, you also have to watch out for Bai Shuyen. Bai Shuyen is the best info gatherer in the Divine Iron Fist clan. Thanks to him, The organization has exclusive control over countless energy barriers and treasures. If they find out, you could be monitored 24/7. Lee Jun silently pondered. Right now, he could use the rights of the Lam Hu energy barrier's owner to avoid surveillance. His master looked at him calmly and asked, "You're thinking about that? Huh?" Lee Jun sighed, "I'm always thinking about that." That afternoon, Lee Jun quietly left school again, heading toward the empty field behind the familiar mountain. This place would be the new connection point to the Lam Hu energy barrier. The system immediately displayed a notification confirming the connection path. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared in midair. Swirling energy spiraled, forming a gigantic passage with thousands of energy beams bursting out. Lee Jun slowly stepped in, his gaze calm. "Now I don't have to go down to the basement anymore. When Lam grows up, I'll bring it here." The system showed a notification confirming the connection was successful. Not only that, Lee Jun set up another designated point, linking directly to the dorm room. Now, he could teleport instantly back to the dorm with just one step. Standing in front of the glass door, the young man admired his reflection, eyes shining bright. "Now all I need is to get stronger." A few days later, Lee Jun kept living normally, showing no signs of anything unusual. In reality, he was secretly hiding inside the energy barrier to train, but the system still didn't give him any new missions. Lee Jun realized it was time to move on to a higher-level barrier. He had already chosen his target, the Chlorate Cave. There's a green-level barrier and a special treasure called the Firestone hidden there. Before regressing, some twisted sorcerer discovered the Firestone but let a monster devour it. After that, the weak white bandit monster suddenly transformed into a blue bandit monster. Lee Jun couldn't help but daydream, what if I fed the Firestone to Lam? While imagining a bright future, a sudden noise from afar snapped him out of his fantasy. A new student was entering the class, and all eyes turned to that girl. Hanju, nicknamed Ice Flower. She stopped at Lee Jun's classroom door, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Hanju stepped forward, stopped in front of Lee Jun, and asked, "Are you Lee Jun?" Lee Jun had no clue what was going on. Hanju smirked. "You probably already know who I am. I just got assigned to the 6th level class too." Lee Jun froze. Hanju was the eldest daughter of the Divine Iron Fist family, inheriting martial arts from the Jia Cat clan. She's a B-level awakened, known as Ice Flower. Logically, she should be placed in the 1st level noble class, so why was she in the 6th level 4-student class? Hanju extended her hand with a smile. "Let's help each other out." Lee Jun coldly brushed her hand away. "Leave me alone, I don't need friends." Immediately, he felt murderous intent radiating from her. It seemed like being rejected made Hanju want to take him down right then and there. Lee Jun held his head, sighing. Dealing with her properly is such a pain. His master noticed and asked curiously, "What are you planning to do?" Lee Jun replied warily, "Huanlong, my half-brother. That bastard is secretly crushing on Hanju. Why the hell is she sitting next to me? If he sees this, he'll be seeing red and want to kill me. You know that already. Why are you whining? Why is she talking to me?" The master pondered, then asked, "What's the power structure here?" Lee Jun explained, "There are 15 noble clans here, along with the Wudang Alliance, Lotus Death Sect, and 9 Saints Sect. Among them, 5 major clans especially control everything." The master asked further, "The Divine Iron Fist family inherited martial arts from the Jia Cat clan, right?" Lee Jun nodded in confirmation. The master thought for a moment, then said, "Those bastards, aren't they always hunting for talent?" Lee Jun jumped in surprise, then the master continued. "Unlike other clans, their martial arts are weak, so the Jia Cat clan focuses solely on recruiting talent. That's what I know. They even dragged Ice Flower into this. Maybe they're trying to court you. That's why they want to observe and gather information on you." Lee Jun was stunned. "So that scary girl is going to cling to me?" The master shrugged. "You're weaker than her. Better find a way to use that to your advantage. Anyway, it's none of my business." Lee Jun held his head, mumbling, "I don't want anything to do with her." The class went on as usual, but Lee Jun's mind was tangled like a mess of threads. Today, Lee Jun's class started swordsmanship training. On the podium, the professor glanced over the class and spoke seriously. "You all must be ready for the test. Now, we'll begin one-on-one combat training. Anyone want to volunteer?" A hand slowly raised. The one standing up was none other than Ice Flower Hanju. The professor smiled with satisfaction. "Hanju, who do you want to fight?" Without hesitation, she immediately pointed at Lee Jun. "I want to fight him." In the training room, Lee Jun and Hanju faced each other. She probed, "Are you well prepared?" Lee Jun was visibly frustrated. Why was she mocking him for no reason? Then he replied disdainfully, "I'm not prepared at all." Master Hoon clasped his hands behind his back. "Are you both ready? Then, on my count, start." Hanju dashed off like lightning, gripping her sword tightly, her long hair flowing in the wind. Lee Jun was caught off guard. She vanished before he could react. Hanju appeared right at his feet, aiming a palm strike at his thigh. Lee Jun startled, way too fast. Her gaze was sharp as if she could see through all the chaos. Hanju swung a strike, but he tilted his head back to dodge. Lee Jun reached out and grabbed the sword, but she quickly dodged sideways. Hanju jumped up and swung her sword at him but missed. Lee Jun channeled his spiritual energy to caress the sword, never taking his eyes off her for a second. He slashed hard at Hanju, his aura thick and filling the whole room. She wasn't hurt and countered with a move that made Lee Jun wary. She was stronger than he thought. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold her off. Lee Jun clenched his jaw, blocking a deadly strike with his sword. His eyes flashed with sparks, not because he couldn't block it. A fierce, evenly matched battle was unfolding. Lee Jun focused thousands of spiritual energy beams into his sword. He opened his eyes wide, the blue aura in his pupils still burning strong. Lee Jun swung his sword, ready to witness and experience it firsthand. A strike like that should logically be aimed at Hanju, but here he was concentrating the spiritual orb on himself. She was stunned. What the hell? Her mind was a mess. Did he just identify a few weak points in her iron blood sword technique and attack right away? This time Hanju could only defend. How did he know her attack moves so well? If she kept wasting time, she'd lose for sure. Their eyes locked, the tension thick like a drawn bowstring. In that moment, she had to use her secret move to fight back. Lee Jun seemed to read her mind. You're planning to use the supreme sword slash, huh? Hanju froze for 5 seconds. What? The sword in his hand gleamed. How did he know? Her eyes widened in shock. Taking advantage of her hesitation, he dashed forward with a strike to end the fight. The aura around them slowly receded. Lee Jun sheathed his sword, considering the test complete. A long time passed, but Hanju still stood there dumbfounded. Her hair fell loose, the air around thickening. Hanju's signature long hair was now chopped off on one side by him. Lee Jun turned back, noticing she hadn't moved a muscle. Hanju sheathed her sword, the atmosphere dropping a few degrees. Her hand clenched tightly like she'd just taken a huge shock. Hanju muttered, I lost. A few days later in class, golden sunlight streamed through the windows. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze distant and thoughtful. The guy sitting at the front turned back, looking at Hanju with a mix of confusion and concern. Lee Jun cautiously asked, why did her sparring match end like that? The old master appeared, scolding. Why'd you cut her hair? What if she's got a seal inside her? Lee Jun said he just slipped. The master explained. The Divine Fist Clan and Iron Blood Sword Clan are the only families that hate them, and one day they'll unite against them. Lee Jun scratched his head, knowing he had to keep good relations with them. The sun set, giving way to a fiery orange sunset. He strolled through the school grounds like any other student. Suddenly, a hurried call came from behind. Hanju approached with a serious look that caught his attention. She asked, are you busy? Lee Jun replied, no. Hanju said, then come have dinner with me. He stammered, while weird thoughts popped in his head. What's going on? Why is she acting so strange all of a sudden? He worried. Do you think she's dead set on burying me alive? The old master teased. Then I hope you rest in peace, my disciple. After class, they went to a small pizza joint as planned. Hanju grabbed a slice with stretchy cheese, topped with rosy sausage slices. She hugged her face, savoring it. So good. Lee Jun forced a smile, watching her. She really can eat. His eyes dropped to the pizza on the table. That good? I don't see anything special. Hanju asked, why aren't you eating? The question made Lee Jun awkward. I'm just a bit. She raised the slice to her mouth. I don't even know what we're eating. Hanju asked. Mad? He jumped, surprised. She frowned. I bought you good food and you're still sulking. Hearing that, Lee Jun stiffened like glue. Hanju wiped her mouth. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Her eyes locked on his. How did you beat me? Lee Jun froze on the spot. I just spotted your weak points. Hanju asked again. Weak points? He explained the gaps in her fighting style. Her sword was sharp, but he sensed something off. Listening to Lee Jun's explanation made it seem simple. I just aimed for those gaps and attacked. Hanju was stunned. You mean you figured it out after just a few moves? He shrugged. Just luck. Lee Jun comforted her. I already answered your question, so don't be sad about your hair. But she looked surprised. Hair? Hanju touched her cut hair. Why be sad? She smiled charmingly. It's kind of fresh. I actually like it. Hanju explained, relieved. I wanted to cut it shorter from the start. Meanwhile, tonight the crescent moon shone bright, lighting every step clearly. The mansion was brightly lit too. Its eerie vibe made people uneasy. Inside, shattered glass scattered everywhere, blood slowly oozed from one direction. Lee Jae-hong roared angrily. Lee Jun, I'll tear you apart, you bastard. The old servant worried. Young Master Du-hong, please calm down, your hand is bleeding. He turned to the servant, tears streaming down. So what? Lee Jae-hong snapped, crazily slashing the fake servant's face with a shard of glass. Now that you see me weak, you look down on me, huh? He stepped forward slowly toward the unlucky servant. Because of that stupid broken glass, my body is already hurt, and you tell me to calm down? My Dantian. Blood poured from both sides of his eyes, deep red. My Dantian has shattered into 100 pieces. His arm, Zhu Ji Yi, was about to slash down but was grabbed tightly by a hand. Li Jihong froze, still clutching the shard of glass, refusing to let go. He stammered, looking at the person in front of him. Father. Ming Kwok pulled his hand away from the glass calmly. Li Jihong burst into tears, rushing into his father's arms. Father, son. Ming Kwok comforted him. Don't worry. He squeezed his hand tightly. Your father will heal your Dantian. Ming Kwok dropped a bombshell. I've found a cure that can help you recover. He asked excitedly. Really? The old man introduced a mysterious yellow orb. This is called the Fire Stone, a treasure with unimaginable fire energy. If you eat it, they say your Dantian will instantly restore. I'll get it for you. Li Jihong buried his face in the old man's chest. Father, thank you. Ming Kwok hugged him but was secretly angry for his son. That useless little worm, the old man's paternal instincts flared. How dare you? I'll make you regret messing with my son. Lee Jun strolled down the school hallway. He headed to the bathroom and went inside, but the atmosphere around was weird. The bathroom door slowly closed, warm sunlight filtered through and shone on the floor. The tracker whispered through Bluetooth, "He's in the bathroom now." The other side responded immediately. "Remember to keep an eye on him." He hurriedly replied, clearly. The tracker waited anxiously, constantly checking his watch. He waited forever but didn't see him come out. More than 10 minutes had passed. The tracker got nervous. He's been in there for 40 minutes already. The other side asked, stomach ache. He stared at the locked door, then fell silent. The tracker ran over worried. I have a bad feeling. I'm going in to check. The other side tried to stop him but failed. What are you doing? His hand reached for the door handle but froze at the voice from the other side. An assassin shouldn't face off directly. Suddenly, from inside, Lee Jun pushed the door open hard, hitting the tracker. He was startled. Are you okay? I didn't know you were there. The assassin held his nose. I'm fine. Lee Jun asked worriedly. Really? I gotta get to class now. Be careful next time. The other side teased, scared again like a little kid. He blushed. Sorry. The call ended, and at the same time, Lee Jun turned his head with a gaze that pierced through the mundane world. I'll see you later. He walked off complaining. That was close. Took way more time than I thought. The old immortal reminded, but you've achieved your goal already. Lee Jun's eyes lit up a bit. Yeah, I bet they didn't see that coming. Huh. He held up the price list in his hand. The fact that I escaped the barrier and sold C-grade stones. Sold E-grade stones for 500,000 won. Sold E-grade stones for 500,000 won. Sold F-grade stones for 500,000. Lee Jun looked mysteriously at the man of stone with a huge price tag, selling stones worth 100 million. He discussed with the old man about those assassins. Setting up multiple checkpoints beforehand was a smart move. At least you gotta do that much to fool those assassins, the old immortal replied logically. But do you think it's okay to do that? Lee Jun put the paper into his jacket. What's wrong? The old immortal explained, those papers you signed to sell mana stones. He looked serious. You agreed to give the Alliance clan the right to view them. A black and white contract appeared like an unbreakable vow. At the bottom was Lee Jun's signature as the head of the family bank. Looks like that bank belongs to the Shenji family. He laughed it off. It's fine, I just want to confuse them more. The shimmering green mana stone. The B-grade mana stones I sold mostly appear in forest barriers. How did some random guy get them? They'll wonder about that. Lee Jun waved his hand. Let them guess. The school cafeteria was crowded, filled with laughter and chatter. He sat alone at an empty table, quietly eating with no one beside him. Mr. Hyo walked over. Hey Jun, is the seat next to you taken? Lee Jun said no. Suddenly, Hanju put down a lunch tray. Someone's sitting there. Her gloomy gaze scared the whole group. I didn't know. Sorry. Hanju casually sat down, surprising him. Lee Jun cautiously asked, why did you scare them off? It's fine to eat together. She replied coolly, I don't feel comfortable with crowds. He angrily questioned her. Because she came, the vibe got all uncomfortable. Didn't you notice? Hannah replied coldly. So what? Lee Jun stood there, stiff as hell. He rolled his eyes. Whatever, forget it. She was eating but suddenly froze like she remembered why she was here. Just as the food was about to reach his mouth, she asked if the ice cube was frozen on the spot, probing him. Do you know any other techniques besides the 3-origin suppression? He turned around. Why are you asking that? Hanu explained, just with the 3-origin suppression alone, no one can reach that level. Lee Jun closed his eyes. Is that what you think? She wanted to chat more but he ignored her. I'm done eating. I'm heading out. Lee Jun walked off, leaving Hanju sitting there like an idiot. She looked at his back, his eyes deep and unreadable. At the lecture hall building, the glass reflected the gentle autumn sunlight. Master Tay stood on the podium. We'll have training schedules next week. A student in the class asked, "Where?" He introduced the first location, a mysterious treasure site. The octopus with long tentacles was the second spot, the Sea of Despair, and the final boss was the dangerous Hell Cave crabs. Master Tay asked, "Where do you want to go?" The students below discussed, "Anywhere's fine." Lee Jun rested his chin, thinking, just in time to go to Hell Cave for training, but how could it be that convenient? He looked straight ahead, wondering if it was really just a coincidence. Lee Jun felt a cold chill run through him, like someone's eyes were staring right at him. He tried to close his eyes, pretending not to care, but the surrounding tension kept surging. Lee Jun snapped, turning to glare at Hanju. What's up? You want to say something?" She threw a neatly folded paper at him. Lee Jun looked annoyed. "I'm just watching. Whatever." After reading it, his lungs felt like they were going to explode because of this weird-ass attitude. That 4D vibe. The schoolyard was now dead silent, not a soul in sight. He went home and just flopped onto his bed. Phew. Lee Jun hugged his pillow, complaining, "So damn tired." He scowled. "Why are those weirdos so damn persistent like leeches?" "Hello. Just being enthusiastic." "Hey, senior. Today you look sharp, but Hanju's just plain weird. Just observing." "Whatever." Annoyed? Ignore it. The elder waved his fan. "This is just part of the life of the strong." Lee Jun buried his face in the pillow. "Why do you always talk about the strong having to deal with crap like this?" The old man grumbled. The master was talking and he interrupted. He covered his ears but suddenly froze with a confused look. Lee Jun quickly searched the room. "Is it me or did Lam Lam disappear again?" The elder noticed too. "Yeah, right." Lee Jun gave the most ridiculous excuse. "What if it crawled into some corner to sleep?" The elder hovered behind. "Exactly. Lam Lam should be out here celebrating me by now." He called out loudly, "Lam Lam." Lee Jun paced around the room. "Lam Lam, where are you?" He bent down to look under the bed. Lam Lam's eyes suddenly widened, pupils shrinking, worry clear on his face. Lee Jun softly called the little green fox curled up in a corner, "Lam Lam." It grimaced, cold sweat dripping like it was suffering through something awful. The bus parked in the schoolyard. Zhu, Ji, and Yi were prepping for a tough expedition. Students laughed and chatted happily, ignoring Lee Jun sitting quietly on the bench. He carefully unzipped each pocket, searching for something in his bag. Lee Jun smiled gently. "Sorry, it's a bit cramped, huh?" Enduring a needle in the house, Lam Lam's head popped up, its tiny pink tongue constantly sticking out, looking super cute. The crescent moon in human form lit up every inch of the ground. The night before, Lam Lam curled up on the bed, frowning hard. The system showed its status. Basic info, name Lam Lam, growth of a blue fox species, rarity attribute fire magic power is weakening. The area where the fox cave is located has been purified. Lee Jun stared at the blinking system panel, feeling uneasy. He worried that the lack of magic power was why it was in so much pain. Lee Jun touched it. "Hold on, Lam Lam." Suddenly, the elder growled. "What do you think you're doing?" He explained. "I'm just transferring magic power to Lam Lam." The elder hurried to stop him. "Don't do that. If your chi explodes violently, it'll be a big problem." Lee Jun pouted. "But what else can I do?" The elder reassured him. "It's not a weak fox, so until you go training, it can handle it. Take it to the training spot." He petted Lam Lam's head. "Yeah." The warm afternoon sun shone on the schoolyard, a line of buses parked neatly. Now Lee Jun looked at it playfully, feeling indescribably happy. Luckily, the master transferred his energy to Lam Lam, so it wasn't tired like before. He smiled brightly. "When we get back to the barrier, if your situation is better, that's great." Suddenly, Hanu appeared out of nowhere, making Lee Jun slam his bag shut. "What do you mean?" Lee Jun patted his chest, panting. "You scared the hell out of me. What are you doing? Not planning to get on the bus?" Hanu explained, "I only get on after I see you get on." He sneered, "Up to you then." Finally, it was time to depart. Lee Jun grabbed his bag and stepped onto the bus. "Hello," seeing him, shouted excitedly. "Senior, you're here." He hesitated. "Are you the cheerful type who chats a lot? You haven't introduced yourself yet, have you?" "Hello" introduced herself, hoping Senior would help her during this training session. Hearing that, Lee Jun looked thoughtful. "Hello, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." He hesitated. "Am I remembering wrong?" Then he warned. "Ah, hello. Don't greet me like that next time." As soon as he finished, he bowed deeply. "I'll learn from this," which made Lee Jun jump in surprise. "Stop it." He moved forward to pick a seat by the window, and coincidentally, he sat next to Hanu. "Tehuni, check every row of seats. Is everyone here? Remember to fasten your seatbelts." He stared hard at Lee Jun. "Lee Jun, you did well choosing the hellish spot, so that works in my favor." Tehuing's eyes were full of hatred. "This time, I'll deal with you properly. Below the bridge, the water was a clear, deep blue reflecting the sky. Somewhere nearby, a dense spiritual energy gathered into a small whirlwind. Minde stepped out with a serious expression. Welcome, everyone. I'm Kang Minde, Captain Number 3. I'm a member of the Divine Finger Clan's battle squad. Today, I'll be your guide. If you just follow our instructions, nothing will happen beyond this gate. Lee Jun put his hands in his pockets. Battle squad, his gaze distant. The battle squad is a top-tier legion with members who are awakened fighters of rank C or higher. Being a tour guide for this trip is kind of over the top. The spiritual energy from his thoughts thickened. Are they coming to kill me? Or did they find out the location of the Firestone? Or maybe both? Lee Jun looked up as if sensing some dark energy. Minde wore dark glasses, leading the group of students on the expedition. Someone suggested, Captain, let's start slowly. He replied, all right, let's go. Standing behind, you smirked. They don't even pretend to be polite, really a professional clan in business. But Neun suddenly darkened his face. They only act like that now. Even if I kill someone here, you won't be able to call for help. From afar, Hanju bent over as if crushed by a powerful force. She turned around, gripping the Zhu-Ji-Yi sword tightly, ready to fight. Hanu looked at the blue light radiating around Lee Jun. She froze for 5 seconds. What is that? Hanju seemed frozen, staring at Lee Jun's face. What's with that bloodthirsty look? Entering the cave was a patch of darkness lit by blue fireflies. The group slowly advanced, no one daring to act rashly. Minde raised his hand to stop them. Boom. He spoke with a scholarly tone. From this point on is an unexplored area. Although it's a pity, you're only allowed to tour the already explored zones. After he finished, someone whispered. He said it's unexplored. Some thrill-seekers might wonder what's there. So curious, we gotta come back here sometime. Tae-hoon broke the slightly weird atmosphere. This is a place the kids probably won't come back from. Maybe just let them wander around a bit. Minde scratched his chin, then let's regroup here. Suddenly, Hanju interrupted. I really think we should. Wait. She raised her hand to speak. We should only check the safe area. Today is a training session after all. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, secretly furious. Why bother? Just try it. Tae-hoon was at a loss for what to do with Hanu's words. Lee Jun frowned, intrigued. I think it'll be pretty interesting, she stammered. You're smirking. It's everyone's wish after all. Just a little won't hurt. The battle squad is here anyway. Minde pointed toward the cave. Then I'll go with the majority. Let's get moving. The goblin Lin, sitting inside the cave, hadn't sensed the danger approaching. It crawled out from the dark energy behind, sensing human breath but didn't have time to turn around. Goblin Lin got a slash to the carotid artery from Minde. It fell with a bloodied face, making the goblin beside it alert. Seeing his comrade go down, it angrily charged outside. Thousands of sharp knives flew from somewhere, pierced its chest, then stabbed its neck, making it scream miserably. Minde calmly wiped his knife. Done. Let's head back. The students were shocked. That's it. We didn't even see anything. He immediately cut off their words. Digging any deeper won't reveal anything. There's no boss monster here. That's why I could get this far. Mindir bent down to look at the two unlucky goblin with a poker face. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making everyone stagger. The student screamed. Earthquake. He signaled anxiously. Retreat now. This wasn't an earthquake. It was people pushing and shoving their way out of the cave. It was a wave. Hanu pushed through the crowd, running out with the students, but didn't forget to glance back. She gasped in shock. Lion Hanu rushed over worriedly. How are you still standing there? Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist, stopping her from moving forward. Tae-hui looked righteous. No, it's too dangerous. Hanu struggled. What are you doing? Let me go. Hiso charged in too. Senior. Just as his hand reached out, a strange light appeared before Lee Jun. Senior, where did that huge boulder come from? It's dangerous. He stood frozen, unmoving like a puppet waiting for strings. She froze, while that guy smirked, satisfied, staring ahead. Hiso frowned, clenching his jaw like he'd just missed something. He lightly touched the rock, helplessness showing in every move. Then Ho knelt down, a cold aura surrounding him making the stone wall look even sturdier. He pounded the rock repeatedly. Senior, are you okay? Lee Jun replied calmly from inside. I'm not dead yet, stop calling. Hell sighed in relief. Thank God, Captain Lee Jun is trapped. Mindir patted his shoulder to reassure him. I'm not sure if there's another boulder. Better head back to where we started. He'll be safe for a while. No sign of monsters nearby. I'll come back after I figure out how to help him. Hiso reluctantly accepted reality. All right. Hanju beside him also snapped back, breaking free from the teacher's grip. She growled, Lee Jun, don't go anywhere. Just wait patiently there. He didn't seem to care much. Got it? Just go. Lee Jun listened carefully to the sounds outside the rock to confirm safety. He crossed his arms. Lam, you can come out now. Lam stretched, making Lee Jun impressed. This kid was full of energy ever since inside the barrier. He placed it on his shoulder. Let's roll. The goblins sitting in line seemed to be discussing something. Suddenly, one of them spotted a shadow and growled alert. They laughed, joking about the cruelest way to cook humans. Then a goblin lunged out, mouth wide as if it had been waiting for this prey forever. But suddenly it stopped, sweating profusely, looking terrified. At the same time, the system announced an innate skill activation. Fear was triggered. The goblin collapsed to the ground, eyes shifting from red to pale white like a chameleon. They fled in terror, but Lee Jun didn't care. The deeper he went, the system kept updating. Lam Lam's affinity for you increased by 20 points. Lam Lam absorbed low-level demonic energy. Lam Mam learned an innate skill. Demonic energy met compatibility conditions. Lam learned the biting skill. He smiled as it rubbed its head against his neck. Finally, you learned your first skill. Lam Nam not only recovered but gained a lot more power. Low-level demonic energy growth type absorbs scattered demonic energy in the air to regenerate pure demonic energy. High-level demonic energy allows releasing energy at high concentration, producing demonic energy effects. Biting skill at SS rank. Even if the quality of demonic energy isn't good, it doesn't affect Lam Lam's taste. The absorption effect of demonic energy. Lee Jun looked at the system screen, a bit surprised. This seems like a blood-sucking technique, huh? The elder appeared. Probably. Every master has their own style. It's a divine beast too, right? He looks deep in thought. I don't think it should turn human. You're totally helpless. Hey, am I even your student? Suddenly, Lee Jun's gaze dropped to something on the ground. A golden spiritual aura surrounded a meteorite, lighting up the long path. The firestone looked damaged but still radiated strong spiritual energy. Lee Jun slowly approached and gently picked up the firestone. He was stunned by its mysterious appearance. So this is the firestone. The system popped up a message. You obtained the firestone. Do you want to use it? Of course, Lee Jun wasn't about to waste this godsend. Use it. The elder hovered nearby. I sense the manifestations of Zhu, Ji, Yi are about to appear. You just praised me, definitely a master who knows everything. Lee Jun carefully searched for a way into the cave. The blue light from Lam Lam acted like a protective shield around them. He gently pushed a rock that looked no different from the others. It didn't budge an inch, so he pressed a firestone against it. The system then announced that he had found the secret chamber inside the Hell Cave. You received 250,000 P for discovering the secret dungeon. At the same time, the stones collapsed, revealing a new path. The system chimed in. You have advanced to the secret chamber inside the Hell Cave. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, a blue light enveloped the group of students. Hanu questioned, why can't I go with you? I have to go save Lee Jun. Mine tried to explain. Hanu, you're the noble daughter of the divine clan. If anything happens to you, your clan will face problems too. You're being stubborn, the teacher snapped. Hanu stopped immediately. Taehoon reassured her, saying if anything happens to her, the chairman won't let it slide. Let the battle squad handle this. Hanu clenched her teeth, anxious. Something's off. I don't have a good feeling about this. She stared hard at the teacher and the bodyguards. Those guys aren't here to help Lee Jun. Lee Jun got trapped on his own. Could this be some kind of conspiracy? Suddenly, the system panel appeared before Taehoon, catching him off guard. The system also showed up to notify Hanu. Min saw the system panel too, but stayed calm. Not just the three of them. Everyone saw the system notification. She was confused. What the hell is going on? On the system screen was a message. The 6th zone barrier has been upgraded to the blue zone barrier. Sun got furious, thinking someone had broken into his master's house. Attack power plus 20, speed plus 30. The students were stunned. A teleportation barrier. In the pitch-black cave with no one around, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Thousands of centipedes lined up like archers, ready to shoot at Lee Jun. They fired blazing red arrows, but he stood still, calm as hell. Lee Jun swiftly used divine magic to block the incoming arrows. He dodged skillfully, glanced sideways, and spotted one trying to sneak attack. The centipede rider charged with a blazing spear. It swung the spear but got caught in Lee Jun's spiritual energy. The sharp spiritual energy sliced across the centipede's head, spraying blood everywhere. He slashed through them, decapitating every single one. Landing perfectly, his aura grew even more dangerous. The system kept notifying non-stop. You defeated the spear centipede warrior. You defeated the speed centipede. You defeated the speed centipede. Lee Jun looked at the system panel, frustrated. Still not done? I was trying to finish the mission I failed last time. He looked up at the millions of centipedes lurking. All right, if something good comes out of this, this is perfect for training. Because no matter how many times you clear them, there's no limit, right? The leader ordered loudly. There's one human. Go tear him apart and sacrifice him to the Lord. Lee Jun frowned. You're the commander? Millions of centipedes stared at him with hungry eyes. One strike from him smashed the centipede's head to bits. Lee Jun swung his arm, unleashing spiritual power that decapitated nearly half of them. The rest, he charged it like a bullet, ripping each apart. The closer Lee Jun got, the more centipedes he killed, making the leader nervous. He's getting close, isn't he? They screamed in despair, desperate to kill him at all costs. The centipede's eyes glowed with deadly intent, brow furrowed at this worthy opponent. It slashed down at his feet, but luckily, Lee Jun jumped up to dodge. The centipede growled, but cold sweat on its brow betrayed its fear. Lee Jun suddenly appeared right behind it, his killing intent pouring out like a waterfall. He kicked the back of its neck, sending the centipede's head flying like a stuffed animal into space. The head rolled on the stone floor, making creepy sounds, its fiery eyes now just a black void of death. The massive foot of the centipede lord stepped down, crushing that head. It looked at Lee Jun with curious amusement. The shadow of the centipede lord engulfed him. Suddenly, it hoisted a huge blade onto its shoulder. You say the intruder in my territory is a lowly human? Meanwhile, outside the cave, the students had exited the barrier. All the other students were out. Min put his hands in his pockets. Thanks to the barrier's fluctuation, we didn't have to teleport ourselves. The barrier has been upgraded to the blue zone now. The search team must be close to the firestone. The system in front of him also notified that the barrier has been upgraded to the working zone. Min Goat smirked. Let's find Lee Jun's body and head back. Inside the cave, the mud crab lord was still interrogating. You say the intruder in my territory is just a lowly human? Lee Jun looked up at it. You're the blue-level boss monster of this hell, right? Your appearance is seriously ridiculous. The mud crab lord with a stubby head and human body faced off against him, neither backing down. It roared loudly. I'll pull out your tongue and chew it to bits, human scum. Lee Jun radiated dense spiritual energy, raising his fist into a fighting stance. But suddenly his eyes widened, his face showing fear. Lam Lam dashed forward to protect his master. Lam Lam, Lee Jun shouted when he saw the lord swinging his blade down. Danger. Lam Lam's eyes flared with a blue flame, making it look even more mystical. The system sounded an alert. Lam Lam used the biting skill. It opened its tiny mouth as if it wanted to swallow the mud crab lord whole. It staggered. This poor little monster actually dared to do that. The mud crab lord growled angrily. Who do you think you are? Then with a desperate look said, I can't just die like this. The lord collapsed onto the stone floor, warm blood flowing from his carotid artery. Lee Jun watched helplessly, so determined, yet this is how it ends. He sighed. Besides that, I'm really surprised you suddenly exploded like that. Remember my advice. I'll finish this up and then come back. Rest here for now. Then he scolded. I told you to rest safely. Lee Jun hugged him. Don't do that again next time. Okay. He placed Lam Lam on his shoulder. Anyway, I didn't know monsters could use the biting skill too. The system notifications came rapidly. You have defeated a high-level boss monster on your own. Reward granted. You received 1 million accumulation points. The barrier has been broken. You received 500,000 accumulation points. Main mission 2. The Hermit's training is complete. You received 650,000 accumulation points. Lee Jun was surprised. The rewards are no joke. Suddenly, his eyes darted around like he'd noticed something. Lee Jun looked down at the mud crab lord lying sprawled in a pool of blood. He bent down and picked up a book from its body. This book looked pretty new. The Karma King Martial Art. What deep secrets does this book hold? The Karma King Martial Art is the foundation of the king-level martial arts derived from control techniques that only the clan's king, Shen Ji, could master. He seemed to know a bit about this mysterious book. The two words, karma, ahead implied this level was even higher than the highest realm of control techniques. Lee Jun's hand holding the book trembled slightly. But this kind of martial art originating from control techniques appeared here. He tucked the book into his coat with a thoughtful look. If I had the chance, I'd definitely burn this martial art book to ashes. That way, the king would never get it in his lifetime. But the elder asked, aren't you going to use it? Lee Jun closed his eyes slightly. I don't know if it's because I've endured too much under the martial arts roof, but I really have zero interest in it. He smiled slyly. Better not use it than to slap my clan in the face. The system cut off his thoughts. The master of the Hell's secret chamber no longer exists. Do you want to mark this place as your territory? Lee Jun tapped the system panel. Why ask such an obvious question? The notification appeared again. The Hell's secret chamber has become Lam Lam's territory. Is Chen Chu almost done? Almost forgot something important, Lee Jun ordered. Lam Lam, bring me the mana stone here. Lam Lam carried the fire stone in its mouth. Good job, bring it over here. But it wouldn't step closer and just stood still. Lee Jun forced a smile. Lam Lam. Lam Lam looked up and stared at him. The system announced, Lam Lam used biting. Lee Jun's eyes widened, face full of panic. No. The bright red blood stain still dyed the stone. Min Goat's voice rang out. Fine. So the fire stone that should have been here is gone. He clenched his fist and questioned. And Lee Jun had already entered the secret dark dungeon? His teammates replied, yes, the exact location is still marked on the map, but it seems Lee Jun already took the fire stone. Mingoat frowned. Damn it, how did that so-called noble bastard get there? No way. How did he find this place from the start? Suddenly, he lowered his gaze to the notification panel. A beam of light illuminated the space. The upgraded barrier had shifted to the green zone. The shadow guard stammered. This is Lee Jun slowly stepping out from the beam of light. What the hell? Why are you all gathering here? He froze. Lee Jun frowned defiantly. What kind of wind blew you guys here? The members of the Mindir squad tried to probe. You're still alive, which means you killed the boss monster. Did you eat the fire stone? Lee Jun remained calm. So what if I did? He gritted his teeth at their careless attitude. How dare a loser like you? Since when did you even know about it? Cold sweat started dripping down Mindir's forehead. Things are getting complicated. Lai Mingu kept telling me to bring back the fire stone. He stared hard at the seemingly harmless student in front of him. Even if he ate the fire stone, it would take a while to fully absorb that unbelievable thing. I have to kill Lee Jun, or at least bring back his blood. A heavy force like a rock pressed down on Mindir. The whole squad of assassins panicked at the sudden tremor. Lee Jun stood in the middle of the spiritual energy whirlpool, his expression unchanged. Mindir was scared. Just eating the fire stone alone couldn't make him this strong. He signaled his teammates to retreat. Suddenly, Lee Jun burst out, laughing loudly, freezing everyone. Lee Jun wiped away a tear that wasn't even there at the corner of his eye. Why would you think I'd reveal my power? The system announced. The master of the Hell Secret Chamber has sealed the barrier. Mindir was horrified. Didn't the boss monster die? Lee Jun stood above, creating an invisible pressure. From now on, none of you are allowed to step beyond this gate. It was water rippling and shimmering under the bridge, strangely peaceful. The students gathered in a line, forming a glowing barrier. Hiso nervously swayed back and forth while Hanju's face stayed cold as ice. She was annoyed. Can you just shut up? Don't make me angry. He was startled. Sorry, ma'am. Hanju looked at the chains wrapped around the barrier and took the chance to probe Lee Jun's power. Not bad at all, she pondered. Thousands of thoughts rushing through to grasp his ability. I've been following him all day but found nothing. He's too strong, defeated the tyrant Lee Jae-hong and resisted Master Aka during the exam. And he even beat me once. Hanju reasoned, meaning there's a good chance Lee Jun still has some hidden tricks. She guessed as if she was certain, sure he would survive and prove she wasn't wrong. Just as she finished thinking, the chains around the barrier clashed loudly, then burst apart, breaking into pieces like a strong force pushed from inside. The students watched eagerly. Finally, the barrier opened. Streams of spiritual energy poured out, along with objects inside flowing out by inertia. A drop of hot blood dripped onto the ground, signaling trouble. Lee Jun slumped down as if completely drained, making the students panic. Hanju caught his shoulder. Look at me, are you okay? Her eyes widened. This guy. Hanju shouted when she saw the bloodstains on Lee Jun's side. Lee Jun. How long has it been? Everyone discussed excitedly. About 3 hours. The MC looked anxious. That's quite a while. Not sure if it's because the Thun Shi clan's shaky squad just entered. The cameraman glanced. Is that so? He explained, usually the tremors only last about 15 minutes, even if many finish before that. The cameraman sighed. That squad is really top tier. The MC waved it off. Forget it. Suddenly his eyes widened. All right, cameras ready. The barrier emitted a blinding light. The barrier was broken. But then he frowned in confusion. What? The barrier was wide open a second ago, but now surrounded by thousands of chains. The barrier closed again. Inside the pitch-black cave, the air was thick with murderous intent. A few hours ago, Lee Jun and the assassin squad faced off. The assassins were ready to fight, but Lee Jun stayed calm. One of them shouted, no matter how strong he is, it won't matter. From now on, I'll handle this. Before he finished, Lee Jun sent a palm strike flying at his head. Mindir was shaking with fear so fast I couldn't even see it, but still kept his mouth shut. What are you doing? Scared of a high school kid. The assassins charged like wild beasts. Attack him. Attack now. Lee Jun bent his leg, looked up scanning each face, then stomped hard on the ground. Electricity flowed out mixing with spiritual energy to form a unique strike. The charging group screamed in pain from the electric shock. He was still like a coward, with just a big mouth. Never met a bastard like this monster before, Mindir stammered. You think you can get away with this? The Thun Shi clan won't let it slide. Lee Jun sneered. You probably forgot, but I also carry the bloodline of the Divine Finger clan. Hearing that, he widened his eyes. With such a lowly bloodline, how dare you? You grabbed that big mouth, squeezed it tight so he couldn't scream anymore. Lee Jun bent down to enjoy the terrified look on his prey's face. Anyway, there's no proof. Who would know and kill you? You pulled out a knife, ready to deal with that meddlesome bodyguard. Lee Jun's eyes turned deadly. You guys started this, don't blame me. Lee Jun stood among several bloody corpses. He sighed, glancing back as if he guessed something. Lee Jun ordered, that guy, come here. The last surviving bodyguard crawled out with a pathetic look. You called me, sir. What do you need? He closed his eyes slightly. Clean up those bodies. He hurriedly called his teammates for backup. Yes, sir, the master has ordered. Everyone come here quickly. Hurry up. Lee Jun watched the busy bodyguards and sighed. Bodyguards understand human speech and have the intellect of a middle schooler, just the right kind of monster to suck up. He called out, you. It bowed submissively. Yes, sir. Lee Jun patted its head. From now on, you're the leader. This place is yours to handle. The bodyguard shyly thanked him. Thank you, sir. He placed the knife in its hand, and this too. The bodyguard took the knife, forcing a weak smile. Master, this is Lee Jun. He smiled friendly, but there was some scheme behind it. The sky was clear, tall buildings lined the street. He held his bleeding side. Hanu in hell sat worried beside him. She asked rapidly, what happened to you? What went down in there? And you, calm down a bit. Senior, are you okay? Lee Jun forced a reply. In the secret dungeon, all the guides were silenced by a shout. Don't say anything. The elder appeared, mocking harshly. Gross, why are you acting so dramatic? Lee Jun scratched his head awkwardly. I'm embarrassed too. Please, stop talking. But then he thought of something and got pissed. Damn it, that damn bodyguard. I told it to just slash me a few times. The bodyguard looked sorry. Sorry, master, I got carried away. Please forgive me. Lee Jun groaned over his wounds. How many times did I get slashed? Damn, it hurts like hell. He looked at the innocent crowd before him. At least they were less suspicious now. The MC still held the mic, broadcasting. The current location was the entrance to the Hell Cave. I've confirmed one student is still alive. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. Then Lee Jun came from behind, ordering everyone to move aside. The students automatically formed two lines to clear the way for him. He stood solemnly with the reporters. Despite the serious situation, the MC introduced Lee Sin. Surprisingly, Lord Lee Sin, the heir of the Divine Finger clan, personally came here. He approached Lee Jun, his shadow cast by the evening light. Lee Sin looked down arrogantly. Speak. Lee Jun recounted with a victim's expression. There was another blue rank monster there. Thanks to the sacrifice of Kang Min Deer, I managed to survive and escape. He sneered. You think I believe your team sacrificed themselves to save you? Lee Jun smirked. You don't have to believe it. Lee gritted his teeth. No one had dared talk back to him like that before. You. He charged, electricity crackling in his hands. Lee Jun shut his eyes helplessly, ready to take the hit. But the punch he expected never came. He opened his eyes, confused. Hanu held her sword pointed straight at Lee Shin's neck. Hyung Run grabbed Lee Shin's wrist tightly. She showed no expression. Randomly attacking people isn't fitting for a noble clan member. Senior Lee Shin was furious. Why are you protecting him? He silently explained. Young master, I'm drawing attention. But Lee Shin waved him off harshly. Get lost. He frowned deeply, like he could crush two flies but couldn't do anything to Lee Jun. Lee Jun shot back a cold glare. Now they're back down. Hyung Run announced. From now on, this barrier is under the management of the Divine Pond clan. He glanced at the teacher and informed the chairman, we'll handle this. Tae-Hyun looked scared. Yes, sir. The students helped Lee Jun stand to bandage his bleeding wound. Hanju called to Lee Jun. Lee Jun turned and asked, yeah, what's up? She grabbed his hand, questioning. What you just told me is the whole story, right? He panicked. Are you seriously questioning someone who just came back from the dead? I know you're cold-blooded, but Hanu slammed her hand on his back. Then take care of yourself. Hello was startled. Senior, this is the patient. At the school, rows of trees cast cool shadows with birds chirping loudly. Mi Dong sat in the teacher's office with Nan Ni, sipping tea. He softly responded to a knock on the door. Come in. Hanju walked in with a serious face like a detective. She sat down opposite him. No one spoke, so the atmosphere felt kind of weird. Min Sung took a sip of tea. Lee Jun, what's the deal? Hanju replied with a deep frown. I've been watching him but still didn't notice anything off. He set his teacup down. Lee Jun really is a talented student if he could fool even me. Min Sung dropped a bombshell. Our bank just called saying Lee Jun sold a high-level mana stone. You're serious, he added. According to the bodyguard, Lee Jun didn't step a single foot outside the academy at that time. Hanju fell silent, realizing the guy's hiding some serious skills. She bowed her head, thinking hard now she had to find out just how strong he was and where that power came from. She smirked like she just found a solid lead. Hanju looked up confidently. Lee Jun holds a deep grudge against the Divine Clan. This is our shot. She pounded her chest, promising. Trust me, I'll convince Lee Jun. Golden sandy beach, crystal clear water, reflecting ripe coconuts, swaying. Lee Jun signaled. Oki, sit down. He held out his hand for Lam Lam to place hers on. Nice. Lee Jun tossed a fire stone for it to eat. Okay. Eat up. The system notifications flooded in. Lam Lam successfully absorbed the fire stone. Lam Lam's rank upgraded. Current rank 35. All skill points improved. Learned Fire Child's skill. He cradled Lam Lam's round belly. Tasty. Huh? Lee Jun's eyes dropped to its body. It should have grown bigger, at least a little, but its size stayed the same. The system explained in detail. Fire Child rank 5. This is infinite flame. It keeps burning until the enemy is scorched. Purpose of the Fire Child, the system showed Lam Lam's health status again. Basic info, name Lam Lam, mature 35, species Lam Fox, rarity Fire attribute, pretty high at 85, domain 2. 2. Lam Fox nests in the blue land. Hiding spots, attack ability, attack speed special, no special defense. He looked confused. At least the ability points should have increased by now. The elder floating nearby explained, even if it reached rank B or higher, its maturity level is still low. You can understand the current situation like that. Lee Jun worriedly asked, if I find similar fire stones for Lam Lam to eat more, will I understand why? He replied, exactly. The elder, full of knowledge. But more importantly, don't forget you need to work harder yourself. No matter how much you try to hide your identity, the longer the tail, the easier to get caught. Until then, you have to become as strong as possible. He obediently agreed. Yes, I'll remember that, the elder calmly reminded, but it was too late. Lee Jun suddenly realized. What? Oh no, it's time already. He ran quickly into the barrier. Lam Lam, I'll come to the academy and then head back. Lee Jun teleported back to his spot, stepping out like nothing happened. Hello bowed deeply. Senior, you're out now. Then he stood up straight, embarrassed. I'll straighten things out. He was helpless. This guy never changes. Meanwhile, Hello still smiled brightly. Did you sleep well last night? Has your wound healed yet? Liam lowered his eyes, but when it came to him, he questioned with confusion. You've only met me once or twice, and all I remember is a formal greeting. Why do you care about me so much? He scratched his nose, a bit shy. Hello said he talked about you like some legendary Hyun Mu. Senior Lee Jun has many achievements defeating other seniors in the martial world. He scratched his head, unimpressed. I'm really impressed and admire Senior Lee Jun a lot. Lee Jun sighed. He muttered to himself that he's just too lazy, so whatever. He tilted his head, deep in thought. Wait, in my past life, I had someone like that too. Lee Jun raised his hand to introduce. Jun, I'll introduce you to my first trusty assistant. Wang Ma Isu. Hello, suggested to the master. Please forgive the time gap, but Hyujin didn't care at all. Then he ran off, leaving Lee Jun and Hello with dumbfounded looks. Hey, where's Hyujin going? He was helpless. Seriously, you should finish the intro before ditching. He hesitated, right? He answered, yeah. Hyujin's eyes suddenly lit up like he found treasure. He was really impressed, a straight shooter, not blaming circumstances. He truly is a master. Lee Jun was shocked by this over-the-top enthusiasm. You found a good teacher. Inyu smiled brightly and introduced himself. That's right. Oh, I'm not Inyu. My name is. He was lost in past stories until a call snapped him back. Senior. Lee Jun compared the two faces. Is something wrong? And the result matched perfectly, making him feel like he got zapped and stand frozen. This is crazy. Isn't that Heo Insu? Buck Hun Jin is totally nuts. Who the hell changes their name to plant someone? Lee Jun thought, trembling. Even though his personality is like bitch Trang Ho, this crazy dude will rise to the top someday. Suddenly, he put his hand on Lee Jun's shoulder like they were sworn brothers. Lee Jun started a conversation. Hey, from now on, let's get along. He forced a smile. Yeah. The two of them walked down the school hallway with their arms around each other. From behind, Hai Yu Jang charged like a bull ramming a worm. Lee Jun was caught off guard and couldn't dodge. Then a pitiful scream echoed after a loud crash. Lee Jun winced. What the hell was that? He growled. Buck Huk Jin raised his hand to catch him. Still this weak? Hi. Yuk Jin was curious. But who the hell is this guy? Lee Jun replied with difficulty. My secret junior. He introduced himself kindly. First time meeting you. Nice to meet you. I'm Senior Park Hyun Jin from Gam Rong. Hiso bowed politely. Yes. I'm Hisel. He teased, Jun's junior is also mine. I'll take care of you like I do him. It's an honor. Hyusin stared at him, sizing him up from head to toe like he was inspecting merchandise. He smiled, while the kid from the Iron Blood Sword clan, Lee Jun, patted his shoulder to stop him from staring. Hyu Jian introduced, wanna come? The other guy grumbled, I haven't even finished talking. I'm telling you, this time I'm the one who found out first, got it? Hyu Jin sneered. This time Hell's decision is what counts. Hiso stood beside them, struggling to stop the fight. Sorry, I'm totally powerless here. Please don't fight over me. The elder waved his fan, the kid always so serious. He looked down at Lee Jun playing around, realizing he actually knew how to act his age. Warm sunlight shone on the school cafeteria building, not even a breeze stirring. Lee Jun held a pastry, his face long, definitely a lunch meeting was about to go down. Hi, Yu Jin asked, you're not going. He pointed to the side, I'll dodge like she does just to go with you. Hanju sat between two cakes, calmly savoring each bite. Lee Jun was cold. Another tag-along. Hanju, you're a tag-along. My partner just got one more. Meanwhile, Hyuk Jin casually played around, slapping hands. He slammed the table, pointing right at her face. No, this ain't a joke. Hannah Yuen said, ever since she showed up, she's been glued to me like a shadow. You don't even know. Hannah replied coolly, yeah, I really like Lee Jun. She closed her eyes, muttering to herself, hi Hyuk Jin, you still got a bright future ahead. Hyun Jin shook her shoulder hard. You can't get involved with this asshole. Lee Jun cut in, you wanna die. Park Jin. He was annoyed, taking advantage of the moment. We shouldn't delay this any longer, make a decision. Hanu, what the hell do you want from me? Hanju slowly wiped her mouth. What I want. She pointed right at him. What I want is you. Lee Jun. Lee Jun was stunned, but Hanu insisted it was him. Warm sunlight gently lit the student council office. Damn it. Lee Shin slammed the table angrily. What do they think the student council is? He gritted his teeth. They dared to skip meetings with the two of them, and Hanju was even hanging out with Lee Jun. Soon frowned. Should I send my people to intervene? Lai Shin stopped her. That's a bit much. Temin cut in. Let Son Jae handle it. He shouted, questioning Choi Temin, clearly knowing Kim Sun's limits. The guy calmly explained. Our opponents are Hyuk Jin and Hanju. Temin explained. Letting Soon Ji act would intimidate them. Lai Shin could only helplessly advise. All right, got it. Remember to go easy on Hanyu, and let Lee Jun stomp all over them. She sneered. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Hanu pointed at Lee Jun's face. What I want is you. She offered a deal. If you join my clan, I guarantee I'll fulfill all your wishes. Just say what you want. Lee Jun pondered. It was definitely a bold request. Though I don't want to tie myself to any power, I need an ally backing me up. He stared at her but didn't answer yet. And it's best if that power is brilliant. But now's not the time. Lee Jun closed his eyes slightly. All right, I get it. He slowly stated what he wanted. Then Lee Jun pointed right at Hanju. It's her, Hanju. The space froze for a few seconds. She was stunned. He laughed mockingly. Just kidding. Hannah replied softly. Forget it. She drew her sword with a murderous look. I'll carve you up. Lee Jun flinched. Come on. He shook his head. No, I'm just joking. I'm just copying you. Where did Buck Hyuk Jin go? Wait. Hanju. I'm sorry. Sorry. The sky was clear blue, clouds drifting lazily, screams echoing through the huge building. The sky stretched endlessly high, sunlight pouring down the school's rooftop corner. Lee Jun barely escaped and let out a breath, almost dead. He plopped down. I gotta meet Hanju in the next class. She probably won't be swinging her sword in class, right? The elder reassured no one would dare do that. Lee Jun complained, even she has to follow the rules. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin appeared from behind. Lee Jun, you dodged so fast you startled me. When did you get here? He replied, just arrived. Lee Jun teased, thinking he disappeared like last time. Hyuk Jin signaled. The important thing is Hanju is still hunting you all over school. He clenched his fist. Class was about to start. He admired Lee Jun's talent, plus that sword technique earlier wasn't a joke. She said you beat Lee Kyung. Our Lee Jun has become super strong now. Hyuk Jin looked him over, holding back from retaliating. Lee Jun raised his hand. That's because I'm carrying a powerful magical weapon. He introduced the magic ring. It's a gift from someone important to me. This ring can hide my power. He was just curious. Who would give you such an awesome thing? Who is it? Lee Jun smiled. Yeah, it's from someone I really treasure. The elder awkwardly looked away. Why is it so sunny today? He flew over wondering. You told that kid a lot. He explained Hyuk Jin is trustworthy. The elder hesitated. If you say so. Hyuk Jin joked. Lee Jun, let me try it a bit. Then Hanju burst in. Finally found you. The two turned around, stunned and scared beyond belief. She charged like she wanted to devour Lai Kyung alive. No way out now. Soon Dee stepped forward. Oh man, why are you so fast? Straight to the rooftop. She covered her face, giggling. You even broke the student council's rooftop door. We gotta set an example. Hanju and Hyuk Jin looked cautious. Long time no see, Senior Soon Dee. He turned to Kim Son. Son seemed like the living heir of the Hoa Sun martial sect. Kim Son Di Mai Hoa, heir of the Jomson Society, carrying the martial arts of Hoa Sun's sect. Lee Jun wondered why someone like her came looking for Hanju. He probed, what's up, senior? she explained confidently, since you guys skipped the meeting. Lai Qiang's really mad. Sundi smirked. This time he told me to teach you all a lesson. Lee Jun was shocked. Huh? Senior talking about me? She pointed at Huck Jin. Accept him. If we mess with you, only you won't let it slide. I'll handle the other two. He wondered why her. Huck Jin patted his shoulder. Take care. Whispering rose all around. Tooted Hoa and Mai Hoa were fighting. Some were egging them on. This is a test fight before the Heavenly Tiger tournament. Hanju turned. Lee Jun, why are you stepping back? Aren't we supposed to fight together? Lee Jun explained. Looks like she's targeting her first, so he's giving way. Super Unandi sneered. So psycho. Wait up. I'll be done soon. He smiled back. Yes, senior. He stroked his sword's body. Since I'm older, I'll make the first move. San charged, slashing at her, but Hanju countered. Two streams of spiritual energy clashed, creating a massive impact. She gritted her teeth, stubbornly striking. She swung her sword with sharp eyes, not saying a word back. Hanju wrapped her sword in electric sparks, then struck her hand. The sword clanged to the ground before countless eyes. She crouched, utterly humiliated. Lee Jun held a camera. Master, what do you think? The elder judged Mai Hoa's sword style was basically about deceiving the opponent's vision. He was disappointed, but that kid only relied on physical strength. That's no longer Mai Hoa's sword style. Hanju stood solemn. I have nothing more to say to senior. Please don't bother me again. Sundi trembled with anger. Things turned out like this again. She roared at the bodyguards. You just stand there. Soon ordered. She's alone. Everyone charge. She closed her eyes calmly, not focusing much on these pests. One strike from Hanju was enough to knock away anyone who dared approach, she slowly explained. The slash wasn't deep. Hanju swung her sword. But if you don't step up, swords have no eyes. She turned pale. Hanju's that strong, impossible, unbelievable. Seeing the fight nearing its end, people whispered. Tuyet Hoa is really strong. They marveled. Even stronger than lower-level teachers. Some hesitated. Meanwhile, Mai Hoa had people chiming in. She was retreating. The mocking words. She always skipped training and only knew how to bully the weak, non-stop taunts. She didn't train at all during the break, just played around, yet still demanded progress. The final shot made the veins on her hand pop out. What a waste of martial arts. Sundi reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Hanju, throw this orb at her and see how long you can keep acting all high and mighty. Hanju instinctively swung a palm strike forward. But no, this time her face twisted like she poked at something she shouldn't have. The orb shot out thousands of sharp needles aiming to pierce the opponent. She held her ground, but there were way too many needles to dodge. Hanju tried to block with her sword, gritting her teeth in rage. Hanju clenched her teeth, staring at the pile of needles in front of her. There were too many. She couldn't avoid them all. Yujin shouted worriedly. Hanju's blood spilled, splattered across the rooftop, creating a stark contrast. Lee Jun teased, not bad. You didn't even flinch with that many needles shooting at your face. His arm had blocked all the needles for her, but he said, I save you. Lee Jun looked at the bomb that had fallen to the ground. A needle bomb? That's the Mandercam family's secret technique, right? Then his gaze shifted to his bruised arm, definitely poisoned by those needles. The elder reassured, don't worry, the spiritual energy regulation technique will automatically detoxify it. Lee Jun massaged his arm. Thank God. That guy's been notorious for cruelty since forever. But I didn't expect it to be this bad. The elder looked mysterious. You think he wanted to leave a trace? Jun frowned. No way. The system popped up a side quest notification. Handle the bullies. Difficulty level D. Description. The hermits despise hypocrites in the sect. They want you to teach Kim Sunzi, the one who reminds them of a hypocrite, a lesson. Completion condition. Defeat Kim Sunzi. Rewards. Closer ties with Hanju and reputation. Reputation description. Reputation is one of the most important things in the current era. With high reputation, people will flock to you without much effort, boosting your power, wealth, and fame. The deep story never fades away. The G Mansan Corporation once betrayed everyone. They slaughtered not only the awakened but also ordinary people. A shocking secret was revealed. One of the pioneer groups turned into demons. Lee Jun used his spiritual energy to push all the needles away, making them taste their own poison. No big deal. Hanju ran over, looking panicked. Are you okay? He waved it off. I should have known better. Sun sat trembling on the ground, sweat dripping onto the floor. Lee Jun grabbed her collar and yanked hard, making her moan. He said coldly, the condition to use the Mandam family's poison needle bomb. Lee Jun tightened his grip. It's only for fighting monsters or enemies like Samarin. He looked down at Soon with contempt. If it's not one of those, you only use it when your life's on the line. No matter how strong this power era is, there are rules even the weak must follow. She screamed, shut up. Sun struggled out of his grip. Who do you think you're lecturing? You pathetic idiot. She sneaked to grab the sword. Hanju was like that, and now she was charging at him crazily. You're testing me. Hanju suddenly panicked, screaming in fear. On the other side, Yujin was equally terrified. Lee Jun wiped the blood off his face. Her pupils contracted like she'd just seen something horrifying. Soon looked up at the sword stuck in his shoulder. What? Lee Jun stood firm, not even flinching, calmly pulling the sword out without changing expression. Blood dripped down along the blade. He stood in front of her, dropping the sword like he was proving he didn't need a weapon. Lee Jun raised his hand to absorb spiritual energy. Because she crossed the line first, everything I do now is just self-defense. Sun looked scared. What are you planning? Wait, don't come near. That glowing pink orb is floating in your chest. No. Suddenly, Hanju shouted, don't do it. He was focusing on absorbing that pink orb, not paying attention. She grabbed his reaching wrist tightly to stop him from doing something stupid. Hanju stood blocking her. Stop it. Lee Jun replied coldly, so you knew too, huh? With people like you, we'll just plan revenge. She held his hand tight, cheeks slightly flushed, lips sealed without a word. Hanju stared at his murderous face, deep in thought. This power. She remembered being inside the barrier, the same power she felt before entering the cave. That bloodthirsty face appeared again in Hanju's mind. At that moment, Lin walked in. Enough. He frowned. What are you guys doing? Lee Jun smirked. Seeing this, you already know, right? If you want to teach me a lesson, you better come alone. He acted like I was nothing, making everyone else suffer for no reason. Lai didn't even bother to reply. Lee Jun, is your face swelling up or what? Kim Soon-dee is the second daughter of the Gansan conglomerate. Lee Jun glanced over, totally uninterested. So what? You scared the Gansan group will fight back? Then you should have taught Kim Soon-dee a lesson from the start. He gritted his teeth. I don't get what you're talking about, Lai said righteously. As the heir of the family, I gotta care about alliances with other factions, right? He brushed past him like he was heir. Heir, but not sure about the succession. Lai got pissed off. What the hell is this? Taemin acted all high and mighty. Lee Jun, if you keep trash-talking others like this, watch your back. You're arrogant, I might outlive you. Senior. The sun was slowly setting, painting a warm orange sunset. The tall building with black glass reflected the twilight. In a private room, Lee Jun sat handling work on his computer. The system popped up notifications about his current attributes and power. He muttered excitedly. Finally, I got some reputation points. Special stats. Internal power 450 out of 1000. Mental strength 300 out of 300. Talent reputation. Promise. Wealth, fame, or power. Lee Jun hoped that reaching rank A or higher would earn him reputation. The higher the rep, the better treatment from family, guild, and government. Reputation was super important to him. There was a brutal war between organizations fighting over talented people. Reputation was really a key factor for awakened ones. Lee Jun smirked. From now on, it's a fresh start. The elder warned, to carry on the great cause. You might be the strongest at the Golden Peak, but you still have a long way to go. He beamed with pride. Once, I was a fierce rival in the gang. He didn't care and clicked a button on the computer. Got it. Lee Jun stretched. I'm gonna check on Lam Lam now. The elder worried. Huh. If you move your hand like that, he saw you grimacing, you'll be in pain for a while. He held his arm, screaming inside. Lee Jun grumbled. You should have told me earlier. The elder fired back. Go blame yourself then. He frowned. What did you say? The two chatted without noticing, when the computer screen flashed an alert. Breaking news. The Martial Arts Academy leaked a video of Trang Ho and Lam Lam hitting 40,000 views in 5 hours. Lee Jun replayed the moment Hanju and Son fought in front of the whole school. The intensity was insane. Oh damn, Shu Hua is fighting my Hoa. For real? Ayla shouted and sneaked an attack on Hanju. Let's see how long you can keep acting all high and mighty. He was stunned. What the hell is that? Did my Hoa just throw something? I paused and zoomed in. But what is that? Everyone around freaked out when she casually slashed and blew up a Mandor Cam clan's needle bomb. Hanju and Leon watched, just muttering to themselves. That's a Mandor Cam needle bomb. She threw it at someone. And it's Sue Hua too. What's wrong with the Chumsan group? They're in big trouble. He got pissed and smashed his computer. What the hell is this? At the same time, Inji's son reported. Father, the media has started covering it. The public reaction isn't good either. He was stunned. Who filmed and uploaded this video? He hesitated. It was Lee Jun from the Divine Power Clan. Inji frowned, hearing that. Divine Power Clan. He glared at the scruffy old man calmly walking in. Causing this mess and still daring to show up asking for help, the old man smirked confidently. Our Divine Power Clan cut ties with Lee Jun long ago. Then Minnick lowered his head, threatening. And if Lee Jun really uploaded that video, our chairman might be happy with our proposal. The old man was decisive. I'm here to request Lee Jun's assassination. Meanwhile, Lee Jun's computer screen showed all his emails being deleted. He wondered. I deleted all my emails. I wonder if they found out and contacted me. Lee Jun lounged in his chair and said with impossible self-love, "Now the alliance of 15 clans will try to recruit me." The elder asked, "You gonna join?" Lee Jun sneered. "Joining one group just narrows your options." The elder's eyes softened. "Do whatever you want. You'll be strong enough to stand on your own." He sighed. "Well said, sir." Lee Jun wanted to squeeze every last drop, but I'll still consider getting insurance. Now, time to milk this pawn for all it's worth. The elder fairy's eyes went wide in surprise. "Do you have a plan yet?" But you didn't hesitate at all. "Before asking the pawn for the martial arts manual, I plan to snatch that succession flower first." You explained about the flower mentioned. The succession flower is also known as the God's Flower. It's an incredible item, capable of resetting learned martial arts skills. Lee Jun thought to himself, from now on, Heo will have to learn special techniques. He was extremely cautious. Using the old sword ascending technique not only weakens the power but could also endanger Heo Shu's life. If his internal energy gets detected, Lee Jun was worried. The succession flower only grows in dark places. In a harsh place, I know the location of a succession flower that hasn't bloomed yet. A little later, in the desolate desert, Lee Jun played around with his pet. Lamb, you good?" Then he smiled and asked the mole brothers, "Zhu, Ji, Yi, how are you two still alive?" Tegu stepped forward respectfully. "Master has arrived. It's thanks to the materials you provided, Master, that we're doing just fine." Lee Jun was curious. "That's good then. By the way, your name is Tegu, right?" The mole quickly answered. Tegu addressed the master. Lee Jun barely touched his shoulder and Tegu jumped in surprise. "Right, Tegu, from now on you're in charge here." He stared wide-eyed at the mole brothers, standing timidly before him. "You're shaking like that, scared I'm gonna hit you again?" "All right," Lee Jun warned. "I already got revenge for the last injury. Your face is all messed up now, so there's nowhere left to hit. You understand your mission, right?" Tegu was so scared he could barely speak clearly. "Master told us to live here, right?" "I got it. You're in charge of leading the others to create small paths between the different gates." He obeyed perfectly. "Yes, we'll work hard." The mole brothers immediately responded enthusiastically. Suddenly, the elder fairy appeared right behind him. "Huh, what are those monsters planning?" Lee Jun calmly explained. "The succession flower will wither as soon as it steps outside the gate. To move the flower to our gate, there's no other way but to." He puffed out his chest, looking at those useful lackeys. "They're using gate-bending tech to connect different places and move the flower." The elder was confused. Why not just bring Heo Shu here and feed him the succession flower directly? Lee Jun's face darkened suddenly. "Master, that's actually a cruel alternative. You really are a delusional power freak. What do you think I am? Am I not your student? I have a plan." Meanwhile, in the city, Yulin's secretary reported to the boss, "I found the target." He was furious, but the secretary's search was useless. "Where is he?" That thing," she said softly. "The target has crossed the blue gate. It's Da Min Lak." Yulin arrogantly put his feet on the table and asked, "Da Min Lak, isn't that the unconquerable gate? How did he get in there?" The secretary hesitated. "I'm not sure either." He stood up. "Doesn't matter, because the chairman wants it done as fast as possible." Then Yulin opened the door for his little brothers, swaggering off to show what happens if you mess with the Divine Power clan. At the same time, in the peaceful forest, a deer was strolling when suddenly footsteps made it nearly jump out of its skin. Lee Jun's ghostly presence scared the little deer into running like crazy. He was struggling in the muddy moss underfoot. Moving was tough, just around here. Suddenly, a light shone straight into Lee Jun's face. His eyes lit up like he'd found gold. Lee Jun got excited. He found it the succession flower. He immediately used magic to summon the Mole Brothers' corpses and open the gate. The Mole Brothers quickly showed up too. "Master, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you." Lee Jun pointed at the flower. "Dig a gate around this flower." Tegu, the leader, was puzzled. "What is this? Looks like it's not something ordinary." He explained it was the succession flower. After hearing that, Tegu's eyes popped out. "This is the succession flower." But the worms weren't surprised. "Yeah, since we can't cut it and take it, we have to move the whole cluster." Tegu was already scheming. "With this, humans are doomed." Seeing that, Lee Jun ran over and patted his shoulder to snap him out of it. Every word from Lee Jun hit home for him. "Interested, huh?" Tegu was so scared, he just shook his head wildly. "I don't care, huh?" Lee Jun tossed him a juicy morsel. "Who knows? If everything goes smoothly, maybe I'll share some with you." Tegu instantly flipped like a pancake. "I'll be diligent, sir." Lee Jun walked away. "So you were waiting for me?" He was startled. "Aren't you coming with us, sir? You're acting all mysterious." "I'll go later. I still have some things to do." A few hours later, in the forest where the successor flower resides, the screams of wild boars shook the whole place. Even the villages beyond the forest were disturbed. Leading them was Wirac, the six-pack guy, with his gang of scrappy brothers. They found them. Lee Jun stood far away, looking down at the clumsy wild boars. 1, 2, 3, 7 of them. Quite a few. He quickly flew off. Wirac was enjoying the morning sun behind a fence when suddenly he freaked out. Where the hell did Lee Jun come from, casually running right in front of him? The king's command had been activated, and on top of that, he was friendly enough to introduce himself to this savage bastard. Hello. Wirac screamed in shock. It's a human. His henchmen jumped in surprise too. Just then, the elder appeared calmly, warning them. The king's command carries many traits: fear, authority, and provocation. Because of that, its power is terrifying. With just one small step, I can shake the world. As the master finished speaking, the wild boars attacked from behind, while Lee Jun foolishly just clutched his neck and ran. Damn it, you should have told me earlier. I was planning to quietly take down the boss. Now everything's ruined. But more people can't beat more beasts, so he had no choice but to stop and fight first. Now look at this mess. Lee Jun broke through the fence and jumped inside Zhu, Ji, Yi, and the boar pen. His small frame now faced a pack of fierce wild boars. He thought, bring it on. But Lee Jun still swallowed his fear and taunted them. Hey, you pigs. I'm right here, Wirac challenged. It had been a long time since a human showed up here. Come on, I'll deal with you. Lee Jun took this chance to strike first. Sorry, but it's not your turn yet. Using the king's command, the moment Lee Jun summoned the system, a violent earthquake shook the ground. He created a whirlwind and gusts that blew the fat boars outside. O saw the danger and frantically started chanting. The mage was casting a spell to break the skill, but before he could finish, a worm demon rushed in and knocked him out. Lee Jun mercilessly dropped him to the ground, starting with this one. The unlucky mage lay motionless in a cloud of white talisman smoke. Then Lee Jun didn't hesitate and charged at the six-pack boars. However, he didn't attack Wirac but swung at his brothers first. Then he quickly used magic to control him. Oh no. But Lee Jun's vanish and reappear trick killed the mood of the hyped-up boars. How dare you? Where are you hiding? Suddenly, Wirac's brothers screamed. He froze, seeing the two fattest boars taken down easily. Then the fourth guy got hit, followed by the two beer-belly besties sent to the afterlife. And finally Wirac's last brother got his ass kicked. Stop. He was furious watching his brothers get wrecked by Lee Jun. Wirac's furious scream echoed like it came from hell. I won't forgive you. All of Wirac's stats rose by 100. His defense skill increased by 300. If Wirac isn't defeated within 5 minutes, the whirlwind skill will activate. The master was anxious seeing Lee Jun so calm facing the wrath of the king of hell. You still have time to use skills and chat like this. He looked like a demon disguised as a human, even holding a kid to threaten Wirac. The little piglet was sweating bullets from fear. His appearance was nothing like his real body. The real body looked pretty weak, like I could break it with one hand. His heart burned seeing his kid in danger. But Lee Jun kept poking the bear. Yeah. After a while, the system bombarded notifications. You defeated Wirac, the boss of the Wirac Plains. You received 500,000 reputation points. You successfully eliminated a notorious sect. You will receive reputation rewards based on the sect's notoriety. The gate's notoriety is 790,000 points. You will be rewarded 180,000 points. He was stoked, beating that giant boar, clearing those gates and getting such a sweet reward. Lee Jun now had that annoying tone, but was still a bit bummed he didn't get any martial arts manuals. Then he snorted proudly, standing over his loot. Still, this was pretty good. The system displayed info on Wirac's Vesta item, Grade B. It wasn't just a regular vest. It was favored by the great wizard Merrick. Wirac's red double-edged axe, Grade B, is described as an axe soaked in the blood of hundreds. Wirac's weapon is equipped with a power boost of 45 and an attack bonus of 500. Lee Jun still isn't satisfied with this pile of loot. Among the Grade B items, this one ranks at the top. I bet the auction house is going to go wild over this. Should I grab some more weapons? The system suggests the owner of the WC Plains has disappeared. Do you want to become the gate's new master? But your greed is bottomless. My inventory is already full, but whatever, I can handle it. The system congratulates you for surpassing the maximum number of gates you can own. Lee Jun stays chill but can't move at all. The system notifies you've left the Hell Den and become the new master of the WC Plains. The old immortal floats over, wondering if making such an easy decision is okay. You immediately lay out your plan. I've already kicked out the main culprits. The successor flower will be nurtured inside the Blue-Tail Fox Gate. We should clean up all the unnecessary stuff. Lee Jun is about to leave with Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu. That's enough. Now I can head back. Huh. Suddenly, the system alerts that someone has illegally invaded the WC Plains. He instantly switches to the security screen and sees a bunch of people standing arrogantly in his territory. The closer he zooms in, the more mysterious they look. The cocky leader is Yu Lin, one of those demon hunters. The old immortal looks down on them. Lee Jun scans around. They're just greedy bastards who'll do anything for money. They're from the San Corporation, so they're experts at bending the rules. The master warns that if they're from San, they're definitely plotting revenge. Lee Jun starts pacing nervously. I saw this coming, but it's way too predictable. The system's curious how you'll handle these intruders. You order them all to get the hell out. The system announces that anyone crossing the gate is considered an intruder and will be expelled. Yulin's brothers are held for a long time and start complaining. What the hell does this guy want coming all the way here? He's causing unnecessary trouble. Still, he acts like the big boss, intimidating them. Cut it out. Yulin turns back, provoking their curiosity. Then a cocky high school kid steps through the gate and dies. Isn't that a pretty good story? This freak is already full of himself, probably dead now. We don't even need to lift a finger, so there's nothing left to do. Suddenly, someone shouts. Big bro. He frowns. Huh? The useless disciples are blinded and can't move. What the hell? Even Yulin's feet are blinded. Chains. A bunch of ghostly shackles fly over immediately. Each of them is pulled into an invisible space. Yulin refuses to accept it. No way. But the invisible space slowly closes, not letting him say another word. No. Lee Jun waves goodbye from above. These guys are total idiots. Later, at the Korean music festival, Lee Jun strolls into a nightclub. He covers his face completely so no one can spot him. Just as he's about to enter, a bodyguard blocks him. Hold up, I didn't recognize you at first. Aren't you that student? Show me your ID. Suddenly, the bodyguard is startled by Lee Jun's words. It's been about 40 years since the Golden Emperor's revenge, but I won't forget. Lee Jun sneers. No need to call my name, I'm only here for a bit. The bodyguard is freaked out and just lets him in. You've passed the Zhu ritual. Please come in. Lee Jun coldly opens the door and steps inside. Then Lee Jun moves up the stairs like he's been here 100 times before. Finally, he reaches the auction room. The host displays the first artifact. The artifact I'm auctioning today can boost fire resistance, starting at base price of 50 million. Lee Jun casually brushes past the noisy crowd, shouting and screaming, 55 million, 60 million. He approaches the item exchange counter. I want to sell an item. The buyer stays calm. Yes, please place the item here. He's shocked to see a pile of magic stones in front of him. Is he really trying to sell all this? Lee Jun stays composed. Sell this batch as fast as possible and deposit the down payment into my overseas account first. The buyer is surprised because overseas accounts have very high security. The fee will be 50%. Do you agree? Lee Jun agrees without hesitation. He's selling the whole loot from the WC planes. Then he stops and leaves, ignoring the buyer trying to say thanks. Thank you for your cooperation. You can check the status via your account app. Later, in Minho's room, let's see. He stares intently at the pile of magic stones. Just a quick glance shows they're only grade C, but with a variety of colors to choose from. Then Minho presses his glasses close, inspecting each stone one by one. The system immediately notified. The magic energy boost was rated overall B, and he freaked out. Even if it's just a B rank, this is still top-tier stuff. Then Minho turned to the blue stone. Same deal. The system displayed info. Rare item rated overall B+. Rare gloves rated overall B+ too, and he got hyped about that as well. The system kept spitting out alerts non-stop. Armor rated overall B+. Moira shoes rated overall B+. Crimson lazy gloves rated overall B+. And the watch rated overall B+. Minho was over the moon. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Glory item? They actually cleared the Great Ming Paradise. Minho turned to ask the staff. Do you remember who sold these items? The buyer only vaguely recalled. The guy wore a bucket hat, so I couldn't see his face clearly. Looked like a high schooler. The bodyguard firmly replied, I remember. He recounted everything that happened outside the nightclub. He mentioned the Golden King's revenge the first time he read the code, so I let him in. Hearing this, Minho went stone cold. The Golden King's revenge? He felt something was totally absurd. That code was only given to his benefactors. A high schooler reading that code. Even VIP wasn't allowed to know. This totally messed Minho's head up, so he had to report it to the boss. The next day, Lee Jun was glued to OTV's live broadcast. Welcome subscribers, this is OTV channel. I'm currently at the famous Great Ming Paradise. Let's check it out. The kid in the broadcast got played by the system. The dungeon owner wouldn't let him watch. You're considered an intruder and will be kicked out. C. No entry. Everyone freaked out and started typing furiously. What the hell? Who's the owner? There's an owner? Stop making stuff up. The kid panicked and explained. No joke, I'm not lying. This place is pretty dangerous. The system asked. An uninvited guest just entered Great Ming Paradise. What will you do? Lee Jun just sat there annoyed. Don't these people ever get tired? Kick them all out. The the system warned. You're considered an intruder and will be expelled. But he didn't even care. That alert had been going on for days. Suddenly, Lee Jun's account got warned. A message popped up about the deposit from yesterday's auction. That old man's so generous. He was stoked, thinking he wouldn't get much because of the commission, but not only did he pay, he covered the transaction fee too. Do you know why I know about the Golden King's revenge? Then Lee Jun promised, we'll meet soon. The stern elder warned, don't answer. If you don't have a reasonable reply, you'll be in big trouble. Lee Jun agreed, fine, we'll deal with that later. Right now, this is more important. Lee Jun stared at the huge stone covered in green grass floating in midair, with a waterfall pouring down from above. Lam Lam was fiercely fighting beside the air flower. He proudly said it bloomed thanks to Parang. Lee Jun explained. Parang absorbs the magic of Great Ming Paradise through the curved gate, then sends it back to its own gate. Because of that, the energy in the Holy Land inside the lake has doubled, and the power is spreading more than ever. Focus is key here. He ran over to pat Lam Lam's head. The system then popped up. Magic in the Holy Land inside the lake has increased to a certain level. This place has been upgraded from the green gate to the blue gate, marking a historic achievement. You earn 1 million achievement points. The master saw Lee Jun collecting achievement points and was happy too. Congrats, my disciple, he said cheerfully. You've earned quite a lot of points. Things were looking up. Suddenly, the system announced a special mission. The divine flower was complete. The sky around cracked open, making Lee Jun panic. Something had happened. The owner of the black prison area was shocked. Lee Jun freaked out. What? Black prison area? Wait, what's going on? The ground cracked open a huge hole, and he fell down below. Lee Jun passed through many cities, and the system kept alerting nonstop. The owner of the icy land was on guard against the owner of the holy land inside the lake. The owner of the radiant land was also wary of the owner of the holy land inside the lake. The owner of the ruthless land was on alert against the owner of the holy land inside the lake. The noble castle owner was also suspicious of the owner of the holy land inside the lake. This made his brain want to explode. Enough, enough. A voice called out, snapping him awake. Lee Jun gasped after the terrifying nightmare. He was completely out of his mind at that moment. Where am I? The master gently flew over. You got the reward and were so happy you passed out for a long time and even looked all messed up. Made me think you lost your mind. Lee Jun was suspicious. What was that just now? And something about another prison area too. Do you feel like something's off? It's all gone. The system popped up info. Magic in the Holy Land Manor has increased to a certain level. This place has been upgraded from the green gate to the blue gate, a historical achievement. You received 1 million points. The elder waved the fan in his hand, always hoping for the best. I knew sooner or later you'd get to taste this feeling. But Lee Jun still couldn't recover from the shock just now. Was it his fault? No, it couldn't be. What just happened? I've never heard of anything like this before. He was anxious. There are at least 20 black prison areas known worldwide, but he wasn't sure. But the number of black prison areas he just witnessed was way more than 20. This would cause chaos if it got out. Lee Jun suddenly called out, Master. The elder didn't understand. What's wrong with you? He suddenly turned back to ask Cao Lao. Am I the type to make a big deal out of nothing? Yet the master also jumped in to tease, only now you realize. The next day in the city, Muram High School shimmered in the sunlight. That thick-skinned guy Yu Lin was determined to find Lee Jun no matter what. Is this the school that guy goes to? He smiled mysteriously. A prestigious school for talents. Huh, the junior said clearly. I already investigated. Yu Lin smiled respectfully like a CEO to the boss. Good. He lowered his head. This is the chance after the first assassination failed miserably. If this fails again, there's no face left to meet the chairman. Our target is Lee Jun from Zokan. Lee Jun was still happily chatting with some classmates, unaware that Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu were about to clash with Yu Lin's underlings. They searched thoroughly, obedient as ever. Yes, at Muram High School, he sat quietly in class for a long time, actually thinking about the system board's content, basic info, the title of Disciple of the Transcendent Hidden Master, a potential Transcendent Worm King with special skills. Absorption, Great Technique. A. Army Commander. B. Ultimate Wound Skill. SS. Common Skill, Heavenly Technique. B. Tyrant Strength. B. 10 Steps, Divine Fist. D. Feather Crossing Skill. C. 10,000 Poisons. C. 7 Origins Divine Fist. Complete Spear Record. C. Trait of the Path of Eternal Defiance. Owner of Heavenly Tower. Transcendent, 7 PTS left. 2. 330,000 B. 1,000 B. Vitality, 236 over 300. Stamina, 238 over 300. Strength, 250 over 300. Agility, 240 over 300. Special internal power, 495 over 1,000. Spirit power, 300 over 300. Reputation, 2000 young prodigy. Status, combat plus 50. Elemental control plus 70. Magic resistance plus 35. Internal power, recovery, plus 15 path of eternal defiance, seal of heaven and earth. Original form over 10 million martial arts. 2 ultimate wound skills over 15 million attributes. 36 internal energy plus 15 over 1 million. Points left 2. 3U30. No limit. He had to keep stressing over one problem. The points required to level up kept rising. Lee Jun's head ached so bad sweat poured like a waterfall, so even if he upgraded something, he had to think it through. This weirdo got mad and took it out on Hanju, making him go crazy. Why do you keep staring at me? Weren't you gonna go snack with Hugh Jin? She snapped. Was it you? Lee Jun was clueless. Hanu asked the killer question. Damning rack. This question made Lee Jun dodge, not understanding what she meant. She didn't believe him, called him a liar. Lee Jun kept dodging. If you don't believe me, why ask? Hanu suggested joining my clan. He looked annoyed. Hadn't they already talked about that? But she wouldn't let go. Only after he joined her clan would she accept all his demands. Just say it. Yet Lee Jun flat out refused all those tempting offers. I don't need anything. I already have too much now. Hanu was relentless. If you stay stubborn, I have no choice. Lee Jun walked away confused. She threatened to tell everyone he was the gate's owner, but Lee Jun still challenged her to the end, pulling out the big guns. Hanju terrorized his mind. Even the slightest suspicion was enough to make the 15 allied clans and the Sama Council all look his way. You don't like being the center of attention, huh? The air between them grew more tense as they faced off. Lee Jun had no more arguments to compete with, so he humbled himself. Fine, I lose. But only forming an equal alliance, nothing more. She was delighted. Fine, that's enough. He sneered. She's pretty stubborn too. Hanu didn't even bother to respond and just focused on the spears in front of him. You practice spear too? Lion put on that chill face. Yeah, senior. The system board just notified that the SS-Rank spear skill describes the special martial art of the absolute god, with only 2 moves, stab and slash when mastered. This move becomes a one-hit kill technique. The usage condition is to have mastered the initial energy attack martial art at SS rank. Seeing how tough this spear skill is, Lee Jun had no choice but to quietly train until he mastered it first, since he couldn't just pull it out in real combat like the troop commander. He was immediately taken to the spear skill training room. Lee Jun kept thrusting at the center point. No matter how hard he tried, he was still just a rookie, maybe because he wasn't used to the spear, damn hard. Suddenly, a voice caught Lee Jun's attention. That bastard Yu Lin jumped down from the ceiling with 2 daggers. He luckily blocked the first attack from him, but because of that clash, Lee Jun was pushed back 1,000 meters. Yu Ying couldn't believe his eyes. Blocked it, but he still challenged him. You again? Lee Jun thought. This stinky ant, even if you turn into something else, I'd still recognize you. He threatened. Looks like you know me, huh? But too bad, your life's about to end. Hanu risked it and charged in. Who the hell are you? This Miriam High School isn't a place for someone like you to just walk in. Yu Ying threatened her. I don't know who you are, but get out of my way. I'm not interested in you. She felt her pride insulted. What? Lee Jun scoffed. Do whatever you want. Talk less. He then used dark energy to thin the air. You just blocked one of my attacks and you're already cocky? That's why I said killing rookies is easy. Not only did he not flinch, he stood still, analyzing the psychology like a cold assassin. According to info, his power level was somewhere between C and D rank. Lee Jun started to be cautious now, but facing him directly, he realized this guy was at least a First Awakening rank. He was so smug he didn't even notice the crazy dude right behind him, but that's still nothing to me. The guy was about to stab Lee Jun with his daggers when suddenly Yu Lin hesitated for a beat. He suddenly jumped far away. Even he felt chills down his spine. King Roy? My instinct told me if I had attacked just now, I'd be dead for sure. Lee Jun said roughly, good intuition. I was gonna cut off your wrist if you charged like that. Yu Lin got pissed and lunged at him like a starving wild beast. The arrogant guy jumped into the air and used teleportation magic to appear behind Lee Jun again. But Lee Jun already knew his moves, so he cleverly used the spear to block, always aiming at the back. Isn't that a bit obvious? The crazy dude frowned. Try blocking this for me, old man. Then he wildly thrust at him. But Lee Jun wasn't someone to fall easily. All his attacks were blocked by Lee Jun. Even the attacker was surprised. Lower the spear. Lee Jun recalled the steps and stepped back with his right foot. He planted his legs firmly and launched a decisive move to activate the ultimate spear skill. 4 magic arrows from the spear, Lee Jun created shots straight at Yu Lin. His body couldn't move, so he just grimaced and took the hit. Suddenly, the spear, Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhuwen aimed at Yu Lin strangely disintegrated. Lee Jun was stunned, holding the bare wooden spear in his hand. The weapon couldn't handle the heat. Looks like I can't practice this move until I find a suitable spear. Yu Lin was freaking out now, couldn't believe some kid could be stronger than him and he couldn't win. He needed to find a way to escape immediately. Suddenly, he got punched in the face. Lee Jun threatened, "Where do you think you're running? Maybe Yu Lin's brother is useful. Stop right there. Those rookies." Zhu Ji, Yi Juan got handled by Lee Jun's friends. If they dare hurt the big bro, don't think those guys will come out unscathed. He sneered. Anyone else? You should have brought some pros with you. Those guys are so weak I can't even sense their energy. Then he quickly struck Yu Lin's leg. The underlings just stood there watching their boss. Lee Jun even felt a bit emotional for those rookies about to get executed. Do whatever you want. I'm not close with those guys anyway. They even bullied and humiliated me before. This cold statement from him stunned everyone around. Lee Jun questioned, who told you to do this? But that stubborn Yu Lin didn't say a word. You think I'm gonna snitch? Lee Jun calmly picked up his daggers, silent but deadly. I'm not expecting anything from you either. Then Lee Jun purposely scared Yu Lin shitless. He threatened him, I fucking hate guys like you. Lee Jun slashed a deep line across the wall. You were born with strong martial arts talent and always treated like a powerhouse. He was all about scaring and Zhu Ji Yi got ready to send this lunatic flying, yet you still do such petty shit. Death was right at Yu Lin's doorstep. I've lived a miserable life just because of this martial arts crap. Seeing big bros Zhu Ji Yi about to be in danger, the lackeys freaked out and yelled, Hey, you crazy bastard, stop right now. Lee Jun mocked. Looks like your boys don't know how to read the situation at all. Yu Lin shouted fiercely. Hey, you guys, eat your damn food already. You idiots. But whatever, I still pity you and pulled my weapon out. This guy escaped death and now is scheming. Damn it. I gotta find a way to survive. Killing this bastard can wait. Cornered, Yu Lin had no choice but to humble himself, kneeling down and begging for mercy. The training room door suddenly swung open. He was secretly relieved. Although things went sideways, you guys showed up just in time. President Min Sheng and his bodyguards came to shut down the chaos. Everyone dropped their weapons. If anyone moves, I won't let it slide. Hanju finally felt relieved. Uncle Yu Lin was over the moon, but Lee Jun's face turned dark. After a while, his lackeys were blinded. Even Yu Lin, the assassin, was restrained. Min Sung looked at him with a loving gaze. The whole academy was safe. The only one hurt was Yu Lin, the assassin. So Lee Jun actually beat Yu Lin himself just now? Just thinking about it stunned the old man. I knew the kid was strong, but this is just sick. Min Sung turned to Lee Jun with suspicion, even starting to doubt if the kid was really a high school student. He was surprised when crazy Yu Lin suddenly burst out laughing. Funny, huh? He was smug. I'm glad you showed up just in time. I almost got sent off by that lunatic. Min Sung warned, don't even dream about escaping unscathed. But the bastard was still cocky. Is that really so important? The old man snapped. Arrogant punk, he clearly knew he'd be under pressure from his seniors and elders. Min Sung suggested to Lee Jun, run, from now on let us handle this, all right. But Lee Jun refused to back down. His words made them all freeze. I still have unfinished business. Lee Jun stepped closer to Yu Lin. Please wait a moment. Yu Lin's terrified screams echoed through Miram High School. Lee Jun punched him so hard a tooth flew out. Yu Lin's mouth and lips were a bloody mess. He couldn't even speak properly. Please stop. Lee Jun wasn't just merciless. He punched the bastard again. The guy turned pale and begged. I know I was wrong. Isn't being like this punishment enough? What else do you want? But Lee Jun ignored him and kept punishing the bastard relentlessly. Nothing special. His brothers kept freaking out. Big bro. Mi Dong was totally shocked standing there. What's he planning now? In this world, strength alone won't keep you alive. Those who hurt themselves won't get mercy. You'll never know what the future holds. The old man stood there staring at Lee Jun, his gaze firm and resolute, confident his choice was right. This scene reminded Mi Dong of someone. He once met a guy with that same look. He was Master In of the Blood Blade sect and the only S-rank awakened in South Korea. Thinking of that, he started sweating bullets. Chairman Min Sung was impatient. Student Lee Jun, are you done yet? Lee Jun calmly stepped forward. Yes. He looked pretty composed. Looking pretty good, actually. The chairman suggested, let's have a private talk. Take all these guys away. Lee Jun calmly replied, all right. Later, in the back courtyard, Mi Dong and Lee Jun sat together for a long time without a word. Lee Jun awkwardly broke the silence first. The atmosphere here is nice. I didn't know there was a place like this behind the school. Mi Dong smiled. This is a secret spot. Only the teachers and close people know about it. You caught on quick. Whatever you want to talk about, I've already told you the same. But if it's about unborn matters, I'll excuse myself. Even the old man was surprised. Oh, how did you know that? Lee Jun was calm, but his face said it all. Mi Dong immediately offered a tempting bait. All right then, I'll get straight to the point. Are you sure about your choice? I guarantee you'll get the best treatment as an extraordinary talent. But of course, Lee Jun would flat out refuse without a second thought. He didn't want to join the clan alliance. The guy was pretty chill about it. He didn't need to do that. Min Dong pulled out all the stops to convince a talent like Lee Jun. What about exchanging a token? Like a new style token? He'd give up the juiciest part of the bait, the barrier, or just hearing that, Lee Jun's eyes lit up. Even Lee Jun couldn't believe his ears. The master wanted to hand over the clan's barrier to him. Min Dong was casual, saying, if you want it, you got it. Lee Jun was stunned for a long moment. Handing over his clan's barrier was like handing over his territory, which meant weakening himself and risking his own influence. Were they really ready to give in to him like that? The master was polite, telling him to think it over carefully before answering. You can call me anytime on this number. Lee Jun grabbed Min Sung's business card and bowed politely. Got it, then I'll head back to class. Min Sung stayed seated, watching Lee Jun's retreating back. He just hoped Lee Jun would think positively about this. The next day, at Midterm High School, Lee Jun was scrolling through the top news, trying to conquer the vast territory, the Tianhu Barrier, the four great clans. The four great clans were joining forces to seize the Tianhu Barrier. Just then, Ju, Ji, and Yi were ready. You're here. Come with me. She led Lee Jun down to his secret room. Waiting for them was Min Sung. He greeted warmly. You're here. Lee Jun asked, why did you call me Master? Min Sung replied, because these guys need a decision. Lee Jun sneered, you're quick. The master didn't hide the pressure from the Heavenly Council and the Qingsha board. Then Min Dong shuddered, looking at the ragged, ghostly guys below. The 16th generation clan dared to go this far, even secretly assassinating family members. But Lee Jun was calm. You know my clan, Master. Nothing surprises me. The master was cautious but worried. These people held power, cold-blooded killers who didn't care about their own blood. Even with strength, he still needed protection. Could he face a whole squad alone? Min Dong asked Han, are you okay? Master will handle it immediately. Lee Jun jumped into his lap. I'm fine. The Tianhu territory battle has been raging for a while now. You're probably too busy to care about me, right? The old man acted casual. I told you, so I'm less worried now. Looks like Lee Jun's view of him had changed this time. He's a weird uncle, even though I'm showing off my skills. It's funny he still worries about me like that. Lee Jun smirked. Not bad at all. He asked, Master, I need your help. Minung was a bit surprised. Go ahead. Lee Jun was dead set on not sparing those who tried to kill him. It was time to make them taste defeat and show their faces. But first, he had to get Ji, and Yi ready for the arena. He immediately proposed, Master, can you help me spread a rumor? The sky began to shift at a certain shrine. John Mu was practicing magic. He strained to create a powerful magical aura surrounding his body. From where John Mu sat, a faint purple magical flame flickered, but his magic was weak and unstable. That's why he was frustrated beyond belief. John Mu clenched his teeth. Why isn't it working yet? His eyes were about to pop. He'd spent a whole year trying to absorb the spiritual energy. No matter what he tried, he couldn't do it. John Mu was growing desperate. He only managed to seize barriers without spiritual energy. He recalled checking all the barriers. Only Tianhu was left. If even here had none, someone must have absorbed it already. That couldn't be true. Suddenly, footsteps outside the shrine caught John Mu's attention. He was extremely annoyed. Didn't I forbid disturbances during seclusion? Deng Day was peeking at the door. It's urgent, Master, your disciple reports respectfully. John Mu hurriedly put on his coat. I'll hear what it is. The disciple reported that the Tianhu mission failed. John Mu had to open the door immediately. This was beyond his limits. He ordered the reserve team, Ji, and Yi to prepare, bringing the 5 elements to concentrate their power. Sung Dae obediently replied, understood. John Mu was puzzled. What else? The report made him pause. The disciple reported that young Master Lee Jun had defeated the assassins. John Mu turned to ask Han, the assassin and A-rank spirit of the Gum-san sect, to recount the event. Yes. According to the report, he single-handedly took down the whole gang. Even though they held hostages, he ignored them and focused only on the assassins. At first, he just chuckled softly. But then John Mu suddenly burst out laughing like he hated this whole thing. Then he started dropping hints. Is it true? Now he's really showing his ambition to become the heir to power. Thanks to him, the family's reputation has spread far and wide, so I can only cover for Lee Jun. But it's not exactly like that. Sung Deer whispered. There are rumors online that someone's trying to take out young Master Lee Jun. The assassins must have been sent by the ruling faction. That's the rumor. Of course, John Mu doesn't believe it. Who would spread baseless rumors like that? He insisted it's not entirely baseless. Sung Deer spilled the whole truth because young Master Minuk actually colluded with the Gum-san faction to assassinate young Master Lee Jun. Hearing this, John Mu flew into a rage. Minuk, that troublemaker. Then John Mu pondered for a long moment. He said seriously, "A pawn can't give birth to a fox like Lee Jun. We have to see how the kid has changed." He planned to verify it himself. Lee Jun stood from afar, proudly looking at Tiny City, all built up by the muckrakers. He guessed, maybe those goblins caught a bunch of people and forced them to work. It was clear even from a distance. Then Lee Jun picked up the magic book. It's time to get down to business. But he still hesitated a bit. At first, I plan to use this as bait to lure power, but can I really pull it off? Lee Jun thought carefully. What if the place I hid it gets found? What if someone uses me and steals it? The best way to keep it safe is, then he decisively tore the book in half. You have successfully mastered the Great Heavenly Dragon Master S-level technique, System Notification. From now on, you can use the Great Heavenly Dragon Master technique. The reward for mastering an S-rank skill is 5 million skill points. Lee Jun pondered for a long time, feeling the technique was pretty bland, not as impressive as he thought. Lee Jun thought to himself, I had high hopes for this S-rank martial art that the War Emperor desperately craves, but it's just a strong chi flow inside the body. He tossed the Great Heavenly Dragon Master book away without hesitation, thinking about how he was treated like prey just because of this mid-tier martial art. Unbelievable. A little later, Lee Jun showed up in class with a pissed-off face. Furious. Hook Jin grinned ear to ear. Here he comes. He stomped his feet. What were those guys doing while you were at school? Huh? He raised his voice. Just a few more people, that's all. Remembering everyone swarming around him, Lee Jun felt suffocated. Why are so many people following me? No clue. I'm from the Gulen clan. I'm a Jin. The Sinrong team always keeps the door open for Lee Jun. He just walked normally but couldn't stand out. He was exhausted like a fish out of water, totally wiped out. Hanu suddenly handed him a spear. Take it. Lee froze, dumbfounded. What's this? She explained. Don't you know? It's a spear. You should use a spear too. This is a gift from the school council. Lee Jun was puzzled. Bribe. Hanju was calm. Yeah. Lee Jun happily took the spear. Well then, I'll take it. Please thank them for me. She said indirectly. You accepted it faster than I expected. I thought you'd at least refuse once. Hearing that, he refused to let himself look cheap. What? You think I like taking bribes? Also, after checking out the spear for a bit, the system displayed A-rank injury info. The sharper the spear tip, the deadlier it is. Attack speed plus 45, agility plus 75, firepower boosts attack power by 50. Lee Jun flipped his attitude instantly and actually liked this spear a lot. Hanu complained. Thank heavens, I rummaged through the whole warehouse to find it. Hu Jin, curious, came over to eavesdrop. But what do you mean by bribe? Lee Jun dodged the question. You don't need to know, but I still want to know for sure. Come on, I'm super curious. Lee Jun warned this idiot. Stop whining and get back to your class. Huck Jin was bitter. You two are messing with me, huh? Just wait, I'll make you regret it. He declared straight up that they definitely regret it. A little later, at Miram High School campus, Lee Jun sat alone under the schoolyard, staring at his phone without looking away. He couldn't wait any longer. It turned out to be a message from his dad on the phone. I'm really eager to see you. Lee Jun was overly confident again. Being famous is really exhausting, isn't it? Master, the immortal elder said something harsh. Not sure, but I know you have a reason to be mad. His words crushed Lee Jun's dreams a bit too much. Suddenly, John Mu's disciples approached. Sung Deer bowed respectfully to Lee Jun. Elder of the Heavenly Society, he expressed his wish to meet young Master Lee Jun, asking for a little of his time. At first, he hesitated a bit and didn't want to go right away. One of the disciples saw Lee Jun dawdling and couldn't stand it, so he shouted loudly, Hey, the elder is calling you. Lee Jun immediately pointed his spear straight at the guy's face and warned him in a really rude way. Just because of that comment, Lee Jun got pissed off. The Heavenly Sect insulted the direct bloodline of the sect members. How should I retaliate for this? Dong Deer sensed trouble and stepped forward sincerely. I apologize on their behalf. We didn't know how to behave, but in Lee Jun's cold glare, it seemed like he wouldn't forgive that arrogant punk. Lee Jun turned away coldly. I'll let it slide this time. You all can leave. He still tried to persuade them, but the elder really wanted to meet, so Lee Jun cut in immediately. I've made up my mind. Lee Jun glared at the disciples and told them to go. Dong Deer was frozen for a few seconds by that determined look, and he had no choice but to bow his head and retreat. I understand. See you next time, young master. After they left, Lee Jun strolled around the school calmly. Suddenly, Mink's voice came from behind. Agile? Huh. I didn't expect you to just kill them all like that. No need to hold back. Lee Jun didn't want to talk to this guy. I don't know what you're talking about, he sneered. Still pretending, huh. Then Mink introduced himself. I'm Manhwa from the Sama sect. Hearing that, Lee Jun started to despise him. One of the 7 demons. A ruthless butcher. He immediately refused. Your precious body is already trembling. I have no intention of joining you guys. He promised with a sly grin. I'll help you become the strongest assassin. Minok tempted him. If you take my hand, you won't have to endure this crap anymore. Imagine it. Everyone will kneel, crawl like bugs, begging for your forgiveness. Isn't that what you secretly want? Remember that. He acted patient. I've said a lot already. Just tell me when you change your mind. Minok left instantly, saying he'd wait. That last line hit Lee Jun's pride. I'm not one to tolerate this. Lee Jun got so pissed he nearly lost it, so he vented his anger on a rock by the road. At the same time, the elder appeared. He said, "Here you go, Lee Jun." Suddenly, that idiot Hai Yu-Si Jin jumped up and whistled loudly at him. Shaking, Lee Jun shouted, "What the hell are you calling me for?" The fool smiled, returned the pet. "I told you I'd make you regret it. I'm about to train." "What about you?" Lee Jun sighed. "Just here. You know that. Today's worse than terrible." He acted all heroic. "What? Who? Who dares mess with my Lee Jun? I'll show them what a real festival is. Just say the name." "What's wrong with you, weakling?" Hi, Yuki Jin tease. "Lee Jun, you've grown up so much you're ignoring your big bro now." That made Lee Jun laugh again. The two buddies happily headed into class together. The elder frowned, truly a fragile kid. He worried about how many emotions that small body had to bottle up. The elder was eager as a master, hoping to help the kids stay on the right path. But he pondered that sometimes a being is easier to handle than some intangible thing. Hai Yu-Si Jin wondered, "Lee Jun, have you done the survey?" Lee Jun was focused on spear training and didn't really remember any survey. He answered softly, "The midterms are coming up. You have to check which barrier you'll enter next." Lee Jun hesitated. "Ah, that." He spaced out for a while. "Where should I go?" The elder suddenly appeared. He whispered, "What kind of martial art do you need to train?" Lee Jun answered frankly, "If I have to choose, I'd pick the Wood Mountain technique transferred to Huo." The elder suggested, "Then go where your master said." Lee Jun was puzzled. "Where's that?" The elder's face turned mysterious. "Go to the peak of Mount Hua." Hearing that, Lee Jun jumped. Even Hai Yu-Si Jin was surprised. "To the peak of Mount Hua?" Lee Jun stammered. Yeah. If master says so, I'll go." He worried about his friend. The barrier sword and Dong, no, right? A group of 5 people. Is that okay? Lee Jun immediately asked, "Enough. Where are you going?" Hai Yu-Si Jin confidently said, "I chose to go to the Ice City Pass." Lee Jun reminded him gently, "You should be worried now. You're really reckless." He praised himself. "Who am I? The #1 talented sword in school. No worries." Even the delusional Saint Lee Jun has to admit defeat. Damn this guy. Then suddenly Lee Jun remembered something. "Oh yeah." Lee Jun sparked curiosity. "Hai Yu-Si Jin, want to hear a good story?" Hai Yu-Si Jin looked confused. "What story? You're hiding something about the Ice City Pass." A moment later, the homeroom teacher entered the class. "Everyone, take your seats." The teacher had an announcement. Then he explained the rules. "You all know the upcoming midterm exam will be the first test for the whole grade, right? You guys will compete in teams of 5, including Bai Qing and Luke. If you want high points, choose your team carefully and seize the barrier to grab the top spot." The teacher cautiously warned the students, "Don't be too greedy or you'll get into trouble." The friends immediately thought of the prodigy Lee Jun. "Where is he at? Come with me." The elder suddenly appeared. "Who are you going with?" Lee Jun showed a disappointed look. "Probably no one wants to go with him. Last time you took it too slow." Lee Jun reminded his master of how he abandoned his friends last time. The elder couldn't understand this weirdo at all. "You're proud without friends, so you're just bluffing again." "It's not that I don't have friends, I just don't want any." Lee Jun foolishly downplayed the situation. "I think going alone is fine." Hanu immediately rejected that. "No way." She insisted, "You'll go with me." Lee Jun tried to act all high class. "What? Who said you could decide for me?" But clearly Hanju knows this guy too well. "You want to go too, don't you?" He acted cold but was secretly happy inside. They really get each other. Shy Unbai stepped forward to join the conversation. Lee Junru warmly said, "Can I come with you guys?" Lee Jun was surprised. Didn't expect her to speak up first. Then Lee Jun thought it through. Although she's only grade E, she's a top student in the 5th class and very smart. In the end, he accepted the offer. "Sure, no problem. When the pack moves, you gotta follow." The classmates got all hyped when Lee Jun agreed to recruit her. I want to go with Lee Jun too," Ju said. "I'm coming with you guys, let's be on the same team." Lee Jun didn't see this coming. "Wait a sec, why are they like this?" Hanu wasn't surprised. "If we're in the squad, we'll definitely be #1. Totally obvious." She suddenly clasped her hands. Hanju assigned Unbi as engineer, Yi as healer, and the last one will be the frontline attacker. No objections, right? They had no reason to refuse. None. Lee Jun was also impressed by her. "This crew is no joke." Unbi was grateful. "Thanks for choosing me. Hanju and Yi swore, I'll do my best to heal. Se and Ho promised, I'll do my best to ease your burden. Calmly, Lee Jun said, I just picked you guys by position, no need to thank me. Lee Jun was satisfied with his decision. This combo is pretty solid. Even if the ranks aren't high, everyone has unique skills combined. Though his opinion wasn't really considered much, he was fired up to be first this time, so teammates were crucial. Lee Jun was determined to claim first place. The top student would get a special reward, the right to choose a treasure from the school's museum. The chance to grab a treasure starts at grade A. There's something he absolutely had to get. Lee Jun also felt bad about his best friend, so he had to apologize to Hukjin first. This time, he had to take his spot. On midterm exam day, the Murim High School campus was quiet. Min X-dong was the one directly overseeing the students. Are you all ready? He advised. Looks like you're full of energy. Be confident, don't worry. The school council is happy about this. Then Min X-dong gave instructions. Today might be a dangerous day for all of you. I can only remind you to be careful. Instead, I guarantee. He gave thorough advice. As soon as you capture the barrier and get out, there will be a recovery spot and, of course, a prize for the first-place team. Minung guided everyone. I guarantee Zhu, Ji, Yi have prepared everything well. You just need to give it your all. He announced solemnly. Let's head to the barrier you chose. SE was already skeptical. I'm not sure if I should fully trust you. Lee Jun reassured her. Don't worry, just trust me. No worry showed on his face at all. If you want first place, there's no other choice. Hanu whispered. You guys agree? Team leader Unbi was firm. Of course. We promise to trust and follow you, Hanu reminded. If it's too risky, we'll back off. Got it? Lee Jun urged everyone on. Let's do this. He hurried. Come on inside. The five of them arrived at the spot the elder told Lee Jun about days ago, the peak of Hua Mountain's blue barrier. He carefully laid out the map. Monsters will appear here. This area is two-sided. Lee Jun calculated every step carefully. If we go east, we'll reach Hua Mountain's peak. The opposite way leads to the Fairy Valley. Our destination isn't the peak of Mount Hua, but right here. Clearly, you've got the situation down. The fairy girls can't attack while they're busy collecting nectar at the summit. We'll ambush them and catch them easy. Lee Jun reassures everyone. No need to worry. Hanju and I got this. You just back us up. Roger that. We get it. You're in charge now. Let's move in. The system finally pops up with a description. Even though they're fairies, monsters are still monsters. They're enemies of humans and gotta be wiped out. Completion condition. Eliminate all fairy girls. Rewards. Increase fairy power and 850,000 skill points. Emergency requirement. Z. The fairy leader. Description. Fairy girls are forced to hand over nectar to one person. If you help them with this, they'll be grateful. Even Lee Jun hesitates for a moment. Didn't expect the mission to change so fast, with totally different rewards. Which one should I pick? Stao Y sees you zoning out and gets antsy. Lee Jun, what's up with you? Lee Jun smiles. Nothing. Just thinking a bit. Let's go. He thinks to himself, well, I can figure it out on the way. A little later, the five of them arrive at the fairy field. The beauty of the flowers blinds them. Yunbai gets drawn in by the gorgeous blooms. She gasps, so beautiful. Unbai is already hypnotized by the flowers, wanting a closer look. She carelessly steps closer, just a little, just a bit more. Luckily, Lee Jun stops Unbi just in time. She freezes on the spot. He warns her not to touch the angels or they'll attack. Hearing him, Unbi puts all her effort in apologizing. Sorry, why did I do that? When I saw them, I just wanted to get closer. Lee Jun explains the principle. Angels have the power to charm. Low-level awakenings get attracted easily. It's not really your fault. Just don't get too close. Then he tells everyone to stop arguing and watch where the angels go from now on. Hanju's confused, attacking from inside. Lee Jun suddenly announces, no, the plan's changed. Everyone's shocked, speechless. Huh? He explains. Looks like the monsters inside are opposing the angels. Lee Jun lays it out. We're gonna take that thing. Hanju feels uneasy about the sudden change. We're not prepared at all. This is way too rushed. He uses psychological manipulation. Attacking the gate doesn't always go as planned, right? If we sneak in through the secret path, maybe we'll even get bonus points. She's hesitant. You sure about the secret path? Of course. Lee Jun's firm with no doubt. Yeah, I'm sure. Unbi is worried. The secret path. Seems like even Xiao Ong Ho is swayed by his words. Really? The sky is glowing with sunlight. Over here, Lai Xin is brawling nonstop with some Lizard Queen's henchmen. After a while, he's getting worn out. The three in the group watch him fight with teary eyes. Jan is fed up. Are you really trying to show off your skills today? Temin laughs evenly. He's crazy like that because of his little brother, right? Jun Gaion has to throw some shade too. You mean Lee Jun? Li Xin snaps at those guys itching the right spot, yelling loud. Didn't I say don't mention that bastard's name? She still won't let it go. Just hearing Lee Jun's name drives him nuts. He's boiling mad. My competition spikes every time Lee Jun's brought up, and on top of that, Jun Gyeon sneers. Obsessed men aren't popular with women, huh? And Hanju's not interested in you at all. Lai Shin's eyes flash as he threatens. Jun Bakdong, are you out of your mind? This chick keeps acting annoying. Am I wrong? I'm pissed. If it weren't for those points, I'd never team up with someone like you. Feeling powerless, Tin just rushes out to break up these two troublemakers. Enough already, you two argue every time you meet. He focuses on the main issue. Now's not the time to start. Let's clear the gate. Just as he says that, the lizards charge like they want to eat Taemin alive. But for Jun Jian, it's easy. These punks just need a few slashes from her to be wiped out. She lands with the cool boss lady vibe. Then Jun Jian coldly says, Yeah. The most important thing now is clearing the gate, not your self-doubt crap. She smirks while Taemin tries to calm everyone down. Stop fighting. Let's go. Jun Jian marvels, even a strong guy like Lee Sin is jealous. Lee Jun, when did that cute kid grow up so fast? She promises she has to meet him if she gets the chance. Meanwhile, Lee Jun's group faces their first obstacle. A massive, fire-breathing Ranny dragon was sprawled right in front of the five of them. Hanju was so shocked he couldn't even speak. Even the nearby Ranny dragons had to take off their glasses to get a better look. They'd only ever seen these creatures in books before, never up close like this in real life. Lee Jun stayed unnervingly calm. We need to catch it. Hanju, you've got something to do. She was all flustered, but he just coolly told her to protect the team and the angels. Ju was nervous as hell. The angels too? Fine, but are you sure you can handle going solo? He stayed composed. No worries, just do exactly as I say. She warned him. Okay, be careful. Seconds later, the Ranny dragon's blazing eyes slowly opened. Tiny Lee Jun with his crude spear faced this nightmare head-on. The master of the Dream Garden welcomes you. Zhu, Ji, and Yi readied themselves to battle the disaster alongside Fong, but Lee Jun was still puzzled by a message in the system. If he's the master of the Dream Garden, does that mean he's the Fairy King? Even if he's the master of another gate, he's still keeping an eye on me. Doesn't he hate seeing his people struggle? Lee Jun confidently pointed his spear right at the dragon's face. Whatever, take a good look at this. The Ranny dragon was roused by his provocation, but someone like Lee Jun easily dodged its first strike. He was cocky but charged in too slow. Take this, his attack aimed straight for the dragon's head. With that insane stamina, it wasn't going down easily against Lee Jun's school. This beast seemed like it could shake the heavens and earth. The young crew nearby couldn't stand its roar either. Rue stayed calm and stepped forward, but without noticing, she almost got hit right in the head by a flying rock. Mai Thae and Seonho quickly smashed that rock apart. C.I. Eji stood there and summoned magic, using healing skills. Thanks to C.I. Eji's power, the Yona crew fully recovered. Lee Jun felt relieved. They were doing great. He quickly pulled back to keep fighting the Ranny dragon. Gotta keep up with them too. Lee Jun decisively grabbed his spear, leapt onto the giant's body, and struck it. This beast wasn't messing around. Humans like them were nothing. It blew out a blast of dark energy mixed with wind, tearing through the space around them. Rue shouted, "Everyone, don't let go." Even Lee Jun, their ace, couldn't hold on tight. He was shaken by the dragon's body. In an instant, it whipped its tail hard, flinging Lee Jun 1,000 meters away. It looked like he was done for, lying motionless on the ground. But Lee Jun was totally fine. Hell yeah. He even breathed a sigh of relief for blocking that. Otherwise, some of us would have been seriously hurt. Lee Jun swiftly re-entered the fray. The walls around them shook violently. He suddenly launched a sneak attack on the arrogant Ranny dragon. Hanju was restless. No way, that insane power, what kind of martial art did he learn? One day, I'll surpass Lee Jun. She refused to lose. No, I can't fall behind like this. Hanju was determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lee Jun. I won't lose. I'll definitely beat him. The Ranny dragon's eyes burned with rage. I'll send you all straight to hell. It unleashed a final strike, filling the space with pure dark energy. Lee Jun barely blocked the dragon's attack. This time, the dark energy burned a hole in his sleeve. Damn, just his presence radiated deadly vibes. Lee Jun dashed forward at lightning speed. Things were going off the rails. He worried about his friends waiting below. Maybe Hanju didn't know, but the others and the angels wouldn't survive this attack. Lee Jun shouted, "Everyone, watch out." Suddenly, something stirred inside Lee Jun's backpack. Hanju froze as the bag popped open on its own. Lam Lam mischievously jumped onto his head, then gawked wide-eyed. Lam Lam absorbed the attack. It quickly spewed lightning spirit energy into the air, its innocent big eyes full of mischief. Lam Lam swiftly attacked the Ranny dragon with its lightning spirit energy. Even a terrifying beast like that was totally shocked by its power. Oh snap. In no time, the Ranny dragon was blasted off the planet by Lam Lam. The adorable Lam Lam looked as smug as its owner. Lee Jun's crew melted from the heat of Lam Lam's power. Xe Ong Ho curiously approached. Is this a fox? Can I touch it? Lee Jun didn't hesitate. Go ahead, have fun. He was thrilled. I got it. Ignoring his friends cheering for Lam Lam, Lee Jun stepped aside to check the system board. Lam Lam absorbed fragments from its owner. Celestial Body, the master of the Celestial Body is furious. The feud with the Celestial Body has reached its peak. A new item, a very unusual relationship. You started frowning when you heard the strange keyword celestial. I've never heard of it before. Could it be something I didn't discover even in my past life? Changing the future a bit is fine, but if a completely new event happens, that's going to be a big problem. System notification: the owner of the Dream Garden seems to like you. Your relationship with the owner of the Dream Garden has increased. Lee Jun is pretty pleased to receive the favor of the gatekeeper of that area. It's quite an unexpected win. Dropping by once isn't bad either. SEJ called out to June. She's been wondering all along, what exactly is this kid? A powerful fox just took down a dragon. You thought to yourself that lying now would only make things messier. Then Lee Jun came clean with everyone. Lam Lam is a monster I'm raising. Hearing that, you immediately ran over to hug it. This fox is really a monster? It's way too cute. Looks so lovable. You sprayed some stiff glue. Lam Lam. That sly kid, just enjoy it. Lee Jun shyly said, I'm secretly raising it. Don't tell anyone, okay? The friends all chimed in together. Of course, the Yomo gang suddenly appeared behind them. Welcome, owner of the speed station. The owner of the Dream Garden broke out in a cold sweat. The system explained the meaning of their words. The owner of the Dream Garden wants to confirm if Lam Lam is the owner of the speed station. Lee Jun was clueless. What's the owner of the speed station? He immediately got the answer. The owner of the speed station has 10 tails, just like Lam Lam. There are 11 guards at the gate. The owners of the speed station are beasts with whirlwind power. They're the masters of the gates in the Black Zone. It said they possess terrifying strength. The Yomo gang pointed at the people standing behind you. The owner of the speed station is one of them. Lam Lam, being dumb, didn't understand a thing and just scratched its head. Lee Jun was suspicious. Black Zone, did I hear that wrong? He thought, damn, this secret is way bigger than I thought. Lee Jun had already seen through the old fairy's intentions. From the start, the old man knew Lam Lam wasn't an ordinary creature. Just a gentle reminder from you made your master feel totally embarrassed. Wipe your spit and then talk, will you? The old fairy quickly wiped the spit while Lee Jun turned bossy with the Yomo gang. Get up, all of you. They were stunned. You saved us. Lee Jun twisted the words. Lam Lam doesn't want to kill anyone, right? The Yomo gang cheered, grateful to be alive. Thanks a lot. Hanu cared. Wait, Lee Jun, our goal is to clear the gate. How can we break it without killing them? You calmly replied, we already cleared the gate. She was shocked. Huh. Then the system kept notifying. You defeated the dragon. You will receive 3,500,000 points as a reward for defeating the secret boss. You completed Emergency Mission 2, Enemy of the Fairy. Your relationship with the fairy has increased. You receive 850,000 as a reward. You got honey from the fairy as a reward. The fairy's request to be bound to you, will you agree? Lee Jun didn't hesitate to say yes. Lam Lam's rank is too low to enter the area, so you can choose one of your territories to plant fairy flowers. The Blue Fox Den, Yoga's hideout. You selected it without thinking. You can't just abandon the Blue Fox Den. You have become the new owner of the Fairy Flower Garden, rewarded with 2 Gong Gong Pyosan Level B Seeds of Divine Flowers. Lee Jun signaled to head back. A while later at Muram High School, the campus glittered under the sunlight. Min Sung sat leisurely sipping tea. He stared at Li Xing's team, guessing and worrying. If anything changes, the team will be the first to return. Min Sung was also worried about Lee Jun's team. Lee Jun's team is strong too. Looks like we're missing a lot of members from the team. Ru suddenly rushed in. The chairman was puzzled. What's going on? Male secretary. She was exhausted. Yes. When Ru informed Min Sung, Lee Jun's team was calmly walking down the hallway. Lee Jun's team has returned. You showed the system board to him. You cleared the Fairy Flower Garden at 20 hours, 30 minutes, 52 seconds. This is what we clean in the Fairy Garden. Even Min Sung doubted his own granddaughter. Hanju, did you really clear all this? She answered firmly, yes, but he still wanted to verify. Okay. Did you record the entire process? Of course, Hanju didn't come back empty-handed. Of course, I did. She handed the chairman a hard drive recording the whole process. Every image from when Lee Jun's team entered the forest to when the dragon Rani appeared. Then the moment it sprayed black energy to attack them was all recorded. Even Min Sung couldn't believe his eyes. A dragon? It was hiding in the Fairy Flower Garden? Moreover, the moment the earthworm unleashed its power made the dragon so pissed off it went crazy was clearly recorded. Watching this, the old man started sweating bullets. The image of the dragon roaring loudly. I will send you all straight to hell. Just when it got intense, the video suddenly lost signal. Because of that, Minhwa was left speechless for a long time. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Why cut it off here?" The kids didn't understand what was going on either. Chairman. After a moment, Lee Jun asked the old master with a puzzled look, "Who's talking about me?" The old man felt the question was totally random. So much was happening, and no one mentioned him that would have been weird. Lee Jun wondered, "Master, I have something to ask." What the heck? His question made even the wise old master freeze. How does someone who knows about dragons show up in the fairy garden? He immediately played the Zuji Yi Zhu card. I don't even understand what my disciple is saying anymore. Lee Jun was frustrated. You said if I wanted to get Mihozan, I should go to the fairy garden. You lied to me? The old master had to reluctantly answer, got it. Seeing him struggle like that, Lee Jun was super disappointed. Master still doesn't trust me. I've tried so hard to be a disciple he can be proud of. This time, the old man got caught up in some messed up business. No, wait, disciple. Seeing the old man soften, Lee Jun started pulling some ridiculous crying act. Exactly. This narrow-minded disciple can't serve a master who keeps secrets from him. I'm out of here. So the old man had no choice but to try to coax the disciple back. Oh, I get it. This stubborn, dumb kid. The old man racked his brain for some reason. I can tell what kind of martial art drops from which gate, but I don't know why. Dumbass Lee Jun heard that and immediately believed it. Really? But then the old man crushed his dream hard. Master isn't some fool who always tells the truth. Lee Jun got played so bad he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Master, you're pulling those psychological manipulation tricks again. You don't just tell the truth. You're a real grown-up. The respect I have for you is even more than for my ancestors. So where do I go next? The old man knew him too well. I knew you'd say that. He got pissed. I didn't want to tell you because I knew you'd just rely on me instead of figuring things out yourself. Lee Jun teased back, no way, if there's good info, you gotta use it. Saves effort and gets max results, that's awesome. The old man yelled, you talk too much. Lee Jun shouted back, that hurts. Lee Jun ran off like a bat out of hell. Master always hits me. I'm against violence. And the old man almost fainted on the spot, just trailing behind. What did you say? Want to see my true form? Meanwhile, the Midterm High School Council was gathering to review the video of the students cleaning the gate. Ju solemnly announced to all the teachers, this is the end of the video showing the cleaning of the fairy garden gate. The teachers were freaking out, couldn't believe it, some even got dizzy. So who the hell is Lee Jun? People admired a young talent like Lee Jun. What else was there to say? Only Taehyun felt annoyed by him. Damn it, I was wrong. The guy was so pissed, his eyes almost popped out. I shouldn't have ignored that Lee Jun. If the powerful clans discover Lee Jun's energy, they'll recognize it as part of their lineage. By then, Taehyun was so mad he almost bit off his own index finger. Maybe he'd get revenge on him. Just then, the chairman's call stopped him from doing anything stupid. Kim Taehyun, Min X Dung felt something was off, thinking hard. Taehyun panicked and explained, nah, it's nothing. Just suddenly thinking about how Lee Jun got so strong all of a sudden, it's really weird. He spilled all the tea about Lee Jun to the school council. Taehyun was dead set on taking him down. Lee Jun used to be a third-rate martial artist using Samjijan Biode style, but suddenly he switched to a completely different sword technique. He suspected maybe someone else was backing him up. Deep down, Taehyun was trying to cover his own ass. Since he started this, he had to finish it. So he tried to trash-talk the earthworm as much as possible. Honestly, this was ridiculous. Lee Jun went solo into the boss monster's green zone. Even an A rank like Chairman Lai thought that was way too dangerous. Then Taehyun threw out all kinds of arguments. I suspect there's a third party advising Lee Jun, but Chairman Mi Sung immediately shut that down. Enough. Turns out he misunderstood. You meant the third party gave Lee Jun the succession flower and taught him martial arts. So Lee Jun had that much potential from the start. Min Dung's words hit hard every time. Looks like Kwang Kwang can't see the potential that Lee Jun's master spotted in him. That statement made the whole hall go dead silent. Min Zung smiled brightly. What about the other teachers? Meanwhile, in the fairy tale garden, Lee Jun stepped out from the teleportation gate. Everyone good? The Yomo clan warmly welcomed their benefactor. You're here. They eagerly surrounded him. We're living great. The Lord of the Golden Territory is outstanding. The vibe here is totally different from what we used to know. Lee Jun asked Han. That's good then. Did any scammers bother you guys? The Yomohua clan felt grateful. They've been really good to us. Super chill too. Suddenly, Taegu, Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu showed up. The fairies just gotta tell me if they need anything. Even Lee Jun was shocked by how fast this dude flipped his attitude like a crepe. That guy's like that because he knows the fairies are stronger than him, right? The elder fairy gently advised, that's the key to handling things right. He can survive anywhere, you should learn from him. Seeing this, Lee Jun felt a bit relieved. No need to worry here anymore. Taegu respectfully bowed to the Lord, then said goodbye. A few minutes later, at Miram High School, the noise from the schoolyard caught Lee Jun's attention. Some teachers and me were chatting anxiously about something. Curious, Lee Jun asked, "Elder, what's got the president and teachers all flustered? Such a fuss must mean something big happened." He eavesdropped a bit, his face darkening. "Is that a sign of gate fluctuation or a malfunction? What about connecting with the kids?" Other teachers were restless too. "No fluctuations, no monsters spilling out, so it's not a malfunction issue. We tried contacting the kids but got no response." Two other teachers were anxious. "The gate is tightly chained with iron, so we can't see inside." Another teacher warned that the students inside are heirs of big clans like On and Sinuk. If something happens, it's a huge deal. Because of the teachers' chaos, President Mi-zung could only curse the heavens. Every exam has some kind of problem. But forcing the kids into danger just because it's the era of the strong, while adults just stand by, he was pissed off to the max. Mi-dung had no choice but to give in to all conditions. "No other way. We'll postpone the midterms and form a support team from the school. Even if we can't enter the gate, we have to be ready for anything." The other teachers all acknowledged orders from above. Lee Jun overheard from the temple upstairs and guessed, "Looks like Lei Xin's crew is in trouble." He wondered, has this ever happened before? In his past life, no one died or got hurt. Lee Jun felt both relieved and worried. Lei Xin being in danger is fine, but Jun Jion is there too. Lee Jun worried only about one person in Lei Xin's team. North Jun Jion, sister of North Hunkin, always cared about me. She always teased me. Check out her new technique. She brought it for me. 10 seconds, I swear. She never gives up. She tortured me to death, he pondered, but that pain was different from being ignored or looked down on. Lee Jun recalled the moment Jun Gyeam protected him from some punks. Those wild kids bullied Lee Jun, right? Ah, so self-absorbed he almost turned pale. Only she's allowed to do that. But Lee Jun felt something was off. Seems like that's not it. Then he didn't hold a grudge. Because she's Hyuk Jin's sister. They planned to meet up sometime. A few minutes later, in the forest where Lei Xin's group was fighting, bad luck for them, the Lizard Queen personally showed up to fight. Her lizard disciples roared nonstop. Lei Xin was frantic. "Damn it, we have no info on the Lizard Queen." Jun Jion, sitting nearby, kept messing with their morale. "You want to die like that?" she hissed angrily. "It's all because you killed the Lizard Queen's kid. You always do whatever you want. Because of you, the whole group's in danger now." Hit right in the feels. So he shut up. "I just wanted to break the gate fast. No need to be so dramatic." Jun Jion caught on to Lee Xin's plan. "I know why you did that. You're trying to act chill, but you're scared of Lee Jun outshining you." Caught red-handed, he got pissed. Meanwhile, Taemin standing nearby was pretty reasonable. "Hold on, I got an idea." He started planning. "Hiding here won't last. They'll find us sooner or later. Now we'll unleash our strongest martial arts on the lizards. Taemin's actually pretty smart. I saw all those lizards trying to protect their queen. When they shift focus, let's rush to the central outpost and Zhu, Ji, Yi get ready again." The dude noticed Lion hesitating, not wanting to carry out the plan. But Taemin still pumped everyone up. "Let's go, we gotta finish this test safe and sound." Meanwhile, at Miram High School, the teleportation zone where the student groups were taking their test was being guarded tightly. Minung had hired a big, burly bodyguard to make sure no unauthorized intrusions happened. Then out of nowhere, Lee Jun jumped out and ambushed the bodyguard. In just a second, the gatekeeper was knocked out cold by him. The elder was shocked to see his disciple strip the bodyguard's clothes off. Was that really necessary? Clearly, Lee Jun knew his limits. Interfering with another team's test was forbidden. "I'm just making sure Jun is safe, then I'll leave right away." He tried using magic to open the gate. The Twin Swamp gate was locked tight, but instead of opening, the system kept throwing errors. The owner of the green zone was trying to break in. Entering another area means facing the gate owner's wrath. Still gonna go in? He decisively said, "Yes, I'm going in." Despite the system's constant warnings, Lee Jun didn't give a damn. "Warning, you're the owner of a different gate. Forced entry means the Twin Swamp owner sees you as an enemy." In just seconds, he was inside the Twin Swamp. Of course, a mere mortal like Lee Jun got locked out. The Twin Swamp owner activated the privilege to block intruders. The Twin Swamp owner can use the skill, branching. The Twin Swamp owner can use that skill, he suspected. Branching is the skill of the Lizard King, and burst is the skill of the Lizard Queen. Do they always show up together? At the same time, Lei Xin was leading the charge against the Lizard Queen first. The Twin Swamp Lizard King attacks anyone invading the gate. Not to mention if Lee Jun's sneaky intrusion got spotted by the Lizard Queen, he wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, the Lizard Queen protects her underage offspring. He had figured out her attack pattern. The Lizard Queen won't come out unless someone harms her kids. Lee Jun immediately dashed off like the Wind Prince. Something's off. Gotta check it fast. He jumped from tree to tree. At lightning speed, Lee Jun faced no obstacles at first, then suddenly froze at an ancient tree. There, Lee Jun looked down to see two Lin group members running like crazy. Lai Xin and Choi Tem-min. He hesitated why only those two. Lai Xin's team was temporarily safe from the Lizard Queen's attacks. Yena was exhausted, too drained to run anymore. Was this really the best plan? But he still refused to accept being a coward, throwing himself as bait then running off. Wouldn't it be better to attack the Lizard Queen together? Tem-min worried for ages to reach the tunnel entrance, and there was no guarantee the monsters wouldn't catch them. He could only scold Lai Xin. We're also low on eternal energy. No choice but to survive, fake an attack then retreat. Got it? Finally, he got it. Got it. Lai Xin frowned, his eyebrows knitting together. Right, the most important thing isn't them, but our own lives. But soon after, the Lizard Queen and her minions chased down and surrounded the two girls. They looked muscular with fiery eyes. Yena was restless and uneasy. Jun Jian, leave me behind, you don't have to. Jun Jian calmed her panicked mind. You better stay still instead of babbling nonsense. She was furious, thinking only fools would trust those guys. Jun Jian recalled the moment those two brats abandoned them. Where are you guys going? Those bastards relied on their strong bodies to run ahead like crazy Zhu Ji Yi. Sorry, we gotta survive. Plus, Li Xin's a weakling who bailed on us. I'll get revenge later. The Lizard Queen got pissed and ordered her minions to attack immediately. She shouted, "Come here, you damn lizards." But before Jun Jian could act, Lee Jun suddenly attacked the first lizard. It was instantly taken down, leaving her stunned. He strode proudly through the puddle. Lucky I made it in time. He asked Han, "You okay?" Jun Jian froze for a few seconds, shaking. She couldn't believe her eyes seeing Lee Jun dragging the two traitors toward her, shaking. Tem-min and Lin were knocked out by him. Jun Jian was anxious. "What are you doing here?" Before she could finish, she suddenly collapsed. It was dangerous. Luckily, Lee Jun caught Jun Jian carefully in time. He smiled warmly. "Rest a bit, leave the rest to me." Lee Jun is pissed off. Even though he knows those bastards are scum, running into them in real life makes him want to puke even more. He planned to handle this quietly, but he just can't. He decisively grabs his spear and points it straight at the lizard gang's faces. Then Lee Jun throws down the gauntlet, saying, "You guys better be my punching bags instead." The system board flashes a serious warning. The Master of Forbidden City shows clear hostility toward the Swamp Duo's Master. The Swamp Master is on high alert against you. Health stats, 236 out of 300. Stamina, 238 out of 300. Strength, 250 out of 300. Agility, 240 out of 300. Special item. Eternal Energy, 495 out of 1000. Mental Power, 300 out of 300. Reputation, 2000. Promising. Relationship with East Heaven is extremely hostile. Schemer, submissive, fairy, intimate. Battle Power status, plus 50. All elemental relationships, plus 70. Magic resistance, plus 35. Eternal Energy Recovery, plus 15. Tech Tree points, 9,680,000 B. He stays calm, calculating how to easily face the king and queen. Best to distribute stats wisely. With his extraordinary ability, Lee Jun easily dodges the first strike from the lizard disciple. I got 9 points to allocate. I can boost one stat up to 135 if I focus on it. Next up, dodge the second strike. The lizard race's advantage is speed, so to deal with the king and queen, I better max agility to 300. After buffing his stats, Lee Jun leaps out of the swamp, agility increased by 60, stamina by 30, a new item unlocked, strength boosted by 40, then he flips into the air, leaving the lizard stunned. Lee Jun dives down like a god. He slams his spear into the ground hard, sending out bursts of spiritual energy that fling the lizard gang high into the air. Suddenly, Lee Jun frowns. On the other side, the lizard strongman swings a giant wooden sword to attack, but Lee Jun quickly blocked it. In an instant, Lee Jun's spear flies wildly, unconscious of a sudden gust. He lunges to grab it, but the lizard strongman takes the chance to throw a strike, but it's too dumb, swinging wildly only to find no one there. That lizard got distracted by Lee Jun's voice, not as easy as planned. He's hovering right behind it, huh? Lee Jun immediately dives down. First, he knocks off some golden rings from the lizard. Lee grits his teeth seeing the final boss, the lizard queen with her golden shield charging in. What a pain. He has to fight 2-on-1, triggering a bunch of system alerts. Defensibility of Lizard Queen Habasa increased by 100. Defensibility of Lizard Queen Habasa increased by 100. Lizard Queen Habasa uses Furious Explosion. Lizard King Urogan uses Differentiation. Lee Jun gets distracted by these data flashes, but he quickly regains his focus and dives down. He dodges all the queen's strikes. After wielding her weapon for a while, she's as exhausted as a Zhu Ji Yi Zhuo fruit. Defense boost of Lizard Queen Habasa drops by 100 after using Furious Explosion. Defense boost of Lizard Queen Habasa drops by 200 due to Furious Explosion's aftermath. Lee Jun's feeling pretty smug now. The queen can't do anything until she recovers after some time. He seizes the chance to attack first. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The lizard strongman howls loudly, seeing his weakness. Lee Jun is already standing on the swamp. He just smirks. He charges forward, attacking the lizard strongman first, but his tiny spear is easily blocked whenever the lizard gently raises its sword. The Lizard King's weak spot is the gap during differentiation. After analyzing the lizard's mindset, Lee Jun channels spiritual energy into his spear. Sorry, but you're the real target. He swiftly stabs straight into its belly, sending spiritual energy shooting into the sky. Not only that, from the lizard strongman's spot, spiritual energy forms arrows shooting toward the lizard queen, who's too confused to counterattack. But in just a few minutes, the swamp duo's gate is cleared by Lee Jun. You've cleared the swamp duo. You've earned 500 million P as a reward. Clearing through the secret path, double reward points activated. You've earned 3.7 U 50,000 P as a reward. You've earned 3.7 U 50,000 P as a reward. A few hours later, at Midterm High School, the school's teacher convoy vehicles speed back. Min Sung steps out, still stunned. Huh, what just happened? He falls back, shocked, seeing Lee Jun's group begging for the trump card but getting shut down, and the two girls can barely lift their heads. Min X Dung rushes over anxiously. You're badly hurt, huh? Good thing you survived. Has the ambulance not arrived yet? Janet was worried about her friend. Jun Jion had collapsed from exhaustion. He felt something was off. The gate was closed. How did you guys get out? That bastard took advantage of the moment to shout his lungs out. Manager, help us. Min Sung looked confused. What's going on? Jenna was filled with rage. Those two used us as bait to escape. If that person hadn't saved us, both me and Junon would have been monster food. She was blunt. I'm planning to tell my family about this and make it public. Min Dung was curious who saved the two of you. But of course, at that moment Jenna was still unconscious, so she couldn't piece things together. I didn't see his face. He helped us up. Right now, that doesn't matter. Get up, hurry, let's get to the hospital. After Jun Guyan got into the ambulance, Jenna still hesitated there. She glanced sideways at those two traitors. Lee Jun, sitting on the rooftop, couldn't help but admire. She's pretty sharp. You're just guessing. I think she realized I didn't want to show myself. The elder wasn't surprised either. You're still hiding? Huh? You really are a cautious kid. Lee Jun already knew the situation with those two brats. The Forbidden City with its poisonous mountain cliffs and the Iron Blood clan with Junon. Both are pretty influential families. They won't let this slide. He looked down at the bustling city streets. I'm curious how the Divine Power and the Supreme King will show up. At Midterm High School, Lee Jun worriedly went to visit Jun Guyon at the hospital. Finally, she made a sound. He spoke up. Being friendly is enough to make someone good. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin rushed in, yelling, Hey, North Junon. I heard you got hurt. Lee Jun saw him panic like that and reminded Junon, who was sleeping, not to stir him up while still pretending to be clueless. Really? You're stunned too? Hyuk Jin was furious, seeing his sister was the victim of the gate problem. Lyson and Tae Min used others as bait to escape. You also froze for a few seconds because of his rebellious attitude. Hyuk Jin was pissed at those crazy bastards. Lee Jun was confused when he saw him leave right after arriving. Where are you going? Meanwhile, Hyuk Jin walked off like a CEO ready to get revenge. Seeing him so impulsive, Lee Jun stopped him. You don't have to do that. He glared and yelled at him. If I don't do it, who will? But then Hyuk Jin lowered his voice. He stared hard at Lee Jun, sitting silently. Let me handle it, Lee Jun warned, because you never know what could happen. Hyuk Jin was shocked. Is he trying to intimidate me? I knew Lee Jun got stronger, but not this much. He was stunned. Could it be he found out who hurt his sister? Jun Jian suddenly spoke, making Hyuk Jin's jaw drop. He anxiously asked, Are you okay? She just woke up and hasn't fully recovered. Where is this? Hyuk Jin quickly answered, the school's medical room. Jun Jian sat up. What about poison, Jenna? Are you hurt? Lee Jun immediately reassured her. If it's that kind of poison, you're fine. She sighed in relief. Really? That's a relief. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Wait, hold on. Jun Jian frantically twisted his face. You're the one shaking? Lee Jun teased. Who else? You act like you saw a ghost. She panicked that he got into that gate. Hyuk Jin wasn't surprised. The gate was already open. He was honest too. I saw it open, so I just ran in. Jun Jian rubbed her temples. Damn, there's so much I want to ask, but I'm too tired now. You're so gentle, just rest more. As soon as she woke up, Hyuk Jin was already here. Well, I'm off then. Hyuk Jin was surprised. What's wrong? Can't you stay a bit longer? But Lee Jun was firm. You two talk, uninvited guests gotta leave, right? He left, leaving a heavy silence between the sisters. He immediately turned around to scold, I told you to be friends with decent people. Are you seeing clearly now? Jungjian was annoyed, acting like she wanted to hang with those guys. Jenna invited her. That's why all this happened. Hyuk-di warned, don't get involved with the Divine Fist clan and the Fallen King anymore. The relationships between clans aren't like before. She was stunned by his words. So was Jun. He explained. Lee Jun was abandoned by his clan. He's the exception. Junjion still had many doubts. If that's the case, that's good. But there's one more thing. Even Hyuk-jin was wondering about that. The shaking thing. She was confused. I know. What medicine did he use? He only knew from what his friend told him. According to the shaking, it seems a master taught him martial arts. Thanks to that master, he got stronger. Hearing this, Junjian's eyes lit up. What kind of master is that? Did he inherit all of his grandfather's traits? Hyuk-jin was stiff as a board. I only know that much. She felt so disappointed in her little brother. He's good for nothing. So who is it? Who passed down all that power to Jun to give him that strength? I really want to meet that person. Even Hyuk-jin was curious about Lee Jun's mysterious helper. If that guy helped Jun get this strong, he must be on the same level as my grandfather. Meanwhile, at a convenience store, Lee Jun's crew was celebrating their victory, cheering that Lee Jun took first place in the midterm exams. Congrats, they chatted excitedly while Lee Jun teased his buddy. Hyuk-jin's paying today. Eat up, everyone. He was confused and lost his cool. What? How did this happen? You said you'd treat everyone, so I just showed up. Lee Jun threw shade. You got second place thanks to me. What are you talking about? Everyone was super hyped, you know? Hearing that, everyone's eyes locked on Hyuk-jin. He was out of options and had to accept it. Fine, I'll pay. Meanwhile, Song-ho was trying to finish the last few bites but got interrupted. Eat up, then meet me on the rooftop. Hyuk-jin saw Lee Jun stand up and got anxious. What's with the nervousness? You're acting all cold and fake. Going to the bathroom. Lee Jun glanced at everyone then straight up left without hesitation. Taking the chance, he got close to Han-ju. What are you eating? Let me try a bite. A few hours later at Murim High School, Lee Jun kept staring at the news on his phone, attacking Ho Chan-dong. Another defeat, the endless downfall of the Divine Fist clan and the Fallen King. The clan's undefeated gate was broken with just an iron sword. The head professor of the 20 University said in this Ho Chan-dong invasion, Divine Fist and the Fallen King lost. Mr. Ho's car arrived at the rooftop within seconds. Lee Jun casually showed up. Mr. Ho's car looked clueless like a cow wearing a hat. Why did you call me? Why not sit with everyone? Then he tossed Song-ho a bunch of magic stones. Here, keep these. Mr. Ho panicked and reached out to catch them. These are magic stones. Why are you giving me this? He stared, dumbfounded at the shimmering stones in his hand. Lee Jun smiled warmly, giving them back because you followed my orders. Even Song-ho couldn't believe his eyes. Was that really necessary? You're happy. I'm very satisfied. Mr. Ho was polite but said it was too much. One stone is enough. Lee Jun laughed like an idiot. All right, magic stones alone aren't enough, huh? He kept shoving items into Song-ho's hands without caring if he needed them. Take this too. He held the martial arts book in his hands, still stunned. Mr. Ho didn't dare accept such precious things. As for the martial arts skills of the North Hebei Pang clan, Lee Jun immediately rejected. Don't tell me it belongs to the Fallen King's clan. If we're talking about martial arts in the novels, I know that's the North Hebei Pang clan's style. Turns out Lee Jun has his own agenda. That's enough to pay him, huh? The sky shifted colors at a grand hall. Kang Ju was asking Minuk, the head of his clan, who didn't show up today, is it related? The old man begged forgiveness. He was busy training with my little brother. Since he gave me full authority, the meeting continues. Minuk was beating around the bush like a pro. First, about what happened during the midterms. Obviously, Kang Ju didn't care about those trivial things. It's fine. As long as we clean up Ho Chan-dong, the kids' issues will fade away on their own. Then he lowered his head. The third strategy is crucial, not just to show off our power, but to build a stronger foundation. So we need to gather more people to attack, Kang Ju emphasized. Also, this time other clans are joining us. Got it? For Minuk, this was just child's play. As long as I get the ultimate water ice, I don't care. He smiled slyly, knowing his goal. Good. Very enthusiastic. This strategy will definitely succeed. The two shook hands and agreed to cooperate. Minuk schemed in his mind. This time, he must get the secret elixir to improve Ki Hyen's condition, while Kang Ju was cold and certain, flashing a wicked smile. In a desolate desert, Ho sat cross-legged, focusing on controlling the spiritual energy in his body. Lee Jun was amazed. This is the first time I've seen magic reincarnation like this. Truly miraculous. The elder discussed, the magic output is quite large. What kind of monster consumes it and can turn into a fairy? He nodded. Luckily, it's hello. Follow my lead. You're so dumb, like it's your first time seeing magic. Ah, are you a monster? They're listening to the senior. The heirloom flower, that smug feeling rising up was pretty unexpected. Lee Jun pondered. Hello. At first, I was just a regular kid, so I didn't pay much attention. But what would others think if they saw this? He frowned, sweat starting to bead on his forehead, the spiritual energy still surging non-stop. He stepped forward, feeling how his body was. Hell raised his hand to check carefully, still feeling nothing, just an empty sensation inside. Lee Jun held out a book in front of him. Now it's time to test it. He hesitated. Can I? He smiled threateningly. So Hell had to tear it up immediately. If you don't want to, give it back here. He felt a powerful spiritual force rushing through his body. Lee Jun clapped, congratulating him for acquiring an S-rank skill even the Emperor clan couldn't get. Hiso suddenly dropped to his knees, making him jump in surprise. He looked very sincere. No one has ever treated me like this before. Hiso bowed his head, deeply grateful. You gave me the courage to become stronger. You trusted me, placing your hand on your chest to repay your trust. I will be absolutely loyal. After hearing this, Lee Jun was a bit stunned, but eventually smiled kindly. He warned, don't forget these words, I'll teach you a lot. He shouted, hopefully so. Sunlight reflected through the glass window of the tall building. Lee Jun put his hands in his pockets, walking down the school hallway. The elder frowned, you like him that much? You're satisfied. It's not easy to find a well-behaved kid like Hai. He had to agree. Yeah, he's got good muscles. If trained properly, we can use him. Lee Jun praised. At first, I only planned to give him combat skills, but he's too smart, so I want to find some other skills too. The elder teased, looks like you're really into him. He waved his fan. What skills are you thinking about? Lee Jun replied. I want to give him the Emperor's Roar. The elder groaned. Do you know how to get it? I'm getting older because of him. Lee Jun walked up to a crowd of students gathered around something interesting. Hai Ung stood proudly in front of a group. He clasped his hands. We're honored to meet you, Master Lee Jun. Who's standing opposite this time? Hong Jun answered, the boss wants to send a message. Lee Jun turned away to open the classroom door. I don't want to hear it. Still, he passed on the message. The boss is involved in a fight for the heir position. He grumbled, fed up. Is there something wrong with his legs? No matter how much I provoke him, he only sends subordinates. Hai Ung Dun continued. The first mission, he wants you to join the attack on Ho Chan Dun. Lee Jun objected. I have no intention of fighting for that position. He stood solemnly there. Members of the clan with spiritual power must obey the boss's orders. He bitterly replied, am I even a member of that clan? Lee Jun slammed the door, ignoring the calls from behind. Master Lee Jun, he sat at his desk, looking tired and indifferent. Lee Jun propped his chin. You're really good at pissing me off. Dad, you're like a pawn in John Mew's game. Anyway, I have to play through the game my dad set up. Such a pain. Lee Jun pondered. How do I escape my dad's and the clan's control? Hanju walked in looking curious. What's up with the class atmosphere? He startled and turned around. She was there with Bai and Syej, gathered by the classroom door. Lee Jun stared at Hanju. Henizo has a place called the Wonderful Land, that's Johnny Wang. He hurried over. Henizo, can you talk to me for a bit? Lee Jun looked mysterious. This is something very important I mentioned before. She stood still, expression unchanged but seemed hesitant. Hanju strode forward, leave the two girls with confused looks. Important matter? The schoolyard was wide, warm sunlight shining through lush green trees. The two sat on a bench. She asked, what do you want? Lee Jun looked serious, talking to the president. I agree to that deal. Hanju was stunned for a moment. Seriously, you surprise me. I guess it's because of your divine power, right? She probed. What do you want to do? Lee Jun calmly explained. I said before what I need is exclusive access to the gate. Hanju crossed her arms. Lee Jun, I need your name. You're weird. Why my name? She closed her eyes slightly. You mean to justify joining the divine clan? If I let you in without a reason, the assassins will react fiercely. Lee Jun replied, understood. Things to know when joining the divine clan. There's a very common rule in the divine clan to support those who become assassins. That's the exclusive gate. The assassins hired to hunt at the gate split the profits 80-20 with the Shinchi clan. Lee Jun hands over his business card, saying, let's form a relationship where we can support each other under the assassin title. Hanju accepts it well. Lee Jun thinks. That's a creative law different from today's era, valuing blood relatives. She's busy texting nonstop, gotta tell you this. He looks a bit down but has a pretty big flaw. Lee Jun suggests, to build a good relationship for the future, I'll help you solve a problem in your clan. Hanju is still glued to her phone. Lee Jun calmly explains, you know, the assassins hired have been planted in other clans. She jumps up, stunned. How did you do that? Lee Jun continues, Lee Hun has connections with Puwang Doga. Meanwhile, Big Dun is tied to the Sin Louis clan. By any means, you have to find a solution, but you can't, right? Lee Jun throws out a sweet deal. I can give you the Lone Blood Technique, something that's been sought after for years in Shin Chi. Hanju is still shocked when another blow hits. No way, you really have it? Lee Jun glances around like he's trying to communicate with the elder through his eyes. He turns with a smug look. You could say that. A white porcelain teapot sits neatly on the table with a cup of hot tea. Hanju and Minsung sit opposite each other in the office, his face reflected in the tea. Ju, is it real? She sits up straight. Yes, Lee Jun, I know the situation of my clan. Minsung scratches his chin thoughtfully. The truth is, the assassin is connected to another faction. The master tried to keep it from leaking out. But really, what can I do? Hanju adds on. And over there they said they share the Lone Blood Technique with your side on the condition of joining the clan. He listens, stunned. Lee Jun holds the Lone Blood Technique. If so, wouldn't Lee Jun suffer an even bigger loss? She lowers her eyes softly. Fangji will leak special info anytime. What they need is support. That's what you gotta overcome. Hanju looks up and asks, what does Master plan to do? Minsung smirks. It's obvious. Later, ask for Lee Jun's help. Scene shifts to a sandy desert. The sky is clear, perfect for training. Lee Jun stands with hands on hips. Damn. Someone got here first. Under a palm tree, Hu sits cross-legged, training hard. His eyes close tight, pure spiritual energy radiates. You complain you can't train everywhere. I opened a portal in a virtual room. How do I get into that gate? Like you're the only one living here. The elder beside adds, glad to see you training hard. Suddenly, Lee Jun's eyes light up. What's that? He's shocked seeing Hazel's magic power. Is it because the magic power is spilling out the gate? He doesn't know he's reached level 2. The elder hovers nearby preaching. Right, his soul is pure and clear. In other words, it's totally different from the pure magic that exists in the house of Trong Ho. It's called courage. Lion looks up, sensing the strong spiritual energy radiating from him. Pure magic spreads through the air, but I think I have the same ability to help him. The elder narrows his eyes. That's why I told you if you want to train, do it here, don't be everywhere. He replies casually. Yeah, got it. I'll boost my stats a bit. The system shows skill points of 680,000 P. Physical strength 236 out of 300. Divine power 268 out of 300. Strength 295 out of 300. Agility 300 out of 300. Special classification internal attack 495 out of 1000. Mental power 300 out of 300. Reputation 486. Lee Jun calculates he's about to hit AA rank. If I raise all stats to 300, can I get AA? He wonders which one to boost first. He scratches his chin thoughtfully. First, adjust all to 300. Lee Jun turns back confused. What's so funny? The elder covers his mouth. Nothing. Do whatever you want. He flies around mockingly. Can you really do it? You seriously gonna do that? His face twists in anger, but he still softens his tone. Stop and just show me, will you? The elder acts superior. Disciple, you shouldn't have that attitude when asking for help, right? Lee Jun reluctantly kneels. Master, please teach this dumb disciple. He glances down. Feel lucky your master is so kind. The elder advises, you don't need to use all points, just your innate power is enough. He asks again. Innate power? Lee Jun presses the system panel. Innate power. Innate power plus 15. A new classification has opened. Then a notification sound surprises him. You have achieved 5 stars. Inner strength. Inner strength plus 15. A new classification has been unlocked. Then came the announcement that caught him off guard. You have reached 5 stars. Dangan vibration has been unlocked. Lee Jun's body shook violently, eyes wide open, spiritual energy radiating like a waterfall. The system displayed a notification. The internal power within Dangan began to penetrate wildly. His heartbeat pounded like a war drum, warning that his chaotic spirit was about to explode. Lee Jun covered his mouth and coughed hoarsely, his face twisted like a monkey's butt. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood onto the yellow sand. Lee Jun looked dazed. If this keeps up, I'm gonna die. He gritted his teeth like he was enduring unbearable pain. Lee Jun clutched his chest. No way. I can't die like this. The system sounded an alert. Your endurance is continuously increasing. His heart felt like it was about to burst from this terrifying power surge. The system kept announcing, Dangan has expanded. The endurance limit has risen. All abilities increased by 50, gaining new body enhancements, restoring internal energy that was drained. Finally done. Lee Jun raised his hand and stared intently, froze for 5 seconds, then collapsed onto the sand. I'm dead. The elder asked, how does the 5-star upgrade feel? Lee Jun groaned, dizzy as hell, like he was about to die again. The old man sighed helplessly. Now only Dangan level remained. Lee Jun asked warily, at Muram High School's item storage, Minung handed each student an item. He received a pair of ice gloves. SEJ stared blankly, inspecting the acupuncture needles on his hand. That's a far-off dream for you. He sighed in relief. The system screen popped up. Physical strength rated SS, described as a blessing reserved for a rare few who love fighting. You can predict your opponent's moves with an instant boost of 100 combat power and 100 resistance. Lee Jun's eyes now shone brighter than car headlights, hitting a solid 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance. If Dangan's power is like this, what the hell will the Dangan Master level be? He was thrilled. Every time I see it, I get curious about what kind of person the Master is. The Elder smirked proudly. The Master is a martial god who reached infinity. I'm Pawn. Even Neun was speechless after hearing that. Instantly crushing respect is a kind of talent too. He glanced over. Hilo was still training. The Elder gently encouraged, take a break, then get back at it. Scene change, golden sunlight shone on the tall school buildings crowded with students. The loudspeaker announced the midterm exam. Second place, please step forward. Minung raised his hand. Congrats on second place. Hai Yuk-jin shook hands and smiled. Thank you. Lee Jun swaggered up. Next, first place in the midterm exam, please step forward. He shook hands with each person. Congrats on the top rank. What reward do you want? Lee Jun raised an eyebrow. I'll let you know when we get to the museum. Zhu tilted his head and called, first, second, and third place, follow me. Tall buildings stretched endlessly everywhere. The high-scoring students were led to the huge museum. What now? What now? What do I pick? Hanu smiled. Me. I'm super excited. Yukjin looked bored. What do I choose? I just came here without thinking. What are you picking, Jum? He hesitated. What was I thinking? Lee Jun suggested. Yukjin, in the middle of building 2, there's a rusty iron bar. Check if there's any glowing pattern on the sword hilt, then pick that. He was surprised. Why? You explained that the object at that gate was used by someone named Jomzone, way better than the sword you're using. Yukjin ran over. Really? How do you know that? Lee Jun stayed calm. My master taught me. Yukjin warmly clapped his shoulder. Awesome. I gotta get it. I only trust you. Lee Jun rolled his eyes. Got it. Let's go get the reward. The vast museum echoed his voice. See you later, ha. The group stood before a heavily secured iron door. Min Sung led the way inside, revealing countless precious items. I'm generous. Everyone pick one thing you like. Everything was preserved in glass cases, from ancient books to sharp swords, shining gold and silver glittering. Onbai picked up a staff. This looks cool. Curious, he explored. I like this one, and the Hornet car's eyes lit up. I picked this. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Wait. Lee Jun crossed his arms with a mysterious look. You guys stop right there. Put everything down before I change my mind. At Miram High School's item storage, Minung handed each student an item. He received a pair of ice gloves. SEJ stared blankly, inspecting the acupuncture needles on his hand. She took the yin-yang acupuncture needles. The last person was done. The Hornet car got a red cloth. He stood there silently. Awesome. Ice gloves suit the female faction with strong yin energy. Yin-yang acupuncture needles and the crimson cloth are perfect items for Sion Eeg and Sion Ho. Lee Jun already knows exactly what those items are. She's seriously sharp. Lee Jun notices Hanju standing there empty-handed, and Hanju himself. Then he points to the sword kept in the glass case and chooses it. She's super cautious. The sword drill is a weapon every guard avoids. If you don't control it well, you can get hurt. Plus, I've never used a sword before. Lee Jun has to weigh the options carefully. Hanju, let me ask you. Between power, weight, and usability, which do you want the sword to have? Of course, Hanju would pick the easiest to use. I'd prioritize power so I can use it comfortably, but he immediately shoots that down. And Lee Jun starts preaching again. Satisfaction doesn't come from swinging the sword fast and hard or the flexibility of your whole body. It has to be based on usability. He explains to her that the sword is the most versatile weapon. If those two things combine, are you curious what will happen? Over here, Hai Yuk-jin is pretty hyped about the item assigned to him. Lee Jun, check this out. Isn't it cool? Dude's already full of himself. Just looking at me. I can tell this thing was made for me. You feel the energy flowing, right? Crazy. Huh. Lee Jun's speechless.com. Hai Yuk-jin immediately pokes Lee Jun's cheek, then gets all delusional about his power. Your master is awesome, huh? Thanks to him, you know the good stuff to recommend to me, right? Lee Jun decisively raises the hammer. I picked this one. The guy's jaw drops. Hai Yuk-jin is stunned. Someone actually picks that junk? Dude's dreaming. You're giving me the good stuff. You're sacrificing using trash to let me have it? For real? Lee Jun panics when Hai Yuk-jin grabs his leg. What the hell are you doing? I swear on everything, I'll get stronger to protect you. Meanwhile, unlucky Lee Jun just screams, "Let me go, dude." The system board announces the A-grade armor set explains it's not just a magic stone but a hammer that can break a 1,000-year-old steel route. Infinite attributes, ability to unleash 100% of its original power. A support tool used in metallurgy, with unlimited speed efficiency. From the start, he knew exactly what this item was for. Incredible. Then Lee Jun analyzes the hammer's psychology. According to the explanation, it's just a regular metallurgy tool. Is this really the key to breaking the Ash Lake? Feels kinda vague. The gate is a place where nothing can be predicted. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from a certain hall. Inside, Lee Jun is raging and causing chaos. Lee Jun, he's so pissed he's punching through walls, it's all that brat's fault. This loser just blames others. If it weren't for him, I'd be first in the midterm exams, no matter what useless stuff shows up. As an older brother overshadowed by his sibling, Lee Jun can't bear the family burden. His studies got suspended for damaging the family's honor, now stuck in this pitch-black cave doing nothing. Suddenly, his room door bursts open. John Moo's guard arrives to tell Lee Jun it's time to go out. Sir, he wonders, has it been that long? How's outside? The next words from the guard heal Lee Jun's still fresh wounds. The boss let Lee Jun compete for the successor. Lee Jun also joined the third attack on Ash Lake with you. His eyes explode with rage. Why? Why did Dad make me fight that useless guy? Plus, the guard deliberately drew blood. Lee Jun must have caught the boss's attention. Maybe Lee Jun's stronger than you. The tough Lee Jun tries to attack the guard right there but gets quickly restrained. He's embarrassed and then even more embarrassed. What the hell are you saying? How can someone without the bloodline inheritance be stronger than me? He doesn't want to explain more. This is just my guess. Maybe. But if the guard said it, it has to be true. Lee Jun touched Ma Gong. Lee Jun quietly asks, Ma Gong, who knows which side this guard is on that he spills everything? Those without bloodline inheritance can only get stronger that way. Hearing that, he rushes off like he caught a break. Right, Ma Gong, gotta tell Dad immediately. But the guard stops this rebel. Is it necessary? The guard warns if you handle this directly, your dad will definitely come see you. He then pulls out a precious gem I, Zhu, Ji, and Yi prepared for you. The gem glows brightly inside the tin box. This is the power you desire. Lee Jun is initially stunned. The power I desire. But just seconds later, he quickly grabs the item. At the same time, the broadcast was live streaming the upcoming clash between the clans. The third attack on Ho Chan Dung that everyone had been waiting for was finally here. The host announced the situation. According to the spokesperson of the assault team, the portal attack was happening in real time. Many people were rushing to the front gate. He introduced each character one by one. The clans participating in this attack included Lion, Biang, followed by Shin Ji and Zhou Hokyeon. This battle included some veteran members. Not only that, he also signaled that this would be the fiercest fight in history. This was a massive assault force of 200 people, totaling 800 per clan. Lee Jun's name, once empowered, became more arrogant than ever. Worried about me? Still not awake? That freaky Lee Jun quickly turned away. Think whatever you want. Ho Chan Dung will be your grave. Lee Jun felt disgusted. Damn, he talks like a loser villain. Why is my shirt like this? A few days later, the clan clash finally arrived. Lee Jun stood among the crowd moving toward the teleportation gate. The light from the portal's spiritual energy blinded him. In front of Lee Jun now was a snowy world. You have entered Ho Chan Dung, the system announced. The master of Ho Thousand Peaks is on alert for you. Lee Jun was already overly confident. Since Lam Lam became the master of the Forbidden Zone, the masters of other gates were all wary of him. Whatever, I'm gonna wipe this place clean anyway. Digong spoke formally. Let me introduce myself. I'm Choi Digong, commander of this third assault team. I'm sure everyone here already knows the strategy, so I'll skip that part. There are a few things I need to emphasize. He warned that unpredictable things always happen inside the gate. Moreover, Digong spelled out all the lurking dangers. Dying halfway through is normal, so if you die, it's because you're weak. Remember that. Among those students, only Lee Jun looked straight into his eyes without a shred of fear. He immediately flattered, damn, at that age he still radiates killer vibes. No wonder he's Choi Tenmin's grandpa. The elder is proud, the master is happy because his disciple is so famous. The system introduced info about this challenge, the Invincible Gate, Ho Thousand Peaks. In the first stages, monsters appear on various platforms. In the shallow waters, there are green-level Nappa monsters. When you defeat all the Nappa swamps appearing in many places, a gate to the next stage will open. Just seconds in, the roar of beasts echoed from Ho Thousand Peaks. Lee Jun wiped out all the lizards in just a few strikes. Get lost to the afterlife already. He was smug. Tiny pests like you dare challenge me? Hung Jun was also there to back up Lee Jun. Our goal is to make sure the young master can hunt comfortably, the disciples said in unison. Only Lee Jun watched with disgust. They recklessly used their inner energy because the raid was being broadcast. What are they going to do if they run out of energy in later stages? I'm Choi Daegong, commander of this 3rd Assault Team. I'm sure everyone here already knows the strategy, so I'll skip that part. There are a few things I need to emphasize. He warned that unpredictable things always happen inside the gate. Moreover, Daegong spelled out all the lurking dangers. Dying halfway through is normal, so if you die, it's because you're weak. Remember that. Among those students, only Lee Jun looked straight into his eyes without a shred of fear. He immediately flattered, damn, at that age he still radiates killer vibes. No wonder he's Choi Tae-min's grandpa. The elder is proud, the master is happy because his disciple is so famous. The system introduced info about this challenge, the Invincible Gate, Ho Thousand Peaks. In the first stages, monsters appear on various platforms. In the shallow waters, there are green-level Nappa monsters. When you defeat all the Nappa swamps appearing in many places, a gate to the next stage will open. Just seconds in, the roar of beasts echoed from Ho Thousand Peaks. Lee Jun wiped out all the lizards in just a few strikes. Get lost to the afterlife already. He was smug. Tiny pests like you dare challenge me? Han Jun was also there to back up Lee Jun. Our goal is to make sure the young master can hunt comfortably, the disciples said in unison. Only Lee Jun watched with disgust. They recklessly used their inner energy because the raid was being broadcast. What are they going to do if they run out of energy in later stages? Suddenly, a giant lizard attacked him from behind, messing with his head. Hanju's sword spirit quickly launched an attack, targeting the lizard that was appearing. She sliced the lizard in half, then swung the sword spirit, the blade grazing Lee Jun's cheek. Hanju worried, you okay? You used me as a shield? I almost died just now. Hanju didn't even bother to care. Who told you to be so careless? Lee Jun immediately shot back, forget that. Are you used to wielding the sword spirit now? Hanju answered honestly, yeah, it's still kinda tough, but now I can swing it faster. He was sweating buckets seeing that pool of blood on the floor. For a moment, he didn't sense Joe's sword coming close. Lee Jun shivered, remembering the moment his cheek bled. It was insanely fast. Even a genius like him had to admire her. No wonder they always called her a prodigy. The two of them stood chatting for a while. Students from different clans had cleared the first few obstacles at the lake. Daegong stood on the cliff, amazed. They said the real essence of divine power was all in the Heavenly Kings group. They weren't exaggerating. He was a bit worried about his grandson's abilities. Choi Tae-min and the Black Lion squad fought well too, but compared to the leader of the Heavenly Kings, Si Hyung-jun still had a long way to go. Daegong watched Hyung-jun closely among the lizard warriors, noting his smart energy control, innate skills, support abilities, and how he highlighted his divine power without showing off his own strength. With a bit of luck, he could reach A rank. This old dude clearly underestimated the talent. It was a shame he hadn't praised him earlier in the Divine Power clan. Then DG's eyes darted around, but he dismissed it. Lee Jun, that kid, was really pitiful. Instead of using clan martial arts, he just swung a spear everywhere. Daegong just couldn't figure it out. Lion and Tae-min said he defeated the lizard and controlled it. Just judging a person by a spear, he really couldn't imagine it. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was teasing Hanju happily. Don't cut us again, okay? I'll cut your tongue off. Daegong immediately guessed wildly. If that was true, he must have used some dirty trick. He said seriously. You think you can survive after messing with the Lord clan? A few hours later, the lizard warriors of Tepar were all defeated by these students without a single one left. Daegong stepped forward to praise. Well done, we've safely cleared the first stage. He announced moving on to the second stage. The system instantly displayed data for the upcoming stage. The second stage of the Thousand Peaks Lake was full of traps and obstacle eggs, a huge river made of heavenly water. Each drop weighed 1,600 kilograms. You had to safely cross a small stone bridge connected along the stream. If you didn't step on the stones following the stone pattern, countless obstacles would appear. The system warned it would try to kill anyone trying to cross the bridge. The system alerted that if you made a small mistake and fell into the water, or if you jumped into the water to escape obstacles, even the strongest awakened would face huge pressure. The alarm warned they would be crushed and vanish without a trace. The immortal elder's eyes dazzled at the sparkling water flowing before him. Oh, there's heavenly water here too. Lee Jun was puzzled. Does Master's Place have heavenly water? The elder smiled. Of course. Heavenly water is also the habitat of the 10,000-year-old golden turtle I raise. He wondered, a 10,000-year-old golden turtle? Isn't that a Hyun-mu mythical creature? The immortal elder puffed his chest proudly. Yeah, a turtle with a body made entirely of gold. He showed off. I planned to use it for elixir medicine, but it was so cute I kept it. Lee Jun thought the opposite. I'd rather die than be golden. If it were me, I'd do the same to survive. Over here, Daegong gave orders. All right, all Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhu prepare. Commander Hun Guo set up the formation. Commander Hun Guo obeyed perfectly. She spread out 3 talisman leaves. The formation was set. Each contestant was equipped with a shared skill. Water resistance increased by 30%. He encouraged, "Anyone want to be the vanguard?" The students were silent, no one spoke. Jung Gyeon suddenly raised her hand, catching everyone's attention. She was full of determination. "The Sword Mountain clan will go first." Daegong was about to speak. "Then send someone ahead, or you jump in their throat." "No, I'll go myself." Jun Jeon was proud. "No one in my clan is a Zhu coward. My grandfather always told me to set an example." He had to stiffen up. Daegong cursed silently inside, this stubborn girl. But outside he had to keep the civilized act. "I really did ask for trouble." "Fine. Good luck." The immortal elder was worried. "You just gonna leave it like that? Isn't that your best friend?" Lee Jun wasn't surprised. "Don't worry," he didn't even care, and turned away. "I'll find something." At that moment, Jun Jiun stepped up boldly first. She wondered if standing on the rock too long would make it sink. Jun Jian was confused about what to do next. "If I stay on the rock for about 2 seconds, I'll fall into the water." She quickly jumped from one stone to another. Suddenly, Lee Jun's voice rang out, making Jun Jian turn around instinctively. "Sis, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He carefully guided her step by step. "Look at the sharp rock jutting out in front of you. Stop there." Jun Jian followed the instructions. Immediately, water columns surged violently. She started to get flustered. A column of water rose from where she stood, but Lee Jun reassured her, "Don't panic." He focused his mind so Jun Jian could hear his voice. "I'll slowly guide you through crossing. Pass this on to the Sword Mountain clan members behind you." She frowned. "Later you have to explain how you knew about this." He was straightforward. "Fine." The other students saw this and immediately ran after them. Even DG couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? How did the Sword Mountain clan all cross the bridge safely? He was stunned by the scene. The first and second assault teams were still struggling with random water columns here. Why? Suddenly, Dawn noticed something. "Got it. There's a mechanism." The Sword Mountain clan must have figured out the water columns mechanism. He immediately blamed it. The Sword Mountain clan's master, that damn old man. He knew the strategy but didn't say a word. The system announced that all Sword Mountain clan members had crossed safely. Daegong led his team. "Now it's our turn." He shouted loudly, "Remember the mechanism, right? Stick close to them." Taemin timidly said, "Yes, sir." They quickly passed this checkpoint. Lee Jun crossed his arms and watched. "So confident, huh? But it's gonna get shut down soon." Just as he predicted, while someone from the clan was walking, there was movement under the water. He looked around unconsciously, not noticing the water column rushing toward him. Within seconds, he was struck by a spiritual lightning bolt and wiped out. Even Taemin and Daegong were shocked. A spear stabbed deep into the lake, water splashing everywhere from the center. Even Daegong didn't expect this. What? An explosion. He yelled out a warning when he saw countless clan members falling like dominoes. Everyone rushed across the bridge. The front runners ran like crazy to the other shore, leaving the rest behind. Daegong was utterly panicked. This is the final mechanism, almost done. His eyes went wide. The remaining clan members successfully reached the shore, but lightning suddenly struck from the sky. The clan lords barely managed to survive this challenge. Jun Jian saw him struggling like a fish out of water and offered a hand with pity. "Are you okay?" But this arrogant jerk was embarrassed and still acted all high and mighty. "I'm fine," he shouted. "How many survived?" Including the timid disciples and the injured, about 50 left. Daegong could only curse the bastards. The students watched intently as the clans fought each other. Everyone was restless. Is this a strategy or a death match? What if we can't clear it? Everyone gawked at what happened to the clan lords. Meanwhile, at Thousand Peaks Lake, Daegong screamed in anger, making everyone there turn pale. "Who's next?" Min-guk looked pale and stammered. "Whoa, who's next?" Lee Jun calmly replied, "I'll go." The old man was shocked. "Huh? What are you planning? We're not ready yet." But Lee Jun's next words made Min-guk realize. "Who said I'm going with you?" "I'm going with the Divine Power clan." This old geezer was unreasonable and forcing him. "I forbid you. You have to go with us." Actually, Min-guk just feared gossip. Usually, he wouldn't care. But now they were recording, so he couldn't ignore it. If Lee Jun didn't go with them, they'd suspect the Divine Power clan. Lee Jun sighed. "I just suggested it. Why are you freaking out?" He glanced at his friends, staying behind. Lee Jun turned to Hanju with a look full of trust. She got his signal and nodded. Hanju placed her hand on his shoulder. "Then we'll go ahead. Lee Jun is going with his clan." Lee Jun didn't hesitate. "Fine." He shrugged off her sincerity like it was nothing. Clearly, Lee Jun had already sized up the danger this time with a number of people definitely crossing the bridge. The system mechanism is about to move to the next phase. The Lord's clan suffered heavy losses because they didn't notice the phase change in the system. He carefully calculated every step, With 200 people from the Iron Mountain Sword and 50 from the Lord's group crossing, we need about 250 more to cross for the system to enter Phase 3. Everything is under Lee Jun's control. The Divine Power Clan can only pass safely. Lee Jun reminded Hanju, "You saw what happened to the Lord, right? Don't rush. Move slowly, and you'll reach safety like the Iron Mountain Sword. Trust me." She acted all confident. "I know. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come this far." Hanju was still sure about her choice, even if it wasn't personal trust. Trusting Lee Jun based on past experiences made sense. Though she was hesitant, she still dodged those mirror blades easily. But how does Lee Jun know Ho Thousand Peak strategy? Hanju found it puzzling. He gave us useful info but doesn't trust us. She still hoped, like how I trust him, maybe one day Lee Jun will trust me and spill everything. Hanju successfully led her clan to the safe zone. After running such a long stretch, she was exhausted. Hyunjin anxiously ran over to check on her. "Hanju, you okay?" But she replied coldly. "Yeah. You worried? Has everyone arrived?" "Any injuries?" Hanju reassured him. "Everyone made it safely." DG eavesdropped on their talk and got pissed. "Why is the Divine Power Clan completely unharmed? It's too weird that only we took heavy losses. There's definitely some conspiracy." Of course, Lee Jun isn't exempt either. The Divine Power Clan already reached safety. Now it's our clan's turn, right? The system notified again, just 50 more, and the mechanism will change. The final phase is the hardest. You're a bit on edge now. The most dangerous time is when the system shifts midway. Does it matter? Lee Jun thought it over. Lazy Min handles everything well. We gotta use the portal. Turning back to encourage his people, the Divine Power Clan was all safe and sound. We can do this too. The elder squinted suspiciously, looking closely at that guy who seemed off. Who's he surprised to see? He pointed directly at the crazy Lai Xin, grinning wickedly in the crowd. That Lai Xin. The elder felt something was off about him. I sense a familiar energy from him, but I can't pinpoint it. Keep an eye on him. Not long after, the Divine Strength clan slowly advanced. Suddenly, several spears flew at Min, catching him off guard. Luckily, Hyung Run quickly used his spirit energy to break the spears. He flew ahead of Min with a tense face. Hyung Run asked, "Are you okay?" The old man stammered, Min underestimated this challenge, thinking it'd be easier to cross safely at this speed. But Lee Jun wasn't about to let him pass that easily. Suddenly, noises emerged from beneath the water. Meanwhile, the Divine Strength clan hadn't even crossed half the way. Seeing the danger, the elder shouted, "Stay calm, don't panic, cross the water pillars and keep moving." Lai Xin, empowered by the jade, treated the water pillars like nothing. The creatures emerging from the water pillars stunned him. He immediately swung his spear, but Li Xin was lucky to escape thanks to his ancestors' protection. He quickly kicked and broke the spear. Now the creatures stepped fully out of the water. Li Xin was frozen, just standing there stunned by the six-eyed, three-headed, two-legged beast. The monster fish Li Xin was dumbfounded. Why would a red-tier monster fish show up here? They only appear at high-level portals. He stood there watching the creatures attack him. Min, old and weak but still sharp, used spirit energy to stomp the waves and fling them 1,000 meters away. He anxiously asked, "You okay?" Lai Xin was dumb but lucky. Min rallied their spirits. "The water pillars have calmed. Let's deal with this together and get out of here." Suddenly, both of them broke into a sweat. In just seconds, the Divine Strength clan members were all disoriented, limbs flailing, and none survived. What the hell happened? Min almost fainted. "We got attacked because no one spotted the monster fish hiding in the water pillars." "No, even so, this many casualties are too much. Danger's still waiting for us." So what exactly attacked the Heavenly King team? The final boss summoned all the freaky fish bros to stir up the water and get revenge for their squad. It stepped up with a bulky, muscle-bound body. The mid-level boss monster Saku showed up. Saku angrily unleashed a dark energy curse to trap the space. It roared loud. Its roar was so fierce even the 2-minute guys couldn't handle it. The water element attack power of the freaky fish increased by 30%. The water magic attack power of the freaky fish also rose by 30%. Their speed underwater shot up by 50%. Lee Jun watched on, hyped. In this 1,000 peaks lake filled with water, with the terrain advantage, these freaky fish would be stronger than even a red rank monster. He was waiting for the good stuff, to see how these guys would handle this worst-case scenario. Suddenly, the system alarm went red. The system panel popped up with data. The Gate Master's abilities had been activated. The opponent's muscles were disabled. The Abyss feature appeared. The unique ability of the Primal Divine Magic, Kin Fa, was activated. The Kin Fa skill of Primal Divine Magic and the Abyss combined. He was stunned. The passive Kin Fa skill was activating. But why now? Lee Jun stared blankly at Saku's group. He couldn't figure out why the situation flipped. Saku was now wary of the Gate Master. The freaky fish were scared of the Gate Master. He was totally frozen. The mid-level boss was supposed to attack the Divine Clan members, but it just stood there watching them. The only thing buzzing in its head was the sound of worms wriggling. Why did you all run away? They're right in front of you. His voice echoed in Saku's mind, making it pale with fear. Go attack them. Jump in now. Known as a freaky fish, yet it was weak enough to run away. Saku fled out of fear of you. You broke an unprecedented record. He was pissed off because his plan failed. You got double the reward. You earned 2 million points as a prize. You earned 2 million points as a prize. Lee Jun just looked down at the Thousand Peaks Lake and snorted. These idiots, you got the gray-eyed assassin title.
Luckily, you gained a lot, so no reason to be sad. This title is legit. Gray-eyed assassin. S-Rank.
The description said you instantly defeated a red rank monster with just a glance, with a 200% bonus damage to freaky fish and a 100% water defense boost. But that didn't make me happy. The old master kept poking, saying tons of Heavenly King and Divine Power team members survived. Lee Jun was fuming, like seriously, that's what I meant. Jung Jian was over here chatting with everyone, wondering when the monsters would come back. We should move further away before drawing the magic circle. Hanji was also confused. I think so too. That way, we won't suffer more losses. Dagon suddenly announced something off-script. First, I want to check a few things. Everyone was puzzled. Huh, what do you mean? Then he started guessing. Looks like someone among us is trying to sabotage our team. This old dude was throwing shade at everyone. Weirdly, our Lord Clan had 150 casualties. Over 50 Divine Power Clan members died. But strangely, the Iron Blood Sword Clan and Divine Power Clan had 0 losses. Hearing that, Kangoo flipped out. Hey, are you accusing us? But he kept spouting nonsense. Even if I don't want to, isn't it all too coincidental? My suspicion is totally justified. The old man got mad and tried to rush in. Jun Jian stayed calm and stopped Kangoo. We came here to help clear the gate at the Iron Blood Clan's request. Instead of respect, you accuse us? Dagon kept grilling them. Fine, then answer me this. How do you know the mechanism when crossing the Thousand Peaks Lake? She started to slip up. Hanju saw Jun Jian struggling and stepped in to help. That's rude. Even if you're Choi Dagon, the Wind Apostle, you can't attack us without proof. Dagon was embarrassed. Proof? Of course, I don't have any yet. He stomped his furry boots, but even a stomp from DG made everyone stagger. I can make you confess to a crime. He threatened. Just wait and see. Dagon shouted, let's see who's right, you or me. The final boss worm finally stepped in to back him up. Enough, Dagon sneered. How dare you interrupt an elder? You're trying to prove you're really the illegitimate kid, huh? But Jun wasn't having it and fired back immediately. Oh, sorry, I should be more understanding. Considering your age and mental instability, I have to step in because it's pathetic that the attack team leader doubts his own allies. He got called out right on the spot and glared. How dare you? Lee Jun kept throwing shade. I don't want you to die out of anger, so let me give you a little hint. You're suggesting because it seems like we're just annoying each other. Why don't we split up from here? You do your thing, and we'll do ours. Sounds not bad at all. Your words make so much sense that the Dagon clan elders had nothing to argue back. He reluctantly agreed. Fine, I accept. But Min was dead set on not missing out on this juicy opportunity. Lee Jun belongs to our clan. Dagon's too embarrassed to keep questioning. Enough, too much unnecessary stuff. Right now, clearing the gate is our priority. Lee Jun smirked. He was right. The broadcast was dead since all cameras got wrecked when everyone stormed in. Better not to go with him. You gotta change plans. I was gonna keep him close and take him out when the chance came. But I'll have plenty of chances later to do that, Dagon discussed. We'll mainly explore the sea cave to the west. Lee Jun also agreed to team up with this scheming old man. Then we'll check the glacier mountain to the east. He thought to himself, what a bunch of idiots. The sea cave was already explored during the first and second attacks. Didn't expect them to choose the dangerous, unexplored area. The old man even put on a face to hype up the team, wishing them luck. Lee Jun was just playing the game. Good luck being unlucky. A bit later, he and his friends showed up at Glacier Mountain. They all enjoyed a hot bowl of soup together. Hanu blinked. You sure it's cool to split from the clan like that? Lee Jun casually replied, that's the plan. The sea cave is way more dangerous. Thanks, I'm just trying to survive. He clearly planned this carefully. The real habitat of Saku and the monster fish was the Glacier Gorge. Not to mention, Lee Jun knew every trait of this monster fish inside and out. If they knew he was here, they'd just run back to the Thousand Peaks Lake. But the sea cave's different. He knew perfectly well the owner of that place was the natural enemy of the Nago-chi monster fish. They were giant spider monsters that gave off chills instead of poison. Lee Jun just sat back eating his hot soup. Sneaking into their lair was like feeding a cat some butter. He reminded everyone to listen up. There's a shortcut to the fourth section of this gorge. It requires a special item to get there, and I have it. Lee Jun laid out the plan clearly. Your job is to cover me. Junjion's eyes went wide. Seriously? Where'd you get that info? She asked a tough question, and his face immediately darkened. Huh. I got it from the dark world. Junjion reluctantly agreed. Alright, I trust you. Lee Jun quickly slurped a spoon of hot soup after escaping death. Thank God. Suddenly, he started coughing hard. Hanju, what did you put in here? When Junjion's voice rose, he had to shut up. Boiled pineapple. The glacier gorge had more and more snow falling daily, and everyone gathered here. Junjion scanned the scene. Turns out this was where the monster fish hung out. Best not to let our guard down. Lee Jun was dead. Sure, they're all around here. She was confused. It's just a frozen lake. He emphasized. I told you. There's a shortcut. Suddenly, a lightning flash appeared. The flags in Glacier Gorge dropped, signaling a full-scale attack. Haiyu Jin panicked, Lee Jun, and Junjion screamed. Lee Jun, what are you doing? If it makes noise, the monsters will find us. At the same time, Kanji Gu let out a blood-curdling scream. Something's up. The Saku are ready to fight the two monster fish clans that showed up. Hanju got into battle stance. All Zhu, Ji, Yi prepared to fight, but he wasn't scared at all. They wouldn't do anything. The Saku suddenly darkened their faces. Lee Jun grabbed a hammer and charged like a god, smashing down to crack the secret path beneath the ice. Once upon a time, there was a legend. It started the day a man broke the invincible Thousand Peaks Lake. The man was a craftsman from the Zhao Du clan. The secret path Lee Jun knew was thanks to this hammer. While everyone was struggling to find the next route, he tried fixing his weapon, and the hammer's impact made the ground open up. Exactly. It was the path where the glacier water was stored. After he slammed the hammer down hard, cracks slowly appeared. Ice chunks split apart, forcing everyone to spread out. Watch out, it's collapsing. Huxin panicked hard. Run. What are you doing? But Lee Jun stood there cool as a CEO. What do you mean? Just follow me. You don't get what I'm saying. What? Follow you? Suddenly, Lee Jun jumps into the water, leaving everyone else behind. Junjion is terrified. What the hell is going on? Hanju freaks out. Did he just fall in? That dumbass Hao Jin just rushes in without thinking, so he's got to follow blindly. Junjion is out of options and signals everyone. Everyone, get in the water. Hurry up. The rest jump in after Lee Jun. Only now does she realize this isn't heavenly water, just normal water. Junjion looks up at Lee Jun and Haiyu Jin, who are floating. He waves for everyone to follow. The two clans swim together like a school of fish following their leader. After a while, Lee Jun finally leads everyone to safety. They're all exhausted like wrung-out rags. Yizhu drags each heavy step onto solid ground. Junjun is wiped out. Come on, Jun, next time give a heads up before you pull some stunt like that. I almost fell out there, yet you're laughing. You better apologize, but surprises can be fun. Just don't throw in too many or someone's gonna end up dead for real. The two clans follow the diamond path into a massive cave. Lee Jun announces, we're here. He explains this is the secret route to the boss's chambers. Everyone buzzes with excitement. He's right. How does he even know this? Lee Jun confidently steps forward to check the door. He warns everyone to step back. This is dangerous. Lee Jun swiftly pounds on the door. In a flash, the gate to the secret passage finally swings open. The system announces, you've discovered the secret route. You've earned 550,000 points as a reward. He leads everyone deeper inside. Junjion is amazed. All this is mana stone. Even Hugh Jin is dazzled. This is the first time I've seen so many stones at once. Hanju inspects the bright blue stones closely. They must be super pure. Each one's worth at least 1 million. Lee Jun catches her thoughts and advises, if you want, just take them now, but you're too shy. I don't have the collecting skill, but you're using some psychological trick. The others are trying too. No one here has the collecting skill anyway. It'd be a waste to leave all these stones behind. Let's kill the boss first and come back later. Junjion worries about the whole crew. Jun, do you think we have enough people? This is the Thousand Peaks Lake boss. Should we call for backup? Nothing can faze Lee Jun. No, we're good. We've got more than enough. He stares down Kim Kwai seriously. At that moment, the Thousand Peaks Lake boss awakens from a nightmarish slumber. It can't attack us yet. Meanwhile, in the sea cave, the Digong clan is surrounded by the Nagochi. One clan member is already caught in their net. Get off. He grits his teeth trying to break free, but luck's not on his side. The unlucky guy is swarmed by the Nagochi. Daegong sweats bullets standing there. The Nagochi, still hungry after their feast, move on to attack the others. Min-guk screams to retreat, and Tae-min panics too. No good, all exits are blocked. The old man chills to the bone. The 200-strong expedition is down to half. Meanwhile, the Nagachi numbers keep growing. In a blink, they appear to devour Min-guk alive. Still, Daegon doesn't flinch. Lai Minak, you got it? The spider swarm makes him stammer. Huh? What? He insists on an answer. Answer me through telepathy. Do you have a regression stone? Minguk stammers. Of course, I even beg for one. Daegon gets ready. Then Ju Ji Izu get ready. I think we should use our subordinates as bait and use the regression stone. That stone the old man mentioned is a one-time emergency item that can save your life at a critical moment. It's an insanely valuable emergency item created by a foreign witch clan. The cowardly Mien Go clutches the regression stone in his hand. That's why ordinary awakened ones never get to touch it in their lifetime. Only the big shots from clans who enter dangerous gates can get their hands on it. The old man is terrified. He wants him to use it now. Minguk, use yourself. Just us? What about the others? Daegon's eyes widen. He wants everyone to die together. His intimidating attitude makes the old man shrink back. That's not what I meant. Daegon twists the mood. I know what you're worried about. If your divine power dies, your status in the clan will vanish too. He steps forward and whispers in the old man's ear, but you can rebuild everything. I'll help you. I'll do whatever it takes just to survive this place. Minguk retracted his trunk. Please remember to keep your word. The clan disciples were fighting fiercely. They turned around to see Daegon and those two bastards quickly leaving with regression stones, abandoning their teammates. Daegon, are you abandoning us? So cold and heartless, pretending to be all about family love. One day, I'll definitely get revenge for you guys. Then those three bastards disappeared without a trace. The unlucky ones could only stay and wait for death. Even Hung Jun, who once saved Minguk when he was about to be swallowed by stone pillars, was mercilessly left to be picked apart. What can Duck do? Just then, Guj arrived, and Hung Jun didn't know what else to say. Lai Xin seemed to have a good vibe towards him. He pulled out the last regression stone and handed it to the guy, saying, I still have one more thing to do. If you die, he'll definitely be sad. You should go instead of me. Gujeon played the act to the end. Leader, but actually, he was just faking it. Thanks a lot, man. The leader, that crazy dude, left without even looking back. Everyone's spirits were crushed under the Negochi swarm's attack. It's over for us now. We're gonna die here. Hung Jun shouted to boost morale. Heavenly King, listen up. You light the fire, don't forget. Our mission is to serve the divine clan. Hung Jun yelled. Now, we're going to check if Lee Jun is still alive. He encouraged everyone, weapons raised, ready to fight. Those who fail won't be forgiven. That's why everyone was fired up with fighting spirit. We'll follow you to the end. Leader Lee Jun suddenly froze. He looked dazed, and the elder explained, that's the energy of the royal clan. Lee Jun fell into deep thought. No one but his father knew how to properly use the Heavenly King's divine power. Although Li Xin was learning it too, there's no way he could control such powerful energy. Suddenly, Lee Jun remembered something. Wait, there's one more person. The Heavenly King squad leader was originally the deputy leader of the Divine Fist Alliance. Finally, Lee Jun recalled this important figure, Si Hyung Jun. But he was still sure about his thoughts, though it felt a bit weird. One Negochi isn't enough to make Si Hyung Jun show his true power. The elder could only guess. Maybe it's something else. Lee Jun was already predicting like a seer. Anyway, the boss hasn't attacked yet, so why don't we go check it out? Hanu asked, where are you planning to go? He casually replied, just looking around. The elder was confused. Wait, who's the boss here that hasn't shown up yet? That's unusual. Lee Jun muttered unconsciously. Maybe she can't leave the country because she's brooding over eggs. She's called the 1,000-year golden turtle, but the elder threw a tomato at his ear. What? Lee Jun jumped up, startled. What's going on? And you? I feel insulted. The elder said, I told you. My pet is a 1,000-year golden turtle. That's when Lee Jun remembered what his master said. His mind was a total mess. Hey, don't say the master thinks this boss is the pet he once raised. Logically, that can't happen. First, it's been over 1,000 years. Plus, whoever found it must have picked it up somewhere deep in China when they were alive. The elder argued, who did you say was Chinese? He puffed out his chest, asserting his own status. Master, you're a man from the great and glorious Goriel. Lee Jun shouted. Huh? Jun Jian stood there confused. Jun, what's wrong? He didn't realize he was the only one who could see the elder, so he felt totally embarrassed. Nothing. Lee Jun didn't believe what he heard. Aren't men from Goriel supposed to be the strongest in Morium? The elder was bold. You wouldn't know unless you saw it yourself. If Little Turtle was here, she'd be your senior. Lee Jun had never heard that name, Little Turtle, but Lee Jun needed to focus on the main issue. Let's go find Si Hyung Jun first. He thought the name sounded even worse than his own Lam Lam. In the sea cave, the Divine Clan's #1 was trapped by Nagochi webs. The number of tough ancestors matched the number of spiders getting their heads blown off. Only 5 clan members were left now. A Nagochi charged at them. Hung Jun was quickly overwhelmed by its physical strength and speed. His arms were tightly grabbed. Hung Jun's chance of survival was hanging by a thread. He struggled with all his might to break free. His hands bulged with veins fiercely. A clueless Nagoshi was about to be ambushed by Zhu, Ji, and Yi from behind. Hung Jun swiftly turned and punched it to pieces. Hello, how much strength did you pack into those punches and the way you took them down? In no time, Hyung Jun quickly wiped out that bunch of Nagochi. Even Lee Jun had to be amazed. The Nagachi's web must be so tough that no amount of force could tear it. Yet, he ripped it in half like it was nothing. The elder couldn't help but be impressed. Hyung Jun had to use all his strength. He tried to hunt down those bastards in the crowd, but where were the others? I can't sense your energy or DGs. Lee Jun thought he'd get a decent show against those two jerks. Nagochi eat very little. After satisfying their hunger, they retreat back to their nest and don't come out for a while. Someone like Choi Daegong would definitely try to survive to prove himself to his subordinates, so I planned to wipe him out while they were busy fighting. But when you look closely, it all makes sense now. Lee Jun, the smart one, caught on to their plan. They must have used regression stones to escape. Their minions were just bait. He was pissed off for those poor subordinates. Lee Jun shouted his lungs out until he had no strength left to curse. He was so mad he clawed at the wall hard. Are they even human? How could they just abandon their own subordinates and run? Lee Jun exploded with rage at these scum of society. Down below, Hyung Jun was exhausted from fighting the Nagochi. In just a few seconds, he got ambushed by one that wrapped tightly around his throat. Hyung Jun's whole body trembled as he was dragged away without a second thought. In this life or death moment, he faced a bloodthirsty Nagochi. It was about to swallow Hyung Jun whole. Its saliva dripped down his pitiful face. The Nagochi grabbed Hyung Jun with its claw and started chewing fiercely. Luckily, one of the disciples struck it just in time and turned the tide. He anxiously asked the leader if he was okay. Hyung Jun was sweating bullets. I'm fine. Hyung Jun looked at his trembling hands. I've killed hundreds of Nagochi already. My inner strength is almost gone. He tried to psych himself up, but there were only a few left. Just a bit more and the others could escape. Hyung Jun was helpless. I'm running out of inner strength. The disciples behind him said in unison. Yeah, we know. From now on, just leave it to us, but he refused. Hyung Jun was ready to sacrifice himself for the clan. I'll make a path. You guys use it to escape. One disciple tried to stop the leader but got kicked by a Nagochi. No way. The leader immediately crushed it with his muscular arm. That Nagochi was gone in a second. He entrusted them with his trust. That was my final order. Please follow it. Everyone's faces darkened, and they all said together, no. This time we refused to obey. Hyung Jun was so exhausted he could barely stand. You guys are idiots. All talk but scared as hell. Who's going first? Yulin suddenly volunteered. Let me do it. Maybe he wanted to pay for his sins. See you in the next life, leader. Yulin rushed forward, but Hyung Jun jumped down and grabbed his shirt. Yulin got pissed and yelled. He's so damn mad. Who did that? The leader smirked. Who gave you permission to die? Yulin broke out in cold sweat. You're the one, he shouted. Lee Jun. Yulin trembled like a leaf. How did you get here? Lee Jun threatened him. You dare point your finger at me. Want me to beat you up some more? Everyone froze at Lee Jun's sharp entrance. You sound so annoying. Let's see what's going on here. Lee Jun gave him a disdainful look. Hyung Jun was defeated and could only exchange a few polite words. You're still alive, talking in riddles, while I'm about to die. No treatment. He hesitated. I used it all up. Lee Jun acted all high and mighty. I thought it wasn't necessary, so I didn't bring any. He slammed his spear into the ice floor. Fine then. Lee Jun stepped forward. I'll kill them all before you die. He coolly challenged the bloodthirsty Nagochi. So what should I do with you guys now? The elder wondered. Not gonna use the primal divine technique? Lee Jun got punched. No. It's better to show them how my muscles pop and how strong this new skill is. Lee Jun unleashed a storm of spiritual energy. The Heavenly King Divine Technique was activated. He charged forward at lightning speed. In the first few seconds, the Nagachi in the city were wiped out clean, yet Lee Jun didn't even feel a thing. His legs kicked swiftly at the spider monsters' faces. Then Lee Jun grabbed and controlled the beasts with his hands. He swung his arm, unleashing a fierce stream of spiritual energy. The henchmen were totally freaked out. Oh man, the Heavenly King Divine Technique. Even Hyung Jun couldn't hide his shock. No, that move wasn't just the Heavenly King Divine Technique, it had to be him. Just stare at that electric force silhouette. The Supreme Heavenly King Divine Technique. The Nagoshi gang saw most of their teammates taken down and started shaking like crazy. They freaked out, only knowing to scatter like cockroaches. Of course, Lee Jun was dead set on not letting these wild beasts off. He tore through each one like a maniac. Lee Jun taunted, "Where are you running off to?" Not just that, he even caressed the Zhu claw. Yi Zhu, about to snap it. If you want to live, don't go messing with anyone from the start. Lee Jun put on that fake friendly face. After clearing out the shrimp squad, his neck was killing him. Lee Jun stood on the rock pillar like a god, not expecting to waste energy on this crap. The henchmen were shocked and couldn't shut up. He immediately ordered, "What are you standing there like statues for? Not gonna pick up those items?" The henchman cowered. "Yes, sir." Lee Jun ran over to check on the leader. "Hyung Jun, how you holding up? Why are we listening to Lee Jun?" "To stay alive," Hyung Jun answered calmly. "Thanks to energy circulation, it's a bit easier now." He was surprised. That martial art is the supreme Heavenly King divine technique, right? Lee Jun was shocked. "How'd you recognize it?" Hyung Jun spilled all his guesses. "At first, I was skeptical, but I guessed right." "How did you learn the supreme Heavenly King divine technique?" Lee Jun didn't come clean, just talk big. "I just suddenly got it." Hyung Jun was confused. "But why show me the supreme Heavenly King divine technique?" Lee Jun didn't hesitate because it was him. He recounted everything. His subordinates wouldn't want to serve El Min and Lai Shin anymore, the ones who abandoned them, and he wasn't the type to ignore their opinions. Lee Jun convinced the leader to leave the clan. "Hyung Jun, why not come with me?" Hyung Jun was stunned by this kind of crazy offer. At first, he just grabbed Lee Jun's hand to help him up, but Hyung Jun still hesitated. "I'll think about it." Lee Jun got impatient. "Too slow. I'm not waiting forever." He'd already figured out the leader's game. "You'll report this to my dad, right?" The guy nodded like crazy. "Yeah, Lee Jun's bragging nature is something even lightning can't fix. That's exactly what I wanted." He advised the leader to talk to his subordinates. They're worried he might pass out again. "Do something." The henchmen, scared of who knows what, huddled so tight they couldn't even squeeze through. Hyung Jun watched this scene with satisfaction. He was deeply grateful. "Thanks, Lee Jun." The elder wondered, why let him go? This was a perfect chance to pull them to our side, wasn't it? Lee Jun was chill. "Whatever, it won't change his mind anyway," he explained to his master. "He only serves my dad. He's the only loyal one in that clan. And I'm not the person they want." Lee Jun already had a plan in his head. "But what I want is Li Shin's downfall. The Heavenly King team turning their backs, the organization protecting the heir. That'll hit Li Shin hard." The elder shyly covered his face. "As long as you get your goal, I'm happy. You're just delusional about your power." Is the master worried about his disciple? Man, it's a blessing to have such a great master. Lee Jun's attitude made the elder lose his cool. "Don't mess with me, you little devil." Lee Jun wondered, now that things are smooth, what's going on outside? A few hours later, the teleport gate lit up again, signaling someone was coming back. A flash appeared in the middle of the gate. That damn Daegong led his crew. The people around cheered. It's the ruthless team. They're back. The atmosphere was crazier than ever. "What happened? Why are you back? Where's the rest?" The guy jumped to conclusions too fast. "I'm afraid the third liberation attempt ended in failure." Daegong put on a sorrowful face for the abandoned henchmen. The broadcast cut off midstream because the camera broke. Still, we kept clearing the gate and tried to save everyone. But the host kept asking questions. "What happened to the Iron Blood and Divine Power clans?" He said coldly, "I'm not sure." Daegong kept talking, proving he was a cold-blooded bastard. "All I know is they couldn't use the regression stones." Everyone's jaw dropped. "Oh my god. Even Fire Ice, Poison Flower, and Dragon Sword?" Suddenly, someone started bawling. "Thank you for coming back safe, Lord Daegong." That's why everyone cheered. "Yeah, thanks for surviving. Hooray. You can do it again." "Thanks for coming back safe, Lord Daegong." That's why everyone cheered. "Yeah, thanks for surviving. Hooray. You can do it again." He's still acting all high and mighty. "Yeah, thanks, everyone." Daegong pulled that ridiculous stunt right under the teleport gate. He made a shrine for all the survivors, even for the Lee Jun crew. Daegong even hung a black armband and white chrysanthemums for everyone. He lit an incense stick for each person. Those bastards bowed their heads perfectly on cue. Everyone around didn't get what was going on but guessed it was real. Turns out they were doing this for the dead, even though they barely survived themselves. People say Liu Minuk is vicious. Turns out that was just nonsense. People's tongues really twist the truth. Today, I see them differently. Minuk's pretty satisfied since things are going smoothly. Feels like a weight's been lifted off. The ones who needed to die are dead, and people are starting to warm up to me. This old dude's grinning all schemy. I'm gonna snatch back my spot soon. Suddenly, everyone yells, "Look over there." Those bastards froze at the gate. The cultists went wild seeing the teleport gate spinning. The gate's being cleared out. Lee Jun's orders, isn't it? Suddenly, someone showed up making Minuk turn pale. So it's here. He calls the old man Uncle Lion with affection. Lion smirks and glares at Minuk. A few hours before the gate was cleared, everyone was buzzing. Hanju couldn't sit still. "What's going on over there?" Heejin shook her head. No sign of him. She was panicked. Where could he have gone? Junjian encouraged everyone. "No time left, we gotta keep exploring." Suddenly, Lee Jun appeared behind them. "No need." The three of them gaped. Lee Jun strolled in with his crew. Everyone's been looking for me, Jun Jian shouted. Where have you been all this time? We've been searching everywhere since you didn't come back. Lee Jun smiled. Sorry. She was shocked to see Hung Run and his gang. Wait, why is a Heavenly King squad member here? He pretended to think, then spilled the beans. It's a long story, but first, can you heal me? Hung Run pretended to faint after Lee Jun threw him to the ground, making his men scream dramatically. Boss. After a while, everyone finally got the story. Right? Everyone was furious for those left behind. He led the gate clearing, then bailed alone. Left his own men behind? What trash. Jin, shy as ever, made a promise. If I survive this, I'll make the Emperor clan and their divine powers pay, including what happened last time. Hanju was determined too. Divine Fist will team up with your blood clan. Lee Jun explained the mechanism to everyone. You'll survive this. The gate will be cleared in 30 minutes. The two of them teased each other. What? Seriously? You're copying me now? Why would I lie? Lee Jun always leads the charge. I'll jump in and clean it out, Hanju yelled. Wait, that lake is made of heavenly water. That warning gave him a chance to get cocky. That's why I plan to go alone. I'm the only one who can handle heavenly water's weight. Lee Jun tossed his jacket to Hanju. Hold this for me. Then he decisively jumped into the water. A voice caught her attention. Sis. A girl approached and started talking. I know you want to investigate Lee Jun, but I'm worried you're being led on too much by him. Knowing her plan to take him down, Hanju immediately denied it. Don't say that. Without him, we wouldn't have passed round 2. She grabbed Lee Jun's jacket and declared, once the gate's cleared, Jun will gain fame and trust beyond what we imagined. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was diving deep into the heavenly water lake. The elder watched and warned, keep using primal divine arts to protect your body. Stop for a bit, and you'll turn to dust. Listening to his master, he finally reached his target. Lee Jun's eyes lit up. Here it is. He immediately swam to the lake's bottom. A few hours later, Lee Jun completed his goal and returned to shore soaking wet. Squeeze the water out of my jacket. I've never swum this long in my life. The elder still remembered Kim Kwai. So nostalgic. My little turtle used to live in a cave like this. Lee Jun yawned. That's not Master's little turtle. His words pissed off the fake elder again. How dare you be so sure? My cute little turtle wouldn't die that easily. Lee Jun turned pale as his master kept misunderstanding him. I mean, the chance it's your turtle is super low. Lee Jun was curious. Whether it's little turtle or not, we'll have to see. In front of them now lay Kim Kwai curled up on the heavenly water lake. You explained to Master that it was resting so Zhu, Ji, and Yi could get ready to give birth. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Little demon. Lee Jun is still stubborn. Don't lie to me. It can't be him. And you're getting all fired up. No. What do I gain by lying to you? The elder challenged. If you don't believe me, try using the primordial divine technique. Little demon really likes the energy of the primordial divine technique, so I threatened him. If it's not little demon, I'll kill it right away. Lion stared at the golden turtle for a moment. It also woke up from the noise you made. You froze. Shen Wu, is that really you? The elder excitedly ran over to reunite with the golden turtle. Little demon, he's emotional. Shen Wu. The golden turtle sobbed. Why did you leave me? Do you know how lonely I've been? He gently patted his head. I'm sorry. Little demon. Lee Jun couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? He never expected it. Even if you live 1,000 years, you'd understand. But how is he inside the gate? As the gate's master? And the elder is still clinging to the golden turtle. What have you been through? He felt so heartbroken. I came back home after searching for so long, but the world had flipped upside down. Elder Kang Chao, you suffered so much for me. The golden turtle was happy too, but now you're here. I'm really glad. Sorry. The elder was full of sorrow. Little demon, and he was moved too. Shen Wu, while they were both choked up, where the hell did Lee Jun come rushing in from? Sorry, I know you two reunited after 1,000 years, but let me say something. This grumpy old man. How dare you butt in between your master and your senior? What are you asking? The elder firmly defended the golden turtle. I told you already. Little demon was my disciple long before you. You have to respect her. She's happy. You're the best. Lee Jun was embarrassed by his master and just turned away, thinking after all, it's just an animal. Fine then. You spoke up. So what do we do with this gate now? Do we need to kill the turtle? No, kill the boss to clear the gate. He cut in. No worries. The elder grinned wickedly. I've got a plan. Lee Jun clasped his hands in prayer. That's my master. You got a plan from the start. What is it? The elder acted all knowledgeable as he folded his fan and combined the gates you used. Huh? So it's that? The elder angrily threw the fan at you. Huh? So it's that? What do you mean? Who told you to expect too much? Lee Jun was fed up. I thought it would be something impressive. He scratched his head. But I can only own 2 gates. I even promised the fairies that once things settled down, I'd let them go home. He suggested. Then why not ask the fairies? Lee Jun proposed. If they refuse, you have to find another way. The elder quickly pushed you into the barrier. Yeah, go ask. At the SUM garden, the Waiwa treat them like capitalist slaves. You stepped out, everyone. They were startled and turned around. Master Lee Jun, with a forced smile, I have some bad news for everyone. Yom asked what it was, but then stopped. Wait, they're thinking about the worst possible things. He's not telling us to go back there, right? After settling here, we like living here better than in the fairy tale garden. Catch me if you can. Fresh air, lush flowers, and friends to hang with. You sighed. Sorry, but everyone has to keep living here. At the same time, the flowers all said in unison, please don't chase us away. After hearing that, Lee Jun's face went blank, not understanding what they were doing, and they looked up shocked and confused. What are you suspicious about? Why would I kick you out? He stammered. Didn't you want to abandon us because we're no longer useful? Lee Jun was helpless. I want you all to keep living here. The Yomo flowers sighed in relief. What a scare. Now we like life here better than in the fairy tale garden. Do whatever you want there. The system beeped. The fairies request to be completely yours. Do you agree? You agreed. Part of the fairies now fully belong to you. Your affinity with the fairies has increased. You receive 1,800 reputation points. You smiled and stepped into the barrier. Thanks. You guys keep doing your thing. The elder patted the golden turtle's head. What did they say? Lee Jun looked relieved. Luckily, they like the blue lake stirring spot, so I can ditch the fairy tale garden now. He clenched his fist. That's great. Hurry up and make this gate yours. You quickly replied. Got it. The system announced the 1,000-year-old golden turtle requests to be completely yours. Do you agree? You can't expand your territory because of Lam Lam's rank. You can choose the 1,000-peak lake by removing one of these territories. Blue lake stirring spot, fairy tale garden. Lee Jun stared intently at the board. You've cleared the fairy tale garden. You've become the new master of the 1,000 Peaks Lake. You receive items belonging to the gate. He grabbed the book, a grade A+ stone. The system introduced the Empire's Supreme Chain Blade. Lee clenched the book tightly, thinking he had to give it to Heil. The Empire's Supreme Chain Blade. The Elder Immortal stroked the golden turtle. We found Little Turtle and the martial art you wanted. One shot, done and dusted. He muttered, nothing left to take. It has to be the one arrow, three eagles flag. Lee Jun's face showed unmatched greed. Honestly, if I could, I'd also take the golden turtle's energy crystal. His eyes lit up a bit, lips curled into a slight smirk. The shimmering water, cold to the bone, flowed before Lee Jun. But greed leads to trouble, so I'll just take the glacier water. That's enough. The system chimed right after the bottle was half full. You took the glacier water. He raised the glass bottle. Lam Nam's gonna love this. Lee Jun strode out of the cave. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. Can we head back now? Goodbye. He thought about his friends. Back to everyone. The system chimed again. You've cleared the 1,000 Peaks Lake. Lee Jun faced Min's pale, threatening face. I was looking for you because you were nowhere to be found. He sneered with contempt. But here I am. Lee Jun looked down, creating an invisible pressure. The old man shouted angrily. How are you still alive? He smirked proudly. What do you mean? We killed the boss and survived. Reporters caught wind of the hot news and rushed over. Hear that? 1,000 Peaks Lake has been wiped clean, buzzing like a swarm of angry bees. What are you standing there for? Go interview them. One by one, they stepped forward to chat. You cleared the gate? One held a mic, another a camera. What kind of monster was the boss? Questions poured in like a flood. The expedition leader said a team member died. Please tell us what happened. Lee Jun answered vaguely. I don't even know where to start. You won't believe what went down inside. His eyes deliberately flicked toward Minuk. First, let me tell you about those who fled the gate. Lee Jun slowly spoke each word. They have. The old man rushed forward, trying to snatch the mic from his hand. Wait. Minuk, the coward, knelt down. We thought you all had died, so we used stones. Didn't expect you to survive and come back. I'm so glad. Lee Jun grimaced and stepped back. Don't be like that. You started the conflict by saying someone from the Ironblood Sword and Divine Skill factions deliberately sabotaged the expedition. The nearby crowd whispered, what's he saying? What happened when the camera broke? A bold reporter stepped forward. What exactly happened inside? Lee Jun replied. That's a good question. He pushed the old man's ugly face. In the third ring area, we split into two groups. The Divine Power Clan with the Emperor Clan, and the Ironblood Sword Clan with the Divine Skill Clan. We split because of what I just said. Lee Jun taunted. So why don't you say anything? He mocked without mercy. How could I? He used mana stones and abandoned his subordinates. Lee Jun finished. All eyes turned to DG. That's why both the Royal Lion and Heavenly King were destroyed. Of course, he didn't dare say it out loud. Lee Jun looked distant, thinking about how the old man tried to cover everything up with a fake face. Truly disgusting. The guy flew into a rage and drew his sword. He set a trap for me. He wants to bring down our emperor clan. Hu Jin wanted to charge at Daegong. Ridiculous. But Lee Jun stopped him. Why can't you act like an adult? Getting mad won't solve anything. The old man charged crazily, shouting. Daegong swung a palm down, but Lee Jun easily dodged with a jump. The crowd watching got startled and scattered. Run. Someone shouted. Everyone this way. His eyes blazed. Who ordered you to do this? Tell the truth. Daegong's seemingly skillful strikes were dodged by Lee Jun like a game. The old man was seriously paranoid. Why don't you go home and get some sleep? Lee Jun taunted. The old man roared furiously. How dare you? A worthless bastard who can't inherit the bloodline, humiliating me in front of everyone. Daegong swung his sword forward. Lee Jun leaned back and dodged again. He struck a few more times but couldn't land a hit. Lee Jun's hands stayed in his pockets the entire time, his inner strength like a storm. No wonder they call him the Wind Apostle. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, grabbing Lee Jun's attention. Rocks crushed some passers-by, blood splattered everywhere. Save my leg, my leg. There's a kid just crying out for his mom. Mom, Mom, behind you is a bloody battlefield. Save me. I can't take it anymore. Lee Jun couldn't hold back and pulled the spear out of the barrier, just as expected. The Emperor clan. His hand gripped the spear tight. The killing aura radiating made even the enemy wary. Lee Jun swung his sword and flew forward. It's time to end this. The battle was being broadcast live nationwide, right now in front of the Thousand Peaks Lake, the fight between the Wind Disciple and the Demon Spear. In front of Jian Mu was the screen showing that fierce battle. Heavenly Supreme King's divine art. He ordered Zhu, Ji, and Yi to prepare. I'm going to meet that kid. The towering skyscraper piercing the blue sky stood proudly. DG's sharp sword extended like it wanted to cut through anything blocking the way. A streak of light shot through. The building shook slightly, barely visible. Then came a deafening explosion, shards of bricks flying everywhere. Lee Jun holding the spear remained calm as if nothing happened. He charged forward with fiery eyes, gripping the sword tightly. Daegong shouted, Die, you traitor. No way. Two sources of spiritual power clashed, but it was clear no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't beat Lee Jun. While focused, Lee Jun suddenly recognized someone familiar. A group of people in black stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Wait, their eyes met. Lee Jun panicked. His dad blocked blow after blow, but his mind was racing. He should be hidden away training right now. Lee Jun immediately realized the problem. Right, this battle was broadcast everywhere, so he must have seen it and came here. He came because of the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art. Lee Jun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Since there's an unexpected audience here, gotta put on an impressive show. Lee Jun's hands crossed, forming an X, spiritual power gathering. Hanu sensed the surging energy and froze. She looked up at the overflowing spiritual power, sucking everything like a whirlwind. He focused intensely, blue flames flickering in his eyes, heart pounding. Hanju shouted, members of the primal body and the Heon Mu formation. Everyone stopped what they were doing, stabbed their swords into the ground, forming an equatorial circle. They poured all their spiritual power into the circle, holding their stance or else the attack would break through. The whole city lit up with a huge blue spiritual power circle. Lee Jun's spiritual energy now burned bright red, eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Jian Mu looked up, confused. That was a mocking smile from Lee Jun raising his hand. Daegong's fist swung the sword. Hey, you dare? He yelled in despair. I'm from the Emperor clan, Choi Daegong, Wind Disciple. Lee Jun punched straight into the sword with no fear for even a second. A blinding light appeared in the ruined city like a last salvation. Then came a thunderous explosion. Orange smoke rose into the sky. She tried to calm everyone down. Hang in there. Just hold on. Zhang Jian grabbed Hook Jian's collar so the wind wouldn't blow him off Mars. She opened her eyes wide. No way. Everyone looked up together. What was that? Dust and smoke billowed up. Lee Jun's figure slowly emerged from the smoke. He glared at Daegong. Then Lee Jun smiled. Thanks for joining the stage I created. He glared at the defeated old man kneeling before him. Choi Daegong, Wind Disciple, he guessed. You've gotten the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art. Suddenly, Jian Mu stepped forward. Lee Jun immediately turned and threw a sarcastic jab. I see it now. I know my son is stubborn, so no beating around the bush. I know you noticed. I want to say a few words, but there are too many eyes here. I'll get straight to the point. Jian Mu held out his hand. Go home. Lee Jun stepped out of the dust cloud. He still hadn't changed. I'm stubborn. I'm not going back to that house. He frowned deeply. Do you know what you're saying? Jian Mu pretended to lecture. You just made the Emperor clan your enemy after destroying the Wind Disciple. No, no way. How do you plan to fix the aftermath alone? Lee Jun sneered with contempt. I told you, you haven't changed a bit. Just be honest. He hit the nail on the head. That you're afraid I'll die with the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art, that you fear losing the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art you've been searching for all this time. His face darkened. Don't let emotions control you. If you get caught up in trivial memories, but Lee Jun cut him off immediately. I can handle the aftermath. He didn't respect the father who gave birth to him. The divine clan had already accepted him as one of their own. Then Lee Jun turned away, leaving John Mu standing there. I have nothing more to say, I'm leaving. He swore to the heavens, the truth that you are my son will never change. You're gonna have to come back home eventually. John Mu stared at his stubborn son's back, determined to get him back to headquarters looking like his usual thriving self. Inside the meeting room, John Seo slammed the table in anger. Say something, he snapped. Keeping quiet won't solve anything. Then his gaze flicked over to Jian Mu with a tone full of authority, before settling back on the calm expression that started to darken. The tyrant. Seeing this, Jig quickly stopped Joe from speaking. Sword King, chill out. Fist King, tyrant, if you two still refuse to cooperate, we have no other choice. Hearing that, the old man smirked involuntarily. No other choice? Huh? So you're planning to attack our Emperor clan? He yelled furiously at Kangoo, who asked for help in the Thousand Peak Lake incident from the start. Hyun suddenly spoke up. Even as an outsider, I think the Thousand Peak Lake situation has gone way too far. He grew serious. Our Lone Abyss already refused the Emperor clan's help in the Twin Swamp. If we also join the attack on Thousand Peak Lake, just imagining it is terrifying. The Emperor clan and the Divine Power basically betrayed the clan alliance. Immediately, Hyun's presence radiated intense killing intent. You two have to take responsibility for this. Kangju calmly said, don't just blame us. We have plenty to say to the Iron Blood Sword too. He shouted, don't you already know the strategy to attack Thousand Peak Lake? John Seos looked confused. It made no sense. Then how did you get through the second round so easily? Dagon said for sure the Iron Blood Sword knew the strategy for Thousand Peak Lake beforehand. Saying this, he unconsciously paused for a moment. That's because John Seop's memories suddenly flooded back while talking with his daughter. Lee Jun had said she knew through telepathy. Junjin hesitated under his gaze. If it weren't for Lee Jun, then she firmly explained the situation. They didn't make it through. Even now, thinking back to that scene, Jun Jeon truly didn't want to remember. Even a father like John Seop empathized. Hearing the story, even he found Iron Blood's actions suspicious, but he couldn't reveal what his daughter had told him. While he was deep in thought, Kang Gu suddenly spoke. Everyone knows how much our Emperor clan wants to wipe out Thousand Peace Peak. Yet, instead of sharing the strategy, you kept it to yourself. If this leaks out, what will happen to Iron Blood's sword? Jigan replied coolly. Still, betraying the alliance can't be overlooked. Jian Mu's eyes flickered slightly. So what do you want me and the Tao King to do? No sooner had he finished than the other side slowly said to first organize a press conference and issue a nationwide apology. A few hours later, Jian Mu returned. A swarm of agile bodyguards bowed deeply to greet him. As John Mu got out, he suddenly heard Min Jane whining in his ear. I heard you want that brat to come back. She frowned and asked, did you forget our promise? While glaring at him with annoyance, John Mu casually replied, Lee Jun has learned the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art, so it is what it is. Min Jane screamed, I don't care. Her voice trembled. You promised if you kicked that kid out, I'd spare his life. Now you bring him back here. A low-born bastard who hurt his own uncle. Min Jane was furious. If you bring him back to this house, I won't just sit still. Then seeing his indifferent look, she suddenly collapsed. I won't let it slide. Inside her room, she started losing control, throwing things around wildly. Why would he do this to me? How dare he? Min Jane was seething, wanting to tear that kid apart, but she had to hold back because of their promise. Jin Hoa gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. If she kept getting angry, that beautiful face would get all wrinkled. Min Jane calmed down, then asked, Nanny, what do you do when someone breaks a promise? The woman replied calmly, if it were me, I'd make them pay for daring to do that. Hearing this, she smiled. Right? That's the way to go, isn't it? Jin Hoa agreed, of course. Suddenly, Minin stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Nanny, you're the only one I trust. She looked up to ask, so you'll take care of Lee Jun for me, right? Jin Hoa gave a meaningful smile. Leave the mistress to me. Oh, and I'll make sure to handle that person too. When she left the room, Jin Hoa instructed the staff to keep quiet so the mistress could rest. They immediately agreed. Yes. As soon as she left, the two girls started whispering. So fast she calmed down, and she's getting into the divine powerhouse when she gets married. She must be really trusted. She obviously got the hint. Yeah, she still looks like she's in her 60s. That's insane. Then she suddenly paused. Hey, have you heard that rumor yet? The other person looked puzzled. What rumor? She leaned close to the person next to her about Mrs. Vu, then lowered her voice. They say she's been the nanny of the young mistress since birth and her appearance hasn't changed at all. Meanwhile, somewhere in the school, Yu-Jin teased, God Lee Jun, mastering the Heavenly King Divine Technique, something even the Fist King couldn't achieve, chose the clan's divine skill instead of his own clan's power. He looked at Lee Jun, who seemed about to explode, and asked, "What's this World Annihilation Technique? That power?" He shyly snapped, "Shut up. Haven't you read enough already? You can read silently without making noise." Jin suddenly got hyped, but it's awesome that everyone recognizes Jun's potential. Then he turned to the person beside him. Right? Ho chimed in, "Yeah, I think so too." Lee Jun was momentarily helpless. "Even you, Ho." While joking around, he suddenly stopped. "Oh, the press conference is about to start. You guys want to watch?" Jin joined in. "Is it that late already?" "Nervous. Let's watch." Lee Jun flat out refused. "No way, I'm gonna catch some sleep." He chuckled. "Don't tell me you want me to open it for you." Both ignored him and started watching the press conference about the Thousand Peaks Lake attack, the Divine Power Clan, and the Emperor Clan. John Mew spoke up. "Everything that happened at Thousand Peaks Lake is entirely the fault of our Divine Power Clan and the Emperor Clan." He seriously said, "On behalf of my brother and son, I apologize for this unforgivable act." Suddenly, a reporter raised his hand to ask, "Are you apologizing to the clans involved or to the public for deceiving them?" Kanju quickly answered, "It was all our negligence." The reporter questioned, "So both are true?" Old Fod ignored and turned away. "Any more questions?" Jin immediately noticed that blatant disdain, and the person beside him agreed. "That's shameful." Suddenly, John Mew saw another reporter wanting to ask a question and invited him. He spoke with suspicion. "Is it really true that Zhu, Ji, Yi are at fault? The Emperor Clan is offering the Demon Sword as the prize for the upcoming Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament." Everyone was shocked by that question, but he calmly looked forward, then admitted it, which made the atmosphere even more lively. "Yes, that's true." Jin suddenly got super excited. "Did I hear that right? The prize for the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is the Demon Sword." Ho, next to him, was equally stunned. "Really?" The next second, Lee Jun suddenly woke up and slapped Jin. He stared at the screen in disbelief. How could this be? Lee Jun was so shocked he was speechless. The Demon Sword suddenly triggered memories taking him back to the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. The MC announced the winner of this year's Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament with 0 casualties was. Then he solemnly introduced Longsword from the Iron Blood Sword clan, North Jin. At the same time, they announced an additional prize, the map of the Black Gate region, known as the Blood Tomb, God, and Sword River Bow. As soon as the MC finished, everyone around the arena got hyped and cheered. Even Lee Jun, standing at the back, enthusiastically clapped. He thought about the prize, which was supposed to be the Jangbo sword. That was one of the reasons he stayed at the school. So why did the prize change to the Demon Sword? More precisely, without the Jangbo sword, entering the Blood Tomb Gate would be impossible, and since this item was something they also coveted, Lee Jun was a bit suspicious, but the Demon Sword was also something he desired, right? Even if it had nothing to do with the Blood God. Suddenly, Jin popped up behind Lee Jun. Then he grabbed the phone back. "Call me if you need me." He smiled awkwardly. "Ah, sorry, I got startled." Then he fell into thought again. The prize changed, not sure if that's good or bad. "What do you think, Master?" Seeing the elder didn't say anything, Lee Jun called again. "Master, what did you say?" He replied, "I asked what you think about the prize change." The other calmly answered, "Whatever it is, it belongs to you, so why worry?" Lee Jun doubted. "Really?" He sat in a corner giggling. "Master finally admits my strength." On this side, the elder looked a bit concerned about the Demon Sword. Maybe thinking about it, he stopped. "Well, we'll see soon enough." After a while, when the weather cleared, Lee Jun finally decided to head into the forest to find Lam Lam. He looked around searching. Lam Lam. Lam Lam. After looking for a while and not finding it, Lee Jun wondered, "Where are you hiding?" Suddenly, from behind the trees, a pair of sharp eyes flashed. The next second, Lam Lam immediately charged at him, leaving him stunned. Lee Jun quickly hugged it tightly. "There you are, Lam Lam." Lam Lam's eyes shone brightly. "Nah, nah, nah." He understood and refused, saying he didn't want to play hide and seek in the backyard. Seeing its gloomy face, Lee Jun told him not to be disappointed. They'd do something more fun. Then he took out a bottle of heavenly water and asked if it was ready. Lee Jun instantly infused yin energy into the bottle. Right after finishing, he poured the heavenly water down and looked at Lam Lam, signaling, "Drink this." As it drank directly, the system notified that Lam Lam absorbed the yin energy from the heavenly water. Very quickly, the system sounded again. Lam Lam started absorbing the yin energy. It immediately transformed back into the form of a 9-tailed tiger. Lee Jun stood there witnessing this scene. slightly surprised, and confirmed, "This energy is stronger than I thought." The elder replied, "It's a divine elixir taken from Xiao Gui's habitat. Of course it's powerful." He continued analyzing that the yin energy was on par with the divine elixir inside the nine-tailed tiger, so Lam Lam would endure quite a bit of pain. Just as expected, its whole body started throbbing in waves. Lee Jun's eyes showed no ripple. He could only stand there watching. Suddenly, Lee Jun's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling Hook Jin being mocked, which made him unwilling to accept it. He was pissed off at him already. After thinking for a while, Lam Lam gradually adapted to the yin energy. It lifted its head and roared fiercely in the silent space. The surroundings became colder than ever, and snowflakes began falling here. Lee Jun reached out to catch the first snowflakes. He clenched them tightly as if treasuring every bit of value Lam Lam created. Then Lee Jun turned and praised, "Good job, Lam Lam." Seconds later, the system announced Lee and 2 rank. Lam Lam's level had increased. The gate that was once a green zone was upgraded to a red zone. A new skill would be acquired, an achievement no one had reached before. The reward of 10 million points was granted. He gently rubbed its belly. "Well done. Rest now. Then we can play hide and seek as much as you want. You just used up all your energy, so you shrank." Suddenly, the system appeared again, making Lee Jun suspicious. "Huh, still more notifications?" He pondered while reading each line on the system board. The owner of the Forbidden Zone had developed a reward to merge the 4 gates already granted. "Do you want to merge the Lamb Fierce Vein and the Thousand Lakes Peak?" This came too fast, so Lee Jun hesitated a bit. Suddenly, the system silently transported him to a snowy area mixed with wild mountains. "What the hell is this?" Lee Jun was shocked, realizing he couldn't increase the number of gates owned but could merge them. Is that even allowed? Seeing the system urging him to choose a direction, he stopped messing around. Should he try it? "You can choose now, then south it is." The system immediately took both to the chosen place and notified that the southern area would merge with the Thousand Lakes Peak Gate. Surprised, Lam Lam didn't react fast enough, making it hard for Lee Jun to catch it. Both landed safely before looking up. And simultaneously, the system reported that the southern area of Lamb Tiger Claw Vein had merged with the Thousand Lakes Peak Gate. He held them back for a few seconds. Damn, the gates really merged. In the silent space, a sound suddenly echoed. "Divine Marshal." The elder immediately recognized it. "Oh, Xiao Gui?" Kim Gui asked curiously. "What's going on, Divine Marshal?" Hearing that, he answered honestly, "The gates have merged." He paused. "Huh? Your first time too?" the elder inquired. Kim Gui replied, "I've never heard of anything like this." The system continued, suggesting, "The owner of the Forbidden Zone wants to rename the vein." "Do you want to rename the vein?" He rubbed his chin. "Damn. At this point, we can't just call it Lamb Tiger Claw Vein anymore." After saying that, Lee Jun started focusing on thinking of a more fitting name. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "All the gates I've cleared are notorious." Lee Jun reached out to point at the system screen. "This name is cool." He smiled fiercely and asked it, "You like it too, Lam Lam?" Lee Jun ignored Lam Lam's sharp reaction. Decision made then. He decisively confirmed the name he chose. Click. Meanwhile, at Jian Mulin's private house, "I told you to stay close and earn his trust. Now you've lost it." Thinking of this, his hand unconsciously clenched the pathetic glass. Then John Mu said, "I approve your request." Hai Ung stammered nervously. "I didn't expect you to approve so easily," he muttered. "If I could cover up the mistakes of the dumbass successor, I would have done it already." Saying that, John Mu looked up. "Hyun Run, you've got talent." He paused for a moment. "You're the vice leader of the Heavenly King squad under my command, even groomed to be the next leader. I still don't want to lose you." Just as he finished, John Mu stood up. "Well, let's put that aside for now. Have you found anything about Lee Jun yet?" He honestly reported. "Sorry, we haven't found much yet," he wondered. "Nothing at all?" Hung Jun explained. "Lee Jun uses the Celestial King Divine Art." He confirmed further, but he also uses unknown techniques and various martial arts styles. Hyun Run trailed behind, progressing at a crazy fast pace. Clearly, to reach that level, he must have a master, but we still can't figure out who it is. He stared thoughtfully at the sky. That kid's not that stupid. Then he raised his hand to the air. If he's mastered the Celestial King Divine Art, he's definitely stronger than me. The next second, John Mu clenched his fist as if trying to snatch the moon. His face darkened more and more. "Do whatever it takes to bring it here. I must get that thing at all costs." Elsewhere, Lee Jun saw Lam Lam's basic stats skyrocketing and was over the moon. At the same time, her skills diversified, making him amazed. Lam Lam was already strong. Now she's even stronger. Lee Jun silently analyzed. From rank D to rank A and above, her speed tripled S-rank, and with new skills, she's perfect. He suddenly picked her up, showering his baby with praise. "You're the most beautiful creature in the world." Then Lee Jun turned and asked, You guys see that too, right? He looked at them a moment, then lowered his voice. Saku, freaky fish. They quickly bowed and said in unison, Master, we agree with you. Seeing this, Lee Jun called out, No need for demons. There are some creatures living here before you guys. Remember to get along with them, Saku replied. Yes. He also spoke to Kim Kwai. You too. The elder fairy was displeased hearing that. You, Lee Jun, shocked. Do you really have to be like that? He shouted, calling him senior. Senior. He struggled to say the word senior, as the elder fairy instructed. Senior. Senior. But Lee Jun still couldn't say it. How could humans and monsters be senior and junior? He angrily scolded. You shameless disciple, and you keep making excuses. Plus, little Kwai can't even learn martial arts anymore. The elder fairy growled. What did you say? Seeing the tension, Kim Kwai stepped in to stop it. Master, let it go. Other disciples get teased like this too. He calmed down. If you said that, then tell your master. Then he turned to Lee Jun. You should stop too. I'm very happy to be called Little Kwai. Lee Jun hesitated. Oh, all right, he instructed. From now on, get along with each other, you two. Saku looked downcast. What's this situation? Even though we have a new master, sometimes serving the old master was better. Not long after nightfall in the bustling city, even though it was late, people kept flooding into the bar. They enjoyed themselves, dancing and blending into the music. At this moment, Lee Jun was being led inside by a waiter. When he arrived, he knocked and announced, a guest had arrived, instantly hearing a reply. Come in. He quickly opened the door and entered the room. Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, pointing straight at Lee Jun. He calmly dodged to the side to avoid the attack, then immediately struck the attacker. Lee Jun saw the sword knocked away and leaning by the door, so he grabbed it. Seconds later, he put all his strength into his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the attacker. Very quickly, the guy couldn't take it and gradually lost consciousness. Lee Jun circled behind for a finishing strike. He raised the sword, Yi ready to strike when suddenly a voice rang out. Enough. As the words ended, the sword was already above the attacker's head. Feeling no attack coming, he slowly opened his eyes. Lee Jun glared sharply toward the voice, and at the same time heard the opponent say, Sorry for the interruption. He spoke calmly. That kid is under my command, so please be lenient. Then he introduced himself. I am the ruler of the underworld, the overlord. Meanwhile, on every social platform, people were buzzing about something. Have you guys heard the news? That guy put a new artifact up for auction. Everyone was eager to gossip. This time it's the crown of Urogan, right? That's an item you can only get after defeating the king and queen of the twin swamp lizards. So it turns out he only sells artifacts from unexplored gates. Then they got to the heart of the matter. This time, it was sold for 1,500,000,000. So who the hell is the seller anyway? Last time, that person also sold items from the WC. Seems like they found out the identity of the guy named the fallen seller, right? Back at the bar, Lee Jun greeted cheerfully. Nice to see you, Boss Hoang. I came here today with a proposal. To save time, I'll get straight to the point. You flashed a sly smile and asked, Is the revenge still on? Boss? You know what I'm talking about, right? Still is. You said, while taking off your hat and jacket. That's good then. Mr. Zhuang's eyes locked on the other guy in shock. You're the cautious boss, observing and guessing the divine warrior Lee Jun. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Never thought the fallen would be you. Boss was sweating bullets. At this age, I thought nothing could shock me anymore. Lee Jun chuckled. Am I too young to be trusted? He quickly denied it. No, you start explaining. In this world where only the strongest survive, respecting anyone with power is the right move, no matter their age. Then he slowly spoke. Remember the incident at Thousand Peaks Lake? That's why I'm offering to help with the revenge. Boss stayed calm, but that alone wasn't enough. Aren't you the heir of the Divine Power clan? He sipped his tea lightly. I heard you cut ties with them and joined Divine Skill just as a guest. Nothing guarantees you're not a spy. Boss continued, analyzing. If you leak assassination info to the Emperor clan, they'll use it as an excuse to swallow up my underground world. This place is my life's work. I can't let it collapse. Lee Jun smirked slightly. There's a big sword tournament before the school break. He replied, I know. Then he spoke up. The big sword tournament is an official ranked match determined purely by skill. Then he added, I'm participating as one of the representatives of the Divine Skill clan. That's how much they trust me. Lee Jun looked straight at Boss with sincerity. And I also want to keep a good relationship with you. In a hidden residential area in some fancy city, suddenly heavy breathing sounded like someone was running from a pursuer. Tae Huyen darted his eyes around in fear. He tried to calm himself down. I gotta escape. Gotta run far away. To some remote countryside and live cut off from the world. Yeah, that's what I'll do. But before he could get far, Minu caught him. Mu Wai, the old guard behind him, stepped forward and grabbed his leg, making Tae Huyen panic. Please, spare my life. He kept begging, but it seemed like the elders weren't having it. I'll do anything. Please save me, save me. The next morning, at the school Lee Jun attended, he casually tapped on his phone as usual. The screen showed a message from someone named Slave Coin. I'll pay up front for the Namsan Gate and the Dream Garden. The old immortal wondered, why did you choose the Dream Garden? Lee Jun explained, I thought going there would be good and I could learn more about Lam Lam from the immortal king. He laughed heartily, that'll help raise Lam Lam well, don't you think? He happily replied, well, I think that's right. Lion suddenly fell into thought. Above all, I'm curious why the Black Zone gates are so pissed. Who's Lam Lam that makes the divine beasts so furious at her? I already have too many enemies, don't want to make more. After thinking, he felt troubled. So much to do, why's everything gotta be so damn complicated? Suddenly, Yubai spoke up. Look, Hanju. She pushed her glasses up, trembling as she looked at him and sighed. Guess what he's thinking when he looks at you? Sia, it's just helpless sadness. Hanju tried to act cold. Whatever he thinks has nothing to do with me. You and I exchanged shy glances. A moment later, she asked if he wanted to hear her opinion. Hanju, I suggest a classic romance novel. It's perfect for reference. The other side's mad. Why would I even care about that? While chatting, Kang Jin suddenly barged in. Everyone, get back to your seats. Yubai was confused. What's going on, miss? Where's our homeroom teacher? Kang Jin was urgent. She has bad news to tell you all. Her expression darkened a bit. Teacher Kim Tae-hoon passed away due to an accident. Kang Jin added, last night he was attacked while coming home drunk, apparently by a monster that crawled out of a gate. The students buzzed. No way. Teacher Tae-hoon is dead. A monster wave? She continued. Though the exact cause was unknown, it was believed to be a monster outbreak. Lion stayed calm, finally got it handled. Kim Tae-hwai is definitely different from the monster waves, where monsters flood out of the sewers. A monster outbreak is when part of a monster's body suddenly appears outside the gate due to an unidentified wave. If caught and dragged back inside by a suddenly appearing monster, no matter how strong a fake awakening is, survival is impossible. He thought about it, but there's no way a monster outbreak would happen right at that moment. It's good to clear out the sensory overload he had postponed because he was busy with 1,000 Peaks Lake. Lee Jun suddenly remembered Minuk. If brother Kim Tae decisively handled him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He must be the angriest person dealing with that guy. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a girl's sobbing. Soon after, a male student came over to comfort her. Don't cry. But she still wasn't satisfied. Why did brother Kim Tae betray us? Lee Jun turned away. They're kids, so still weak, or maybe he seemed to think of something. Even someone like that has people who mourn when they die. Meanwhile, in a strange room, Bai Sung got excited looking at the items on auction display. He praised. Looks like this time he found some decent stuff in the dungeon. Huh. Then he gazed into the distance. Let's Zhu, Ji, Yi get ready. Byung simultaneously declared the goal. We're heading to the underworld. The overlord seemed unable to believe his ears. Then he rubbed his chin bored. I think I misheard. Can you say that again? Lee Jun said clearly, I want to buy a large quantity of seedlings and wheat. Can you get me some good quality ones? The overlord muttered. Jia lack. Didn't hear wrong. Why do you need that? Lee Jun replied. Nothing special. I just hesitated for a bit, then smiled, felt like trying farming. Suddenly, Lee Jun's memory flashed back to when he was in the fields. He glanced around amazed. Lee Jun marveled. Lamb Lake's grave is a desert, so plants barely survive there. But you guys still managed to grow well together. Why held flowers, smiling brightly. No big deal, slave. I mean helping to plan the farming, then we'll lift the magic on the fields. He added, also speeds up growth. Clearing a field won't take more than a week. After hearing that, he seemed to get it and went, oh, so that's how it is. When Lee Jun finished, the overlord immediately agreed. I'll have Zhu, Ji, Yi prepare what you asked for. He hummed. Might take some time since it's different from what we usually collect. Lee Jun calmly said, no problem, take your time. The overlord thought a moment then asked, where do you want to receive them? Lee Jun quickly answered, in Busan. He asked suspiciously, Buen, you sure? Lee Jun confirmed. Yeah, that's fine. Hearing that, the overlord sighed. All right. Suddenly, he turned and whispered to his student, ah, there's something I want the clan leader to bring out. The student understood. Yes. Not long after, a box was brought out. He looked inside. Lee Jun was speechless in surprise. This is the overlord's careful instruction. Since you'll be frequenting the black market from now on, Zhu, Ji, Yi prepared this so you can move around comfortably. Hope you like it. Shortly after, Lee Jun was at a large hall. He looked at each item on display, vaguely guessing there was an auction today. The person next to him confirmed. Yeah, those are items displayed for auction. The exclusive VIP auction will start with those items. Lee Jun stood high up, quietly observing. Suddenly, his eyes caught a familiar item. That's the Demon Slayer sword. It's hidden here? Speaking of the Demon Slayer sword, it's a sword used to cut demons. It can be used for good or evil, depending on the owner. In the future, it's widely known. He remembered it was taken by a demon from the Sima clan. Lee Jun couldn't help but smile fiercely. What should I do now? Inside the auction hall, brokers were gathering. Byung sat relaxed, then asked, "How much do we have?" The assistant immediately answered, "We brought about 2 billion. He looked half-heartedly, then muttered, "That should be more than enough." Byung started focusing on that item. Demon Slayer sword. I really like that name. Don't know how the black market got this. He immediately checked the system for the A-grade Demon Slayer sword. Description: a sword used by a sword master, only effective against demon sex, adds 50 to power, 40 to durability, and 40% to demon attack power. Byung laughed happily. This should be unique enough. Don't you think so? His assistant agreed. The dude ended up having sharp eyes. Lee Jun, now disguised as someone else sitting in the back row watching this scene, didn't know what else to say. After a while, the MC kicked off the auction. Now, let's start the VIP auction. The first item is the Grade A artifact weapon, the Eastern Demon Slayer sword. Starting bid is 100 million. Seeing a bidder, he announced, "Yes, we have 120 million. But then a bunch of people started fighting it out with 200 million, 250 million, 300 million, 400 million. Byung suddenly shouted loudly, 700 million. We have 700 million. The MC immediately asked if anyone would go higher than 700 million. Seeing no hands raised, he quickly closed the bid. So it'll be sold for 700 million. Before the MC could finish, Lee Jun suddenly raised his hand with a massive bid, 2 billion. He was sitting calmly but then jumped up. What? The MC asked again. 2 billion. Anyone higher than 2 billion? Assistant Bang Hoang said, "Young master, we're out of cash. What do we do now?" In the end, no one outbid him, so the MC closed it. It'll be sold for 2 billion. Byung stared hard at the person behind and asked again. He grumbled and ordered, "Go find out who that bastard is." The sky was already dark when Lee Jun stepped out of the auction hall. The elder glared at him with sharp eyes. Seeing this, Lee Jun spoke up. "You still mad?" "Come on," he tried to explain. "Times have changed a lot since the old master. The idea that only evil uses demon artifacts is outdated." The elder angrily scolded. "Fine. Believe that. But the truth is, they were made by demons and used by evil spirits. That hasn't changed." Slapping his chest, he said, "How could my disciple use such a despicable thing? Oh man, this is painful." Lee Jun thought to himself, "That's a bit much. I'm just using the Demon Slayer sword. Cut me some slack. Thanks to it, we got that valuable item." The elder also seemed to admit it was a good piece. Lee Jun chuckled awkwardly. "That's my master for you." Just by looking, he could see its value. Lee Jun felt the power of the blue sword and said it looked like an ordinary grade A artifact. But Lee Jun watched the streams of electricity flowing around it and was momentarily speechless. As he walked steadily, suddenly the system activated. The system board announced that the Demon Slayer sword had awakened along with its effects. However, Lee Jun only focused on the hidden effect lines. That's why in his past life, the Tsuma demon clan was so strong. The Tsuma clan had many who used demonic energy. He would kill minions using demonic energy to boost his own power. Lee Jun silently rejoiced. Lucky he didn't let it fall into that guy's hands. This thing fits hell perfectly. She has a strong sense of justice. Lee Jun kept walking down the road, then suddenly smirked. He stopped, a sly smile on his face, and spoke up. "Not coming out?" Byung spoke. "Didn't expect the clan leader to sense our presence." He grinned slyly. "So the rumor that you wiped out those unexplored gates is true?" Lee Jun replied casually. "If he's giving off that much killing intent, it'd be weird if I didn't notice." Byung arrogantly said, "Sharp senses, huh? Then this will end faster for us." He pointed a knife straight at Lee Jun. "That Demon Slayer sword you just took is what I'm after. Hand it over, and I'll let you go safely." Under the orange sky and rustling wind, Byung laughed cunningly. The boss's gear from the WC plains and artifacts from the fairy tale garden. The guy who switched sides became famous, selling rare items. He hinted, "Nowadays, even a mixed bag can get famous easily. Is it Trang or Kwon? Huh, that guy's younger than me, but everyone around worships him." The next second, Byung's expression and attitude flipped completely. "Ridiculous," he snapped, "but guys like you are useful in your own way. If I rob you and return to Jen, Dad will praise me." Byung sneered, "Who's this idiot who can't even give off killing intent?" Lee Jun turned his face slightly, thinking, "Killing intent, see that?" He glared at them. "This is what real killing intent looks like." He suddenly gasped. "Is the son of the overseer scared?" Because of the killing intent of a rookie. Thinking that, Byung hurriedly said, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Take everything that bastard has, including the Demon Slayer sword." The lackeys immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished, they all rushed toward Lee Jun. Seeing that, Lee Jun just smiled mysteriously. He immediately switched to serious mode and attacked all at once. Watching this, Byung couldn't help but tremble. Seeing his lackeys taken down, Pai Sung immediately backed off. This shit can't happen. He slowly lifted his foot and stepped toward him. Are you some kind of demon? You still go by Kim Pyung, son of Dak Byung? Panic hit him. Don't come here. Stay away. Lee Jun stopped and stared at him, then used teleportation to vanish somewhere else. Seeing that, he freaked out. He's gone? Like he sensed something? Byung slowly rolled his eyes. But no, just like that, he saw Lee Jun standing tall behind him, swapping places. Even under attack, Byung stayed cocky. Dad, my dad's the boss. If you kill me. Before he could finish, Lee Jun cracked a twisted smile. Chill. I'm not the type to kill just anyone. He reached out and grabbed a talisman from Byung's chest. Carrying this mark and still begging for mercy, that's some serious play. The moment he held the talisman, the system quickly activated to notify him. After hearing every word, Lee Jun crushed his face with a tight grip. Something this legit is too good to waste on me. I'm gonna use it well. He started thinking about how to handle things and asked, so what should I do now? The next morning, reporters blew up with news. Last night in front of the Union building, the son of boss Kim Pi-sung was found tied up with what looked like his own henchmen. They added, no one knows who caught them. Even after checking nearby surveillance cameras, there was no trace. The kid left this note at the scene and vanished. Then they talked about the note on Pyung's back. It read, I caught a bad guy who bullies innocent people. Please punish him. I won't negotiate with Doc or this guy. That's all the fallen scum is. The reporter continued the announcement. The Union plans to investigate the fallen scum. You left the note. Sung Hai looked outside, quietly asked, what's the Union saying? The guy above answered, they said negotiations will take some time because there are too many eyes watching. The old man wondered, still don't know who the snitch was that handed our Pyong over to the Union. He caught the hint and quickly said, sorry, we're still looking. Deng Hai said nothing more and decisively dealt with him. After finishing, the old man stroked his sword thoughtfully, then warned, better find that bastard before I lose my patience. Meanwhile, in the desert where Lee Jun was, Hyo saw a familiar figure and immediately ran over. Here I am, he smiled. You finally came. No sooner had he spoken than the guy bowed. What brings you here today? Lee Jun saw this and felt helpless. I've told you a million times, stop that habit. Saying that, Lee Jun threw a box toward Hyo. Here, take this. He hesitated to refuse. No way. You've given me too much already. Lee Jun caught his meaning and cut him off. This is the last time. Open it. Hugh admired the demon-slaying sword. Then he quickly realized what it was and couldn't help but feel touched. Why are you so good to me? Hyo wondered. I haven't done anything for you. I don't have a good background like the others. Why do you do these things for me? Lee Jun didn't say it out loud but thought, because I value your ability. Saying it now sounds kinda weird, huh? Thinking that, he nudged him lightly on the shoulder, then flashed a bright smile to encourage him. This is a gift to help you push harder. Later, Lee Jun turned away but didn't forget to wave goodbye. I'm off. Hyo wasn't dumb enough not to get that he said it so he wouldn't feel like a burden. Ignoring the fading figure, he clasped his hands in thanks and silently appreciated it. His generosity was as vast as the Pacific Ocean. I respect him more than just admire him. At the same time, Hyo declared he would follow him to the end of his days. By night, Lee Jun finally got home. He played with Lam Lam while on the phone. I heard the voice on the other end greet the fallen scum. This is the underground world. He said the item he requested has arrived. Lee Jun was polite. Thanks for your hard work. The other side replied, no problem. If you need anything, just let me know anytime. As soon as he hung up, his eyes unconsciously gazed into the distance. Zhu, Ji, Yi, get ready. That same night, in a traditional house, a voice rang out. We've been tracking Lee Jun's moves. A subordinate bowed respectfully to report. Jin Ho lowered her voice and asked, so where is he headed? He quickly answered. Buon Jin Ho muttered while fondling the petals of the Bai Mingin flower. Not sure why a high schooler would go there, but it's the perfect place to handle things quietly. After thinking for a while, Jin Hoa turned and gave a strange smile. Zhu, Ji, and Yi were getting ready to leave and immediately ordered their subordinates. We're heading to Busan. Not long after, a voice echoed from outside the door. Mistress Jin Hoa. Min Jin heard that and said, come in. She didn't even bother to look up and got straight to the point. What's the matter? Yan Hoa quickly reported. Lee Jun has left the school. Min Jin was surprised. Really? She smiled slyly. Yeah, so I'll be out for a while I'm gone. Jin Hoa paused for a moment then introduced the person beside her. Gu Jian will serve the mistress and the young master. Mo immediately instructed. All right, handle it cleanly and come back safe. She replied, Yes, I'm heading out now. After informing Min Jin, Jin Hoa immediately stepped out of the room. Lee Sin finally asked, Mom, does Mrs. Vu actually know how to fight? I thought she was just a normal servant. She flatly denied it. After speaking, Min Jin began to explain. Mrs. Vu is not an ordinary person. She was brought back by your grandfather after he cleared out the red zone gates. Hearing this, he jumped up in horror. What? So that means they're monsters. She calmly poured tea. They're still humans like us. Suddenly, Min Jin's eyes darkened a bit while thinking to herself, their nature might be a little different. Busan was once called the second capital of South Korea. Now it's a city ravaged because the dungeon gates were broken. Monsters released from the gates that haven't been cleaned up yet have taken over. The entire city of Busan, the alliance of 15 clans, the martial arts alliance, and the Sima League have tried countless times to reclaim Busan, but every time they failed. Eventually, South Korea gave up on reclaiming Busan. Now they only prevent the monsters from escaping Busan, leaving it as an uncleared gate zone. Lee Jun thought this and his mood sank. It had been a long time since he saw this scene again. His memories automatically flashed back to when he was an easy target. They mocked. Damn it. Those bastards with divine power, betraying humanity and siding with the demons of this world. They were trash, evil eyes all focused on Lee Jun. The only support they got was from the lowest scum. Back then, he was just a normal mortal, so he could only stay silent in the face of those words. Lee Jun stood there stunned for a long time until Hugh Jin came over and called Jun. He snapped out of it. Hey Hugh Jin, what do you think? After this conflict, we'll soon face the demons. Huck Jin hesitated. I've always been grateful. You could side with the Divine Power clan and the demons, but you made a tough choice, turning your back on your own clan. Lee Jun quickly avoided his gaze. It was just the right thing to do. And of course, not everyone thought that way. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but blame himself. He was really useless back then. Now Lee Jun could get stronger with his own power and defeat the monsters. He unconsciously clenched his fists, completely opposite from before. Suddenly, something inside Lee Jun's jacket wriggled. The next second, Lam Lam's bright face appeared. He gently patted its head. Yeah, thanks to Lam Lam's help. The elder saw Lee Jun ignoring him, so he reminded, that power comes from a master who saw your potential. Hearing this, he and Lam Lam showed their true feelings after all this time together. The old man still acts like a brat. He angrily scolded. What's with that attitude? Lee Jun replied casually, nothing. The elder continued sulking. This ungrateful disciple isn't cute at all. He immediately bargained with him. All right, I'm going. As soon as he finished, Lee Jun used teleportation. Meanwhile, two young men were strolling along. Suddenly, he appeared from the sky right where they were walking. A strong gust of wind swept the area. They turned around but saw no one and started wondering. Why is the wind blowing so hard? Lee Jun excitedly moved to an empty lot in Busan. Not long after, he landed smoothly. Lee Jun glanced around happily, then suddenly his voice rose. The goods have all arrived. The elder was puzzled. Why did you choose to receive the shipment in Busan? He explained, it's the perfect spot for a secret deal. No one's around here. Monsters are very rare. After saying that, Lee Jun immediately shouted out loud. All right, everyone, gather up. Taegu and Yona showed up one after another at the command. Even Saku gradually appeared right in front of him. Seeing everyone gathered in one spot, he started assigning tasks. Time to get to work. They helped each other move items through space. Suddenly, Lee Jun spoke up. Master, have you ever seen workers this damn hardworking? The elder replied, they've reached the peak of manual labor, surpassed the ultimate level and stepped into the transcendent realm. Moments later, a Taegu approached to report, Master, we've transported everything. Lee Jun praised, good job, Taegu. Seeing there was nothing left to do, Lee Jun said, you guys can head back now. It responded, yes, sir, then signaled everyone to clean up. They all echoed loudly. Lee Jun checked the time on his phone and said, I should head back too. Just as he finished speaking, a chill ran down his spine. Lee Jun stopped and slowly turned around. Right in front of him, uninvited guests appeared quickly. Just as Lee Jun predicted, that familiar and disgusting aura was there. His voice turned colder. Long time no see, Jin Hua. Ha Min greeted. It's been a while, boss Lee Jun. The words barely passed half a second before Jin Hua immediately drew two swords. Her face turned more sinister than ever. I'm here to offer my condolences. Lee Jun, on the other hand, remained calm, so confident. Ha. I guess you've been skilled at this kind of thing in both your past and current lives. Lee Jun felt the drama was about to unfold and smirked. Perfect timing, his whole body radiated a cold aura. I have some fun planned for you guys. Jin Hua's voice suddenly dropped. You've lost your mind. All the demon slayers behind her couldn't stand Lee Jun's arrogant attitude and hurriedly said, Boss ordered it, I'll take his head. No. Looking at them once more, Lee Jun just coldly said nothing. Silence fell. Jinhua's mood grew complicated. Jinhua analyzed that no matter how strong he became, it still wouldn't be enough to face her and the demon slayers. So where does that confidence come from? Then she pondered. Could it be that the ban is a trap to eliminate me? After thinking it through, Jinhua immediately ordered, "Everyone stay calm, don't do anything reckless." Lee Jun on the opposite side just went, "Oh." Zim Jinhua. Usually, she worked as the nanny of Choi Min-jin, the wife of the clan leader. But in the shadows, she was the leader of the demon slayers and one of the strongest in the imperial clan. With that power, Lee Jun thought she would attack without hesitation, but she was very cautious, sensing the situation was hopeless. He muttered, "What a pain." Lee Jun got into Zhu Ji Yi stance, ready to attack. "If you guys hadn't come here, I would have charged in first." The demon slayers quickly got defensive. No words exchanged, he dashed at them like a storm. Lee Jun charged forward without hesitation. The demon slayers gripped their weapons tight, but the next second they saw him slip past them. Jinhua and the demon slayers were stunned by Lee Jun's move. He deliberately turned his face slightly, stuck out his tongue to tease them, and the demon slayers exchanged glances. She didn't hesitate to shout loudly, chasing after him, and they immediately obeyed. "Got it." The demon slayers scrambled to follow Lee Jun's steps. A nearby member saw him slip by and thought luck was finally on their side, sneering, "Got him." But just as Zhu Ji Yi were about to appear, suddenly a sharp hand appeared out of nowhere. It quickly pulled him into another dimension. Lee Jun watched this scene and chuckled. Not long after, the other members rushed over here. He nimbly jumped over the fence, driving them crazy. "Catch that bastard." The demon slayers barely took a few steps before Sako caught them all. "Stop right there." "Huh, help." Lee Jun strolled on, humming his favorite tune. Eventually, he led them to a dead end. The demon slayers were starting to get tired, panting heavily. "We're trapped." Lee Jun scratched his head, pretending to be innocent. "Looks like it, but I don't like getting caught so easily." Seconds later, half his body slipped into a teleport gate. No choice, then. Goodbye. Lee Jun's move was so fast they couldn't react in time. The demon slayers angrily yelled, "That guy's crazy." One member approached Jinhua to report, "Boss, Lee Jun escaped through the gate," he's stammering. Many members disappeared while chasing him. "What do we do now?" She was struggling to think. Lee Jun. What the hell is he doing? Then Jinhua gritted her teeth. "Fine, we can't go back without killing him," she angrily ordered, notifying all demon slayers, Zhu Ji Yi, to prepare to enter the gate when I arrive. Lee Jun had already returned from the gate. Saku excitedly said, "Master, you're back." Seeing this, he asked, "Have you dealt with the guys I sent in yet?" He quickly replied, "All done. I'm collecting them to make fertilizer for the crops." Lee Jun reminded him, "Don't use it on edible plants, okay?" "Ah," Saku hummed in confusion. "Yeah." He was walking when the system suddenly notified him. An unauthorized group had entered the gate. As soon as Lee Jun finished reading, the system panel rang out again. "Do you want to push them out?" He didn't rush to click but turned and said, "Saku, call the congratulatory monsters and fairies." Saying that, Lee Jun immediately confirmed a pile of fertilizer arriving. After the system updated, they announced one by one that the unauthorized group would not be pushed out. The gate was locked. Jinhua and the demon hunters had already set foot on Lee Jun's territory. After a few steps, the system's continuous notifications rang out. "The red zone gate has been sealed. The owner of the restricted area shows hostility toward you." They panicked. "What's going on?" "The owner of the restricted zone." Suddenly, a member shouted loudly, grabbing everyone's attention. "Look," his voice trembled. "We're surrounded by monsters." They all looked around in shock. Congratulatory monsters and fairies. Even the fish demons were here. "What the hell is going on?" She suddenly saw Lee Jun's figure and shouted, "What kind of illusion are you creating?" Lee Jun. He acted like he didn't understand anything. "Such an unfair illusion. This is my territory." Hearing that, they were terrified. Lee Jun calmly issued orders. "All right, Saku. Today, I want to test your fighting skills." They bared their fangs and took the command. "We, Zhu Ji Yi, are ready, Master." Lee Jun smiled. "Good, then attack." Immediately, the congratulatory monsters, along with Yona and Saku, all charged down the cliff to attack. Jinhua saw the situation was a bit desperate and shouted loudly, "Demon hunters, smash them." They obeyed and flew like the wind to attack each one of them. Soon after, they clashed simultaneously, creating piercing sounds. Lee Jun was surprised. "I knew you guys were strong, but I didn't expect you to fight this well." Saying that, Lee Jun's eyes involuntarily glanced at Jinhua. The demon hunter seemed to be struggling a bit. She swung her hand with a sharp look and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to join in?" Time seemed to freeze. Jinhua's sword gleamed on Lee Jun's face. "As long as I get your head." Her eyes became serious. "I'm willing to sacrifice one by one." Then, Jin Hua bluntly sealed her determination as a demon hunter. The moment her words passed, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Lee Jun shrugged helplessly. Too bad, I'm no match for you. Jin Hua looked at him with a puzzled glare. What? Suddenly, her whole body was overshadowed by a giant shadow. Jin Hua looked up and immediately understood Lee Jun's earlier implication. Lee Jun smiled. I should respect my elders, but you're a demon from another world, the one who mercilessly trampled on ours, right? He paused, then continued, warning. Try to survive. Blood Witch. Speaking of the Blood Witch, no one didn't think of the countless awakened who died by her hands. The number of ordinary people she massacred was even more than the notorious assassins. Plus, she killed indiscriminately. Whether kids or elders, she was a bloodthirsty killer, drinking blood straight from their hearts. At this moment, she seemed defeated and collapsed. Jin Hua had lost to a worm in an instant. She never expected this day and couldn't accept defeat willingly. Jin Hua's mind started to drift. How could this be? A human controlling monsters? All the demon hunters here were top-tier A-rank, high-level martial artists in the world, yet they were being wiped out by monsters. Her voice trembled. What kind of trick is this? How do you know? About us? Lee Jun didn't rush to answer but stepped forward to lift Jin Hua's face. He slowly spoke. Of course I know. I also know you killed my mother. Ah, Lee Jun added. Maybe you were following orders from your superiors, but I still remember clearly. Suddenly, his past memories came flooding back. Scared? My mother's scared. Lee Jun remembered his mother's words vividly. Let's play hide and seek. No matter what happens, don't go outside. He stroked his face as if knowing this was the last time they'd meet. Absolutely not. Thinking this, Lee Jun tried to speak. My mom was killed without being able to fight back. Even after she died, he spat out each word with grit. She even mutilated her body and laughed like a madman. Lee Jun suddenly shoved Jin Hua's face away. Honestly, no matter how much they tortured her, I wasn't satisfied. You're implying that killing Jin Mujian, someone she was fiercely loyal to, would hurt more, right? Upon hearing that, he immediately went crazy and screamed out loud. Lee Jun glanced sideways and simultaneously gave a signal. You guys handle it. Sak, Suk, Mu, and Yona instantly took the order. Lee Jun trusted them to take care of it and continued moving forward. He quickly stepped out from the teleportation gate into his bedroom. Lee Jun seemed exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, the elder coughed a few times. I didn't know your mother had passed away, he said. Lee Jun casually replied, How would you know? I never said I knew. The elder was upset. A great master should know everything about his disciple. Lee Jun recounted. After my mother died, my aunt left me in the clan and the eyes of the world, but she didn't see me as her child. She abused me day after day. The elder was startled and curious. Does Jom Rong know about this? You don't seem to care much. Hyunjin doesn't know either. Why bother telling them about those unpleasant things? Speaking up only causes trouble. They get angry and want to kill this person or that. Suddenly, he shouted, making Lee Jun's eardrums feel like they'd explode. You stupid disciple, Lee Jun asked. Why are you suddenly mad? The elder was annoyed, saying it wasn't important right now. Then he stepped forward and gently patted Lee Jun's shoulder to encourage him. The elder became affectionate. How could you endure all this time with a rotting, lonely heart? He encouraged further. Maybe I'm just an old man without a body, but I was once the greatest person of all time. Don't forget, the greatest master of all time is your teacher. Hearing this, Lee Jun was stunned. You like to tease me. I didn't know you had this side. A moment later, Lee Jun immediately smiled brightly and said, Thanks for worrying about me. At the same time, he thought, maybe it's not so bad to have at least one person in this world who knows my secret. The elder stroked his beard. Ah, I have something to ask you. What are you confused about? He spoke. You said before you wanted to. Before he could finish, suddenly, Yi's phone rang. Lee Jun looked at the elder, waited a moment, then answered. Hello. The voice on the other end immediately spoke. Lee Jun, you recognize me, right? Hanu, what's going on? She got straight to the point. We need your help in today's training. The kids are waiting for you. Lee Jun was surprised. Huh, suddenly like this? Hanu urged. You know our training room, right? Come here quickly. The elder standing nearby heard this and also encouraged Lee Jun. Great. Training is the best way to clear your mind. He hesitated. Since the master said so, after a while, the sky at the school gradually darkened. All four of them were waiting for Lee Jun to arrive but still saw no sign of him. The elder looked worried and wondered, Run is a bit late. Huh. Hanu seemed to have lost all patience and suddenly radiated a fierce killing intent. Seeing that, he turned and started crying. What now? Ju's mad because Run is late. Jun won't stand us up, right? He acted like nothing was wrong. Don't worry, Run will come, right? Wai answered. Yeah. Do you want to eat this? The elder didn't hesitate to refuse. Ah, no, thanks. Just as he finished, the door opened simultaneously. The elder clearly saw Lee Jun's face and shouted, "Run!" He stepped forward and grabbed his shirt. "Hurry up. Finally, you're here. Do something about you." Lee Jun was confused. What's going on?" While they were hanging out, Hanju's fiery voice rang out. "Lee Jun, you brought your killing intent close to them. Didn't I tell you to come early?" "Huh?" Lee Jun forced a smile. Sorry. Yizu had to prepare some stuff to help you train, so I came late." These words quickly reached Hanu's ears, making her stop then cough lightly. If that's the case, the delay is unavoidable. What did you prepare?" Yizu. Lee Jun slightly curled his lips. "You all want to get stronger, right?" Then he immediately reached out and slammed the bag down on the ground. Lee Jun quickly smiled kindly. "You all will do anything to get stronger, right?" The three of them were shocked by Lee Jun's expression, but Hanu was completely the opposite. Finally, in the silent night at the school, only her lonely thoughts remained. Maybe I shouldn't have called him. Meanwhile, in another dark space, Min Jin was restless, pacing back and forth, biting her teeth so hard her nails cracked, her mood unstable when she heard Gwen's voice. "Madam." Min Jin immediately ran over, asking repeatedly, "You got news from the nanny, right? Right?" His face was a bit worried and hesitant. "Yeah, about that." Gwen finally spoke directly. It seemed Sim Jin Hoa had gotten into trouble. He said she and the Friction team members had gone to Busan, but we only found traces of them chasing after something. Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa disappeared along with the Demon Slayer team members. Gwen continued reporting. The Demon Slayer members found no clues about Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa. It seemed like the guy hadn't finished speaking before she interrupted. "Enough." The next second, Minin slapped the other party hard. She quickly ordered to search all over Busan. "Fine, find her and bring the nanny back to me." The guy struggled to stand up and clearly responded. Gwen didn't hesitate and stepped out of the room. He directly faced Jin Ho's close subordinate. "What's the report?" He quickly handed over a stack of documents. "Here." Gwen tracked every trace. If you look at the traces left in Busan, the Demon Slayer members appeared and signs showed some had ambushed someone. But at some points, all traces of the ambush members vanished. He questioned himself. Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa and the Demon Slayers disappeared at the same location. What could that mean? Then he guessed. Just a guess. The person beside him heard Gwen mumble that but didn't get to speak. "Yeah," he followed up. "Suppose a monster breakout happened at that spot." Gwen's eyes flickered slightly. But by who? Did someone open a gate there, or was there a monster breakout that overwhelmed Mrs. Sim Hoa? At least it had to be a black zone gate. His hand unconsciously clenched the document. No other explanation fits. It's impossible for one person to open a gate. Suddenly, Gwen gripped the paper tight. "No," he started destroying the document. "It's only possible for that guy." The next morning, under the clear sky in the empty field behind the school, birds competed to enjoy the morning sun. But before they could, a loud noise suddenly scared them away, flying far off. Xiao Ong's voice trembled. "Juna, this can't be." He shouted helplessly, his voice echoing through the forest. "Seriously?" Meanwhile, Hanju was pushing himself hard to keep training. Lee Jun jumped up to retort. "You think I'm wasting your time with useless drills?" Xiao Ong coughed and screamed, "But this kind of training is way too brutal." He laughed it off. Still had the energy to talk. "Let's keep going." Finally, in the peaceful nature scene, he decided to yell out loud, like releasing all his frustrations. Not long after, everyone got tired and rested at the same time. Hanju wiped sweat and said, "I didn't know there was this empty field behind the school." Lee Jun heard her and somewhat understood why. Many people didn't know. He carried a rock and stepped forward. "No one comes here, so this is where I usually train. Also, bring Xiao Ong along sometimes, okay?" Lee Jun smiled weirdly, "Rest a bit, then run 4 more laps around the school before coming back." They all said together, "No way," he thought. "That's fun, so it's over now." Standing still, suddenly the system announced he received a new trainer trait reward of 500,000 points. Lee Jun couldn't believe his eyes and moved closer to check. "What? Why all of a sudden?" Hanju noticed. "What's going on?" he replied. Nothing." Later, the system updated again, saying the new C-rank trainer trait described Lee Jun as someone who found joy in pushing friends to their limits and understood why his master pushed him so harshly. The trait boosts others' awakening by 50% and training experience increases with rank. Lee Jun was stunned. Damn. He silently glanced at the elder. Didn't expect to get a reward and trait just by teaching these kids. Is this what master meant by enlightenment? Suddenly, he turned around and scolded. "No, you shouldn't just stop there. They said real training is for fools." Lee Jun unconsciously changed his mind. Probably not. And time kept passing. He gradually introduced tougher training moves while pushing everyone's courage. Then, after enduring hellish days, one day they seemed exhausted and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, Bai received a notification that caught everyone's attention. Wait, what's that? What did I just see? The system announced her site trait was B rank. The demon was surprised. B rank trait. SE also responded that rank is only held by heirs of the 15 allied clans. Everyone praised her. Congrats, Nab Bai. Awesome. Congrats. Right after, Sel Eeg also got a system notification about a divine skill. Next up was Hanju. Congrats to Nab Bai. That was awesome. Congrats. Right after, Sel Eeg also got the system notification about the divine skill. And next up was Hanju. She just stared without saying a word. Even Seon Ho, who complains all day, managed to get the beginner-level dual swordsmanship trait. Their voices started buzzing across the empty field. Lee Jun walked over with a cheerful mood.
Oh, that's the perfect trait for EJ, our healer.
I prefer dual swordsmanship. It's a rare trait even among the 15 clans in the Alliance. The elder spoke up. It's all thanks to the proper training method, right? On this side, you see Hanju silently stepped forward and asked, Ju, what trait did you get? As soon as he finished, Lee Jun's gaze suddenly stopped on the system board. It showed that her queen sword quality was an S-rank trait. He stared for a moment, then slowly spoke. S trait, rank S. Lee Jun was a bit shocked. Ju followed the training course very well, but he didn't expect to get an S trait. Deep in thought, he suddenly called out, Jun, thank you. She sincerely expressed, if it weren't for you training us, we wouldn't have awakened our traits. Seon Ho and Si also spoke up. Thank you so much. You're our savior. Suddenly, Hanju called from behind, Lee Jun. Her face flushed red, looking embarrassed. Then she blurted out, thank you. Hearing those two words, he stood frozen. After a moment, Lee Jun regained his composure and smiled warmly. He didn't reply but thought, I'm gonna make these guys train like real fighters, and at the same time, he commanded, train hard until the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament starts. They all agreed. I'll do my best. Not long after when training ended, Lee Jun was already at the schoolyard. He scratched his head helplessly, swearing he only planned to put them through a few brutal training sessions, then asked, can you repeat what you just said? Kyung-jin placed her hand on her chest firmly. She had only one request. She clearly declared she also wanted to join his training course. Lee Jun felt a headache coming on. Seriously, he silently complained inside, what the hell is going on? The story rewinds to a week ago. Most students were jogging around the schoolyard. 1, 2, 1, ha. Kyung-jin was running while reminding them, when running, focus on your breathing. They all answered in unison, yes. Meanwhile, she urged them, you guys in the back, speed up. Seon, Ho, Bai, and Sel E had gone through harsh training and were forced to run, so they looked exhausted. Yes, ma'am. Seeing their pale faces, Kyung-jin was momentarily puzzled. She shouted loudly and allowed everyone to rest after the warm-up. It's been quite a while since we started. I believe your basic abilities are sufficient now. She smiled. From now on, you'll have free time to train. Based on your skills and knowledge, feel free to practice the 10 steps divine technique. After a while, all the students were training on their own. Kyung-jin observed and silently evaluated. No matter how much we're taught or learn skills, true mastery only comes from understanding. To achieve that, we must constantly think and reflect, but it seems no one has reached that level yet. Lost in thought, suddenly a sound caught her attention. One by one, SE used the divine technique she had painstakingly practiced. Next was APAC Bai with a rank B aiming skill. Finally, none other than Exon Ho's dual swordsmanship. The three focused on a scarecrow and attacked it simultaneously. Instantly, the scarecrow cracked and shattered into pieces under their combined power. Kyung-jin, standing nearby, was stunned. That scarecrow was made from monster corpses and wasn't easy to break. Aren't those three supposed to be rank E awakening? She wondered why she hadn't noticed their talents before. However, just as the thought crossed her mind, all three seemed completely drained and collapsed. They mumbled to each other, I'm done. Me too. Let's rest. Kyung-jin felt something was off. Did I misjudge them? While resting, a teacher suddenly asked, hey, what's the name of the class 5 leader? She asked back, you mean PB? He suddenly remembered. That kid Apak Bai trains really hard and finally achieved results. When I saw her skills, I was super surprised. Another teacher spoke up, and SE too. I thought she only had basic healing skills. Didn't expect she's talented in stealth techniques as well. He continued, have you seen Nam Zong Ho? That kid has fully awakened his swordsmanship. The others were surprised. Huh? That's super rare dual swordsmanship. He told me that kid awakened while training with Lee Jun. They both focused on Kyung-jin at the same time, so the 5th grade now has 3 talented students. The teacher for that class is seriously intense. Suddenly, when she was about to go out, he asked, where are you headed? Kyung-jin replied, I have some things to take care of. You guys keep talking. Then she started watching the young master Lee Jun and the other students. It was a brutal and fierce method, but it helped them improve their abilities significantly. Back to the present, Kung Jin was full of determination, saying as the homeroom teacher, she wanted to join and learn from this awesome training course so she could pass it on to other students. Lee Jun felt suspicious, so that's why he always felt like someone was watching during training. Since he didn't sense any killing intent, he just ignored it. So that's how it was. Looking deep into her eyes and seeing that determination, he immediately agreed. All right then. Kung Jin hadn't been happy for long before she heard Lee Jun continue, but with a few conditions. He said since she was already here, it was likely others would join too, and he didn't want any trouble. Lee Jun replied, "Today will be a different kind of test." She was curious. Different how? Just then, suddenly, a gravity field enveloped the training room, catching everyone off guard. Those were the only two rules. Kung Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, that's fine. The next day, everyone gathered in a bustling urban area. They got off the cars one by one, checking out the place. On Bai excitedly asked, "So this will be the new base?" He quickly answered it was Ju's house. They started chatting energetically. Living in a dorm must be suffocating compared to a place like this. Every house is the same. I wish I were like Hanju. Lee Jun was polite. "Thanks for letting us use your family's training room." Hanu shyly turned away. "No problem. Follow me." Just as they entered the gate, a bunch of bodyguards immediately rushed over. They all bowed respectfully to welcome. "The mistress has returned." Hanu looked around and asked, "Where's Dad?" The bodyguard replied, "He's waiting for the mistress in the training room." A moment later, she and the others found the training room. "Dad, I'm here." Huki heard the noise and immediately turned around. "Ah, Hanu's back." The old man looked at that face and recognized it. "Wait, the chairman?" Hanu was confused. "What are you saying?" "That's my dad. Look, they're different," he chuckled. "Everyone says I look just like me." Hyukyung joked, "All the kids made it here safely." Hanu was a bit hard to befriend, but the kids endured well. Hearing that, she gritted her teeth. Dad's eyes held killing intent as he looked at them and answered properly. "You and Sion Ho use me." Hanju is really good. We all like Hanju a lot." He stepped forward to greet. Surprised, she stopped by. "It's been a long time," Kyung Jin responded with a greeting. "Yes, nice to meet the clan leader." Hu Kyung's meaningful glance briefly flicked toward Lee Jun. "Oh, so this must be?" He suddenly put his arm around Lee Jun's shoulder and laughed happily. "My future son-in-law." Huki kept insisting like that without giving Lee Jun any chance to protest, shocking everyone. Hanu angrily scolded and physically pushed him. "Dad, your ears are about to fall off. It hurts, so stop saying weird stuff." Hu Kyung still tried to smile. "Anyway, it's been a while since I saw my daughter. I'm really happy. Now I gotta go train comfortably." He brushed past Lee Jun while reminding him to talk to his father-in-law after training. She clearly saw Hu Kyung's expression and immediately kicked him out the door. "Get out." Hanu cleared her throat. "Don't think too much. Dad just likes to tease me." Lee Jun sighed, showing he understood. "I know he's like that. Some might say he's cunning or ruthless, but the truth is, he's one of the most straightforward and respectable men. If he got involved, the traitors of the Divine Clan would be wiped out without a trace. But right now, he's too busy hunting the demons of this world. That's why Han Mi-sung and Hanu are struggling with the clan's problems. He values South Korea's safety more than his family and clan. It sounds simple, but few can actually do that." He clapped loudly to break the tense atmosphere. "All right, now that the clan leader's gone, can we start?" Hanju was curious. "What are we training today?" Lee Jun replied. "Today's gonna be a different kind of test." She wondered. Different kind? Just then, suddenly a gravity field engulfed the training room, leaving everyone no time to react. They instantly lost their balance. Seeing Hanju standing opposite, she guessed what was happening but didn't understand what he intended. Killing intent? Hu Kyung just stepped out of the training room. He seemed to sense Lee Jun's killing intent and smiled. It started. Inside the training room right now, everything's a total mess because of the intense aura. They're struggling to breathe under the gravity but still pushing through. Hanu braces herself, hands on her knees for support. At this moment, only she and Kyung Jin haven't been crushed by the gravity. Kung Jin can't believe her eyes. How? How does an 18-year-old high schooler have that kind of power? Seeing the teacher's expression, Hanu feels like it's obvious. He's gotten stronger. She scans around Lee Jun. His aura is even more threatening than before. The first time I sensed Lee Jun's aura, it wasn't this refined. Hanju's memories start rewinding. But now she thinks to herself, it feels like he's controlling a savage beast. Hanju tries to adjust her thoughts. At first, I thought I could catch up to him. Just a little more. Just a bit more effort and I could catch up. But that was just an illusion. No matter how much I train, I still can't see Lee Jun, who's way ahead, and I'm just chasing his footsteps. Thinking that, Hanju feels frustrated. No, she's determined to chase that shadow. She doesn't want to be left far behind, Lee Jun. Angry, Hanju raises her hand toward Lee Jun. I don't want to be swept away. A gust of wind brushes past him, waking him up, and he dodges the attack. The next moment, a wound appears on Lee Jun's face. Seeing her gradually lose consciousness, he reaches out to catch her, but Lee Jun still hears her voice. I still have a lot left inside me. He looks at Hanju tenderly. No. Lee Jun simultaneously looks toward the others. It's over. SY pants heavily. What kind of aura is this? It's no joke. How am I supposed to endure that? Coughing, the battered guy stumbles up to him and asks, We're not going to keep training nonstop, right? Lee Jun doesn't answer, just flashes a friendly smile. Seeing that, their mood instantly crashes and they start whining. Please, spare me, I can't take it anymore. He wipes his cheek, surprised it caused a wound. Then, Lee Jun's eyes unconsciously glance at Hanu. You did great. A few days later, at school, Kung Jin still can't shake off the memory of training with him. Miss, hearing the call, she quickly snaps back to reality. Sorry, where am I? A student replies. She says the 10-step magic requires precise control of internal energy. Kung Jin continues, Right, when the internal energy reaches its peak, as the words pass, she drifts into her own thoughts. I'm worried about the young master Lee Jun's training and can't focus on the lecture. It's a dangerous training method, one wrong step, and you're dead. The dangerous path young master Lee Jun chose brings results with high risk and high reward. From Sha Kyung Jin's perspective, those kids are still like chicks who will eventually face the real battle inside the gate. When that time comes, they'll need to get stronger to survive. She unconsciously frowns. The students are nothing compared to young master's challenge. As a teacher, I have to reflect and improve. The students are confusing. Miss, Kung Jin holds her ground. I'll keep following young master's guidance. Then she shouts for everyone to stand up for 200 laps around the yard. Everyone's shocked, huh? Meanwhile, outside the school gate, Chun Suk suddenly comes by to check things out. He looks around for a bit and judges that nothing's changed here. After a few steps, Chun Suk hears Min Sung's voice. Welcome, sir. He smiles brightly and says, It's an honor to have the sword master himself visit. No need for formalities. You say honor? It's been years since we met. No need for that. Min Sung retorts. Who dares stand straight in front of you? Then he offers, Please let me escort you. Chun Suk refuses without hesitation.
No need, I'll stroll with my grandson.
You go entertain the others. So the three of them just walk into the school. People whisper, I was so nervous, but it turned out to be nothing big. It doesn't feel as special as I thought. Meeting the Martial King or Sword King is way harder. Min Dung totally thinks the opposite of the crowd. No, that's the scarier thing. He analyzes, reaching AA rank even if they hide their aura. They still have a strong presence, but a fake S-rank awakening is different. If they hide their aura, I'd think they're normal. It shows their control over internal energy is like a second nature. Min Dung snapped back to focus and said, All right, Zhu, Ji, Yi. Get ready to meet the next guest. Stay sharp. They obeyed immediately. Yes, sir. After a while, Hugh Jin spoke up. The place is huge. Aren't you tired? Want to take a break? Chun Sik suddenly got pissed and scolded him. Now you're treating me like an old man? Hugh Jin begged for mercy. My bad, kid. The old man muttered. You little punk. He was about to swing his cane at him when Chun Sik suddenly froze. Yu Shijin saw him standing still and called out a few times, Sir. Chun Sik stared off into the distance. What's over there? He quickly answered. That's the main building. It was like he sensed a familiar power. This energy has to be theirs. Chun Sik couldn't help but recall the aura of those from another dimension. Suddenly, he signaled, I think I've seen enough. Let's head back to the main building. Junjian hadn't even said a word yet, but the students would soon be arriving at the courtyard. Chun Sik kept staring in one direction, deep in thought. There's something I need to check. Inside the classroom, Kyung Jin announced that today was the final exam of the Martial Arts Paradise Tournament. Lee Jun quickly realized he was a member of the Iron Blood Mirror clan, one of the world's top 10 awakened, and the only S-rank awakened in Korea. Everyone's eyes unconsciously flicked to Lee Jun. Isn't the demon sword a mysterious artifact even sword masters can't decode? Lee Jun's definitely gonna win, right? So jealous. Kyung Jin jumped in. Don't get jealous so fast. Come on. This time, the chairman said he'll reward students who improve their rank significantly. Everyone was surprised. Really, she replied. But those who don't rank up will have to join the hellish training camp. Then Ki made a vow. Let's all win the Martial Arts Paradise Tournament, and all the students shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Finally, class was dismissed. Lee Jun lazily stepped out of the classroom and suddenly heard someone calling him. Boom. Yu Jin dashed over trying to hug him tight, but unfortunately, Lee Jun noticed the move. So he ended up rolling on the hallway floor, making a loud noise. Hook Jane muttered, Why dodge? So unfair. Lee Jun said coldly, "You shouldn't have charged in." Jun Jian saw this and laughed. "That kid's my brother, but he's dumb as hell. Jun's not stupid. He won't fall for that trick again." Lee Jun noticed his sister, but quickly his eyes landed on the person beside her. "Who's that behind you?" Jun Gyeon said formally, "Let me introduce. This is my grandfather." Chun Zik smiled warmly. "My family name's Jun. Nice to meet you." Lee Jun quickly recognized him as a member of the Iron Blood Mirror clan, one of the world's top 10 awakened, and Korea's only S-rank awakened. The old man suddenly stretched out his hand. "I'm the grandpa of these kids." Lee Jun politely stepped forward. "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Lee Jun." His eyes locked onto Chun Sik. In his past life, he only saw him from afar. Suddenly bored, Lee Jun wiped sweat off his forehead. First time seeing an S-rank awaken this close. He thought for a moment, well, obviously nothing compared to S-rank. The old man sensed the killing intent and drifted into his own thoughts. Who is this kid? The veins on Chun Sik's hand started bulging. Who the hell is he? Meanwhile, Lee Jun shook hands politely. The town's hot topic, a friend of his grandkids and a high schooler who dominated an A-rank awakened Win Apostle, some bastard who can inherit the bloodline of the Godforce clan. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. Could someone like that really exist? Chun Sich wondered what kind of resources this kid had. I can't see the energy inside him at all. He tried holding his hand for a long time but found no clue. I can't see his energy even using the Thunder King's divine magic. Something like that can't exist. It must be something non-existent. Chun Sich doubted. Is the divine magic of Sumeru's Heavenly King superior to the Thunder King's? Could it be some hidden power in martial arts? What the hell? Lee Jun suddenly flicked the old man's hand away. Oops, he scratched his head awkwardly. What's up? You're staring way too much. Chun Sik bragged. I'm just a friend of my mischievous grandkids. I was curious, so I looked. Jun Jian was annoyed. What are you saying? Her two sisters ran over to cling to her. Even though Hook Jin didn't know how to walk yet, he's really gentle and kind. He's hurt, you know, sir. The elder appeared to explain. He really tried hard to find your power. Turns out Lee Jun was just faking it. I almost freaked out thinking he was discovered. The old man tapped Lee Jun's head once. How dare you doubt the divine creation of the Hangwa Gate? Even the best swordsman can't pierce the power of the Huan Ring. The elder hyped it up to the skies. The Xuan Ring was made by threatening the greatest artisan in the world, the one the emperor wanted. He himself declared it his masterpiece. You finally felt relieved. But the master said, good thing he didn't notice anything weird. Lee Jun thought to himself, primal magic is like a painting. No matter what you mix it with, it naturally blends with fire. He only feared one thing, that the foundation of his primal magic now was demon energy. Pure and brutal demonic energy. If he realized that, he might think he's a demon. Lee Jun reassured himself. Well, I'm using Heavenly King magic as bait, so no worries. Chun Sik tried to get close. By the way, you're sparring today too, right? Lee Jun answered politely. Yeah, it's almost your turn. Old Seven showed concern. All right, but the trace suddenly disappeared here. He wondered if he was mistaken. The carriage driver shouted loudly, Jun, where are you going? At this moment, Lee Jun had reappeared in the scene. He worried his first opponent was a freshman, Lee Jun Dong-yan, a B-rank awakened from the Poison Valley clan. But Lee Jun quickly shook off his delusions of power. He was pretty strong for a freshman, and even though he was the son of the Poison Valley's Iron King, he didn't compare to him. He pondered. No need to look too closely. Ho, a friendly approach. Brothers here. Lee Jun was glad too. Just in time, I was looking for you. He scratched his head. You were looking for me? He asked Han. Have they decided your opponent yet? Hell answered clearly. Yes, sir. It's an awakened fake, a low rank from the Emperor clan. Lee Jun was a bit confused. Emperor clan? He wondered again. Huh? Do you have to join the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? Lee Jun's question made him uneasy. What do you mean? He kept wondering. Why not just quit? Lee Jun stared at his stunned brother. Hiso had mastered Zhonggan Miho magic and Jian Hoan Pai Wango swordsmanship. Both martial arts were at 3-star level. With his skills, he could easily beat most opponents, but he worried that in this era of fake awakenings, bloodline was everything. If the Emperor clan found out their top martial arts, Lee Jun was restless. What they always brag about was ended by a nameless E-rank fake awakened. He was confused, trying to protect himself from fierce competition in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. But the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament was where students showed their skills. How could he explain asking him to give up such a big opportunity? Lee Jun realized he'd said too much. Don't get me wrong. Hiso immediately obeyed him. I'll withdraw. You were the one persuading him, but now you're clueless. What? Hiso explained. I'm already in your sight. I don't need to show my skills to anyone else. I don't care about rank or school scholarships. I already have the reconnaissance fee you gave me, so it's fine. He looked at Lee Jun with loving eyes. I trust you have a good reason for this. Hello smiled brightly. I trust you completely. He patted his shoulder. Thanks for understanding. Suddenly, Lee Jun froze. He instinctively glanced around. Hello was stunned too. What's going on, man? Lee Jun suddenly grabbed his hand firmly, decisively pulling Hell away. Follow me, don't ask. You gotta listen. Yes, sir. Lee Jun pushed Hell hard through the teleport gate on the wall. He hurried, get in there quick. Hell's face turned pale. Why are you suddenly doing this? Lee Jun didn't let Hell react and kicked straight in. Didn't you say you trust me completely and would blindly follow me? Just go in there, he stammered. I didn't mean it that far. After finishing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Jun suddenly disappeared. Kang-gu chased after to scout the situation but was too late. The old man glanced around. What's going on? Kang-gu suspiciously bent down to check the floor. He clearly sensed energy very similar to the Emperor clan's martial arts, but the trace suddenly vanished here. He wondered if he was mistaken. The carriage driver shouted loudly, Jun, where are you going? At this moment, Lee Jun had reappeared in the scene. I've got some stuff to do. What's all the commotion? Everyone shouted in unison. It's huge, really huge. He excitedly pointed far away. Look, the fight of the century is there, on the screen showing two names, Heian-mu and Hanzhou. North Dungeon. He hesitated, shocked. Why do you look so calm? You already know the lineup. The match just got posted. Lee Jun said with a fake casual vibe. Nah, of course I was surprised. It's the same fight as in the past life. He clenched his fists, so hyped he jumped up. You're definitely rooting for Joe, right? I grinned like an idiot. No need to ask. Of course I'm rooting for Joe. Right, run? He hesitated. Lee Jun remembered last life he cheered for Jun Jion. Back then, I wasn't close to Joe and she threatened me to cheer for her. He worried that if he cheered for Jun Jian, Jizo would be disappointed. But if he cheered for Joe, he feared the consequences. Lee Jun froze seeing Hanzhou standing silently in a corner. He kinda guessed what was up, so he didn't overthink it. Whatever. He was blunt. Yeah, of course, I'm cheering for Hanno. Done. Jun Jian wasn't having it. Oh. So who exactly are you cheering for? Lee Jun was stunned. Hey, sis. She put on a friendly face. Yeah, run. Just say it already. Who are you rooting for? He hesitated. I'm cheering for you. Pleasing one person but pissing off another. Lee Jun started shaking, seeing Mrs. Hanzhou Zhu Ji Yizhu about to blow a fuse. He yelled, Why do you two gotta do this to me? Anyway, the Martial Arts Paradise Tournament is starting now. The host cheerfully said, Thanks for waiting. This is a big match from the start, right? He introduced the first beast from the Divine Finger clan, the Sword Queen Hanno. Then the second beast from the Iron Blood Sword clan, the Sword Master North Junion. The curious old man's car shook. Lee Jun glanced sideways. Huh? The old man whispered. Who do you think will win? Lee Jun didn't bother guessing. Just wait for the results. The old man was stunned. You don't even know, Lee Jun replied casually. Of course not. Who do you think I am? He thought. Everyone believed Park Jun-jeon was barely an A rank, but actually she was close to mastering A rank. Hanjiro, you just hit A rank, facing a tough opponent, Lee Jun recalled. Before Regression, Hanjiro won the sparring match, but actually that was Park Jun-gyeon's win, a place where talents from countless clans shine. Park Jun-gyeon gave up so the Iron Blood Sword clan wouldn't monopolize it. You're talking nonsense. Really, she just didn't want to waste time on a boring fight with a weaker opponent. Lee Jun thought, if her brother won first place, she wouldn't do that. A sincere yet arrogant move. He smirked slightly, but this time it'd be different. Lee Jun was hyped. He's the opponent Zhu Ji Yizhu warned her about. My sis, let's see them give it their all. Everyone in the stands cheered for the two fighters. Hanzhou swung her sword first. Jun Jian pretended to be innocent and clueless to distract her opponent's sword practice. First time I saw that. How did you practice that? But Hanzhou didn't flinch. Run stood up. Sister Hyek looked puzzled. Jun stood up. Hanzhou answered softly. Yeah, that kid's always alone. Huh. Jun Jian wondered. When did that kid become friends with you? Hanzhou gave a short, sharp answer. Just recently. Jun Jian then used the femme fatale move. So what's your problem with me? You've been prickly since day one. I don't act like that with Hyuk Jin. Hanzhou's face stayed cold. No, not at all. Jun Jian played dumb. Really? If you say so. She put on a friendly face. I'm really glad you're the one fighting me. I have a few things to say to you, but Hanzhou stayed cold and bossy with me. Sister Hyuk Jin threatened. Don't get too close. Run. Hanzhou was confused why I had to do that. Sister Hyuk Jin just smirked. The reason's simple. You're not very sharp about this, huh? Turns out this auntie's had a crush on Lee Jun for a while. She likes Lee Jun. Jun is the sister she needs to care about, but she also sees Hanzhou's true feelings. But you look pretty pissed. Jun Jian swung her sword and announced, All right then, the result of this fight will decide. The loser has to give up, run. She acted innocent again. How about that? Hanju stepped back from the threat, then charged forward. While Jung Jian was busy showing off, Hanju appeared from behind to strike sneakily. Luckily, Jun Gyeong quickly blocked the first hit. Hanju tried to land the finishing blow. That was the last word. Jun Jian still challenged. I won't back down either. They stepped back as Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhu prepared for a fierce duel. A fierce spiritual energy burst right in the middle of the arena. The students panicked and covered their faces. What kind of crazy power is that? Just started and he's going all out? Hanju and Junyin clashed fiercely, neither backing down. They fought beyond Earth, reaching out into the cosmos. She screamed like she was dead, set on something huge. Even if she had to give up everything else, she couldn't give up her run, right? So she'd do whatever it took. Junjian's eyes blazed with fire, swinging her sword down hard, making Hanju grimace as she blocked it. Hanju squinted one eye against the blinding spiritual light, gritting her teeth to endure the brutal strike. Her sword flashed brilliantly, casting a chilling silver glow. Junjian's eyes widened, her hair whipped up by the wind, and the sword she was blocking suddenly dropped straight to the ground without warning. Hanju stepped back, the long, wobbly sword trembling. She swung it in a wide arc, spiritual energy twisting and writhing like a snake. Jun Gyeon easily dodged everything with a calm expression. She stared ahead but couldn't help thinking, that kid must be channeling internal energy into the sword to make it tougher. When hit hard, that kid disperses energy to weaken the impact and sends energy back when attacking. Hanju's sword slipped past Jun Gyeon's face. No matter how much Min tried to deflect it, it would always snap back. What the hell did Du teach that kid? She licked the blood, still dripping with a twisted grin. But Junjiang quickly leapt to the side and took the chance to slash at the flexible sword. She stomped hard on the sword, making it impossible for Hanju to pull it back. Hanju clenched her teeth, furrowing her brows like she could crush two flies at once. The sword twitched violently, shaking like a fish caught in a net. Junjian flew straight at Hanju, the air tense like a drawn bowstring. She opened her eyes wide, raising a fist glowing with electric spiritual energy. Hanju clenched her jaw tight, blue spiritual light gathering in her fist. A terrifying explosion erupted, the crowd shielding their eyes from the blinding flash. Lee Jun was dazzled by the scene. Whoa, she's using the 10-step divine technique like that. Even the master couldn't help but be impressed. That girl knows the range of the sword technique and uses near 10-step divine technique to avoid widening the gap. Where did he go? Hanju, furious, crushed the water bottle. Everyone nearby got nervous seeing her like that. He slithered away like always. Hanju yelled, "Wait till I catch you." Scene shifts to the night festival at Midterm High School, bustling with activity. Lee Jun casually sat munching on a huge spicy tea stick. The elder saw the food and drooled. "What's that sweet thing you're eating? Looks super sugary." "You heard the master call but didn't even share because it's candy kids usually eat." Lee Jun smiled. "He needs snacks too. Gotta enjoy the festival vibe, right?" Suddenly, Hyung Run walked by and accidentally bumped into him. Lee Jun held his head. "Sorry." "Humph." Hyung Run was surprised and turned back. "Young Master Jun, you look as confused as Hyung Run." Lee Jun stood up and asked Han, "Why is the Heavenly King here at this hour?" "So Lee Sin is here too?" He replied, "No, I'm on a short break." His break shocked him so much he froze completely. What the hell is going on? He thought to himself. The Heavenly King I know always lives like protecting Lee Sin is his whole purpose. And why is EG rushing over to handle that guy XE with that move? You should be comforting Hanju instead of saying that right now. Hanju, resting, was annoyed by Junjian's unpleasant voice. "Lee Jun, that thug, Zhu Ji Yi Zhu escaped already." She shouted loudly. "Go find that kid and bring him here for me. I need to hear from that kid's own mouth who he's rooting for." Seg looked around suspiciously. "He was just with us a moment ago." Mr. X, being restrained, rolled his eyes repeatedly. Where the hell did he go? Hanju was pissed and crushed her water bottle. Everyone around got freaked out by her attitude. He slithered away like always. Hanju shouted, "Wait till I catch you." Scene switches to the bustling night festival at Midterm High School. Lee Jun was chillin', casually munching on a massive spicy tea stick. Even an immortal would drool seeing that food. "What's that candy you're eating? Looks super sweet. You heard your master call but didn't even share because it's just some kid's candy." Lee Jun smiled. He needs snacks too. Really soaking up the festival vibes, huh? Suddenly, Hyung Run passed by, accidentally bumping into him. Lee Jun held his head. "Sorry." "Himph." Hyung Run turned around surprised. "Young Master Jun, you seem as confused as me." Lee Jun stood up and asked Han, "Why is the Heavenly King here at this hour?" "So Lee Jin's here too?" Han replied, "No, I'm on a short break." "Break?" He was so shocked he froze solid. What the hell? In his mind, the Heavenly King he knew always lived like protecting Lee Sin was his whole purpose. Lai stared fixedly at the Heavenly King, her face as red as a tomato. a guy who never took a day off before becoming the leader of the Heavenly King squad. What made him suddenly change like that? Ki-young-jin peeked from behind Hae-young-jun. That person over there. She was shy. She greeted Ki-young-jin. Hello, master. He immediately panicked and explained when he saw the young master's suspicious expression. I just happened to run into her while I was on leave. Ki-young-jin fumbled nervously. Yeah, it was just a coincidence. Lee Jun then flashed a wicked smile. He teased, even the Heavenly King deserves to have love. Hyun-jin was flustered. That's not what I meant. But Lee Jun kept poking at it. Why are you so stubborn about refusing? Kyung-jin's gonna get hurt. After teasing enough, he walked off, leaving the two standing there without even looking at each other. I'm out of here. You two have fun. Kyung-jin, feeling misunderstood, angrily cursed Hyun-jun. Lee Jun watched this scene with satisfaction. The music festival went down smoothly with crowds flooding the streets. Lee Jun stood on the school rooftop, admiring the peaceful scene. There was something strange about Hyung-jun that made him keep mentioning the Heavenly King, who always stood by Lee Sin enjoying the vacation. Lee Jun smiled, watching them cling to each other, meaning he'd finally broken free from protecting Lee Sin if he was dating Kyung-jin's dad. He pondered as he saw them close together, meaning he could lure Hyung-jun through her. Lee Jun focused on reading the system board because Kyung-jin's dad was also involved in training the kids if he helped her overcome the barrier here. Because I've got this ability. The system screen popped up. Devil Level S training describes you enjoying manipulating your friends. At the same time, you understand why your master manipulates you. Special unlock effect on others increases training experience by 100%. Effect scales with rank. He connected the dots right after Hanju unlocked the S-rank trait. The Queen Sword's quality, the new trainer trait, evolved into Devil Trainer. Lee Jun scratched his chin thoughtfully. If I can unlock her dad's trait with this. He looked up, enjoying the cool breeze, eagerly awaiting tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the church with a 5-meter-high crucifix statue, the group of monks knelt low as if performing a ritual. A nagging voice came from the door. What a mess, a total mess. So Mi just stepped in, sarcastically tossing aside heaven and now praying to change the gods. Truly, a crazy monk. Monk, and fired back just as sharp. How dare you use such sly words when praying for sacred things? You nagging hag act nothing like a monk like me. The elder cut in. Shut up and get to the point. So Mi recounted the blood witch. My precious child suddenly disappeared. Her eyes slightly dropped. The kid went out with the divine family and vanished in Busan along with the demon slayers. Monkin probed. Busan has a red zone gate, so Mi hypothesized. Investigators say it looks like the kid died from a monster outbreak. The elder groaned hearing that. A top kid dying from a monster outbreak. So unlucky. Monkin was ready to end the story, so you just came to say that? But she wasn't about to let it slide. No way. So Mi dropped a hot piece of news that made the elder's head spin 360 degrees. The demon sword finally revealed. Monkin got hyped. Really? She flicked her hair smugly. The Ironblood Sword clan uses it as the prize in the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. The elder looked troubled. That's insane. Not knowing what the demon sword is and bringing it into a kid's show like the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. So Mi was helpless. If he hadn't said it, we wouldn't even know its value. Then both said in unison, we have to get the demon's sword. Monk, and hurriedly took steps. Zhu, Ji, Yi, prepared thoroughly for his arrival in this world. This time we gotta get everything in one shot. She raised her hand. Yeah, got it. The elder spoke seriously. I'll take the demon's sword. Don't forget our ultimate goal. Bring our master Ma Du to this world. The two faced each other, all for our lord. And Sion paused for a few seconds. He'd attack first. I'll go first. And X kept throwing nails at Lee Jun. He only needed a tiny spear to knock away those petty obstacles in sight, unable to hide his frustration at not being the center of attention. You're still pretty green. Inon wasn't a pushover either, quickly dodging Lee Jun's spiritual energy strikes. Dong Inon, son of the Iron King of the Mandogam clan. He was one of the identical twins of Am Dong, in the same class and a genius who reached B rank at 17. He's a total show-off, the only son of Iron King. Dude's been spoiled rotten, which explains his arrogant attitude. Calling him the heir is spot on, even though he's got an older sister. Lee Jun charged in at lightning speed. If I want to keep things smooth with the Mandogam tribe in the future, I gotta knock down that ego of his. They clashed. Just a few meters apart, Inong recklessly threw a move at Lee Jun, but Lee Jun just ducked and blocked instantly. Dude just clenched his teeth. Weirdly, he started getting cautious about Lee Jun's sharp reflexes. Why are there so many holes? He's terrible at guarding key spots. Inong's doubting life itself. Maybe Lee Jun's trying to mess with him? He was dead set on not getting owned. You think I'm falling for your trap? Lion sneered when he saw Inong back off a few steps. Why don't you come at me? You aiming for a draw by stalling? That's lame. Inong fired back immediately. You just good at provoking? That's embarrassing for a top-tier fighter. If you only fight with your body, how can you be a real martial artist? His mouth was just as savage as his moves. They faced off in the sandy arena. He reached into his jacket and pulled out 3 pills. Inong was most focused when Lee Jun yawned. He took that chance to throw rapid strikes. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the arena. Someone in the stands got hyped. Isn't that Hua wrong? Using that technique in a martial arts match? Then Hun's voice rang out. Don't worry, he said with absolute confidence. I, El Hun, do this for the Mandagam clan's direct lineage. I modified it for use in martial arts contests. It's way weaker than the original Lai Hua Ron. Students can block it if their skills are sharp enough. Hun smirked. If they're on equal footing, that is. Hundreds of needles shot out from Inong's needle bomb, flying straight at Lee Jun. He smirked, standing still like he already had the win in the bag. Hun Deer couldn't hide his shock, leaning forward to get a better look. Lion was stunned, speechless, mouth wide open. He stared up, dumbfounded. That was insane. When the spiritual shield appeared around Lee Jun, he sneered, it should have been us, but I've already faced Lai Hua wrong. The silver needle stuck in the shield trembled, electricity crackling around it. Lee Jun stood tall. I'll send it back to you, so catch it well. He pointed forward. All the needles suddenly turned around. Inong froze, too shocked to react. What? He hasn't peeled it off yet? That's the dart I threw. How's it here? I clearly threw it at Lee Jun. Inong's pupils shrank. Am I gonna die? He still acted stubborn. No way I'm letting you do that. He spared Inong's life with a snap of his fingers. Not scared, huh? Bro. The needle zoomed forward but dropped right at his feet, leaving him stunned. Inong collapsed onto the ground, accepting his crushing defeat. The referee shouted. The match was over. The winner was announced amid cheers and Lee Jun's smug face. Lee Jun stammered. After the match, he dropped to his knees, head bowed like he wanted to disappear. How did you do that? He put a finger to his lips, signaling it was a secret. Han Deer's eyes went wide. Was what I just saw an empty object? John Mu was frozen by the strange phenomenon. I saw it too. He couldn't believe his eyes. An 18-year-old high schooler could control internal energy so skillfully. Min Sung spoke up. Don't underestimate him just because he's a regular high schooler. Isn't he the one who beat the Wind Apostle of the Emperor tribe? He even said he'd personally visit our Divine Pawn tribe. John Mu, sitting at the bottom, refused to back down. Don't spout nonsense. He looked arrogant. That kid's bloodline belongs to our Divine Power tribe, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't want him. Minong didn't hold back either. That kid was also abandoned mercilessly by the king. John Mu wasn't easy to sway. Blood is thicker than water. Every word he said sent chills down everyone's spines. Lee Jun's past was truly heartbreaking, living a life with not a single peaceful day in the clan. The Divine Tribe was always unstable, and that would never change. Shouldn't you strengthen your foundation before chasing such risky stuff? Minam was on the back foot, so he had to patch things up. Are you done talking? John Mu taunted. Not yet. Jay quickly covered Min Sung's mouth to shut him up. In the end, Lee Jun's swordsmanship was what really mattered. Huh. Didn't he treat you well? John Mu glanced around. In the stands, Lee Jun had completely secured the victory. The referee announced Hai Trang Lee Jun. Hanju gritted his teeth. Maybe Lee Jun felt uncomfortable because of the sweat. Huck Jin cheered loudly in the stands. Lee Jun jumped down with more joy than the champion himself. Hai Yu Jin threw an arm around him. Congrats, man. You finally shined. Lee Jun arrogantly said, I'm always the center of attention. He raised his phone to prove it. Everyone, you finally see that I'm really here because the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is broadcast nationwide. Look, people's reactions are crazy. Hai Yu Jin's eyes sparkled like stars. No one can call him a loser or a failure anymore. That's what makes me happiest. He sincerely expressed himself, no longer acting childish as usual. I feel relieved knowing you've gotten stronger. Just then, the loudspeaker announced, Second year, Class 1, Sword Master North Hyun Jin. Please proceed to the arena. He sighed regretfully. I gotta go. Zhu, Ji, Yi are prepping for their matches. He smiled and ran off, still looking back. When I come back, you gotta show me how to do that move. Lee Jun waved him off. Yeah. The old master sighed. You've got a good friend there. He smiled too. He's an awesome guy. Treats me way better than I deserve. Why would someone like that be friends with me? The old man lectured. He looks at your heart, not your skills. For a kid, trust and faith are everything. Lee Jun looked up. I'll remember that. Bai called out to Lee Jun. Come on. Let's cheer for Haiyu Jin. He turned and replied, Yeah, I'm coming. He stepped onto the field amid cheers everywhere, leaving behind his straight silhouette with his coat fluttering. Lee Jun watched him go, wishing him luck as the scene changed. The night was silent, no stars, just endless clouds. Behind the huge school was a mountain with lush green trees. A few soda cups clinked together, followed by cheers. Congrats on our first win. Roseg was ecstatic. Didn't expect all of us to win today. You forced a smile. I thought we'd lose. Lee Jun teased. Why'd you think we'd lose after training with me? Maybe my training was a bit too easy. Hearing that, she shivered nervously. No, that's not what I meant. Bai explained. It's just that Jun, Hanju, and Hayu Jin are really strong. But compared to them, we're just rank E. Our chances against awakened rank D and C are almost zero. SYE smiled brightly. We're literally a miracle here. Haijin chimed in. Yeah, you're wrong from the start. Lee Jun, with his high and mighty look, said, You're not just some rank E. You're a rank E trained by me. Got it. Winning is obvious. You're acting all preachy, not satisfied with just today's win. There are plenty more people you'll crush in the future. You got flustered. No, that's not it. I can't tarnish my master's name. Lee Jun. Hanju smiled, watching everyone discuss when suddenly his phone rang. Lee Jun asked, Hanju, did you get an important message? Not sure what she read, but suddenly Hanju crushed the phone in front of the whole team's confusion. She growled, Lee Jun, and he grabbed a bag of chips, panicked. Huh? What's wrong? What happened? Lee Jun's challenge echoed through the building. Who said I know what's going on? Scene change, more and more awakened people. In today's world, awakened people are celebrities. Idols or actors aren't awakened. They've long been pushed aside by famous awakened clans. The two countries symbolize some mystery, but among them, a few survived. These awakened people turned to singing. A famous awakened girl group called Red Girls. They travel everywhere to get famous. They visit places destroyed by gates, holding relief concerts to boost their recognition. That girl group fought monsters and were cheered by the public during a concert. They live-streamed battles against waves of monsters and quickly became a beloved band. Among them, Uni is known for her short hair and famous on YouTube. Uni's channel shows tons of clips with huge views. The clip of her kissing Lee Jun's cheek has over 1 million views. The manager stepped up. What are you watching? She casually replied. My YouTube. Just some manager orders. By the way, stop using those clickbait-edited pics as YouTube backgrounds. You'll get reported for that. I raised a tablet with a cocky look. Nowadays, if you don't do that, how else do you get noticed? Everyone loves clickbait stuff. Uni, a member of the Red Girls band, happily pointed at the clip with the highest views. Look, it just got posted and already hit 1 million views. By now, Lee Jun is probably watching it too. Uni stared dreamily at Lee Jun. He looked so damn cool. She gently stroked his photo, wanting to meet him even just once. Cut to the arena. The crowd was packed, chatting and laughing loudly. Someone asked, Have you seen today's lineup? Another replied, It's insane. I'm so hyped. A third jumped in. Who do you think will win? Hayu Jin looked up in awe. Whoa, can you believe this is actually happening? At this point, it looks like he's already marked to get trampled. The guy helplessly turned away. Hayu Jin glanced at the wound on Lee Jun's face. What happened to your face? Lee Jun covered it. Don't ask. He was super confused. I never thought Hanju would hit me twice. But why was I even hit from the start? He worried. Do you want me to get you some medicine? Lee Jun replied. No need. Thanks. Lee Shin shouted from behind. Hey, loser. He crossed his arms arrogantly. I thought you'd be scared and run after seeing the lineup, but looks like you still got some pride. Lai Shin acted all superior. I'll remember your stupidity. Hu Jane looked confused, while Lee Jun just twirled his fingers, pretending not to hear. He muttered, Does this dude never get tired? Lee Jun didn't care. Let him be. What else can he do? Lai Shin looked at them with disgust. Feeling proud for beating a low tier like the Wind Sect and the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art that his dad always craved. Letting a bastard like him inherit such a divine art is unacceptable, he threatened. Laugh while you still can. Lai Shin turned his back and walked away like some CEO in a movie. I'll completely destroy you. John Mew sat in the stands. No, actually, I'm pretty satisfied with this match. Hona asked. What? He explained in detail. Only the strong can stand at the top. Our power means the weak are naturally eliminated and discarded. Once the succession is decided through this heavenly martial arts tournament, I don't need to take any action, so I'm pretty chill. Before John Moo could say more, he was hit with a cold dose of reality, a perfect example of an ideal clan leader but a terrible father. He nodded. I'll take that as a compliment. On the sandy arena, 3 referees, Lee Jun and Lai Shin, face each other in a tense atmosphere as the referee explained the rules. Once the match starts, any martial art or weapon can be used, and surprise ambushes are allowed. The referee continued, making the tension rise. The match ends when one opponent surrenders, and as long as they're alive, everything continues. Do you both agree? Lee Jun asked casually. I agree. The referee turned to Lai Shin. Lai Shin, will you answer? He gritted his teeth. Same here. I agree. A shout rang out. Then the match begins. Lee Jun tilted his head, cracked his neck, warmed up before fighting, and slammed his spear hard into the sand. The friction made a sharp noise. Li Xin got into fighting stance, exchanging blows, blood for blood. "Why don't you attack first?" Lee Jun sneered, electricity running from head to toe, his hands bulging with veins in anger. "Arrogant bastard, I'll make you regret that decision." Li Xin stomped, kicking up a cloud of dust. You can't see his defense clearly. Is that why Li Jun was so confident? He noticed the blood energy radiating from him. That deep red energy was abnormal. As it spread, it smelled metallic, like energy soaked in blood. Li Xin charged, but Li Jun realized it too late. He raised his hand to block the punch, channeling electric power through it. Li Jun kicked forward, but Li Xin's eyes caught the move. He tilted his head to dodge. The electric shock made him squint. Li Jun kicked but missed, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Li Jun quickly threw another punch. Spiritual energy glowed along his arm. He flinched, startled as if he saw something unexpected. Li Xin smirked with contempt. "Is that all?" He rushed in, hitting Li Jun repeatedly. But Li Jun only defended, not going all out. "Ha ha ha." Li Xin yelled like he already won. "Where's that attitude from before? Fight back. You hear me?" He looked at Li Jun and muttered quietly, "I can win. Even without the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art, I can beat Li Jun. You just took down a Wind Sect disciple." Li Xin was determined and charged with a powerful punch. "I'm the strongest." Li Jun clenched his fists, ready to fight, spiritual energy gathering as two streams of energy collided, generating an insanely powerful impact. He screamed like a madman, "Die, die, 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 die." The crowd gasped, "Oh man, no way. At that age, he's already rank EA?" Someone joked. "The king must be thrilled to have two talented sons." They marveled. "If my son was like that, I'd treat him like a precious gem." An invisible power emerged in some clan. Becoming an awakened is a form of authority. A clan with many A-rank awakens can't be touched by the government. A clan with AA-rank awakenings draws the attention of the world government. John Moo looked down at the arena. A high school student and an extraordinary AA rank. The kid will become an S rank in 5 years. Korea hasn't had an S rank in 50 years since the Sword Master. His lips twitched a few times. That's good news. But John Moo was cautious. What's that worrying energy he's wielding? Kangoo pondered. That power, you're focusing to block Leon's strike. With intense focus, suddenly a chunk of his thigh tore open, blood splattered, mixing with the wind's scent. Despite that, Li Jun's gaze didn't waver. His face showed no sign of weakness. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, so, my power? Do you still dare come near me? Speak up." Li Xin's mouth kept spitting words like a radio. "Oh, can't open your mouth in this internal fight? Ha ha ha, you're clearly pissed. Man, so noisy." Li Jun felt super annoyed with this rice-powered loudspeaker. "I was just busy thinking how strong you've gotten, but now I can't stand your noise anymore." He manipulated spirit energy to create a vortex. The ground beneath dented. Li Jun's eyes flashed with sharpness. His brows furrowed like he could crush 2 flies. He punched right in the nose, his eyes wide open. Li Xin, like a stuffed animal losing balance, was thrown far back, spitting out fresh blood. Li Xin spun once in the air before landing. Li Jun warned, "Tone it down, my ears are about to explode." The elder hesitated. "What?" He looked up confused. The master was sweating cold drops. "How come a fragment of Ponge?" The elder couldn't believe it, staring at him. How could a piece of my martial art come from him? The shattered glass fragment they'd been searching for so long was now inside Li Xin. Li Jun looked up bewildered. "A piece of your martial art? What do you mean, master?" Cold sweat dotted the elder's forehead. "The third technique is the martial art you'll learn after the unlimited technique," he continued while Li Jun was stunned. "That's the martial art from when I was at my peak. It's also the martial art of your first senior disciple." Li Jun was utterly confused. How the hell does a 1,000-year-old martial art show up here now? What's going on? The elder was at a loss too. "I don't know." Li Jun thought of Kim Kwai. Kim Kwai, the boss of the 1,000 Lakes, and now this. How does something from 1,000 years ago appear in the modern world? His face was marked with a giant question mark. Could it be because of those gate scenes? Li Jun stood up to theorize. The gate is a crack. The highest level gates are like lands inside, resembling medieval times or martial arts worlds. If the world inside the gate is a world from 1,000 years ago, and if that world connects to the modern world through the crack, he glanced at the elder with scrutiny. Even as a spirit, I still met Master Hat from the Australia family. He also came from 1,000 years ago. Maybe Li Xin got Ponji's fragment. The elder looked helpless. "I don't know how this happened." Li Jun remained calm, "But we can find out right away." He bowed. "Zhu Ji Yi, get ready to fight. He's right in front of us." Li Xin frowned. "The person who got the fragment." At the same time, the system announced a side quest to retrieve Ponji's fragment. Rank C description. Mew Australia is curious why Ponji's fragment is here. Defeat Lai Xin and satisfy Immune National's curiosity. Success condition: destroy Lai Xin's Dantian. Failure condition: Li Xin escapes or his Dantian remains intact. Reward: tech points 800,000 B. Points needed for Pongi reduced by 10 million B. Lee Jun's mouth dropped open. A C-rank mission gives that much? He looked smug. I just got another reason to win. Lee Jun faced him with a blank expression. Alright, then let's start round 2. He suddenly leapt to the center, moving so fast his opponent couldn't catch on. Lee Jun was like a clone, swirling around Lai Xin like a tornado. He spun in a daze. Is that his secret martial art? No, this is Li Xin looking up to see dozens of Lee Juns in front of him. It's just Lee Jun moving so fast it created afterimages. You dashed past, making him tighten his defense completely. Suddenly, from above Liu Xin, a thunderous punch was coming down. He was lucky to escape, while Li Jun slammed a punch into the ground. Liu Xin's face twisted in pure horror. I've had my eye on this guy from the start. He glanced over and smirked mockingly like he was teasing his prey. Li Jun leapt up, forcing him to dodge left and right. He deliberately avoided critical spots and held back his power when attacking. Liu Xin clenched his jaw. What the hell? He stood in a defensive stance, spiritual energy swirling around him like a shield. He swung a few strikes, but all were blocked by the spiritual shield. Liu Xin was furious when Li Jun dared to create another illusion clone. You think you can mess with me? He roared. With this power, I won't lose to anyone. Liu Xin flew forward, throwing a punch that hit only air, then swung again to the side. There you are. Liu Xin threw another punch into thin air because Li Jun easily dodged. He was so mad steam was practically coming out of his ears. His brows furrowed like they could snap. Suddenly, Liu Xin got hit in the face by a punch so fast he didn't even see the attacker. He clutched his cheek, confused. You're out. From behind, as if nothing happened, another strike landed on the other cheek to even things out. After the equalizer, Li Jun unleashed a flurry of punches that made his head bounce off the ground like a spring. The crowd in the stands jumped up, mouths wide open, cheering nonstop. Liu Xin spat out a mouthful of deep red blood. Oh, he groaned, clutching his battered face. Sniff. Liu Xin's body couldn't hold up and collapsed. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back. This feeling was something he'd never experienced before. He knew exactly what it was. He looked at Li Jun with overwhelming fear, trembling. This was the terror of absolute power. Li Jun stepped closer to Liu Xin, wanting to slowly savor that pitiful expression. He clenched his fist. Step back. Don't come any closer. Liu Xin growled and threw a desperate punch. Li Jun dodged to the side, making him lose momentum and crash forward. Li Jun landed a solid hit on Liu Xin. The skinny figure collapsed backward. The crowd gasped, unable to believe the fight ended so fast. Li Jun stood looking down at his face, pressed against the ground, dust swirling thickly, ears ringing. The fight was over. Li Jun interrupted. No, it's not over yet. He smirked with delight. The fight only ends when the opponent surrenders, right? Li Jun lifted Liu Xin's head. Blood streamed from his nose and he'd lost a tooth. He swallowed hard. Li Jun smiled warmly. Finally woke up. Huh. Liu Xin's eyes widened. Li Jun raised an eyebrow. Li Jun calmly threatened. Remember what I told you when I beat you? How I deal with those who piss me off. He grabbed Liu Xin's hair tightly. Now you better answer me properly, or I'll destroy your Dantian. Liu Xin's face was full of terror. That terrifying power you have. Li Jun's image, reflected in his eyes. Who gave it to you? Liu Xin stammered. The person. The one who gave me this power was while the two were distracted. Someone drew a sword and approached. No one else but. What the hell is going on? Li Jun turned to look behind. Kang Gu, serious-faced, sword held across his chest. On the screen was Liu Xin screaming like a radio announcer. How do you like my power? The old man pondered. That power. Kang Gu sensed the spiritual energy surging in the arena. They also gave destructive power to the kings. The image of the first awakened fake appeared. That destructive power is the strength gained from those who have surpassed the martial arts realm of this world. Such mysterious powers, at first, I mistook them for monsters disguised as humans joining the battle. I expected a fierce fight from the energy radiating from them, but the hands clasped together and glowing, showing sincere pleading or something colder. The bloodshed when the battle broke out ended in total defeat. The old man's forehead was dotted with sweat. There's no way to win. The levels are completely different. How can such power even exist? Kang Gu sat dazed like a loser. Above the sky, there are even greater skies. Above power, there are stronger beings. Lai Xiao raised his hand to bless. Do you want to become stronger? I will grant you power. But in return, you must give us something. Are you ready? The cowardly old man bowed his head. I swear I'll do anything. Kang Gu frowned, lost in thought. I swear I'll do anything. This power is absolute. However, Those individuals all want to hide their identities. The old man looked up at his face. And of course, this power is kept secret. Moreover, without significant training, I won't be able to hide my aura. Kang Gu's gaze dropped down to the arena, just like that guy over there. Down below was the scene. Lee Jun stood with his arm around Lee Jun, while the referee casually watched the show. The old man pondered, looks like the king has to step in now. Kang Gu wondered, feeling like this guy was about to say some dumb shit. With his power, he should be able to stop him, right? The mysterious silver-haired man communicated with his eyes again. Because you're protecting the king, you've got a legit reason. The old man retorted, but I can't just recklessly risk it. The mysterious man lifted his head. Well then, why don't we reveal ourselves in this situation? Kang Gu objected. The higher-ups don't want that, and you agree too. Got it, I'll go right away. The old man looked disgusted. Clearly the Trung clan was after the demon sword. Kang Gu glanced with curiosity. What the hell could make them crave it so much? The old man calculated every angle. If he could uncover the secret of that demon's sword, he could make them his underlings. Down in the arena, Lee Jun grabbed Lee Jun's head while the old man hurried over. Kang Gu drew his sword, seriously shameless, beating someone who's already lost the will to fight. Can't you just stop? He turned back and asked, You're the one who tore his mouth open, right? The old man kept acting all righteous. From the start, the one I aimed at was you. If you hadn't missed. Lee Jun stood up, thinking. Even though Lee Jun's the king's kid, to the emperor clan, he's a future rival. If he wanted his son Choi Tae-min to win, he had no reason to get involved in this. He glanced at the guy holding his mouth, blood dripping through his hand. From the way he tore that guy's mouth to stop him from talking, Lee Jun smirked, something about the king. He focused on reasoning. The emperor clan is currently allied with demons. A piece of Peshon definitely connects to the demons of this world. Kang Gu frowned, his actions were way over the line. Trying to wipe out your opponent in a sacred and righteous fight. I saw your true nasty nature before, but I can't ignore this anymore. He sneered, even if you're a king, you don't have the right to interfere in my fight. You're fake, just sit quietly and watch. If you keep going, I'll end this fast. The old man's eyes widened in anger. Kang Gu charged at the arrogant brat. Lee Jun blocked the swinging sword with his hand. The old man's electric spiritual power surged, causing an explosion, thick smoke blurring the scene inside. The crowd panicked. Oh damn, is that the aura of the so-called 5 kings I keep hearing about? He forced a smile and commented, this just got serious. The 5 kings are a bit too much for me, at least for now. Lee Jun ordered to open the system status window, sharp logic flooding his mind. Right now, my ability is exactly at AA rank, taking down the Wind Disciple and facing the demon of this world. Shin Jin Hoa is all thanks to my superior martial arts. The system shows basic info, title, youngest disciple of the Hermit and 2 others. Name Lee Jun, age 18, current external potential rank AA, unique skill military martial arts SSS, stepping into domination B, infinite spear technique SS, vampire demon duplication skill A, stepping into heavenly king, heavenly supreme divine technique S, 10-step divine fist C, flying dragon technique C, universal medicine water C, 7-step piercing C, link strike technique C, special trait ultimate path, disillusion with the mortal world, spirit land master S, divine body SS, and 7 others. Attributes, health 286 out of 500, stamina 318 out of 500, strength 234 out of 500, agility 350 out of 500. Special item, internal power 560 out of 1000, mental strength 358 out of 500, reputation 8800, famous influence over the 4 great sacred lands and enemy strongholds. Obedient to the fairies' trust. Sakura fears him. Public force status 150%. All affinity attributes plus 70%. Antibodies plus 35%. All resistance attributes plus 100%. Internal power recovery plus 15%. Ultimate path. Disillusion with the mortal world. Hermit rank 5. Divine body not over 10 million. Martial arts 2 ultimate techniques 0 out of 15 million. Attributes 45 physical plus 15 10 million. Current TCH points 27.6 U 80,000. Lee Jun fell into deep thought. But the on-martial arts still can't be revealed to everyone, so he signaled the system. Points needed to level up 1 trait, 1 million B. System reported health, 286 over 500. Stamina, 318 over 500. Strength, 234 over 500. Agility, 350 over 500. Special item. Lee Jun looked at the stunned Kang Gu before him. Health, 286 over 500. Stamina, 318 over 500. Strength, 234 over 500. Agility, 350 over 500. His hand gripped the sword like he wanted to snap it. Health, 286 over 500. Stamina, 318 over 500. Strength, 234 over 500. Agility, 350 over 500. Lee Jun smirked, clearly confident he had the upper hand. Health, 286 over 500. Stamina, 318 over 500. Strength, 234 over 500. Agility, 350 over 500. The old man stared at the sword being squeezed tighter and tighter, panicking. What the hell? This is Lee Jun taking the chance to taunt. Surprise? Did you think you could crush me whenever you want? But now we're facing each other on equal ground. He leaned close to Kanggu's face. Isn't it obvious? Compared to your lightning technique, my martial arts are way superior. The old man roared and swung his sword. You dare mess with me? Lee Jun dodged and didn't forget to throw shade. Bro, your uncle's kinda scary. He threatened Lee Xin, who was clutching his mouth on the ground. Since he's not saying a word, I can't keep this secret from him anymore. Hearing that, he screamed out loud. I'll say it's because of my uncle, so I can't talk. Lee Jun grabbed Lee Xin by the collar. Now I don't need to listen to you anymore. Kang Gilyu shouted, will you stop already? A voice came from behind. It's over. Lee Jun was about to punch him into Mars while still holding his collar but then froze. John Mu grabbed Lee Jun's hand tight. Is that enough? The murmurs made the old man reluctantly sheath his sword. Your Majesty, please stop. Adults getting involved in kids' fights never ends well. Lee Xin took advantage and yelled, Dad, please spare me, spare me. Ugh. Lee Jun frowned and snapped back. I don't want to stop. The old man growled angrily. Are you disobeying your dad? He questioned. Have you ever treated me like your son? Ju froze like he'd been hit with a pressure point. Lee Jun shook off his hand like cutting off this pathetic father-son bond. He glared. Please drop that fake mask already. It's disgusting. Makes me want to puke. Someone sneered. Whatever you say, calling him the sixth prince is a bit much. Ha ha, Uni protested. Just wait and see who's really right. Lee Jun forcefully pulled his hand away from John Mu like severing their father-son ties. He glared, please drop that fake mask already. So disgusting, you make me want to puke. John Mu and Danju was stunned, face full of disbelief. Lee Jun challenged, have you ever treated me like a father? If you had, you never fulfilled your duties as a dad. He stood up fiercely. I never expected anything big from you anyway. Lee Jun recalled the painful past when my mom was murdered. He told about the miserable days when I was abused by Choi Minin. Lee Jun was furious that I tried so hard just to get his attention, but John Mu deliberately avoided my pitiful attempts to get close. Lee Jun was exhausted. Even when I begged my whole life, he pounded his chest and shouted, you didn't even bother to look my way once. You're the one who abandoned me first. John Mu wanted to explain that, but Lee Jun turned his back. Enough, I don't want to hear it. His face darkened. If you choose to just stand there and watch, the killing intent around Lee Jun grows stronger every day, then you'll have to pay for it. The system popped up at the same time, a side mission to retrieve Peichon's fragment. Success condition, complete the mission by destroying Leon's Dantian. Kangju sprang up, slashing forward, but Lee Jun leaned back to dodge. The old man swung his sword down on the arena, cracking a huge chunk of the wall. The crowd watching the fight panicked and fled. Damn, the arena's collapsing. Oh no. Hanju calmed everyone down. The arena's guarded by the security team. It won't collapse. Please move slowly. Please take your seats. The blonde girl ran like crazy. Oh no. Then she slipped and fell, but the pain didn't hit as expected, and a hand caught her. Jun Jiyoung grabbed her waist. You okay? Hurt anywhere? She softly replied, yeah. The blonde held her cheek. Why am I suddenly like this? Meanwhile, she still anxiously watched the fight. Jun Jiyoung's gaze locked on Lee Jun. Please don't get hurt. Kanggu yelled like he lost his mind. You bastard, not only are you cruel in this tournament, you're also disrespectful to me, the Demon King. The old man flew up, about to strike down. Today I'll teach you a lesson, but Lee Jun easily read and dodged the blow skillfully. The arena wall cracked again with a huge gash. Lee Jun smirked, muttering, Master, you see that? The immortal frowned. Yeah, I see it clearly. Lee Jun focused on that bastard who also had a piece of Panji. The fragment was clearly visible on his hip through Lee Jun's sharp eyes. The immortal sighed in frustration. In the end, he still caused trouble. Even though I warned him, Lee Jun got into fighting stance. What's up with that guy? He glanced once and immediately caught the old man's intention. Kanggu growled. Dare to look away. Lee Jun flew over, so tough. A familiar figure. Chun Isich suddenly appeared in the arena. He turned back. I want to toy with you a bit more. Lee Jun was ready to fight seriously, but it looked like it wasn't going to happen, because I confirmed Choi Kangji-gu as a piece of Panji. He thought, no need to keep sparring and swung his hand, but ending it like this would be a shame. The spear stuck in the ground suddenly shook violently, like some force hit it. Lee Jun used his spirit power to pull the spear up, creating a blinding light. The spear flew straight at him. His cloak fluttered in the wind like a god descending. Lee Jun leaned back. Here's a little gift before we finish. He muttered a chant. The third form of the infinite spear technique, a dragon glowing with spirit power, appeared behind Lee Jun. Sumeru's divine art, Heavenly King's modification, black dragon form. The dragon's head wriggled. The ancient dragon roared with earth-shattering force, charging at Kang-gu like a tornado no one could dodge. The old man gritted his teeth, unable to block it. Kang-gu pushed it aside, trying to deflect it. The dragon body staggered near the stands, causing panic among the crowd. Chun Sik approached, spirit power blowing off the old man's outer cloak. The old man drew his sword, its gleam flashing along with his sharp gaze like he could see through everything. Chun Sik drew his sword, spirit power shining dazzlingly. The Thunder Heavenly King's divine art turned the sword before him, dragon scales magnified 100 times. The ground cracked open into a huge pit. The crowd, shielding themselves, slowly looked up. Lee Jun stood under the arena. All right, that's enough, everyone. This has caused way too much trouble. His voice echoed across the shattered arena. Everyone disperse. I don't think we can continue the tournament today. Scene switches to an internet cafe, the computer screen reflecting the chaos of the commentators. Keyboard warriors typing non-stop. Spear, God Lee Jun broke the dragon's power seal. Is this ruthless approach okay? The terrifying outcome of the air's battle. Critics were on fire. So scary. His cruelty is nothing less than a demon's. Isn't that kinda unfilial? They're family after all. Did they really have to go this far? They don't understand what Lee Jun went through, but they type like they're insiders, hyped up by the crowd, thinking he can do whatever he wants. Maybe he really joined the demon cult. We should put a bounty on him. Search keywords popped up one after another. Spear God versus Du Hoang. Who's stronger? How powerful is Spear God? Lee Jun showed divine power, standing tall before Du Hoang. The sixth king was about to appear. Comments exploded like a broken market. Uni, you were right. This place is the fairy realm, huh? I could quit being an idol and become a fortune teller. Ju flopped back on the chair, relieved like a huge weight was lifted. She frowned. Even though it was the chairman's order, she couldn't believe she had to write the article and add commentary too. Thinking about having to manipulate the media, Du pretended to threaten. If you don't give me a bonus, I'm quitting. Minam stayed calm. Don't worry, that won't be accepted. Secretary Nam. Warm sunlight poured over the hibiscus flowers. Along with that, the Zhu Yi leaves swayed. Lee Jun looked at the message on his phone. Kim COA. Hello, I'm reporter Kim COA. If you see this message, please contact me. He comfortably rested his head on Lam Lam. The world has advanced way too much. Now I can't avoid annoying messages even at the gate with internet. His eyes lifted to the system screen. He raised his hand and tapped on the mission section. The system displayed a notification. Side mission. Retrieve Ponji's fragment completed. Reward is being sent. You have earned 800,000 accumulated points. The points needed to get Ponji decreased by 10 million. Lee Jun scratched his chin with interest, defeating Lai Shin's Dan Dian and seeing such a sweet reward. Eliminating a bastard and getting the reward, 2 birds with 1 stone. He pondered deeply. Now all that's left is to win the Heaven tournament. The weapon technique that the demons in this world are hunting for, if I get it. Lee Jun suddenly jolted awake. Wait, he jumped up. Master, I have a question. The elder glanced over. What is it? Lee Jun anxiously asked. If Li Xin and Kang Gu have Ponji's fragments, does that mean those demons came from your time? The elder hesitated. I'm not sure yet. He questioned him, saying Ponji belonged to my first senior. The elder explained, I have to see or receive the demon sword to know. Lee Jun was amazed. Demon sword? You hesitated. Master, what if? Just hypothetically. Lee Jun proposed a theory that the demons in this world are connected to my first senior. What would happen? The elder turned and said, well, then you unleash a ruthless method. You'll have to kill them. You question that? That's his disciple. The 2 beasts looked at each other confused. This isn't something we're supposed to hear. Elder Blue hovered. You'll understand when you get there. A broken shard appeared. The shard of Pakshan must never appear. If it does, this world will perish, he explained. Baonji, also known as Blood Heaven Technique, is the martial art I once used to drown the world in blood. The elder's face was full of pain. Anyone who uses Pachon feels an unquenchable thirst. The more they use it, the stronger that thirst becomes, and only human blood can satisfy it. But only temporarily. He seemed to sink into a pit of fire. The next day, the thirst surged again, and the heart-craving slaughter kept trembling endlessly. With a little sanity left, I avoided harming ordinary people. Instead, I killed martial artists from both righteous sects and evil cults. All of it is nostalgia and the greatest shame of the elder. The nickname I got back then is my lifelong disgrace. If I could go back, I wouldn't have created Pakshan. He sighed, realizing only after killing tens of thousands that it was an imperfect martial art. The elder was troubled by that bloodthirsty disciple. Even though it was more perfect than any other martial art, the problem lay in the mind technique. The mind technique supporting Pachon couldn't sustain the martial art, leading to the side effect of bloodlust. It's a martial art banned by the martial world on a different level than usual dark arts. Lee Jun was shocked. He actually taught that kind of martial art to his disciple. The elder waved his fan. Luckily, I only passed it to my first disciple. The elder told the story of retreating to hide for his disciple's sake. My innate ability wasn't enough to use Pachon, so I immediately chose to retreat and hide so Zhu Ji, the elder, lost. Life never goes as planned. Back to reality. He hesitated with his disciple. If I say, just if. The elder sorrowfully spoke the words he didn't want to believe. A dance created by combining the cat heaven magic as the foundation with heavenly horse magic and the reverse core Dhamma technique. The elder continued. That's what you call the primal divine magic. System notification. Description of primal divine magic has just been updated. Primal divine magic is an SSS grade male growth type. Description as follows. A Hyun Mu divine magic that the Mu family devoted their whole life to. It can control dispersion across heaven and earth and pairs well with any martial art. Its foundation is heavenly horse magic and the reverse core Dhamma technique. Effects. Plus 25% energy recovery, Muguki control, heaven destruction, plus 30% magic resistance. Lion forced a smile. Ha! Isn't this a scam? You wondered SSS rank and growth type? Surprising there's a rank above SS. How high could it go? Lee Jun pondered what happened after creating primal divine magic. The elder approached his disciple. I came to pass on the perfected martial art to my first disciple, but nothing could be undone. But he didn't meet expectations and you got stabbed. Though I'm a sinner, what happened to my first disciple was also my fault. That first disciple was like a wild beast, showing no mercy for anyone's life. I tried to make that kid more comfortable by taking all the blame myself. He and his most beloved disciple had an extremely fierce battle. The elder had lost. Life never goes as planned. Back to reality. He hesitated with his disciple. If I say, if only. The elder sorrowfully uttered words he didn't want to believe. If the demons in this world are somehow connected to my first disciple, can you handle them? He was dejected. This isn't an order. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Just consider it a request from an old man. Lee Jun replied, Master, you clasped your hands sincerely. I was going to say the same thing. I'm your disciple, and I will definitely fulfill your last wish. Many people have made me stronger, Master. Lee Jun bowed respectfully. In a world where the weak aren't even considered human, the one who made me human is none other than you. And eradicating the demons who caused my mother's death is what I've longed for my whole life. You smiled happily, so you don't need to ask. Besides, I'm your disciple, right, Master? The elder looked at you with affectionate eyes. Thank you. Taking the chance, Lee Jun suggested, if you're grateful, maybe you could gift me one or two of those cool items. The old man waved it off. Rain, go away. Damn brat, scene change. The sound echoed with every beat. 1405, 1406, 1407. Lee Jun stepped forward. Oh, so you're really here. Hayo's eyes lit up brightly. Ah, you're here. You sheath your sword and step forward. You're really good at fighting. Outside, everyone was talking about you non-stop, but you acted like you didn't care. Let them say whatever they want. HCO enthusiastically grabbed his hand tightly. As expected, pride meant nothing to him. I'll train hard to follow in your footsteps. Lee Jun could only force a smile at this over-the-top enthusiasm. Aha, he reminded him. Right, Hesu, take this chance to awaken one or two traits. How do you suddenly wonder about that? Lee Jun was suspicious. Why so many questions? Don't you trust me? Hyo shook his head vigorously. No, it's not that I don't trust you. Who else would I trust? He affectionately threw his arm around Lee Jun's shoulder. I know you skipped the Heaven Martial Arts tournament for me, but I feel bad for not watching over you properly. Just trust me and give it your all every day. Got it? He covered his mouth, full of gratitude. Yes, I'll try my best until my last breath. Lee Jun smiled slyly. I guarantee you'll be reborn. Scene changed to a silent full moon night. Angry curses echoed through the mansion. A sword stabbed sharply into a paper on the wall, followed by a roar. Damn it. Kangju sat on the chair. Everything was a mess again. His face twisted in anger. The reputation of our royal family has plummeted without control. At this point, there's only one way left. Kangju looked down at his useless son. Tae-min, you have to win the Heaven Martial Arts tournament. You must get the demon's sword at all costs. He's stubbornly determined to beat Lee Jun. As for Lee Jun, I'll handle that. Do you understand? On the wall, an image of Lee Jun with a sword stabbed through his head like a puppet for amusement. Blazing sunlight shone down on the dusty desert. The system appeared. Your disciple has awakened an AA rank trait. 1 million P points have been awarded as a reward. Lee Jun crossed his arms. It took about 1 day to awaken a trait. Perfect. He smiled and asked, Hesu, how do you feel about the new trait? Hesu raised his muscular fist. Haha, it's awesome. I've never felt this full of energy before. Lee Jun was proud. Of course, a top-tier trait has to be like this, right? The system announced again rapidly. Descendant of the Du lineage. This AA rank trait describes descendants of the Du lineage who mastered supreme martial arts since ancient times. Although now it has faded, their innate talent in Du arts remains. Effect. Adjusts talent related to Du to S rank. He scratched his chin with interest. Nice, nice. Even the master recognizes Hesu's talent, so this is totally deserved. The elder appeared. I didn't expect the Du lineage to continue like this, Lee Jun wondered. Is there really a Du lineage existing in the martial world? He explained. Not every clan using Du is in the martial world. During the Great Goryeo era, many warriors from the Du lineage were among those clans. He had an idea. If the Habuk Penjenga family originated from China, then the Du lineage must be Korean, right? And Hesu is a descendant of the famous Do lineage from Goryeo. The elder nodded in praise. Smart. Lee Jun frowned, reasoning. So master, in my opinion, the descendants of the Du lineage from the Great Goryeo learned the Habuk Penjenga martial arts. From an amateur martial artist, funny huh? He joked. Oh man, look at whose disciple is speaking so accurately. The elder was firm. All right then, we must find where the Du clan's martial arts are for my disciple. He was delighted. Master is the best. Lee Jun stepped halfway into the teleportation vortex. So you're heading back now, huh? Hesu. If you're bored, just fight those guys, okay? He smiled and reached out. Wait, they're begging for help in vain, master. Hesu, with a murderous look, he approached. Since that's the order from your master, can you please fight me? Scene change. At the arena shattered to pieces since the day before, dust rose thickly. A reporter holding a camera couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this is brutal. The arena is like this already and they still want us to train? The reporter next to him signaled. Don't you think this tournament is a joke? They should have Zhu, Ji, Yi prepare better. Look, the leader is holding a sword. The whole group focused their spiritual energy to create an atmosphere, lifting chunks of stone and debris from the arena into the air. Everything that was destroyed was now surrounded by spiritual energy and being restored. He was stunned. Wow, what is that, senior? The reporter explained it was a healing spell. In the Asian region, where martial arts are dominant, they don't have that ability. But in the Western region, where magic is dominant, there are many spells like healing. The Heaven Martial Arts Tournament drew attention from many countries, so they got support like Western magic. The crowd in the stands was hyped. Hey, have you found Lee Jun yet? Someone answered. Too crowded, can't see him anywhere, they complained. Damn, if I'd known, I'd have waited right at the door. He's wearing a hat that hides him way better than I thought. Lee Jun Chenju walked through the crowd. Today's match was between Sword Master Jun Gaiyan and the Dragon Sword Choi Tae-min. Thought everyone would be focused on them. Floating elder, you don't criticize. That's why you should keep your identity secret. He threw up his hands in frustration. How could I refuse a mission like this, master? Lee Jun opened the door. I'm just here to watch Jun Gaiyan fight. Just need to hold on until then. The crowd kept searching. Found Lee Jun yet? People in the stands wondered. Is he not coming today? Someone doubted. Where else could he be? Lee Jun stepped into the room of Zhu, Ji, Yi, prepared and politely knocked to find someone. He stepped inside. North Sea Yu Jin. Yu Jin greeted happily. Lee Jun, why so late? I've been looking everywhere for you. Lee Jun calmly replied. Just had some stuff to take care of. Where's she? He answered. She went out a while ago. You blinked like that, then I'll wait for her to come back. From behind, Jun Jian suddenly lunged at him, catching everyone off guard. She locked his neck with her leg like a pro. Lee Jun hated hiding. You told me to come early, but I guess I didn't listen. Lee Jun screamed miserably. Oh, my hand, my hand. Jun Jian smiled brightly. Not worried about your weak sister? She's about to fight that shady Choi Tae-min. He raised his hand in surrender, trembling. Weak? Oh, my leg. If anyone's worried, it's him. Lee Jun yelled helplessly. I'm late because I had to find something to give her. Hearing that, she let go. He propped himself up on the ground, struggling to stand. Lee Jun handed her a white cloth. Here, take this. Jun Gaiyan was shocked. This was on the sunlit arena with cheers ringing everywhere. Tae-min and Jun Jian had an intense sword duel. She sneered. You look like you're struggling too much. Why not just surrender here? The guy tried to block her sword, but his face changed colors like a chameleon. Jun Jian swung his sword, but luckily Tae-min dodged. Next time wasn't so lucky. He took a divine punch from her. He flew up like a puppet with cut strings. Sparks on Jun Gaiyan's hand hadn't died out yet. He quickly covered his head with his hand, stepped back, and braced his sword to stop the momentum. She stepped forward again with a sharp strike but missed. The crowd in the stands cheered. Look at that. What a pathetic scene. They mercilessly mocked him. Even if he's the dragon sword, Hyunmu, he collapse. One strike dodged. Damn it. Taemin could only defend. Damn. He gritted his teeth. Can't lose here. Taemin was determined to win. He swung first, determined to take the demon's sword. But a hit to the face snapped Taemin out of his dream. Junjian stood above, looking down at the loser. Whoa, giving up already? She didn't hold back the taunt. I'm just getting started. Junjian smiled friendly. I promise Doa. I'll beat you for Doa always. Taemin clenched his fist. These guys are tougher than I thought. Then he played dirty, throwing a handful of sand into her eyes when no one was watching. She grabbed her eyes and screamed, Ow, ow, my eyes. The crowd yelled. Hey, that's not fair. Someone cursed. Fight properly. Junjian held his eyes but still gripped his sword like he never gave up. She opened her eyes wide, bloodshot. Jungyeon charged with murderous intent, thinking I'd let you run. She stabbed him in the chest, this time no chance to dodge. Fresh blood soaked his shirt deep red. Jungyeon yanked the sword out hard, blood splattered everywhere. She sneered, Yeah, I really can't beat you. Jungyeon sheathed his sword. I was gonna finish you off worse, but didn't expect it to end so fast. Taemin laughed bitterly. Haha, you must be pretty disappointed, she muttered to the unlucky guy. He held his wound but still wore the face of the winner. But don't think this is the end. From the tip of Taemin's sword shot a long needle. Jungyeon turned around, the needle flew straight at her eyes, making her pupils shrink. At the same time, the system announced the activation of the enhanced talisman. Jungyeon was surprised. This is the system explaining. A protective energy shield was created to defend against outside threats. She thought back to what Lee Jun gave her. The silver needle stabbed straight into the talisman. The talisman's protective power was depleted, and it gradually disappeared, dissipating like smoke as if nothing happened. Junjian looked up to the stands, where two very familiar figures stood. Hukjin stomped angrily. Hey, Choi Taemin, you coward. Wait until this tournament ends, and you'll see what I'm made of. She smiled charmingly. So intense, my heart's about to melt. Taemin stammered, unable to get the words out. Energy shield. The guy looked up in horror. That's right. It's him. How the hell did you create an energy shield? You're only a rank A. Before he could say more, she slammed the sword hilt into his head. Taemin crashed down like a beached fish, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Jungyeon sneered. That bastard, someone like you doesn't deserve to swing a sword. The crowd roared as the referee announced. The match is over. The winner is the Northern Dongyen Sword Master. Ha-Yuk Jin Zhu, G. Yi Zhu looked annoyed. Damn, I was hoping to crush Taemin myself. Lee Jun suggested, then lose already. Maybe you two will meet in the loser's bracket. He scratched his chin, overhearing that. Ha-Yuk Jin seemed to remember something. Wait, he wondered what would happen if you advanced. You answered calmly. Right now, it's just me, Hanju, and the others, plus Sister Dongyen. The next round is the quarterfinals. That's when you two will freak out, fighting each other. Ha-Yuk Jin jumped up like a spring. No time to waste. He gritted his teeth, pissed off. Wondering why Hanju didn't come watch the match with him but locked himself in the training room. Go play somewhere else. Yeah, fine, I'm never inviting you again. That Hanju girl. Ha-Yuk Jin ran off like the wind. Lee Jun said, From tomorrow I'll train hard. Lee Jun waved, Good luck. He scratched his head, thinking. Hanju and Ha-Yuk Jin gotta be like that. Both want to win the damn tournament. Lee Jun quickly corrected. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. He crossed his legs casually. Damn, Ha-Yuk Jin. You've been through this before. Hang in there. At the school with its huge campus, cicadas buzzed everywhere in the infirmary. Through the clear glass, you could see legs twitching slightly. Taemin and Tae-ho sat close, the atmosphere super tense. The guy hung his head. Dad, I'm sorry, losing to a girl. Taemin was stunned. I didn't expect Northern Dongyen to use an energy shield, nor that he'd rank up so fast. Kang Yu brushed it off. No, that kid didn't use an energy shield. The old man was silent. You were too distracted to notice. It was a one-time use item. He clenched his fist. Impossible. Taemin felt humiliation rising. He'd spent a fortune on that Y martial arts manual. Yet he lost in both skill and strategy. Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhu, what's the plan? Tears dripped down his face, total defeat. So bitter, so damn bitter. Dad. Suddenly, someone pushed open the door from outside, without warning. Kang Gu yelled. I said no one's allowed in, Munba, and quietly introduced himself. It's me, the monk. The old man jumped up. Sorry, I thought it was some lackeys. Kang Gu greeted the visitor at the door. Monk Mun Bil. Taemin wondered. Who's dad? The old man struggled to sit up and greet him. He's your dad's benefactor. He stood, bowed respectfully. Such a respected man, and you didn't recognize him? My name's Choi Tae-min. Munba In replied. Pleasure to meet you. The old man patted his head. Long time no see, so I stopped by to greet you. Kangoo. But why does our young master look so down? Tae-min hung his head like he was carrying some heavy burden. It's just that I trained hard to win the Heaven's Martial Arts tournament, but it all became meaningless. I want to follow Dad's orders to get the demon's sword. Munba In stroked his beard. Ha, the demon's sword is what we've been searching for too. What a coincidence. He laughed heartily. Kangyu really sees far ahead. Kangyu feared. If the divine tribe finds out the emperor hid the demon's sword, the emperor's clan is finished. Reluctantly said, I plan to gift it as a symbol of loyalty, but my son failed. I'm so ashamed. Moonba. In comforted, no need to feel guilty about that. How can mundane things always go as the mortal desires? He added, but because of your sincerity, monk here will give the young master a gift. Kangyu was curious. The monk searched his robe pockets. Surely you know this is a very precious item. He chuckled, tilting his head a full 180. Don't forget to be grateful for the gift you gave us. Scene shifts to early morning, clear skies, sunlight shining through the glass window of Lee Jun's building. The morning of the quarterfinals, he stretched after a good sleep. Lee Jun held a coffee cup by the window, enjoying the breeze. Wow, today's weather is perfect. He closed his eyes and soaked it in. Perfect for grabbing the demon's sword. Lee Jun was startled, turning around at the sound of the door opening. Hanju's eyes were glued to him, not blinking. Even though he casually opened the prison door, his face didn't change a bit. Lee Jun jumped onto the bed and wrapped himself in a blanket. Damn, how did you get in here? She replied coolly. I broke the door. You wouldn't believe it. If you break the door, you owe me for the repairs. Hanju stepped in, but now that didn't matter. She grabbed his hand tightly, pleading desperately. Hanju bowed her head and shouted, Save me, Lee Jun. She dropped a bombshell that stunned him too. The tournament's grand prize, the demon's sword, was stolen. The door was slapped together with tape, and Lee Jun's voice echoed inside. Basically, he was fixing his collar. We think the demon's sword got stolen last night. He just found out and was investigating who the suspect might be. Hanju responded. Lee Jun ruffled his hair helplessly. Who the hell is crazy enough to do this? The elder guessed. Probably those guys. He looked up. Huh? The elder's tone was grim. The creatures you call demons come from another world. They'll do anything to get the demon's sword. That's the first clue. Lee Jun clenched his fist. How sneaky. They should have fought fair and square. And they dare steal my stuff, the elder judged. So damn despicable. A question rang out on the phone. We need to bring it back, right? Hanju answered. Yeah. Secretary, you told June already? Yeah. The elder was determined, of course. We can't let those demon bastards get the demon's sword. He asked Hanju, do you know what's going on with the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament? She guessed. I think they're having a meeting about it right now. Lee Jun suggested a plan. First, we need to make sure the tournament doesn't get postponed. We gotta put out the fire first. He had an idea. Hanju, can you ask the chairman to change the prize? Tell him it's my idea. Scene changes to a pitch-black room with no lights on. Mindung seriously announced. We've been informed the Tyrant clan won't participate. He sat before a packed conference room. Everyone here, I assume you all know about last night's incident. I'll get straight to the point. Min Sung presented the idea. We're considering postponing the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. What do you think? One leader agreed. I support it. Others discussed. An item from the Black Gate was stolen. Recovering it should be prioritized over the tournament. Right? John Sayup gave his opinion. Even if we postpone the tournament, we should still award the most talented student. At least we have to keep that rule. It'll help quell their dissatisfaction. He thought for a moment and agreed. It's also good for calming media criticism. Someone quietly asked, but what should we give as a prize? Zhang quietly called from behind. Chairman Min Sung put the phone to his ear. Hanju, what's up? Yes, the meeting is still going on. He nodded. I understand. Min Dung clapped to stop the growing chatter. Everyone, please pay attention. He smiled and offered a solution. What do you think about using the Blood God's map as the new prize for the tournament? Zhang agreed. I'm good with that. After all, you're in charge of the tournament. Chairman, we're just here to give input. Someone was confused. Blood God's map, the quick explainer said. It's an artifact from the Black Gate, but it's just a piece of paper we know nothing about. In the end, everyone agreed. So with unanimous consent, the new prize for the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament was decided to be the Blood God's map. The sky was crystal clear, skyscrapers stretching up to the clouds. Inside the museum, staff checked and rechecked the priceless treasure like hawks. Cameras were everywhere. Zhang scrutinized every corner of the treasure without missing a speck. He suddenly looked up, as if he heard a suspicious sound. Zhang turned around sharply. What's up? Is that you? Lee Jun acted innocent. Huh? What did you say? Feeling old-fashioned, he muttered and turned away. Probably just my imagination. He gritted his teeth and stuffed Lam back. Lam, you. Lee Jun grabbed the blue fur that was supposed to stay still, almost got caught, but it still went hyper and rushed forward. Goga, the invisible artifact you worked so hard to get. The kid struggled to get this invisible artifact by asking the Yellow Clan. I'll use it carefully. The time limit is short and it can only be used once, so we have to move fast. The elder laughed heartily. There must be some precious magic stones displayed here. It's like heaven for Lam. Lee Jun tried to hold onto its body, this greedy little bastard. The iron door shut just as he carried Lam and ran out. Lee Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Just in time, he looked toward the empty lot ahead. This is the back corridor of Building 3. Where the hell is it kept? Lee Jun picked it up. Do it. Stop scratching. Come here. Let it down to sniff and find the way. Now find the energy similar to my innate power here. If this goes smoothly, I'll give you a magic stone. One person, one fox, moving side by side to investigate the case. But we keep walking and see nothing suspicious. Just going forward like this isn't a good sign. Lee Jun was restless. Lam, where the hell are you going? Lam stopped at a spot and barked loudly. Woof. In front of him appeared an ancient shrine with hundreds of steps. Lee Jun was curious. According to the map, this is in Kwang Mountain in Dong No. There's a shrine here? It's not on the map. He tilted his head, asking Lam if he was sure this was the right spot. They stepped up to the shrine and whispered, Hey master, are you here? Lee Jun called out loud. Anyone here? But no echo came back, so he got disappointed. There's nothing here at all. Seeing Lam scratching the door, Lee Jun got curious too. What's inside? The shrine door opened, sunlight pouring in like it injected life into the space. He was surprised. Damn, holy crap. Inside was a greenish-blue glowing barrier. So they secretly built this shrine for a reason. The system popped up a notification. This is a sealed gate. Force it open. Y-N. Lee Jun shoved his hands in his pockets. So this is the path that led here. He nodded. Go. He reached into the barrier. Well, I should check out the faces of those who stole my stuff, the system blared. Forcing the gate open, the announcement kept repeating. The gate was forcibly opened. Before Lee Jun now was a hall even bigger than before, a red zone gate. Lee Jun looked at the altar, stunned. Whoa, this place is freaking massive. He pondered. Looks like those 4 great holy beasts are still chilling, probably nothing to do with them. The elder frowned. Something about NXA sounded familiar. Lee Jun asked, You know it? The elder was vague, feeling like he'd heard about it once, but it was long ago. Everything's faded. Should we go inside and see if you haven't pissed off the master yet and still aren't old enough? The elder warned, If you want to die, say one more word. They slowly entered the shrine like they owned the place. Lee Jun looked around curiously. Damn, I've seen lots of medieval architecture and ruins from gates, but this Chinese-style architecture is a first. Feels more like touring China than entering a gate. The elder glanced around before realizing, This is exactly the place I thought of. Lee Jun wondered. What kind of place is this? The elder explained. This is where assassin monks live, making a living by killing people. He stepped forward slyly. I thought Shaolin monks wouldn't even kill an ant. This isn't Shaolin, right? The elder told a deeper story. They're actually heretics from Shaolin. You could say it's from the era when your master was still alive. Lee Jun's jaw dropped. What? He monologued with a super smart vibe. The master's era? No way. Oh, right. If the gates can open like in novels, maybe we're awakening. Gates and status windows, maybe anything can happen. Lee Jun concluded, if it's from his time, then those demon sword thieves are definitely connected to him. The elder agreed immediately. Right, we can't let them keep the demon sword. After walking a bit, they reached a door guarded by a master. Of course. The master held his staff pointed straight at the 3 of them. Who are you? They shouted. I'm asking who you are. Answer me. Lee Jun smirked. Who am I? Lee Jun used his spiritual power to pull the spear. I'm the owner of what you thieves just stole. Footsteps thundered closer and closer to the 3 of them. Nearly 100 masters ran over to reinforce, forming a circle around the 2 others. Everyone pointed wooden staffs at him. One sneered, a lowly fake awakened like you dares to step into the gate, dumbass. The elder wondered. What's going on? Why no attack? Lee Jun was speechless. You're giving off a filial vibe. These guys are from thousands of years ago, right? A classy Korean guy. I'm torn between respecting my elders. Or not. The elder looked pissed. Should have used honorifics from the start. Now, I kinda regret it. The elder kept hitting him. Respect these barbarians? Stupid. You're pissing me off, you little punk. Lee Jun jumped up and down. How could I respect someone like that? That hurts. The masters couldn't see the elder, so they looked at him like he was crazy. Is he talking to himself? They exchanged glances. Is that guy nuts? The system popped up a notification. Side mission to retrieve the Pahai Shard. Description: Muchak is pissed because the Junaka soldiers also have Panji shards. They're ruthless low-life killers. Wipe them out to ease the Muchak family's worries. Success means killing all the masters. Failure means leaving even one alive. Reward is 3,500,000 techie points. The techie points needed for the Pange dropped to 40 million. Lee Jun is stunned. How many points do you need for Pange? 40 million points for the reward? He slings his spear over his shoulder. Oh, you want to fight too? Lee Jun's ready to throw down. Alright, let's see how strong our Lam Nam really is. The monks charge in 2. Brothers, we've waited long enough, let's send them back to the earth. Suddenly, it lunges forward, biting hard into the most eager monk. The rest of the monks see Lam Lam's massive form and freak out. Demon Beast, look at the battle formation full of holes ahead. Thanks to Lam Lam, there's a gap in the 18 Arhat lineup. We gotta exploit this weakness. Lee Jun darts fast through the broken Bagua circle. System alerts, skill activation, use Demon King, Heaven's Footstep technique. He stomps hard, kicking up a cloud of dust as spiritual energy swirls around him. The monks advancing get blasted away by the spiritual force. Thrown back, he immediately plants his feet to stop sliding too far. They don't rest long and spring back up, gritting teeth, raising their staffs. The monks surround Lee Jun from all sides, cutting off his escape. He struggles to block the fierce strike from the monk in front. Someone tries to sneak attack from behind too. Lee Jun dodges with a glance. Then hundreds of monks attack. His eyes widen at the insane numbers. Lee Jun grits his teeth, only able to defend. No chance to find a good counterattack. He clutches his side, sighing this is definitely a whole different level. In front of him is a long line of monks radiating murderous intent. One-on-one might not be as tough as Kang Ju, but with those numbers, it's way worse. If Lam Lam hadn't taken one out before this started, that 18 Arhat formation would have given me a serious headache. He grips his spear tight with fierce determination. Gotta finish this before reinforcements arrive. Lee Jun closes his eyes, gathering spiritual spear energy. On the third breath, the black dragon spear glows with green-blue electricity. His eyes blaze like he's summoning something. A blue dragon slowly rises, roaring into the sky. It charges forward, scattering the monks like a swarm of angry bees. Big hit. No way. How could a lowlife like him use the spear technique of a war god? The monk screams in despair, unaware that Lam Lam is creeping up behind. Hurry, gotta warn Elder Manhwa in. It bites him, making the scene even bloodier. Moments ago it was noisy and chaotic, now only the sound of heavy breathing remains. He stands over hundreds of corpses holding his spear. The stench of blood hits his nose. One monk tries to help Elder Manhwa in but gets stabbed in the back of the neck and falls silent. Lee Jun wipes sweat from his brow. Is it over? Lam Lam happily barks. He pats the little fox's head. Good job, Lam Lam. You've gotten crazy strong. Lee Jun swings his arm. Now let's go grab what we came for. System alerts flood in. Absorbed raw energy with vampire demon technique. Innate stat increased by 1. Absorb Panji shard. Innate stat increased by 1. He absorbs energy. 1 innate stat per person. About 18 total, not bad. His eyes turn wickedly sharp. Now in front of him is a black fabric pair of cloud-patterned shoes. The strongest last monk appears. Time for the final boss to show up? Huh. Manhwa closes his eyes calmly, radiating unusual composure. He suddenly opens his eyes, veins bulging all over his face, seeing the other monks lying still. The temple door appears gray and gloomy, exuding a dark aura. Manhwa, in half closes his eyes, gently opening the door, gripping his staff as he steps inside. Rows of monks bow respectfully on both sides. Manhwa, in advances with reverence to perform a ritual. Oh, you've returned. Oh, noble one, please save this humble mortal. He clutches his staff tightly, light gradually spreading, reverence rising. Finally, a miraculous spiritual energy surges within the staff. At last, I have the Hyunmu sword. Oh God, tears stream down his face like a waterfall. It's been so long, we struggled so hard to find it. The image of an immortal elder appears alongside the mighty staff, the Hyunmu sword. A special weapon, wielded by the blood god that shakes the heavens, the master of the underworld. Even the continent's emperor fears it. The people kneel respectfully, a treasure his majesty has tirelessly sought. The seemingly simple staff actually hides some mysterious things. If the blood god hadn't betrayed his majesty, it would have rightfully belonged to him. Manhwa placed that mysterious staff where it belonged. Thinking about finding it in another world, more than 1,000 years in the future, in a dirty place called Korea, originating from the ancient Goryeo bloodline. All efforts to search across the central plains were useless. The old man knelt but kept a calm smile. Now, if his majesty crosses this world, suddenly a scream interrupted Manhwa's emotional flow. Senior brother Manhwa turned around. What's going on? Junior brother Hyunmu. The guy panicked and explained. Someone broke into the Dragon God Temple. All the monks bowing their heads looked up with shocked faces. Manhwa glared, an intruder? How could an outsider get in here? Maybe it's one of us. I've checked many times. They're just ordinary awakened ones. His head was a mess. Even though the gate was open and the Lee Jun gate and the cracked temple were successfully opened, only martial artists know about this place. Manhwa hurriedly strode forward. We have to identify them. Lead the way. Lam Nam bared his fangs and growled as if he sensed danger approaching. Lee Jun called out, confused, Lam Lam. He glanced and immediately understood the situation. Oh, the old man and a monk stepped forward. So it's that guy? Lee Jun assessed objectively. He seemed pretty strong. The immortal old man quickly folded his fan. The blood on his cheek was caused by that guy. He wondered, you know him? The old man raised his eyebrows and explained. He used to always follow the first disciple like a chick. Lee Jun asked, is he really strong? The immortal old man didn't think much of this old guy, probably the weakest among the first disciple's subordinates. He watched closely. It seemed he was at least as strong as the sword god, an awakened of S rank. Then he reasoned that what the master said when we first met was true. That awakened one was much weaker compared to the martial artists from the master's time. Manhwa's eyes widened, his long eyebrows curved like shrimp antennae. He suppressed himself and asked, Disciple Hyunmu, is what I'm seeing really happening? Hyunmu hesitated. I saw the same thing. Manhwa looked at the blood and gore in front of him and understood. So the blood pools of my disciples, every layer of clothing, every patch of blood soaked the entire courtyard. He roared like a mother bear who lost her cub. How dare you? Manhwa shouted in fury. You beast, how dare you kill my disciples? Manhwa's piercing shout made Lee Jun wince. I'll tear you apart piece by piece and feed you to the beasts. He stomped hard on the tiled floor to gain momentum, shattering it. Then the old body of Manhwa swiftly lunged forward, no slower than those young guys. He was about to land a brutal strike. Manhwa poured all his power into this attack. The Blood Lotus Elder, but Lee Jun immediately countered. The first infinite spear demon slayer. They fought fiercely, neither backing down. Yet old Manhwa was blessed by his ancestors, quickly blocking the spear that Zhu, Ji, and Yi were about to finish him with. He stabbed straight, making the old man stagger. Suddenly, Lee Jun pulled back his weapon. What the hell? Manhwa took advantage of his momentary weakness to strike again. Lee Jun managed to block the blow with his spear. Still, his youthful body couldn't fully withstand the old man's experienced frame. Even with primitive divine arts defense, he got injured inside. The elder appeared and gradually restrained himself. It's not over yet. Manhwa, the fat-eared old man, swiftly cut through and launched an attack. He decisively unleashed a powerful spiritual strike, pushing Lee Jun off the edge. A talent like you is also helpless.com against this fierce attack. Suddenly, a massive blue lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, terrorizing the main hall. It turned out Lam Lam knew the young master was in danger and rushed to save him. It grabbed Lee Jun and dashed away, temporarily hiding behind a cliff. The old man Manhwa was left stranded in the deserted main hall. He was furious because he was fighting fiercely when suddenly his opponent disappeared. I'll tear you in half. I know you're not dead yet. Manhwa shouted loudly. Come out right now. On this side, Lee Jun landed safely. He worried. Are you okay? Lam Lam made a sad face that made Lee Jun restless. What are you thinking? He recalled the moment Lam Lam saved him in one go. She took the punch that even he couldn't block properly, but before she could show her true level, Lee Jun immediately stopped her. What if I didn't pull you away in time? He only knew to comfort the angry little fox in front of him. That can't happen. You could have died. Lee Jun seemed unsatisfied and charged ahead again. I'll handle this, so wait for me at the gate. Lam Lam was stunned. Kay lifted the little fox up and chanted a spell, then summoned a portal. So the poor Lam Lam had to go back to where it belonged. Lee Jun also got back up after a long defeat, just beaten down like this. The first time since his regression. Even though he was weak, he still had some self-love. But running away isn't my style at all. Manhwa casually stepped forward with a smug look. I don't know what nonsense you're mumbling, but before you die, I gotta ask you something. The old man's face darkened. How did someone like you learn the martial arts of the divine warrior? Are you like us? Lee Jun looked confused. Like you. Manhwa said with absolute certainty. The move you just used is definitely the illusion eradication technique. Lee Jun coldly asked, so, what's that got to do with you? But the old man didn't give up. Of course it's related. Manhwa explained thoroughly. The divine warrior's technique is the technique of the demon blood heaven. Only now does Lee Jun realize, how many names does your master have anyway? The old immortal, hit right in the feels, just turned his face away to avoid it. Haven't I told you? That's the name martial artists gave me at my peak. Lee Jun kept repeating the old master's name for a while. Demon blood heaven. Demon blood. and you're still optimistic in this situation, hoping this won't turn into some messed up script. The demon blood map leads to his secret hideout, right? The fake master. Seriously, Lee Jun was confused. Master, I never thought you had such deep ties with those upper-tier bastards, he shouted out loud. So when I chose the path between the Divine Warrior's path, the path of infinity, the two paths of heavenly destruction, those paths are all connected to your names? He just stood there scratching his head. Maybe. Lee Jun was a bit puzzled. So if I choose the heavenly destruction path, maybe I'll start with the heavenly destruction technique? If it's all you, then why make me choose? He chatted casually with his master, not even noticing Manhwa in standing there with a smug face. Master, do you know? The old immortal was stunned. What do you mean? Lee Jun confided softly. After facing that guy, Demon Blood, I realized one thing. You're gripping that spear tight. Now I can truly feel that you really are the greatest martial artist of all time. Then Lee Jun stood up again after falling. Even if my inner strength isn't enough, even without the heavenly destruction technique, I'll be fine. Warning, he kept provoking the old man with the greatest master ever by his side, so what's there to be scared of? The system kept flashing red. A powerful demonic energy was approaching. Manhwa kept repeating an old move, stepping back to gain momentum. Demon Blood leader Lee Jun still couldn't handle the heat of the surrounding spiritual energy. He swiftly pierced through each layer of spiritual energy and charged forward to throw his spear at the old man. In that moment, a circle like a tear appeared spinning in Manhwa's body, letting Lee Jun's spear pass straight through. Suddenly, the old man appeared looming behind him. Lee Jun hadn't even reacted before being blinded. The immortal in the air could only urge him to dodge. Dodge. Manhwa unleashed a direct stream of spiritual energy at Lee Jun. He froze for a few beats. Lee Jun's right arm throbbed painfully, and his left hand started bleeding. The master sternly warned his reckless disciple, at your current level, you can't defeat Demon Blood. Waiting for the right moment is the smartest move. But Lee Jun flat out rejected his master's advice. No way. He was determined to beat the old man no matter what. If he found the heavenly temple, then he could find the forbidden zone of the four sacred lands. Lee Jun fell but got back up right there. I can't let him endanger you, master, and your followers. He gripped the spear tightly, determined to fight to the end. Even if his body shatters, even if his inner strength from combined martial arts is interrupted, Lee Jun controlled the boiling spiritual energy. I won't give up. Infinite Spear, second form. Manhwa closed his eyes. This is the extreme light from the Divine Warrior's spear technique. Hyunmu rushed over fast to Manhwa. Brother, I'm coming to help. I'll catch him. Lee Jun's eyes snapped open, veins bulging. The battle was reaching its climax. Hyunmu threw his spear into the chest, his arm piercing through him, blood gushing out, pooling into a deep red puddle beneath Lee Jun, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The chest was stained with blotches, and he spat out a mouthful of broth. The old immortal panicked, not knowing what to do. Disciple, get up. Lee Jun forced his eyes open. You have to stay awake, master. He fell into a space like a thought bubble. Am I dying? I still remember the first time I died. The people Lee Jun loved the most slowly appeared, and back then, I was really scared. Oh, so this is what they call the life film flashing before your eyes. Awesome. Every moment I lived is being shown in full view. His eyes were blank, like he lost his soul. Yeah, in every moment, when he tried his hardest or faced hardships, the elder immortal was right there beside him. Every fun time or happiness never lacked his presence. The master was always by my side. Even when it came to friends or the one he loved, the elder immortal was always by his side. He gave Lee Jun every affectionate look, every strict gesture, like a real son. Master, the image of the elder immortal appeared before his eyes. Lee Jun wanted to engrave that image for the rest of his life. The image gradually blurred and faded, and I wished I had treated him better. He slowly sank into a dream. Thanks for everything, the elder immortal scolded affectionately. Thanks for what, you idiot? He used his hand to control Lee Jun's complexion. You're not ready yet, but right now, there's no other choice. The dumb disciple just stood there watching him lie motionless on the floor, as if Lee Jun no longer had any connection with the world around him. Hyunmu glared. Dead already? He's giving up too soon. I'm just avenging my fallen disciples. Suddenly, his body stood up like a demon. Manhwa freaked out, thinking he'd seen a ghost. Hyunmu also turned around, his face shocked like he'd just seen a fly. He shouted in despair. Hyunmu's spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, terrifying Manhwa. Stay away from him. Lee Jun's eyes snapped open, now only white with streaks of red blood. The blinding light made everyone squint. From deep inside the shrine, a call seemed to awaken. The tightly shut door was forced open by an invisible force. The staff of power flew up, surrounded by a radiant spiritual energy. The staff slowly cracked into large pieces, some terrifying power pressing down on the shrine. An explosion ripped through the silent night sky. Smoke rose thick and gray. The old man was horrified seeing the bloodstains on the ground, but Haimu's body was nowhere to be found. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Monbain's face. Haimu's disciple, the fresh blood on the ground proved something had swallowed him whole. He stiffened like he'd been hit with a pressure point. How could this be? The Heavenly Annihilation relic was still intact, and Monbain's mind raced. How could this lowly awakened guy possess that kind of energy? He took a fighting stance, slightly crouching to defend. Monbain closed his eyes to sense the aurora present in the shrine. He opened his eyes wide, sensing the demonic energy reacting to that guy's heavenly annihilation. The arrow, guided by spiritual energy, shot like lightning tearing through the wind. The arrow glowed, every detail clear. Monbain trembled, not because he wanted to stop him from getting the demonic energy. He rushed forward, parallel to the arrow, furious enough to explode. Die. Lee Jun's small figure stood firm before the overwhelming spiritual energy that even suppressed Monbain's core. Suddenly, a giant Buddha hand crushed the ground. The earth exploded instantly. Trees and soil burned to ashes in seconds. The ground still bore the clear imprint of that hand. Monbain coughed heavily. Only now did he taste defeat. Impossible. This can't be happening. The Elder Immortal spoke for Lee Jun. He also controlled the Zhu, Ji, Yi spears ready to attack Monbain. A lowly awakened guy, the master controlled the spears on his body. Lee Jun's hand tightly gripped the weapon, and from where he stood, a fierce spiritual energy burst out. The old man was blinded by this light. Then Lee Jun swiftly charged with the spear, using spiritual energy to strike Monbain. But the old man must have missed his step because he quickly dodged. A streak of spiritual lightning zipped past Monbain's nose. Furious, he counterattacked. Monbain used his old trick of jumping back to gain momentum. Lee Jun's emotionless white eyes opened wide. His body was once again controlled by the Elder Immortal. Lee Jun landed with footsteps, shaking heaven and earth. The dominating Step B had awakened, transformed into a new martial art. The name of dominating Step B was changed to Infinite Dominating Step SS. The old man instinctively turned around, but Lee Jun was already close behind him. Closer and closer to his pale white head. Just one palm strike, Lee Jun sent Monbain flying out of the earth. He breathed his last. Monbain stared dumbfounded at the spear before him. He trembled as he touched the spear, then summoned his last strength to grip it tight. Lee Jun's hateful voice sent chills down Monbain's spine. I can't let you keep doing this. His body spoke the rage his master felt. For his disciple, Haimu. Only now did the old man realize everything. Because His Majesty Monbain wore a twisted smile. I'll take you to the next life with me. Suddenly, the cliff exploded. Thick smoke engulfed the space. Lee Jun was as stubborn as a leech. Oi Fong stood on the defeated old man with a wild beard. Monbain had no strength left to get up, staring down at this weak body. Time to meet your ancestors. Yet he still tried to curse a few words. Monster. Lee Jun kept attacking until Monbain shut his mouth. The old man screamed in fear. No, the aged pupil finally started shedding tears for His Majesty. In just a moment, the whole scene grew more solemn than ever. The cunning old Monbain was also knocked out cold, leaving only his clothes and a pool of blood on the ground. A fireball filled with his power flew slowly toward him. You have absorbed a fragment of Ponji. Your internal strength has increased by 15 points. Side quest. Recover 2 Ponji fragments completed. Reward 3. 5 million B. Tekshi reward reduces the tech points needed for Ponji by about 40 million B. Lee Jun stood firm in the desolate space, the dark aura around his spear fading. The spear dropped to the ground, and Lee Jun couldn't move anymore. He collapsed onto the ground. The immortal flew over. You tried to endure the destructive energy, he comforted. Rest now, disciple. His tired eyes slowly closed. Scene shifts to an ice rock. Hell was focusing on training his spirit sword under a waterfall. Suddenly, Tegu appeared, interrupting. He cleared his throat as a leader. My junior, how's your training going? Hell was surprised. Tegu Nim. Tegu immediately put on airs. Come on, between us, you don't need to use Nim. Nim shows respect, a title for elders. Yet Hiso remained polite. But since you're Lee Jun's first companion, he lowered himself. Hey, I'm not that nice of a monster. Hell was thrown off by the mismatch between his tone and words. Hiso wondered, why did you suddenly come here? Tegu cared. I think it's time for you to head back. It's pretty late. Only then did Hell check his phone. Damn, you're right. I lost track of time training. My little sister's probably waiting for dinner. Tegu advised, you work too hard, just like me. Sometimes you gotta chill a bit. Haizu, Ji, Yi were packing. I know. Hell stepped toward the teleport gate. All right, I'm off then. Tegu rushed over. Wait, he puffed up his chest. Since the master's not here today, I'll personally escort you. Hell was totally confused. Huh. Are you being polite? No need. But Tegu stubbornly insisted, my master's people are my people too, or rather, family. I want to take care of you. Weird. But hell never once took me home. Tegu flopped on the ground like a stranded fish. I said, let me take you. I want to take you home. Hiso sighed deeply. Tegu Nim is a schemon and a monster. If he steps out the gate, he'll be considered a monster breakthrough. If he runs into a fake awakening, today will be Tegu Nim's last day. Hell asked, are you sure? Hell won't get mad, right? Tegu acted like he was totally right. Your safety matters more than getting scolded. Hell scratched his head helplessly. Fine. Just make sure no one sees you. Tegu was happy. Of course. Yana flew over. Oh my god. Tegu, what's got you so hyped? She greeted. Huh? What? Tegu hugged Hell tight. Hee hee. I was worried the junior would feel lonely going home alone, so I decided to escort him. She was startled. You're going alone? Tegu turned confused. Is there a problem? Yeah, she hesitated. It's dangerous for Tegu to go alone. She acted like a protector. I'll go with you. Tegu was thrilled. Hiso's coming too? That's a relief. Hee hee. Yana covered her mouth, giggling. Oh, Tegu, you're such a smooth talker. Hell froze for 5 seconds. Wait, hold up. They all suddenly moved forward. The human world straight ahead made him clutch his head and cry out. Hell, help me. On a quiet moonlit night, tall buildings lined up on a narrow street. A junkyard piled with old, wrecked cars. A small house stood neatly in the middle, looking so empty. A bowl of steaming egg ramen sent fragrant steam up to the roof. A little kid drooled. Brother, when will we get to eat ramen? Hell replied, wait a bit. A short-haired girl squeezed in. Hi Zhu, Ji, Yi finished setting the bowls and chopsticks. He quickly answered, thanks. Suddenly, the kids playing froze, their faces brightened. They rushed outside. Here, I'm back. Hey, don't run off. Get down now. They ran out blindly, not knowing who was in front of them. Hey. The kid hugged the muscular figure in front of him. Why are you so late? We've been waiting forever. They sensed something was off and innocently looked up. In front of them now were Saku and the Yoa gang. The warning blared loudly. Warning, warning. Everyone panicked as they detected monster energy in Dubong district. The detection level was red. This was a red-level monster. The government went crazier than ever. What's going on? Dubong district never had any gate violations before. It was a clean area. Even the leaders were at a loss. Damn it. While we were busy investigating dark arts, there's nothing we can do now. He ordered all staff to immediately contact the no-accident team, requested support from the top students. Everyone understood the orders. The kid was excited. Uncle Tegu. Higher. Higher. He spoiled. Zhu, Ji, and Yi. Zhuang. All right. Throw it higher. Please. The kids beside him demanded too. Uncle Tegu. Again. The short-haired girl was flustered. Ah, I can do it myself. Why kept washing dishes quickly? Doing it together finishes faster. She awkwardly replied. Thanks. Saku sat cross-legged. Thanks for letting me come along. Ho, waved his hand. Don't mention it. The kids, not being scared of you is already a relief. He asked cautiously. Is this really your house? He looked puzzled. Saku explained. At first, I thought it was just a junkyard. Heard the owner gave you a high-level mana stone. They walked over with reluctant faces. This is called a house? HCO smiled. We used to live in the Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhuot slum. This is already a big improvement, he wondered. What's the Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhuot slum? After hearing it, he froze stiff. Where do I even start explaining? He so complained. I wanted to use the mana stone the owner gave me to buy a better house, but the real estate prices in Seoul blew my mind. He was deeply upset. Even in the suburbs, houses cost from 3 billion, and after the gates appeared, prices stayed sky-high. The fewer monster disasters in an area, the higher the price. Hello looked at the kid in his arms. Moving out of Seoul isn't a good option either. It wouldn't be safe for the kids. In the countryside, fewer people awaken powers. My siblings would be in danger if a gate opened there. He looked up watching the kids play. So after searching for the safest and spacious enough place for our big family to live together, we finally chose this spot. He frowned. Still, a place like this, a junkyard. Suddenly, Yom Hoa-sen interrupted. You've worked hard. So young but already responsible for your siblings. He whispered softly. Saku, you're too harsh. Talking like that will hurt Hello's feelings. He stubbornly replied, yeah, I didn't say anything wrong. Saku asked quietly. Doesn't anyone feel anything looking at this rundown house? Hello carried the little one to the room. I'll put him to sleep. Yom still didn't get it. Huh? Taegu looked confused. What do you mean? He looked at Hyun Mu suspiciously. Thanks to our owner's favor, we have a nice house and good food. But looking at this place, it's clear Hello isn't a priority. Meaning, Saku looked up confidently. The owner cares more about us. That's why hello got pushed aside. Yana was shocked, mouth agape but speechless. Tegu furrowed his brow, thinking deeply. He shouted, so whatever the owner neglects about hello, we'll handle ourselves. He sat in the room, stunned by those words. The bright moonlight illuminated everywhere in the junkyard, a shield surrounding the small house in the middle of the junkyard. Hello froze for 5 seconds. Ha! What's this about? In front of him was a hard-working construction crew. How did it end up like this? Tegu, the leader, urged them to hurry up. Moving slowly won't get the owner's praise. The crew obeyed the leader's orders without question. Let's show the owner our abilities. Saku sensed something was off. Tegu, this place feels weird. Tegu, focused, turned around. Where? Saku, this monster fish is smart. There are only 3 rooms. Isn't it supposed to be at least 1 room per person? Tegu finally realized. Yeah, you're right, but he just thought simply. But you're sharp. The kids are still young. I heard human kids are scared to sleep alone. Saku worried ahead. What about when the kids grow up? Build more rooms. Tegu showed him the layout. Look. See the magic seals in all 3 rooms? He looked proud. There are magic keys. Tegu explained thoroughly. In modern times, advanced technology is everywhere, especially from XJ, which excels at creating amazing inventions. Using one of their patented products. I'll create buttons at these points. It's proud of its own class. When you press the button, the wall opens up. Turning 3 rooms into 5 or even 8 is no problem. To be safe, I made it able to switch into 10 rooms. This is the result of cooperation between science and cunning monsters. Saku stays calm. Now I get why the master took you in. You're a monster with real power. Tegu got all cocky because of that compliment. Oh man, Saku, don't say that. I just thought studying human architecture might help the master. But he's still humble. That's all I can do. Seriously, you're way better than me, but you're sharp as hell. Like those ice walls soaking up your magic attacks. Even if a sudden monster pops up, they wouldn't dare come near. Saku takes over Tegu's spot as the self-obsessed boss. This dude's got a slick tongue. Just then, Hell was carrying the kid over but froze when he saw 2 monsters smirking at each other. He got awkward. Guys, you don't have to go this far. At this moment, neither Hiso nor the monsters knew the house they built would be worth more than any house in Korea. Cut to some people at the high school at night. Hook-jae kept yawning super sleepy. Jun-jeon was confused too. Why gather in the middle of the night? Mr. Ho was stunned. Unbi, you're here too? Answer me. Ju called me. Kyung-jin shouted. All right, everyone gather here. Her face looked serious. Thanks for coming. Even though the call was so sudden, I'll start the mission briefing. Hearing this, everyone present instantly froze stiff. According to info from Shin-jae, Kyung-jin announced a serious problem. A huge amount of monster energy was detected in Banggu. The monsters are estimated to be red level. Then she switched gears. However, our mission isn't to eliminate those monsters. Jun-jeon wondered, so what do we do? Kyung-jin explained, our job is to make sure no monsters escape to other areas, while awakened hunters are actively preparing for battle. Hook-jin was babbling nonsense. Then why not let those guys handle everything? He immediately got punched in the gut by his sister as a warning. Cut the crap. Jun-jeon glanced over. Most hunters are busy searching for magic crystals, so we're the ones handling this. Meanwhile, Hyun-jin was in pain. Yeah, just say it and it's done. Kyung-jin was straightforward. If you get it, let's move. He scratched his head. All right. They quickly dashed forward. Kyung-jin stopped at a big ice wall over there. Jun-jeon looked around. Ice wall probably means the monster has ice attributes. Hook-jin was shocked seeing a bunch of pitch-black creatures clustered on the map. Damn, there's so many of them. He sighed. Must be over 100. Then his sister scolded him. Can you shut your trap, please? Hook-jin shyly said. I'm just worried. Jun-gyeon questioned. Weren't you worried during the Celestial Lake incident? He calmly replied. We had the worm then. She finally remembered. Right. Hanju over here is offering some sedatives. Anyone want some? Kyung-jin was the most mature in the group. Our team might not be enough to handle red-level monsters, but our mission is just to monitor and track. Don't worry, that guess is probably the entrance. We just need to watch the monsters coming out of there. Team leader Yubi started to get scared. What if they get out? Kyung-jin stayed unusually calm, holding them back until the hunters arrived. Hook-jin whispered, midnight missions like this are exhausting, right? She immediately answered, to conserve energy, we take turns watching and resting a bit. The warm light shone over the area where they were preparing to act. The kids were knocked out cold, while Kyung-jin stared blankly around. Mr. Ho suddenly noticed something moving at the exit. Kyung-jin panicked. What kind of monster is it? Hook-jin stayed calm, analyzing the situation. Wait a minute. He was scanning everywhere when suddenly his jaw dropped. Hiso was strolling around the newly built house when Hook-jin's call caught his attention. Hello. Kyung-jin was stunned. Hello. Jun Jian was clueless. Who's that? He quickly explained. Jun's juniors always stick with Lee Jun. Jun Jian found it weird. Why are Lee Jun's juniors coming out from there? Hook Jin was confused. How would I know? What the hell is he doing there? She glared down. Wait a sec. Jun Gaion stared at Hello, who was looking around cautiously. He seemed really wary of his surroundings. Could it be that they're looking for something that fell nearby? Liu Jin agreed. Sounds legit, she added. Every time a new portal pops up, there are always people rushing over there. Does everyone here know who that person is? Wise Hanju immediately caught on. She meant the scavengers. Kong Jin explained, exactly. Since they can't enter the dangerous portals, they mine Magarit deposits outside. They have a fast and strong network, so they're usually the first to show up. Every time a portal appears, Liu Jin hesitated, then remembered. Lee Jun said Hell's parents are both dead, so he's the head of the household. His sister asked a lot of questions, but doesn't he still get support funds from Musa School? The school Jun Gaian mentioned is one of the most prestigious in South Korea. Musa High is one of the top 3 elite schools for awakened ones. Just enrolling guarantees significant financial support, generous scholarships, and students get to keep any items they find during training or exams at the portal. Even after deducting costs for specialized uniforms, activity fees, and quarterly education expenses, students still receive substantial financial aid. He was puzzled. If he lives alone, that makes sense, but what about his siblings? She reasoned. Huh? How many siblings does he have? 3 or 4 would still be manageable. Suddenly, Jun Gaian got distracted by Liu Jin's random, pointless questions. 7. Never mind. Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu, who are usually more logical, said Hell is a standard awakened. His scholarship only covers minimal living expenses at school, and other scholarships are monopolized by the alliance of 15 clans. Isn't that right? I also heard he's not participating in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. Maybe it's because of his situation. Hanju started overthinking, guessing that because of his siblings, he has to be the scavenger. That's really dangerous and pitiful. But I get it. Everyone's a mess. What should we do? Kong Jin guessed. Maybe Hell doesn't realize he's being followed by monsters. She acted all heroic. Scolding him can wait. Right now, protecting Hell is the priority. Avoid monster encounters as much as possible and focus on getting Hell out safely. Everyone agreed. Yeah. At that moment, Hell was happily striding under the construction site. Suddenly, he stopped. Hell doesn't need a warm home. He was really confused now. Oh God, what do I do? Where are the supervisors hiding? Not long ago, Hell left, telling the kids at home, I'm going to train in the morning, monsters. Don't cause trouble and behave yourselves. Muscular Saku called out. Wait, Hell, he asked. Humans are monitoring this area. That question made him jump. Saku was serious. They're heading this way. Act natural and behave like usual. He panicked, flailing his hands. What about you? Saku and the others. Saku reassured him. We'll handle it ourselves. Don't worry about us. Then Saku suggested he just go somewhere else to draw their attention. They were counting on him. Hell nodded repeatedly. Okay, got it. He told himself to stay strong. If anything happens, I won't dare face Liu Du again. Calm and confident, Hell was startled when a group of people ran over. Worried students called out. Hell, are you okay? He wondered. How did you guys get here? Sei clenched his hand. Are you hurt anywhere? Even Xe Ho couldn't help but ask. Han was fine, right? Hanju suggested leaving immediately. HCO was confused. Why? She explained righteously. There are monsters behind you. If you're scavenging, you have to check your surroundings first. What if the monsters spot you? He forced a smile, not knowing what to say. What are they talking about? Wait, they don't know about your deal with the monsters. Phew, lucky. HCO fumbled nervously. It's my fault. Sorry. Yan was frustrated. Didn't expect it to be exposed this soon. Tegu gritted his teeth. I haven't even finished building my house yet. Saku crossed his arms. I need to get back to Musa safely. Such a hassle. Should I fight my way back? He smirked. No need to worry about that. Saku probed. Got any ideas? Tegu smiled brightly. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. He introduced the teleportation barrier he created when he first decided to build the house. I made an underground portal so I can check on it regularly. Hee. Hearing that, he felt like he got zapped, frozen for 5 seconds. Yan exclaimed, Wow, that's you. Gee, Yi Zhu for you. He's quick to help family, definitely my bro. Tegu was thrilled by the praise. Don't flatter me. He reached into the barrier. Let's go in together. Suddenly, a force shot out from inside, catching Tegu off guard. A thick cloud of dust rose, spiritual energy spreading all over the place. Yoa grabbed its neck. Tegu stepped back. Saku was already in fighting stance. Someone was here. Behind the white smoke came a familiar sound. Little Lamb's tiny feet touched the ground. She fanned out her 9 foxtails. Lam Lam and Saku immediately trembled. Why is the master of the Forbidden Palace so pissed off? Her eyes blazed bright like she could see everything clearly. Lam Lam growled, her spiritual power radiating so strong that the Tegu clan could only defend. The outer shell of the small house started shaking like it could shatter any second. Outside, Hello was still spinning wildly. Yeah. Actually, I don't know anything at all. I was just passing by. Then a huge explosion came from behind him. The students looked up with all kinds of crazy expressions. Spiritual energy burst out from inside. The shell had a huge hole. Lam Nam stared down at the students, watching whose arms caught them gently on landing. Hanu was the chosen one. She dove straight down. She startled and raised her hand to catch instinctively. Lam Nam fell into Hanu's arms like they'd known each other forever. She was stunned. Lam Lam made a cute face and let out a squeal. Hanu wondered, "Why are you here?" "Hello." Nearby, someone was crying. "Jun, I'm sorry. I really tried my best." Junjian held his cheek, looking all cute. Mr. Ho's car was confused. "Wait, why is there a dog here?" "Hanu always cares about that person." "Where's Lee Jun? Why are you alone?" So Lam Lam reenacted exactly what happened when Lee Jun was facing Mun Bai-in. Haijin didn't get it and guessed wildly. The answer was rabies. He was helpless and just ran away in panic. Hanju was anxious. Lee Jun's in danger. Go after him. And that Haiyuk Jin just stood there shocked. "How do you know that?" Junjion was worried about his secret crush too. "Lee Jun's in danger? Let's go." Kongjin was working hard on his mission but panicked when he saw the students scattering. "Wait, why are you guys running off during the mission? Come back here." Hio ran over to calm them. "Miss, you should come with us too. You can't just let the students run wild, right?" She was confused. "Huh? But I need to monitor the monsters in this area." Kongjin shouted loudly. "Hello, don't push her." Everyone was stunned by the explosion just now. Hanu anxiously looked down, mumbling, "Oh my god." That blast made a deep hole in the ground that shocked everyone. "What's going on here?" "Hi." Yuk Jin poked his head out to look ahead. "What is that?" Seeing two girls slide down the hole without hesitation, he got worried and called them back. Hanju, Junjian. Both rushed to where Lee Jun lay motionless. Their friends above also panicked and rushed down after them. Seeing him covered in wounds, they worriedly called Lee Jun's name. Hanu gently lifted Lee Jun to check. He was still breathing. Junjian immediately took out medicine and carefully poured it into his mouth. In just a moment, Lee Jun coughed hard and blood came out. Junjian looked suspiciously at the medicine bottle. "Even B-grade medicine didn't work. We need to take him to the hospital right now." Kongjin lowered his voice to remind. "If there's a monster recently that can mess up a worm like this, we have to move carefully. We still don't know what kind of portal this is." Everyone silently waited for orders. "Haiyuk Jin, Hanju, Jun Jion, you three are the fastest. Take the worm to the medical room. The rest stay here and investigate with me." After hearing that, the three immediately lifted Lee Jun onto their shoulders and ran off without hesitation. "You guys go ahead, take care." Kyung-jin slowly scanned the area. "But where is this place? I've never seen a portal like this before." Mr. Ho's car suddenly spoke up. "This place reminds me of China." Say Why asked suspiciously. "Aren't portals usually set in medieval times?" Yubi replied vaguely. "I've never heard of this before either." Suddenly, his gaze froze. In front of him was a strange staff. Immediately, suspicion grew in his heart. "That's a demon relic." Mr. Ho's car both doubted and called out to Kong-jin. "Why is this thing here, miss?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as if hypnotized. But Mr. Ho felt controlled. His hand unconsciously reached toward the item. "Why do I want it so badly?" Just then, Kong-jin's call snapped him back. "Mr. Ho." He awkwardly turned his head. "Yes." She slowly approached to inspect. "What did you call me for? Is there something there?" Mr. Ho glanced fearfully toward the spot from before. Oh right, there was a demon relic here. But now the demon item had vanished without a trace, leaving him completely shocked. Mr. Ho turned around searching again. "Wait, why is that? It was definitely right here." Kang Jin furrowed his brows slightly. "What's up? Did you see a monster?" He answered awkwardly. No, it's not that." She seriously warned him. "If not, then just keep moving. Staying here too long isn't good." Mr. Ho scratched his head and replied, "Yeah." He turned around, eyes still full of doubt. Hallucination? But suddenly, a big question popped into Zon Ho's mind. What exactly is that momentary feeling of losing control of your mind? At the same time, a terrifying red and black scene flashed in Lee Jun's head. Where is this place? A figure wearing a white dress with long hair appeared in his sight. Someone? The person stood still. After a moment, they slowly turned their head, eyes blazing red like blood, a cold stare piercing through. They reached out as if trying to manipulate Lee Jun. "Get lost, it's not time yet." In his panic, he immediately snapped awake, breathing growing rapid. pain spreading all over his body. Looking at his body covered in wounds, Lee Jun started whining. Damn, how badly hurt am I? Just then, Hanju opened the hospital room door, carrying a basket of fruit, standing there confusedly looking at him. Lee Jun looked up at Hanju, saw her storm in angrily, and immediately panicked. What's up, Hanju? Don't you know how to knock? The fruit basket dropped, rolling everywhere. Hanju said nothing and threw herself into Lee Jun's arms, making him blush. You're awake. She looked at him worriedly. How are you feeling? Any pain anywhere? Without thinking, he replied, yeah. Hanju worriedly left. I'm going to call the doctor right now. Wait a sec. The doctor soon came to check on him. After a while, he took off his glasses and started asking about his condition. How do you feel? Does it hurt a lot? Lee Jun calmly answered. Pretty good. Hanju was stunned. What? Looking at all those needles stuck in Lee Jun, she couldn't help but be surprised. Really? But you've only been in the hospital for 3 days, and even the wound on your right back has fully healed. Your energy flow is back to normal. The doctor quietly guessed it might be thanks to the energy from S-level martial arts, Sumitran Quang. Hearing that, Lee Jun just sneered. It's not Sumitran Quang. He slowly checked the power flowing through his body. The energy inside him wasn't Sumitran Quang's but primal divine magic. The energy from primal divine magic worked nonstop to heal every part of his body. That's why I'm recovering so fast. The old doctor stood up and advised. If you rest properly, you'll fully recover in a week. Well, I'm off then. After the doctor left, Lee Jun didn't hesitate to get out of bed. Lying down for 3 days made my body stiff as hell. Hanju anxiously stopped him. Are you sure you can sit up already? Shouldn't you rest a bit more? Lee Jun waved his hand lightly. It's fine, the doctor said. I can move around now. More importantly, what happened? Why am I in the hospital? She glanced briefly toward under the blanket. Lam Lam came to tell me everything. That's how I found you. Lam Lam tiredly crawled out from under the blanket and groaned softly. Hanju bent down and smiled gently. Hey, you didn't do anything wrong. Why so down? Lam Lam was now snuggled in Lee Jun's arms, playfully flattering him. Good job, good job. He held her and looked at Hanju with grateful eyes. You're the one who saved me? Hanju, thanks. Her face instantly flushed red. You're also a guest of our tribe. Not just me, but Jion, Hook, Jin, and even my dad helped too. Lee Jun's voice carried a hint of sadness. Really? So now everyone knows Lam Lam is a monster. Hanju quickly replied, sorry, it was unavoidable. He wasn't angry, just smiled and shook his head. It's okay, no need to hide Lam Lam's identity anymore. More importantly, nothing serious happened while I was unconscious, right? She calmly answered. Oh, there was plenty. Lee Jun's expression immediately stiffened. What? Hanju started explaining. First, a red-level monster appeared in Dubangu, so all of us were sent there and stayed. Hello. After hearing the story, Lee Jun's mood darkened to the extreme. His eyes clearly showed anger at those idiots. Lee Jun immediately stood up and snapped, causing trouble while I was gone. We risked our lives to save them because he got too fired up. His wound flared up again. Painkillers don't work. Should I use primal divine magic to ease the pain? Suddenly, Lee Jun noticed something off. Something wasn't right. His character status panel instantly popped up, showing some attribute points had been deducted. Seeing the reduced stats, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Just as I thought, there's a penalty. That thing made Lee Jun freeze for a moment. All his stats dropped and his internal power was cut by 300. Rank dropped too. Is this a side effect of killing the blood demon Chion? He sighed tiredly and lay down on the bed. Whatever, consider myself lucky. The important thing is I'm still alive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lee Jun's ear. He turned around in surprise with a confused look. At that moment, he caught Master Kang crying. He softly called out, Master. Hearing his voice, the master calmed down. You called me? Lee Jun asked excitedly. Master, you scared me. Are you crying? The master looked at him, tears still streaming but stubbornly refusing to admit it. The greatest person of all time shouldn't cry. No, this old man has no feelings. It definitely isn't because of my disciple. I'm dying, he shouted angrily. I told you I'm not crying. Lee Jun ignored him, immediately getting off the bed. All right, I know you're worried about me, but I have things to do, so I'm leaving. The master angrily chased him to the door, but Lee Jun pretended not to hear. What? You plan to leave in this condition? He shouted angrily. Lie down and rest right now. A brilliant afternoon, the sunset stretched along the Qingdao coast, China. So Mi knelt respectfully. When she saw Yin Du, she immediately bowed her head and saluted, paying respects to her lord. Yin Du looked at her, his gaze softening briefly. So Mi, long time no see. So Mi looked up at him, every word filled with respect. How have you been, Your Majesty? Your Majesty. Yin Du glanced and smiled. It had been years since anyone called him that. Now they all called him the martial god. She immediately bowed apologetically, her memories trapped in the past, begging forgiveness if she displeased him. Yindu's eyes narrowed dangerously. It's okay, no need to be tense. To describe him, people say that among the masters of the sky, earth, and humans, the master of the sky, Samai Yang, the martial god, is the one every martial artist fears, mesmerizing, cruel, and ruthless. Suddenly, Yindu's voice deepened. By the way, so me. She looked puzzled and asked, Yes, yes, your servant. Your body seems wrapped in a cold, murderous aura. Where's the destruction sword? So me answered startled. Ah, Bloodfire is reclaiming it. Yindu withdrew his terrifying expression and smiled, but his tone remained icy. He praised approvingly. You're quick-witted, so me. Under the blazing sunset, Yindu's smile became even clearer. He praised approvingly. You're quick-witted, so me. Under the blazing sunset, Yindu's smile became even clearer. Now tell me, how's this world? Switching scenes to the hospital, Lee Jun gently rubbed its head. Lam, wait here, okay? He clenched his fist, eyes scanning around. Good. No one nearby. This place is perfect. Lee Jun took a deep breath and summoned. The destruction sword slowly appeared, accompanied by system notification sounds. Destruction sword responding to the master's call. Destruction sword recognized the primal divine technique and has bound itself to you. Holding the sword, Lee Jun felt an indescribable emotion rise inside. Thank heavens. I thought I lost it when I passed out. Is this really the destruction sword? Its shape changed a lot, and the aura it radiated was like an SS rank. More info popped up. Destruction Sword Phase 1 SSS-Rank describes the first demonic energy of the blood god of destruction reacting to destruction techniques, obeying only its master. Misuse leads to destruction or soul capture, turning victims into puppets, making choice impossible. Hearing SSS rank, he couldn't help but feel happy. An SSS rank weapon, let's cooperate well, but carrying it around like this is kind of flashy. Suddenly, the sword in Lee Jun's hand shrank, surprising him. Wait, what's going on? Looking at the compact weapon in his hand, he thought its design had changed too. Does it know how to respond to my thoughts? Lee Jun immediately ordered, change back to original form. He happily looked at it and thought, with this ability, no one will know it's a demonic weapon. Suddenly, Lam coughed a few times to remind him. Lee Jun immediately got the hint. Then the last thing was cleaning up the remaining mess. He picked up Lam and started opening the portal, the summoning gate, to see what kind of trouble they caused. Outside the construction site, a shimmering ice wall formed as protection. Hayuk Jin trembled outside, his eyes showing clear panic. Damn, what's that ice wall made of? It's not even affected by the force? The person behind answered, the scanner is still detecting monsters nearby. He anxiously asked, what's going on in there? At the same time, inside the wall, Tegu worriedly reported, Lord Saku, many people are gathering outside. Saku powerfully pointed at the wall, no other choice left. I tried to avoid this, but in the end, I just gotta smash it. Tegu smiled slyly, trying to butter him up. Impressive guts. While they argued if there was a better way, Lee Jun's voice cut through. Smash what? Seeing him show up, they straightened up respectfully. Master. Lee Jun stormed forward. Why are you still calling me that? Hey, explain yourself. Called out, Hey nervously stepped up to explain. After seeing the junkyard, Tegu decided to build a house for the kids. Then after hearing it, Lee Jun couldn't help but laugh. Ah, he coldly spoke. Tegu. He immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head in apology. Teguru, sorry, master, please forgive me. Lee Jun pointed toward the fancy house and said, enough. You built that house? Tegu whispered back, yes. He nodded in approval. Yeah, it's a bit big for 8 people but pretty nice. Lee Jun tapped the wall lightly and asked, what's up with this wall? Saku confidently stepped forward to show off. It's my design. GC thought he was getting praised, so he kept talking. I built it as a defense wall. Looks like a junkyard. But why are you mad? Oh, what's wrong with you? Lam, how should we handle this? Lam got the hint and immediately snorted, threatening. Saku trembled in fear, begging, oh, King of the Forbidden Palace, please forgive us. Lee Jun showed no mercy. Use magic to open the gate, no forgiveness needed. Just go home. As the gate opened, they immediately ran off. Just then, a hesitant voice came from behind him. Hai shyly bowed his head. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Everyone did this for my house, but it ended up way too big. 2 kids at his feet looked up confused. Lee Jun explained softly, this defense wall can hold off monsters below red level in the area. Even awakened A-rank ones can't break it. It's risky but effective. Looking at them, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he smiled happily. Monsters show up here all the time. This wall helps protect your kids. Let's just leave it as is. Hiso worriedly asked. But what do we tell the outsiders about this? Lee Jun gently placed his hand on the wall and replied, no problem, just make up some story. He quickly focused his energy, and in just a second, the wall got a hole smashed through it. Hae-Eung's eyes widened in shock. The ice wall was broken. Young Master Lee Jun, he held his injured arm and stepped out. Oh Sa Hyun Jun. Seeing Lee Jun, he approached Han and asked, how did you get out of there? Ah, nothing happened inside. Lee Jun smiled. I handled everything. Hae-Eung froze in shock. Huh. Someone behind immediately reported. Huh. The scanner no longer detected any monsters. He squinted suspiciously that Lee Jun handled it alone. Lee Jun immediately clapped Hae on the shoulder and laughed. See, we both did it. The monsters that broke in were green level. I just closed the gate. The gate's energy froze the surrounding area. Hearing this, Hae-Eung quickly made a request. We need to investigate inside the ice wall. Two subordinates whispered quietly behind. They handled all the red-level monsters. The other replied, if that's true, that's epic. After a discussion with Lee Jun, he turned and ordered. Looks like our job here is done. Everyone returned to the main house. The whole Dongfan team responded clearly. He quietly watched their figures leave. Those people came from the Divine Clan. Suddenly, Lee Jun spoke up. One more thing for the Divine Clan. Someone turned their heads softly. Go ahead. He looked at them with determination, sending a message to the 15 clan leaders of the Alliance, keep the ice wall intact. Lee Jun continued, this is the kids' home now. The kids below cheered excitedly, bro, we get to live in a mansion. His eyes flashed sharp, his tone icy cold, especially toward the Emperor clan and Jom-san. The other replied, don't worry about it. He calmly looked at Lee Jun. Divine Clan, we only follow young Master Lee Jun's wishes. We will inform the Emperor clan and Jom-san accordingly. Lee Jun said nothing, silently watching them leave, then turned back inside. Seeing his kids happily buzzing around, Lee Jun felt quietly glad. Looks like they're really happy. A while later, at the hospital, he returned looking drained. Back home, so tired. News echoed throughout the room. Inside the ice wall was Lee Jun's subordinate's home, already overrun with red monsters. As he stepped in, Jun Jian stood waiting with arms crossed. His sister looked at him surprised. Jun Jian angrily rushed over to scold. Want to die? Why are you in the hospital? He quickly raised his hand. Sorry. Have you been waiting long? She angrily pointed at the TV broadcasting the news. What's this news about? You showed up there looking like that? The TV sound kept going. When Hell didn't join the martial arts heaven tournament, Lee Jun knew something was up. The news kept pouring in, saying he arrived ahead of the scouting team from the 15 Clans Alliance and reportedly wiped out all the monsters. According to the Divine Clan's records, Lee Jun thought to himself, they really spun a grand story about it. He forced a smile and replied through the speaker, this news is a bit exaggerated. Jun Jian bowed his head in anger. And you? Why didn't you tell me you were raising monsters? Lee Jun shrugged lightly. Ah, I didn't tell anyone. She asked coldly, but Jun knew he answered casually. Yeah, but I didn't tell him. Jun Jian lost his cool and rolled up his sleeves to charge at him. She swung a powerful attack. Don't mess with me. Luckily, Lee Jun dodged just in time. Calm down and listen to me. Suddenly, sobbing sounds made him freeze. Sis. Jun Jian tried to hold back tears, but the sobbing kept echoing. Lee Jun stepped closer to touch her. I'm sorry. Next time if something happens, I'll tell you. Jun Jian coldly avoided him. Do you know how worried I was? If you weren't hurt, I'd punch you right now. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from under the blanket, making both turn their heads. Lam Nam crawled out confused from under the blanket. Lee Jun was startled and scared. What was it doing there? Jun Gyan was no longer angry and stepped forward to hug Lam Lam. So cute. Is this one of the monsters you're raising? Hey, you better be careful. Don't be reckless touching it. She wasn't scared and kept hugging Lam Lam. Aw, so gentle. I want to take it home and raise it. Lee Jun smiled inside. She seemed to like this. Suddenly, Jun Jian's mood dropped. She felt a bit left out since Hanju knew before her. Then she looked up at him seriously. Next time if something like this happens, tell me first, okay? Jun Gyeon's smile wiped away all the previous tension. That was a promise. In the private hospital room, Lee Jun gently stroked Lam Lam. He rubbed its head. Since she came back, this kid started acting clingy with him. Lee Jun summoned a metal spear in his hand, the infinite spear. He focused on the weapon he held. It had been 3 days since he killed the blood demon and took this demonic weapon. The question now was how they would react. They, the ones who valued demonic weapons and the divine martial map, definitely wouldn't let it slide. Lee Jun thought. Chan Oe-chan, the demons of this world. He pondered Chan Oe-chan's goal, to open a multidimensional gate and bring out their master. Jane Lee Jun bowed his head, his expression serious. The death of the blood demon might have changed the future, but there was still time. His thoughts were heavy. 7 years from now, the master of Chan Oi-chan would descend on this world. Just 1 month after he arrives, everything will be destroyed. Lee Jun raised the spear. The future could still change. His gaze was determined. If he wanted to kill Jin Mayon, he had to get stronger. Before that, he needed to cut off Chan Oi-chan's limbs. The next day, Minung handed Lee Jun a scroll. This is the initial reward you were looking for. He happily took out the paper inside. I'll treasure it. The master leaned on the nearby table. Do you know the rules of the martial arts heaven tournament? After Lee Jun read the paper, a series of notifications popped up. You have received the Blood God's map. The Blood God's map is sealed. Difficulty level. Description of effects. You are not allowed to view the relic. You are not allowed to view the relic. He casually replied, yes, sir. Mi Dong wondered, so Lee Jun, you can't see the info either, right? He answered straightforwardly, yes, sir. The master sighed in frustration. Because you're Lee Jun, I thought you might know something. That's why you asked about the Blood God's map. He smiled and opened his bag. Let's investigate it together from now on. The master suddenly suggested to Lee Jun, try using the primal divine art. Hearing that, he fixed his gaze on the map and activated the skill. Primal divine art. Seconds later, letters started appearing, surprising Lee Jun, revealing a hidden line of text. System is analyzing. The Blood God's map has been unlocked. SSS-Rank. Difficulty. SSS. Describing a map leading to a remote location where the Blood God turned his back on his disciple and went into hiding. The system narrated there. He founded the Onwon sect, a sect passed down to one person, marking a new beginning. Only one person can enter the Onwon sect, a disciple who has mastered the primal divine art to the 9-star level. If someone enters the Ono sect, they will inherit all the martial arts knowledge of the Blood God, also called infinite effect. The key to the entrance of the Ono sect. Hearing this, he asked confusedly, Master, this is the location of the Ono sect, so why does it have a difficulty level? The elder stroked his beard meaningfully. Think carefully. What kind of martial art does your master have? If you want to inherit all my martial arts, first, you must prove yourself worthy. Lee Jun guessed. He meant I have to pass a challenge, like a gatekeeper's test, to inherit his legacy. The elder gave him an admiring look. Exactly. You understand quickly. Lee Jun wondered, what level do I need to reach to get 9 stars? The elder smiled brightly. According to your Zhu, Ji, Yi standard, about SS rank. He was so shocked, he said it out loud. What? Minzung Turn Liun told me this. So wow. What? Don't tell me you actually found something on the Blood God map. The elder continued. According to the Zhu, Ji, Yi martial arts standard, a person needs to reach the Transcendent Realm to meet the minimum requirement to join the Han World sect. The Transcendent Realm? The realm of absolute masters. He chuckled. Nothing much. I just took a closer look. Lee Jun glanced at him, surprised there was a level higher than S rank. The elder laughed heartily. That's the level you have to reach in the future. He thought. The strongest people on Earth are all S rank awakeners, and I have to surpass a level even they haven't touched yet. Lee Jun bit his lip. Can I really pull this off? Min X Dong asked excitedly. Did you find anything yet? He immediately denied it. No. The old man spread his arms. So, are we just going to keep going like this between us? Lee Jun casually turned away. Exactly what are we between each other? Minaon was left speechless. Seeing the old man silent, he smiled. Just kidding. Lee Jun firmly looked at Min Sung. You can't tell me anything about the Blood God map. Instead, during the break, you'll work as a guest of the Divine Clan only. If you clear the Soon Forest Gate, I'll give you the Blood Goo Poison Technique. That's a bit manipulative. Blood Goo Poison Technique, Mi Dung anxiously asked again. Give it to you? Is that even okay? He didn't care much and replied, anyway, I don't need it. Lee Jun thought, since I already have the Primal Divine Technique, I don't need that anymore. He suggested just spreading a rumor about himself. He's using the Emperor's technique, even if it's still raw. Finishing her thought, Du confidently stated, a 17-year-old kid like that, if the Sword King found out, he wouldn't let it slide. While everyone was chatting happily, Lee Jun suddenly spoke up. There's something I want to say to all of you. He awkwardly admitted. I've been lying to everyone, then bowed 90 degrees to apologize. Lee Jun hesitated but finally decided to speak. The story about conquering was a lie. From the start, I realized the Emperor clan and Divine Power wanted to kill me. To expose this, I asked Secretary Nam to gather everyone here. He ended with a sentence that stunned everyone. Sorry for lying. Right after, Ju also spoke up following Lee Jun. I also sincerely apologize. While Uni was still processing what he said, she asked, so basically you used us to expose the Divine Power clan's plan to kill you? Lee Jun hesitated but admitted it. Yeah, she heard it and immediately said. Honestly, I don't really care. Then Sao smugly added, so that means I get the exclusive scoop on this huge news, right? After saying that, she casually said, "You can use me as much as you want." Right after, Uni shyly spoke up, "I don't mind being used either." Seeing her lose control and scream, "Please use me more," Purple Hair immediately denied it. "No, actually, just meeting you makes us happy." Lee Jun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that and replied, "Thanks for understanding me." CA calmly asserted that every scene of high-ranking soldiers attacking Lee Jun's group was enough for a big headline. He humbly replied, "Counting on you." Then Lee Jun added and told Minin Hyuk Jin, "I want you to lock her up in your clan's Jade Emperor Palace." Hyuk Jin immediately answered, "Only our Iron Blood clan can handle her. Anyway, my dad has always wanted to overthrow the Emperor clan, so we'll use this chance to start a war." After saying that, he turned to ask, "By the way, Jun, are you really okay with this?" Lee Jun thought to himself, Choi Minin used to be part of the Emperor clan but is also from the Divine Power clan. Even without blood ties, she's still family. If I deal with her here, the Confucian followers will definitely rise up against me. Then he quietly added that no criminal has ever returned from the Jade Emperor Palace of the Iron Blood clan. Not even the Divine Power clan's lady is an exception. Next, he suddenly remembered the scene of Minin happily holding her child and kept telling himself. Also, Lee Jun paused, then said, "For the rest of her life, she will never see her son again." For Choi Minin, that's even more painful than death. Very soon after, the article titled "The Truth About the Emperor, Is This Okay?" was released. Everyone grabbed their phones to read and discuss. I checked it out, this is topping the trending charts. Lee Jun wiped out the Soon Forest Gate with Long Sword and the juniors. Meanwhile, the Emperor clan leader and his strike team exposed the truth that the Divine Power Lady harbors a deep grudge against Lee Jun. People were buzzing. Someone linked it to the alliance of 15 clans launching an ambush inside a gate. Really? Isn't that something only beasts would do? Targeting students is just low. The keyboard warriors were going full throttle. Sao A sat scrolling through each one, like crazy, dragging high-ranking soldiers into a kid's fight, like what's the deal with students? But what if that student is Lee Jun? Then you better hit your own head first. Haha. Where are those people who cursed Lee Jun for breaking Lei Shin's dantian? Some even casually said, if it were me, I'd do the same. Another person asked, did anyone watch the video posted by reporter Kim CA? Crazy. Haha. Right after, someone replied, it's on Prophet's YouTube. They eagerly discussed, that thumbnail B is savage, bro, what's going on? Wait, isn't that a big shot, for real? The video Uni uploaded showed everything happening inside the Seun Forest Gate. Some said it was too violent, but most condemned the Emperor clan for gang attacking the students. Of course, some criticized Lee Jun's cruelty. But even so, public opinion leaned toward Lee Jun, a student overpowering the Emperor unit with insane strength. His mercy in sparing his enemies moved the public. Comments kept pouring in. Some lamented, he should have killed her, but let her live. Maybe because she's still his mom. Others said, if that's true, that's heartbreaking, man. But some encouraged him, we believe in you, so young and already impressive. Keep it up, Lee Jun. And all those reactions were exactly what Lee Jun predicted. The scene then shifted to the forbidden zone of the 4 great holy grounds located in the middle of a vast desert. Lee Jun was actively training 2 streams of power, one white and one red, enveloping his body. Lee Jun suddenly spoke. The killing intent didn't easily subside. The Elder Immortal transmitted a voice. Once released, controlling 3 troll chi is no simple task. Better master the Infinity Technique and quickly learn Infinity Chi. Hearing this, he muttered calculations. Infinity Technique costs 15 million P and Infinity Chi could be way more expensive. Then Lee Jun wondered, is there really no other way to control it besides learning Infinity Chi? The Elder replied curtly, and he immediately asked curiously, what way? The Elder calmly answered, reaching the peak of the Fire Realm. The Fire Realm is equivalent to an S rank, on par with the Sword King, the top warrior of Korea. Then Lee Jun spaced out, thinking, that's as tough as mastering Infinite Ki, but he believed the Fire Realm was the minimum requirement to use Infinite Ki. The kind Elder warned him not to be overconfident in getting stronger, or else the 3 Circles sect, especially the Heavenly Annihilation, could take control of him. After hearing that, he replied, I've thought about that too. Then, Lee Jun firmly stated that the energy from that chi was way too dangerous. Then he wondered, by the way, does Pan Chi originate from Pan Divine Arts? If so, why does it show signs when I use the primitive Divine Arts? The Elder pondered for a moment and answered, it seems your desire for revenge has ignited the sealed troll arts inside the primitive Divine Arts, plus your weak physical condition also plays a part. He paused briefly, then continued. The 3 Circles sect despises weak hosts. If its master is weak, it will sink its fangs into them without hesitation. Hearing this, Zookmung immediately spoke up. I know about that. The master must still be pissed about what happened last time. I think he's still figuring out how to punish us. Kim Kwai reassured him. Nah. Master Lee Jun is just training his chi circulation. He's only checking if there's anything wrong with his body, so don't worry too much. Sukmuon hesitated and asked, really? He confirmed. Yeah, so focus on thinking of ways to support Master Lee Jun. Sukmung replied with a heavy sigh. Yeah. At an airport, the first plane of the day just took off. Inside, Somi held her phone in one hand and dragged a heavy suitcase with the other. She looked ahead and wondered, what's with this peaceful vibe? Then Somi blurted out a cold remark, feeling like smashing it all. Meanwhile, in China, a silent war had started under the influence of Yindu. Compared to that, everything here is way too calm. Next, she pulled out her phone and muttered, where the hell are those damn masters? Suddenly, the operator's voice rang out. The number you dialed is busy. Please leave a message after the beep. The second time, the operator said the number you dialed is busy, but Somi cut it off. She angrily threw her phone to the ground and shouted, are they all crazy? The more she cursed, the more pissed she got. Not answering is bad enough, now they're ignoring my calls, so annoying, just die, die, die. Her unconscious outburst caught the attention of people nearby. Soon after, a ground staff approached and reminded her, sorry, you can't behave like that here. So me, panting, confirmed, are you talking to me? He immediately replied, yes. There are many passengers around. Please don't cause a scene. She suddenly got close and assessed him. Mate, you've got guts. And you're kinda cute too. The staff awkwardly dodged, so Mi's hand and warned, hey, watch it, please. A second later, her eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam as she said, now, goodbye. The colleague, seeing him frozen in place, came over to check. Hey, are you okay? But after seeing the wound on his neck, even he was stunned for a few seconds. After reacting, he shouted, someone's fainted. Block the airport exits. Don't let that woman escape. But then the security reported she had already left, and they couldn't find her, which shocked him deeply. What did you say? Meanwhile, at the foot of Inwen Mountain near the Nirvana Temple entrance, Somi quietly dragged her suitcase inside, then scanned the surroundings. Finally, she concluded there was no trace of anyone. So Mi thought. The trash inside kept searching for clues with her eyes. After seeing the scene below, Mongap muttered, bloodstain. Then Somi calmly deduced, those bastards gave me a bad feeling since they stopped responding in China. Mo paused for a second, then added, it looks like a big battle broke out here. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was chilling on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The door, which was tightly shut, suddenly slammed open from a kick. Hanju barged in loudly, calling out Lee Jun's name. Lee Jun hurriedly sat up and complained, you again? Couldn't you try knocking once? She casually replied, knock? At this hour? I already read the news. Then, Hanju came closer to check and asked, did you get attacked? Are you okay? He didn't answer directly, but asked, you can tell just by looking. Did you come because you're worried about me? Hanju blushed instantly but stubbornly denied it. No. She tried to cover it up with that. I just stopped by because you didn't show up for training. But Lee Jun laughed it off and denied it. Doesn't look like that. You probably came because you were worried about me. Still, Hanju argued like crazy, saying no, but whatever, as long as you're fine. Hey, eat this. After getting the little gift, he already knew but still asked anyway. Whoa, 2 cakes all for me? She didn't answer but kindly reminded him to eat well, rest, and then train. The others are waiting for you. Lee Jun smiled softly when she said that. Then he turned to look at the broken door and thought to himself, even if the door gets fixed, it'll just break again, so just leave it be. Not long after, Lee Jun's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up. What's up? The other side asked, what do you mean by that? You're dumping all the work on me. Lee Jun came straight to the point. Not you. It's the Iron Blood clan. Hearing that, he immediately scolded back. I'm Iron Blood, remember? Damn it, you've been ignoring me these days, huh? Then Huck Jane said, I'm kidding. Lee Jun pouted. I feel insulted. Someone from your clan came because of that accident. He thought for a moment then asked, who? Lee Jun replied, Sahui Jun from the Heavenly King squad. Then he added, his wife is imprisoned in another clan's royal prison, and he only sent one subordinate. Huck Jin sighed. Your old man can be pretty lousy sometimes. But Lee Jun replied quietly, not really, just surprised, huh? Then after a moment, he said, it's nothing. We don't have any secret deals, right? Yu Jin asked confused. Look, we're Iron Blood. I hate to say this, but do you even have enough weight to make a deal with us? Lee Jun immediately answered, what about the Emperor? He got so fed up he stopped talking, completely silent. Since the martial arts heaven tournament, the Emperor clan has been quiet, no one stepping out. Lee Jun muttered, looks like I gotta go alone then. Hook Jin casually asked, so what are you planning this time? Lee Jun shot back a blunt reply. What do you think? Doing absolutely nothing. That morning, sunlight poured into the main hall of the Divine Power clan. Inside the great hall, Jian Mu sat on his throne. Hyung-run knelt on the floor reporting, no news except the Iron Blood Sword clan's refusal. His eyes showed some disappointment. You didn't even meet my wife, he respectfully replied. No, sir. Hearing that, Jianmu suddenly realized it seemed the Iron Blood Sword clan had already made up their minds. Hyung-run looked up and smiled. The lord seemed relieved. Then he burst out laughing. Me? Haha. He kept kneeling properly. They seemed ready to fight. Jianmu seemed to know everything. Their target is the Emperor clan, right? Hyung-run's face showed shock. Yes, they also sent a warning to us. Then he recounted their warning that if we abandon the lady, divine power won't be harmed. Jianmu's face tensed as he reached forward. If we do nothing, Dugging's anger will be aimed at us. But if we intervene, it could do more harm than good. Hyung-jun, what do you think? He frowned, eyes full of worry. Forgive my rudeness, but what the lady did is something a martial artist should never do. If she has to pay for her sins, I believe humble acceptance is the reasonable way for a martial artist. He glanced away. That's right. Then Jianmu started recalling. Cho Minin, my wife and also the younger sister of Du Hoang. He remembered back then, through her, the Emperor clan controlled and exploited us. No elite member of the Emperor squad, no unknown power helped my wife. Above all, those who seem to be their leaders, Min's wife. Jianmu suddenly realized Sim Hoa hasn't been seen lately either. He opened his eyes wide, eyebrows slightly raised. Then this is the chance. The Divine Power clan will withdraw from this matter. Hyung-run worriedly asked, Are you serious? He sat cross-legged on the chair. Didn't you say doing so would benefit Divine Power? His face showed embarrassment, quickly glancing away. I meant the way of a martial artist, not in that sense. But Jianmu cut in. Tell everyone and announce that Lee Jun will be the heir. Hearing this, Hyung-jun's face was shocked, speechless. Suddenly, he stood up, slowly walking down the steps. Jianmu approached him, cold voice ringing out, the one you need to focus on now is Lee Jun. Hyung-run looked up and acknowledged. Understood. Hearing that, he smirked with satisfaction. All right. After that, Jianmu stepped outside, and Hai-jun's worried face immediately snapped up. Where are you planning to go? He gave a faint, dry smile and headed to the training room, leaving Hai-jun puzzled. Didn't you say you were done hiding out? Jianmu raised his hand in a casual wave. Martial arts never really ends. For now, I'm focusing on training, so don't look for me. Even if it's an emergency, don't come in. At that moment, Hyung stood there trembling, stunned. Yeah, scene shifts to the chairman's office. Lee Jun just walked in, and Min Zung teased him right away. So what brings our superstar here today? Lee Jun held a scroll of secret techniques in his hand and stepped forward, grinning like he'd promised. The blood poison technique. Immediately, Min Sung jumped up and snatched the scroll from his hands. Min Dung was panting, turning his head with suspicion. Zhu, Ji, Yi, is this legit? Lee Jun shot back. If it's fake, I'll take it back. Min Dung lowered his voice apologetically. Ahem, I was just a bit surprised. Sorry if I startled you. Lee Jun crossed his arms and sighed. It's cool, but who's gonna learn the blood poison technique anyway? He scratched his face awkwardly. That's the problem. The image of Hanju standing coldly popped into Lee Jun's mind. Isn't that Hanju? Min Jung explained that since Hanju would lead the Divine Fist clan later, he'd been thinking about it. Lee Jun recalled her short temper and felt awkward. But it'd be tough for Hanju. The master needs to raise both male and female poison beasts, and with her personality, that's impossible. Lee Jun wondered what would happen if the clan leader only learned the blood poison technique. Min Zung's eyes turned icy cold. If he needed the blood poison technique, he would have gotten it from the start. Like Hanju, he really hates sneaky martial arts like that. At that moment, Lee Jun's gaze dropped, deep in thought, right? How could that clan leader learn something like that? Then Lee Jun pushed away those nasty thoughts about Jigong. He's not sly at all. The nickname, Divine Fist Scholar, just means someone with a pure soul. It fits Hanju's personality perfectly. Thanks to that, the Divine Fist clan only destroyed in the past. Back in reality, Lee Jun stood there with a voice cold as ice. So the answer's clear. He should learn it. Chairman Min X Dong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ha, I'm way too busy. Hearing that, Lee Jun challenged him. You really won't learn it because you're busy, or are you just scared of bugs? Sweat poured down his face, his whole body trembling. You're saying I'm scared of bugs? Sure, I look a bit weak. But I'm an awakened rank. You know. How could I be scared of those petty insects? Seeing him like that, Lee Jun silently confirmed it in his mind. Right, Chairman Han Mi hates bugs, hates them with a passion. He turned away, waving goodbye. Anyway, I've kept my promise. Whether he learns it or not is still up to the Divine Fist clan leader. Minong was surprised. You're just gonna leave like that? Lee Jun closed his eyes. Zhu, Ji. He prepared to leave. Huh. Do I really have to join the debate about who should learn the blood poison technique? Nah, I'm out. Min Dong turned toward a pile of documents stacked high. Wait, there's something I want you to check out. Hearing that, Lee Jun turned back, surprised. Me? Outside, the sky was clear blue with rays of sunlight shining over the school grounds. Lee Jun held up the paper, unable to believe his ears. He told me to teach someone my age? Min Sung started persuading him. A student like Lee Jun definitely qualifies to be a teacher. If you agree, you could become the youngest teacher. No problem at all. Are you going to turn down this prestigious position? The document read as follows. Instead of letting Lee Jun graduate early to start working as an active member, they wanted to keep him at school. Lee Jun was pissed and refused. No way. And you know this is ridiculous, right? He smiled and kept persuading. Why? What are you worried about? He'll only be training in safe zones. And if anything happens with your skill level, you can always prepare for monster breakthrough situations. Lai Du looked at the resume in his hand, frustrated. I have no intention of teaching anyone, he thought to himself. The reason I came to school was for the divine martial guidance and to focus my energy. Min Dong confidently leaned on the table. Well, there's still plenty of time. Think it over carefully. If student Lee Jun agrees, a special class will be formed. Lee Jun couldn't help but be surprised. A special class. Min Zong's serious face explained a class dedicated solely to Lee Jun's students. The students could be personally selected by Lee Jun. What do you think? Still not tempting enough? Then Lee Jun turned and left, waving goodbye. Not enough. See you later. Goodbye. Min Zong was left surprised. Lee Jun? Outside on the school grounds, the elder flew alongside Sa Lee Jun, a bit curious about his decision. That's a good offer. Why turn it down? You're walking and chatting. I hate dealing with messy stuff. I'm still busy teaching Haisel and Hanu. He stopped, annoyed. You're really a disciple who knows one thing but not the other. Lee Jun looked up, confused. Huh? What do you mean? The elder raised his hand, puzzled. Don't you want to earn merit points? Lee Jun insisted. I can get them from the gates. Hearing that, the elder sneered. At your current level, normal gates only give a few points. Don't you feel that? Lee Jun's face panicked, sweat dripping down his cheek. Lee Jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, after clearing the Siyun Forest Gate, the points earned were less than 2 million, unless he focused on clearing red-level gates. Clearing low-level gates isn't very efficient, and master, it takes over a day to awaken the traits. The elder looked at him with a gentle gaze. So why not teach the kids while clearing gates? Right after the system task notification rang out. Side quest. The youngest teacher with no incidents, difficulty level A. Lee Jun stood reading the task, stunned. Your parents and guardians want you to attend school. They hope you'll spend your school days socializing with kids your age. Completion condition. Accept Chairman Han Min-sung's offer and recruit at least 7 students. After the task was introduced, a reward immediately appeared. A restoration of reduced abilities. He read the task board, smiling helplessly. They offered a reward I can't refuse. Then Lee Jun tapped the button on the screen. Given that the Heavenly Annihilation Technique could appear suddenly, the best choice was to restore his abilities back to normal as much as possible. A while later, at the chairman's office, he stepped in. Min-sung was focused on work, curious. Student Lee Jun, did you forget something? Lee Jun calmly replied, I'll handle it. Hearing that, a smile appeared on his face. So Lee Jun raised the resume in his hand. I agree to become a teacher. However, Lee Jun put forward a condition. Instead of changing the contract, please add a special clause for me. Ning Sung didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Sure, just say what you need. Lee Jun smiled, raising his hand to state his terms. I want to choose the students I'll teach and have an assistant teacher assigned to me. He held the paper, explaining, actually when summer break ends, current teachers will leave, so we're planning to recruit new people at rank A or higher. Lee Jun was a bit surprised. So that means Kong Jin is leaving too. Mi Dong's face was a bit thoughtful. Koki Jane is very capable, but she's only rank B. That's the possibility. Hearing that, Lee Jun's eyes gleamed with delight, slapping the table with both hands. Then let Kong Jin be my assistant. He looked at Lee Jun, confused. Kong Jin? Well, that's not hard. I'll arrange it. Ning Sung's hand moved over the paper. Soon he raised the contract with a bright smile. Now let's flip to the next page and sign first. The contract was placed next to a pen. Min Sung held hope and trust in him. The youngest teacher with a clean record. I look forward to working with you. A while later, on a street, a voice rang out. So Lee Jun was walking and tapping his phone. Officially a teacher now. Time to recruit some students. The screen showed Hanju's name, and he immediately answered. What's up? His face lit up excitedly. Oh, he picked up right away. Did the chairman say anything to you? Hanju was a bit surprised. Nothing yet. She was standing with some friends listening to the call. His voice echoed. The chairman offered me a teaching position at Musago. Hanju was cold. Oh, really? Is that so? Lee Jun smiled teasingly at her attitude. Based on your reaction, you must already know. Weird. Hanju was startled, reacting. Lee Jun laughed it off. I'm just talking to myself. Hanu's face showed worry. More importantly, I heard you'll be the teacher of the special class. Can I join the special class? Lee Jun quickly made the offer. I was about to ask you that. Want to join? She clearly agreed. Yeah. Lee Jun looked up at the sky, smiling happily. Then you should tell the others too. Ask if they want to join the special class. Hanu smiled faintly. After all, she'd been listening the whole time, smiling wide. So Lee Jun will be the teacher of the special class. Really unexpected. Ex-Eho couldn't hide his surprise. Someone our age is already a teacher. He heard them shouting and screaming over the phone. We want to join the special class too. On the other end of the line, someone immediately suggested Lee Jun throw a celebration party. He headed over to Hanju's place. He smiled and declined. I gotta finish recruiting first. When we have enough people, then we celebrate, okay? Ha, keep training. I'll call back later. After hanging up, Lee Jun was pumped. 4 people secured, just 3 more to go. The next second, his face turned serious as he cast a spell. A vortex appeared. Lee Jun's excited face peeked out. Yo, you're joining the special class, right? I'll be the homeroom teacher. Before Hyun could say anything, Lee Jun made the call and waved goodbye. I'll take that as a yes. Keep training. He turned around, looking confused. Lee Jun went back to the old spot. 2 more to recruit. Then he pulled out his phone and called someone. The person on the line picked up quickly. Lee Jun, what's up? He glanced sideways. Hi Jin, I wanted to talk. The guy sounded a bit surprised. What's going on? Lee Jun's gaze focused elsewhere before he hung up. Nothing. I'll call you back later. Lee Jun's slender legs stood firm on the ground. Instantly, Lee Jun started sprinting like crazy. He glanced back, thinking just as he expected. Lee Jun leapt onto a towering wall, but kept watching behind him. Someone's tailing me. Those guys. He stood on a rooftop, looking down at the group below. Hey, you Heavenly King squad. What's the deal with hunting me down? Everyone below bowed respectfully in unison. Greetings, young master. Hyung stepped forward to explain. We had to follow you roughly because there was something important to discuss. He looked up to listen as Lee Jun suggested. All right, I know a quiet spot. The rooftop of a tall building in Incheon. Lee Jun's voice rang out. So what's the matter? Hyung Jun's expression was serious as he reported. The clan leader appointed you as the successor. Lee Jun turned his head and smiled. I figured as much. The lion's dantian is shattered, lost his gold, so he's settling for silver. His eyes darkened in thought. If they're handing over the successor seat, this might be my chance to easily swallow the divine power whole. Lee Jun shoved his hands in his pockets, eyes full of schemes, ready to seize control of the divine clan and tear it apart or strip Lion Mu of his power. He recalled the old man's image, probably the last act of revenge. After all, what Lion Mu loved most was this very clan. Then Lee Jun turned to Hyung Jun to ask. So you came here to serve me because I'm the appointed successor? He quickly confirmed. Yeah, the clan leader ordered us. Immediately, Lee Jun smiled slyly. Then from now on, you only follow my orders, right? Hyung Jun's eyes showed fear. Yeah, that's right. Hearing this, Lee Jun's voice turned cold. I'll ask you just one question. Respectfully, go ahead. Lee Jun was curious. Are you here as the vice leader of the divine power or the commander of the Heavenly King's unit? Without hesitation, Hyung nervously answered honestly. I'm not here as the vice leader of divine power, but as commander of the Heavenly Kings. Lee Jun's gaze sharpened. What if I told you to give up your vice leader position? If that's your order, I won't hesitate to comply. I'll give it up. Lee Jun's eyes seemed to pierce through Hyung Jun. What if I ask you to put my orders above the clan leaders? Hyung trembled, studying him, eyes deep as the ocean. I can't read this guy. But that's why. He responded clearly. I owe you my life, not just me, but the entire Heavenly King's unit. Then he knelt down. This guy he's the one who can bring back the glory the divine clan once had. Even if its power is weakened, I've been ready for this from the start to follow you. Hyung bowed his head trembling, firmly declaring from now on, I'll prioritize your orders over the clan leaders. Lee Jun looked at him, fully satisfied. That's the answer I wanted to hear. I'll reward you accordingly. Follow me. At Incheon Songdo, in front of the main building of the Emperor clan, the two stood on a tree observing. Hyung Jun was curious. Young master, what are we doing here? Lee Jun pulled out his phone, smiling slyly. What do you mean? I'm here to use my own strength for you, to see if I'm fit to lead you. His worried face looked down below. But this place, surrounded by towering mountains, isn't this the Emperor clan's front yard? Inside the forest, sweat mixed with blood streaked down Taemin's face. The guy stood holding a sword, bodies scattered on the ground. A trembling woman begged, "Please spare me, I have a family and a child." Taemin raised his sword high, while the woman kept begging for her life, "Please." But the guy seemed deaf and plunged the blade decisively. Fresh blood splattered all over his sleeves. Taemin smiled with satisfaction. The next moment, he laughed maniacally with delight. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a pair of blood-stained feet slowly approached from behind. Taemin immediately recognized it, glancing back cautiously. He turned around and without hesitation launched a powerful strike, a swing that created a terrifyingly deep crater in the ground. Witnessing the scene, Kang Ju grinned with pleasure, the kid's getting stronger. Taemin's face twisted with anger. Damn it, his eyes razor-sharp, he was caught off guard. Oh, it was Kang Ju's dad coming over, placing a hand on Taemin's shoulder. How's the new power? Holding the bloodied sword, the kid's body was overflowing with strength, feeling like he'd go insane if he didn't use this power soon. Taemin looked at his hand, eyes full of excitement. With just this power, he felt like he could beat anyone, even the strongest swordsman in Korea. His hand cupped his ear as if trying to catch a distant sound. Kill them all. Taemin glanced back cautiously, but he always heard a voice like a demon's whisper. Every time he used the power, it kept telling him to kill someone. Hearing this, the old man warned carefully, "Don't fall into the temptation of that voice, remember that well." He obeyed. "Yes, father." Then Kang Ju suggested, "Good, let's keep going." Taemin looked at his blood-soaked body, a gleam of pleasure on his face. "Yeah, I want to reach A-level mastery before going down." The old man looked a bit worried, something a fake awakened should never do, getting stronger by killing. He agreed, there's still time and pray, so get as strong as you want." Kang Ju glanced back at his subordinate archer. Kim B appeared immediately behind him. "The boss called me." The old man spoke. Taemin was searching for the next prey. Kim B's eyes were cold. "Ju, Ji, Yi, get ready to leave." He looked at Kang Ju with praise. "The speed is picking up. With this pack, we'll soon see an A-rank fake awaken emerge. Congratulations, master." The old man smiled with satisfaction. "Thanks to you picking quality prey. Next time might be the last, so I need you to go through a little more trouble." Watching Taemin lift the sword with both hands, Kim B smirked dangerously. "If that's the master's order, I'll do anything. I'll bring them back right away." Meanwhile, Lee Jun and Hung Jun were watching from the tree. He tapped his phone to call someone. Lee Jun put the phone to his ear, eyes still fixed on the house ahead. The annoying voice of Hu Jin rang out. "Lee Jun, what now?" He glanced at the phone. "I'm busy. We'll talk later. I'm only saying this once. Listen carefully." Then he offered, "I've become the teacher of the special class. Do you want to join or not?" The guy seemed incredulous, yelling into the phone. "You think I believe that? Someone my age becoming a teacher?" Hu Jin seemed to jump out of the screen, the phone puzzled. "And what's this special class? The world's gonna end." Lee Jun pushed the phone away, so he wasn't joining. Jun Jian suddenly appeared behind him. "What? Are Leun's teaching the special class?" She smiled, spreading her hands, commanding, "Give me the phone." He immediately recognized it was Jun Guyan. He sat listening to them argue. Hai Yushi Jane was a bit annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to Lee Jun here." Jun Guyan scolded him. "This idiot won't even give me the phone." She put her hands on her hips, looking smug after grabbing the phone. "Lee Jun, is what you said true?" A bump appeared on his head. Sitting on the ground, the violent woman. Seizing the moment, he suggested, "Yes, I was wondering if you want to join my special class." His excited face rushed forward. "Lee Jun, I'm in." Hearing that, he smiled brightly. "I knew you'd say yes right away." "Hi, you see Jin. What about you?" Jun Jian looked a bit hesitant. You want me to decide right now?" Hearing Lee Jun's wish, her face flushed, embarrassed. "Yeah, it's urgent. I really want you to join the special class." Then she gave her a reason to come. He smiled sweetly. "If you don't join, I'll feel really heavy-hearted." Hearing that, she was surprised. "Really?" Lee Jun added. "Yeah." Hanju and the others already agreed to join. She smiled excitedly and accepted the invitation. "All right, if Hanju joins, then I'll join too." Lee Jun confirmed. "Really? No backing out." Hung's face twitched with confusion. The next moment, the system voice rang out. "Side quest, you have completed the mission." The youngest teacher at Musago. He felt grateful. "Thanks, sis." A green circle on the ground shone over Lee Jun's body. The system voice rang out. "Side quest. You have completed the mission." The youngest teacher at Musago. He looked at his body, absorbing a different energy, thinking he could feel a strange power, like a sealed strength, being unleashed. Suddenly, Lee Jun's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" He stood reading the quest board in shock. Side quest. Lee Jun's willpower has been created. You have learned the Thunder God Master skill. Now you can use Thunder God Master S rank. Then Lee Jun used his spirit to talk with the Elder. Thunder God Master. Master, what's going on? Before you said you couldn't pass down the martial art because of the awakening system's interference, he appeared with a smug face. What's so surprising? Who do you think your master is? Even the mysterious awakening system can't escape my genius intellect and observation skills. He looked down at the quest board. A bunch of quest info appeared before his eyes. Side quest. Lee Jun's willpower, difficulty A. The Divine Martial Arts sect believes a true disciple must be ready to challenge big organizations. He fully supports you because you are his youngest disciple. Completion condition, cripple the Emperor clan. Reward, 50,000 reputation points. Mastering the Root Mu technique, Lee Jun's face showed a hint of fear. The Root Mu technique. Lee Jun stood frozen, staring at the mission board. Master, what's with this mission? Are you questioning it? Do you think it's impossible? He turned back with eyes full of excitement. No. I have to complete it, no matter what. Hearing that, the master immediately praised him. Good, that's the spirit my disciple should have. Lee Jun couldn't help but feel pumped inside, a chance to learn martial arts without spending precious cultivation points. Plus, now I've got another reason to take down the Emperor clan. Today, I'm definitely going to crush the Emperor clan so hard they won't even be able to lift their heads. In the space above, a flood of information about him appeared. Basic info, title, master's youngest disciple, and 2 others named Lee Jun, age 18. General skills, Primordial Divine Technique, Heavenly King Divine Technique, Supreme Heavenly King Divine Technique, Blood Demon Chief, Black Dragon Style, One Tool Technique, Heavenly Annihilation, Divine Technique of the Heavenly Thunder King, Current Unranked Ability, Special Skill, Primordial Chaotic Divine Technique, SSS, Ultimate Step of Root Mu, SSS. He looked thoughtfully at his special stats. The previously limited stats had returned to normal. Special stats. Inner Strength 593 out of 1,000. Mental Power 358 out of 500. Reputation 10,800 famous. Current points 580,000. The area I should invest in is definitely Inner Strength. Then Lee Jun touched the screen and confirmed Inner Strength 593. Spend 1 million points to increase Inner Strength, yes or no. The system voice rang out. Primordial Chaotic Divine Technique had reached 6 stars, an extraordinary advancement even other disciples hadn't achieved. In the next second, a fierce power burst out. Young Jun quickly raised his hand to shield himself from being blown away. Master, cover your body with your hand. Lee Jun was unleashing power from his body, an overwhelming aura that even the 5 kings couldn't radiate. Lee Jun stood amid the mighty power without a scratch. No, it was even more overwhelming than them. A destructive force far beyond anything I've seen at the Thousand Peaks Lake. His figure focused all his power and appeared. Is this the true form of Master Lee Jun? Then he opened his eyes wide with a shocked expression. Whoa, Primordial Chaotic Divine Technique, 6 stars. It's way stronger than I thought. Liun looked at his hands, thrilled. With this power, I can definitely stand toe-to-toe with the Emperor clan. Witnessing all this, Hyung's face trembled with confusion. Master, what was that power just now? It didn't feel like the Supreme Heavenly King Divine Technique. He turned back with a cold smile. Looks like the Emperor clan is tightening defenses because of me. Should we leave before they close the gates? His face turned panicked. What? Wait, you really plan to come here and attack the Emperor clan? Saying that, Lee Jun jumped down. Besides, what other reason do I have to come here? Standing on the ground, he looked up and explained. They messed with me first. Now they gotta face the consequences. Hyung couldn't help but worry. Master. A group of people appeared behind, looking confused. Captain, what should we do? Hyung's face was sweaty and anxious. Just follow orders from above. If the master acts, we gotta follow. The man hesitated a bit, but this was beyond their power now. This place is the front yard of the Emperor clan. If we're not careful, we could die anytime. Hyung-run looked down at Lee Jun below, quietly reassuring him. I don't think we need to worry, he said seriously. The energy just now, even the King Fist couldn't have that kind of presence. He's really strong. No matter what happens, he'll protect us. Hyung-run's faith in him was fierce, so maybe risking his life for one person isn't so bad. Everyone was convinced by him. If he's that sure, Captain. The next moment, Hyung-jun and the others landed respectfully. Young Master, Heavenly King Squad, will follow you as your subordinates. Lee Jun smiled, satisfied as he saw them submit. He looked up at the fortress ahead. Then I gotta make a strong impression so the subordinates trust me. After that, Lee Jun turned his gaze toward the camera. I know you guys are watching from there. He smirked mockingly. You must be pissed seeing me. Instantly, Lee Jun unleashed his power and threw out a taunt. So why not show your full strength? A bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Lee Jun glanced forward, grinning provocatively. Heavenly Supreme King's Thunder God art. Right after, he shot a surge of power at the gate. Hyung-run stood there, eyes wide in shock. Thunder God art, a martial art even the king fist couldn't possess. The wall shattered. Lee Jun turned to them. What else are you gonna do? His face was happily mocking. How long you gonna freeze up? Come here, follow me. At that moment, everyone just stood silent, jaws dropped in amazement. The next second, they hurried over to where he stood, serious. Yes. In that room, T-Shin pulled out a chair. Zhu, Ji, Yi were about to sit down. He looked outside, hands on the table. Has there been an earthquake lately? Taeho asked worriedly, reaching out. Are you just gonna sit there forever? Tae-Shin angrily turned around, ordering someone to check what's going on. DG sat at the table, his face calm without a hint of worry. Wait for the clan leader to return, then talk. The angry guy questioned. Don't you feel angry at all? Your son died and the culprit is the one who defeated you. Tae-Shin frowned, blaming. Brother, you're going too far. Think about how your second brother feels. The guy's face was furious, fists clenched, turning to him. Before being your son, that kid was a nephew I deeply loved. Tae-Shin shot back, are you the only one who loved the kid? Then he comforted Taeho. All of us and the clan leader loved the kid. The guy gradually calmed down, sadly glancing away. I just feel pissed off. I don't know how much pain second brother must be feeling. He looked at him worriedly. At this rate, I'm afraid he'll get sick, he reassured. I understand how you feel. Let's try a little harder together. The clan leader is coming back soon. Dagon was pouring water when the cup suddenly shook. Tae-Shin turned to his subordinate, puzzled. Another tremor. Have you found anything yet? The subordinate stammered fearfully. Yes, there's an intruder. He raised the cup, seemingly in disbelief. An intruder? Who dares enter the Emperor's territory? The subordinate's voice grew urgent. It's true. He passed through the main gate. Members are trying to block him in the yard. The subordinate continued reporting. His divine power is from the divine worm. He's with the Heavenly King squad. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock. Then Dagon slammed the table and stood up, making the other two freeze. He stepped forward and grabbed the sword in the corner, making Tae-Shin briefly worried. Dagon gripped the sword fiercely, causing him to panic and raise his hands to calm him down. Bro, calm down. His whole body radiated killing intent. How can I stay calm when that bastard himself comes here? Lee Jun, that bastard, killing my son wasn't enough. Now he dares to break into the Emperor clan. I'll make him regret stepping foot here for the rest of his life. Outside, Lee Jun was unleashing his moves. He looked up sarcastically. So hyped up and still no one's coming out? Instantly, he shot a burst of power at the people in front of him. Seeing this, Lei Dian, the subordinate, waved his hand to order, forming a tight formation. They created a shield covering their bodies. The subordinate ordered, hold on until the big guys arrive to back us up. Lee Jun's face lit up with excitement as he kept unleashing moves. They were tougher than he thought. He threw an even stronger attack than before, then tried blocking this. Another subordinate turned to report. Reinforcements from the Iron Craftsman squad have arrived. He reminded, the right flank defense is ours. Dark Master. Left wing is Iron Master. The left defense wing is broken. Lee Jun grinned with delight as he looked at their group. All right, at this point, we really gotta tough it out. His eyes focused, immediately unleashing another move. At this moment, Lee Jun lifted a massive orb in his hand with a cold expression. Seeing that, the subordinate couldn't help but feel scared. That giant attack, can we even survive it? He hurriedly ordered, we won't know until we try. Let's go. Then they all struggled to defend against the orb's attack. His face broke into a smug smile. Damn, even though it's huge, its power is actually weaker than the last explosion. Suddenly, from inside the orb, his hand shot out, grabbing the subordinate by the collar. The guy looked at Lee Jun appearing inside the orb, stunned. When did he create a small vortex in his palm? That giant attack was just bait to fool him. Then Lee Jun unleashed a massive power that engulfed the entire space. This is the main event. Hai-Ung nervously turned to look at him. Master. At this moment, his face clenched in fear. Lee Jun stood staring at the deep pit just created. Hai-Ung's face was sweaty and trembling while Lee Jun's expression remained calm. He looked at them sprawled out in the pit. Both Iron Master and Dark Master were knocked out. Luckily, they were still breathing. Hai-Ung trembled, unable to believe it. But he didn't expect Lee Jun to openly use martial arts right in the Emperor's clan mansion. This was definitely a declaration of war. Lee Jun calmly looked down into the pit. Hey, Captain, you're a little pissed. You just gonna stand there and watch? The guy behind hurried over. Yes, sir. Lee Jun turned to look at the man and sneered. Huh? Hey, you're way too slow. How did someone like you become the captain of the Heavenly King unit? Dumbass. His face was drenched in sweat. Damn, he remembers everything. Now I'm on the blacklist. He once called Lee Jun an idiot and told him to get treatment. Haha. Hai-Ung Jun looked at the group with battered faces. What's the master gonna do to them? Lee Jun coldly ordered to just stop the bleeding to keep them alive, then destroy all their Dantian. He bowed respectfully to obey. Hai-Ung nervously turned to command everyone. Everyone destroy their Dantian. They immediately obeyed clearly. He turned back with a faint smirk. Now Lee Jun looked at the people who just arrived. More reinforcements coming, huh? He casually stepped forward to question them. I went this far and Emperor Digong still won't show his face. Don't tell me DG isn't here. Lee Jun smiled excitedly. Really? If he's not here, then this is the perfect chance. He looked thoughtfully at the people blocking the way. Daegong's absence is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the Emperor's fortress. At this point, if we spare them, they'll definitely come after us later. Immediately, Lee Jun charged at them while they stood frozen. I need to weaken them. Right now. He jumped up to unleash a move when suddenly a voice rang out. You dare. Lee Jun coldly stared at the newcomers. At this moment, Daegong and Taeho, along with Tae-shin, stepped out. He held a sword angrily. Do you know where you are? Lee Jun immediately slid back to dodge Daegong's sword strike. He raised both hands to defend himself. The most powerful people finally decided to show up, huh? The subordinates' faces lit up with joy. Elders were saved. He coldly reported the damage. Daegong frowned, his face showing clear anger as he heard their report. The Iron Master and Dark Master squads have been wiped out. He looked at Lee Jun calmly, brushing dust off himself. That brat killed the entire Emperor's unit and even forced Minin to submit. This outcome was predicted. His aura is many times stronger than when I faced him in the past. Taeho held a spear behind him. Let me take his head to console Sun Ho's soul. Daegong's face was calm. Taeho, you can't handle him alone. All the elders must attack together. The guy frowned, glancing angrily. Even you say that? Is that kid really that strong? Lee Jun smirked, looking straight at them. You could say he has skills equal to the clan leader, but the leader's gaze was full of murderous intent. You think I'm scared because that brat beat me before? If you want to survive, you better listen to me. Both Tae-shin and Tae-ho were already in battle stance. He got attacked from both sides. Daegong shouted, all together, attack. At this moment, Lee Jun's master also appeared to help. They're coming. He glanced at them, rushing forward. Including those brothers, there were 10 elders total. The first to attack would be Daegong. He swung his sword at Lee Jun, who struggled to block it with his spear. The wind pressure was insane, and the dude started charging too. Bro, back off, watch out. Taeho's strength was too much, he got slammed into the wall, and Daegong got blasted away too. The guy flipped midair. Lee Jun immediately jumped up, regaining his composure. At this moment, the dude dropped to one knee, silently watching, with a look of pure contempt on Taeho's face. Just like I thought, no matter how strong you are, you're still just a punk. You can't handle the combined attack from me and my brother. Daegong fired back. No, this isn't someone easy to take down. As soon as he said that, he lunged forward. The dude suddenly shouted, Big bro. At this moment, he gripped his spear tight, then Lee Jun raised his spear high to block DG's sword. The look on DG's face twisted in confusion. No way. I landed a perfect strike with my energy blade and he's not even scratched. On the flip side, Lee Jun's face stayed calm with a faint smile as he held his ground. DG's eyes filled with tension, then a fierce battle exploded between the two, neither backing down. DG swung a sword slash right at Lee Jun's face, but he dodged just in time. Things were getting intense. Taeho spun around and raised his hand to signal. This situation's bad for Big Bro. Everyone formed the Emperor formation to back him up. They form a circle, raising their hands to create the Emperor formation. If the Gon formation is defensive, the Emperor formation totally ignores defense. It's pure offense. 7 elders of the Emperor transferred their inner energy to 3 attackers. Those 3 kept attacking until the target was dead. Seeing this, Hyung Run's face showed surprise. Didn't expect them to use the Emperor formation against the young master. That's a double-edged sword. If they can't overwhelm the opponent, they'll be the ones getting crushed. But the Emperor formation has never failed to eliminate a target before. He stood back watching Lee Jun fend off those powerful attacks. Even the Sword King struggled with them. No matter how strong the young master is, this is way too dangerous. I gotta help him. Despite the difficulty, he stayed calm and advised. Hyung Run, don't do anything reckless. Leave this to me. You handle the other fake awakeners of the Emperor. Sweat dotted his face. But young master, even the Sword King struggles with the Emperor formation. Lee Jun smirked slightly. Yeah, it's a bit tough using just the Heavenly King Divine skill, but my power doesn't come from that technique alone. Both sides paused for a moment, so just leave them to me and take down the rest. Don't forget to destroy their Dantian. You got this. Right? He felt a bit more confident. Got it. Someone else spoke up. The Emperor formation has been deployed. This is bad. We gotta help him if those fake elders catch him. Hyun Run stepped forward, seriously instructing. Let the young master handle them. We'll attack the others. Someone doubted. Are you serious? Even if it's the young master, it's dangerous. Deep down he understood. Yeah, this is definitely a dangerous situation for him. But Hyun-run was clear. It's the young master's order, so he trusted Lee Jun. Weirdly, I feel like I can trust him. Right after, Hyun-run pointed and shouted, "Trust the young master and complete the mission he assigned. Hurry, everyone move out, we're on patrol." His face tensed up. The fake awakeners in the area will be handled by the Heavenly King squad. The real problem is the Emperor formation. Now Lee Jun was surrounded by people standing in a circle. 7 elders transferred inner energy to 3 attackers. Those 3 gripped their weapons tightly. Probably the attackers were Choi Daegong, Taeho, and Tin. The elder carefully warned, "Disciples, be careful." Lee Jun fixed his gaze on the dude. The first attacker was Taeho. He immediately charged, swinging his sword, but Lee Jun reflexively dodged in time. Die. Their weapons clashed with brutal force. Lee Jun thought, his inner energy is insane. Even the demonic spear trembles. He silently calculated his moves. I need to get my spear back and create distance. Taeho showed no mercy. Looks like that spear has some weird magic. I can't ignore it. Lee Jun glanced at the dude's weapon. The demonic spear wasn't moving. He used energy to pin it down. Damn, if I try to take it back, it'll damage my inner energy because of his energy. He got annoyed, realizing the elder's experience gave them the upper hand. Now Taeho started charging. He grabbed him tight. Lee Jun's face showed panic. Taeho roared with fierce momentum. "First, I'll take your leg to avenge my nephew." You quickly struck hard at his elbow, making both his body and weapon tilt to one side. His face turned back in shock. This guy wrapped his leg in his sacred weapon in that brief moment. Daegong stood outside watching them fight. "Sacred weapon, you're not the kind to be easily defeated." His sword emitted a blue energy. "Then let's see if you can block this." The exhaustion was clear on Lee Jun's face. Daegong is way stronger and more precise than the Daegong I saw at the Thousand Peaks Lake. The Immortal Elder's help gave him a massive power boost in that technique. "Can you block it?" You stared at him. "I've got a plan." Lee Jun started recalling a plan he came up with since the Emperor's formation began. "When my Primal Divine Art reached 6 stars, the system popped up info. Your Primal Divine Art has reached 6 stars, with an insane growth speed no other disciples can match. As a reward, the final technique of the Infinite Spear Illusion Art was unlocked." His face focused. The last step of the Infinite Spear Art. Daegong's body radiated a blazing blue aura like fire. The enemies in front of him were worthy of testing this technique. The next second, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. "I'm ending this here." Daegong's sword tip faced Lee Jun's forehead. Calmly, Lee Jun shouted the word illusion. In the illusion, Lee Jun saw 3 of them attacking him fiercely. He dodged to the side just as the sword tip was about to hit him. This illusion was perfect. It felt like time had frozen. Just as I thought, Lee Jun was being attacked from 2 sides. The Immortal Elder carefully warned, "Disciple, time inside the illusion is very short." He warned, "If you just stand there, it won't show its true power." Lee Jun's face was tense. Yeah. He immediately counterattacked with a deadly blow inside the illusion. The 5th form of Infinite Spear Art, Lightstorm. The moment the illusion activated, the spear energy from Heavenly Annihilation still remained in place. As time went on, the spear energy would attack them. Lee Jun stood still in the middle of the circle. Next, the elders deployed the Emperor's formation. Then he carefully calculated. Taking 1 step at a time required a lot of effort. Lion fought hard. If he wanted to master everything in such a short time, he needed to practice many more illusions of destruction, until his whole body was exhausted, sweat pouring down. The Immortal Elder watched and praised. "First time, like this isn't bad." Back to reality, Daegong swung his sword down with full force. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide with horror. At this moment, Lee Jun was no longer there. They were shocked. He disappeared. Daegong immediately ordered, "What are you waiting for? Find him now." His face was panicked. Your body can't move." Taeho also spoke up, "Me too." At this moment, Lee Jun was standing on the rooftop, snapping his fingers lightly. Instantly, countless beams of light appeared around. DG looked up confused. Suddenly, a series of sharp sword beams appeared, surrounding them. Lee Jun's eyes flashed with tension amid his stunned subordinates. The elders had been taken down. Where did he go? He stood on the roof controlling the beams shining down on the courtyard below. Then Lee Jun jumped down to the injured people, scattered on the floor. "Hi." Trembled, standing far away. Stammering, "Young master, what just happened? Does a martial art like that even exist in this world?" His face full of surprise at Lee Jun's power. "This is the first time I've seen a technique like that." Sweat drenched Lee Jun's face. "Unbelievable, he smashed through the Emperor's formation like that." Hai Ong trembled in amazement non-stop. "Can't believe the Emperor's elders turned to dogs in a blink." "Young master, what kind of martial art did you use?" Lee Jun's dull eyes glanced at them. "Don't just stand there dumbfounded, finish off the rest." They all shouted in unison. "What are you waiting for? Go now." He touched his body, feeling some soreness, but guessed the infinite spear art caused the weight on his body. At this moment, the system board popped up. Infinite Spear Art SS Plus has been granted. You can now use Infinite Spear Art SS Plus. Lee Jun silently rejoiced. Thank God, it reached SS rank, so it won't burden me as much anymore. Lee Jun held the spear and read the notification analyzing his reputation. The alias Spear King was added. You have been registered on the global leaderboard under the name Spear King. He coldly glanced aside. I thought they were hiding some crazy treasure here, but there's nothing special. At this moment, Hai-Ung trembled and came close, whispering in his ear. Lee Jun in front fixed his cold gaze forward. Two men stood silently, the older man's face stern. The man behind was Kung Hun, the powerful leader and closest bodyguard to my dad. The two bespectacled men stared at each other tensely. The first one I had to take out to claim the divine power for myself. The system popped up the ranking board. Lee Jun, the Spear Emperor, ranked 100. Lee Jun was surprised. Had it always been here? His eyes followed the board. Wait, I'm only ranked 100? That stung a bit. I thought awakening as a fake S rank would at least get me top 20. Hold up, this list is off. He read through the confusing details. The Sword King of Korea only ranked 90. At that moment, the elder appeared behind, stroking his beard with curiosity. What kind of weird ranking is this? Lee Jun looked up. Huh? I'm not the only one who thinks so. He realized there was only one conclusion about this kind of list. The elder guessed. If monsters like Bloodfire were on the list, then this ranking was meaningless. Lee Jun thought silently. Chan-Oe troll better. We should check if anyone else besides Bloodfire is on it. Hae-Young-Run bowed respectfully and reported. Young master, we've cleaned everything up. So Mi stood high up, watching with an annoyed look. That guy single-handedly took down all the elders of the Emperor clan, and his weapon was the Sword of Destruction. No wonder there was no sign from Bloodfire. Was he already kicked out? Then she quickly left. Better report this to Lord Yindu. The next morning, at the Iron Blood Sword clan's main house, a hand pressed on the system board. John Seo was panting, holding a phone. Dad, there's a call. Chun-Sik stopped and turned around. Good, I've been waiting. He grabbed the phone, and a voice came through. Chun-Sik, have you seen the rankings yet? He replied quickly. The voice on the other end stammered. Those question marks were pure panic. Chun-Sik calmly asked back, Don't tell me they've started moving. The voice warned, Yes, and worse. I haven't been able to find the Demon Sky or Flame Buddha for days. Please be careful. The old man's face showed worry. Got it. Chun-Sik was worried inside. Chan-Oe Chan-Ha. Looks like this country's about to hit a major crisis. Elsewhere, an editor was breaking hot news. Early this morning, the estate of the Emperor clan was found in ruins. All the fake awakeners inside were broken and defeated. The reporter handed a mic to a witness. According to the witness, the spear wielder of the Divine Power clan leading the Heavenly King squad, the public believed this was truly a declaration of war against the Emperor. In the basement of the Red Bull Han Club, a young man stepped forward holding up his phone. Sir, have you seen the news yet? The man stared at his phone. I'm watching it now. On the phone screen were two messages from Lee Jun. The Emperor clan's forces had shrunk, leaving only Duang and his son Ong Man. Enja praised him for succeeding. The man frowned and fell silent for a few seconds. Elsewhere, John Mu-Ha, from the New Construction clan, was always welcomed. We've been a bit distant lately, right? From now on, let's get closer. Just then Ki-hun stepped up, and John quickly hung up, saying he'd contact us later. He wondered. This time it's the New Construction clan. John Mu calmly put his hands behind his back. Yeah, before they ignored us, only sucking up to Iron Blood Sword and Mandak. But now they're fighting to get in line. He realized that showed how much influence young Master Lee Yun had. Angry, he turned away to forget about it. Any leads on Daegan? Kyung-hun reported sorry, still nothing. A reporter was waiting to interview Lord John Mu. John took a business card from Get Info magazine. He added, That's the page covering exclusive news about young Master Lee Jun lately. All the good articles about him were written by this reporter. He carefully read the info on the card and agreed. Okay, connect me. The voice on the other end took the initiative. Hello, I'm reporter Kim Coa from Get for John Mu magazine. I've heard a lot about you. You're the one writing all those good things about my son. The purple-haired reporter sat in front of her computer screen. No, I just write the truth. He chuckled lightly, but thanks anyway. So, what do you want to talk about? She politely asked. I just have a few questions. May I? He relaxed. Go ahead, I'll answer if I can. The reporter asked a question that made John Mu fall silent for a few seconds. Are Lee Jun's actions the will of the Divine Power clan? Kyung-hun stood behind, watching closely. Seeing the silence, she repeated, I'm asking again, are Lee Jun's actions your will? Dear Lord of the Divine Force clan, please answer carefully. Yes, you could say Lee Jun's actions caught my attention. Hasn't the Emperor always been deceiving the public all along? The reporter's face froze in shock, especially since they even ambushed my son at the gate. That made Lee Jun furious, and I also believe the Emperor crossed the line. Hearing that, she asked again for clarification. So you mean Lee Jun and the Power Lord share the same view? John Mu confirmed. Exactly. I want to be the shadow supporting my son. The young reporter's face broke into a few beads of sweat, grateful for your honest sharing. Her mind was full of thoughts. In other words, this was a confirmation. Lee Jun is the heir of the Divine Force clan. Now there's a lot to write about. Kyung-hun bowed respectfully. Surprising. I thought you would draw a clear line between yourself and him. He calmly turned his head. Maybe that's a violent approach, but all the effort I put into raising the clan's reputation. Lee Jun did it in just one go. How could I not appreciate that? He agreed immediately. With Master Lee Jun leading, we'll achieve a lot. Then Kyung-hun looked at his phone and reported, Sir, Master Lee Jun is waiting outside with the Heavenly King's team. Shall I escort him? John Woo's expression outside the Divine Force clan building. Reporters bombarded him with rapid questions. Where's Lee Jun? The guard tried to calm the crowd. Everyone relax. Gathering here won't make him arrive any faster. Someone else asked what the Divine Force clan's stance on this matter was. At that moment, someone looked back with a stunned expression. The crowd all turned to look. It turned out he and his team were approaching. The Heavenly King's team and Lee Jun. A reporter ran up to him. Following the surviving false awakenings of the Emperor, Lee Jun is the one who destroyed them. Can you confirm this? He stayed silent in the face of the questions. The Divine Force clan and the Emperor were once allies, so how did things end up like this? Initially, Lee Jun wasn't on the clan's side, but he showed the power to overthrow the elders. He shoved both hands in his pockets. Right, I'm not on their side. Hayoung Jun stepped forward to intervene. I think you should leave before I use force. Lee Jun's demeanor was indifferent, but now it's different. A loud shout rang out. The gate guard. The young man's face showed a flicker of panic. Yes. Lee Jun's calm face said to my father, your son Lee Jun is here. Ask him to open the gate. Hearing that, the gate slowly opened, and he confidently strode inside. But in his past life, Lee Jun was only allowed to stand right at the threshold. In my past life, I wasn't allowed to step past this doorway. He and his team marched forward with fierce energy, but now I can step in without hesitation. The reporters looked up, continuously amazed. Is that Lee Jun? Lee Jun just stepped into the main hall. Inside the main hall, Kyung-hun stood facing him. Recalling when he was little, Lee Jun knelt down to Wen Nai, pleading, please tell me what I must do to enter the house. Kyung-hun frowned in annoyance. He glanced down at him coldly from above. Kyung-hun said bluntly in a cold tone, your mother was just one of the women who slept with him, and now this illegitimate child dares to set foot in the Divine Force clan. If you don't want to die, don't even dream of approaching the clan. As soon as he finished, he slammed the door shut, leaving Lee Jun kneeling alone outside. Breaking free from the memory and seeing his fake face, he couldn't help but feel angry. That two-faced bastard, the one handling all the main affairs of the Divine Force, second only to Lee Jun's father, he is the key power commander Theon Kyung-hun. Kyung-hun smiled at Lee Jun. You've grown a lot since I last saw you, Master Lee Jun. He was the first person I had to purge to overthrow the Divine Force. He silently stared darkly at Kyung-hun. Lee Jun then returned to his calm demeanor, glancing at John Mu. What made the Power Lord personally come out here? He replied, I heard you were summoned. He asked in surprise, me? John Mu slyly said, yes. More importantly, seeing you with the Heavenly Kings, have you accepted the position of heir? Lee Jun stared at him, smiling coldly, asking mockingly, so what if I have? Are you going to hand me the Divine Force? John Mu's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Do you understand what it means to be an heir? You will inherit me and lead the Divine Force with me. He looked up at John Mu and said, I mean the entire Divine Force clan. Pausing a moment, Lee Jun's face darkened. Then he said, there's no place for my dad in the Divine Force clan. Seeing his unusual mood, Hung Jun whispered worriedly, young master. After hearing Lee Jun's words, Jian Mu couldn't help but laugh. Kyung-hun next to him broke out in a sweat, giving him a weird look. But then Jian Mu threw his head back and laughed even louder. He declared boldly, the people of Divine Force always get what they want, especially when it's Divine Force itself. You have the right to take it, even if it means going against your own damn parents. Pausing, Jian Mu smirked and continued, but it won't be easy. You know you have to be accepted by every member of Divine Force. Right? Lee Jun replied coolly. Of course. Seeing this, he spoke up. Fine, get everyone's approval, and I'll give up the clan leader position and hand the whole clan over to you. After that, I won't interfere with the clan anymore, just like you want. Lee Jun raised an eyebrow, amused, looking at Jian Mu. You'll regret that. The old man frowned, hearing that. Regret? In my life, I've never regretted anything, especially not power. Escorting Lee Jun to the annex house, Lee Jun turned back, flashing a dangerous smile at Jian Mu. Hope you can back up your words. Jian Mu looked back at him and smirked. I hope you're right, or I'll be disappointed. Scene shifts to the Divine Force Annex house. Kyung-hun spoke to the two in front of him. This is the annex. You'll stay here. It's a bit old and run down, but still comfortable enough to live in. Lee Jun looked around and sneered. Been a while? Huh, this place hasn't changed a bit. Hung Jun asked curiously. You stayed here before? He turned to him and answered, this place is full of memories with my mom. I never thought I'd come back here. Someone once said I'd never set foot here again. Kyung-hun gave a fake smile. Must be a very nostalgic place for you. You were just a kid back then. Now you're grown and back here. Old guys like me get all emotional. Seeing his act, Lee Jun silently got annoyed. What a damn snake. Is this the little show he's trying to put on? Kyung-hun looked up at Hung, trembling. Hung trembled. Come with me for a bit. It's about the power agency. Lee Jun cut him off sharply. No need. From now on, the fourth branch will completely stay out of the core power agency's business. He looked puzzled. Why the sudden change? Hung trembled. Is this your decision? He glanced at Kyung-hun and replied, yeah, I'm giving up the deputy leader position of the core power agency. I want to focus fully on the Heavenly King team. He asked curiously. Does the clan leader know about this yet? Hung trembled and answered honestly, not yet. Kyung-hun spoke up. Then you gotta get his permission first. Lee Jun smiled brightly and refused. No, it's not necessary. The fourth branch commander is related to me. Pausing, Lee Jun asked sharply. Kyung-hun, if you have nothing else to say, why haven't you left yet? The old man glared at him but still forced a smile. All right, I'll speak to the clan leader on your behalf. You get some rest. Watching Kyung-hun's back fade away. Hung trembled and scolded. Young master, you can't treat the power commander like that. He added, those fake divine force awakenings follow the clan leader, but they obey the power commander the most. Lee Jun casually shared Hung Jun's thoughts. You mean if the power commander is present, it's easier to get the others' approval, right? He glanced at him and said, exactly. Lee Jun smiled, looking at his phone. Is that all? Fine, I have my own plan. More importantly, I have something to tell you guys. Suddenly he asked, what if the Heavenly King team learns Thunder God Mastery, and you learn the Heavenly Supreme King Divine Technique? Hung trembled, confused, still not thinking about this, stammering. Me? Heavenly Supreme King Divine Technique. Lee Jun smiled and looked up at him. Didn't you say you're loyal only to me? Hung immediately replied, yeah. Hearing that, Lee Jun turned and walked away, casually saying, then learn it. Weak subordinates reflected bad master, but there's still plenty of legacy left to pass down, leaving Hung standing there dumbfounded. Lee Jun walked while staring at his phone, secretly plotting to kick his dad out of divine force. I need to strengthen my power base. If I have to face Jong-un, Min will need to be way stronger. Before the break ends, Min will make divine force his. Just as his thoughts ended, the phone rang. He smiled with satisfaction. Perfect timing. Arriving at the meeting spot, Lee Jun glanced around before speaking up. I told them to come here. A person knelt on one knee beside a bush and said, yeah, you showed up at the right place. Hearing that voice, he turned to look at the person, removing the mask to reveal the face of the Dark Association's anonymous guest. Han came to see Master Lee Jun. Lee Jun's eyes widened in shock upon seeing that face. He remembered now, unexpectedly, the receptionist was the anonymous guest. The anonymous guest, one of the top assassins of the Dark Association, even in his past life. This was the only assassin John Ao-chon never caught. Yoon-bi smiled brightly as she handed the info to Lee Jun. This is the info you requested from the Dark Association about Kong Hun. He took the dossier and smiled, looking up at her. I feel sorry for the chairman. She couldn't take down the Sword King but was still willing to fulfill this request. Yoon-bi bowed respectfully. He's truly grateful. You're a lifelong benefactor to our guild. Please call on us anytime you need. Pausing briefly, she added. And just as I thought, he's embezzled a ton. Lee Jun studied the info in the book carefully. He calmly replied to Yoon-bi. Yeah, therapeutic baths, training robes. He's pulled off countless large-scale embezzlements, including building maintenance costs. Pausing, reading through the book, Lee Jun asked, anything else besides this? She handed him a USB and said, of course, what's in the book is just the tip of the iceberg. The most important stuff is on this USB. I investigated why the fake awakenings of divine power are so loyal to Kong Hun. Lee Jun guessed curiously, is this the deputy commander's video? NB asked, surprised, how did you know? He nodded, focused on the USB. There's always a way to find out. A scandal from his past life involving divine power, a USB holding the deputy commander's secrets. It revealed why the fake awakenings had no choice but to obey Kong Hun. She looked seriously at Lee Jun and said, if we report this to the King of Power, will he remove John Kyung-hun himself? He answered immediately, No way, this USB doesn't start with Jung Kyung-hun. It starts with my dad. Lee Jun continued. My dad only wanted to find their weakness, but Jung Kyung-hun went further and used it to maintain his own power. Yoon-bi exclaimed in surprise. What? He said gratefully. Anyway, thanks for the info. She put her mask back on and said, my grandfather ordered us to give you any info you want, Lee Jun. Whenever you need help, come find us. Without another word, she disappeared swiftly. Lee Jun stood still, watching her figure fade away. He pondered, holding the worn dossier. Now, let's pause a bit. Lee Jun wondered if he should start cutting off his supply lines step by step. The sun was setting, scene shifting to the Divine Power Supply warehouse. Taebong was holding an iPad, focused on writing something. Everyone lined up watching him. Lee Jun sat high up, holding the dossier, thinking, got it. He sat on the wall behind, observing Taepeng, Jung Kyung-hun's younger brother, who appeared in most of the Han Biter book. Lee Jun stared at him, thinking the man was Jung Kyung-hun's brother, and he was in most of the Han Biter book. He closed the book muttering, don't know why he still trusted despite all the embezzlement behind the scenes. Pausing, Lee Jun watched Taepeng smile and reach out to chat with a man who just arrived. He added, turns out he uses his brother as a shield. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out, sorry, I'm late. Taepeng frowned, turning to look at the man dressed in tattered clothes like he'd just been in a fight, who rushed over. I escaped while rotating the gate. The guy next to him whispered into Taepeng's ear, this is the first team, the low-level guys. Taepeng looked at the young man. You should have come earlier. Today's done, come back tomorrow. He panted, sir. Tomorrow, we have to support at the Gwangdu gate. We can't go without supplies. Taepeng asked, annoyed. Isn't the first team supposed to handle the small stuff? You guys don't even have to do dangerous work. Do you really need supplies? The guy snapped back. Sending us to the gate without supplies is basically sending us to die. The elder behind spoke into his mind. I can't just watch someone abuse the revenue like this. Lee Jun's disciple glared darkly at Taepeng below. So that's how he got rid of the leftover stuff. He patted Lee Jun on the shoulder. Looks like it's time for my disciple to step up. Lee Jun smirked slightly. I thought so too. Since we've seen it with our own eyes, we gotta make the most of it. Right now, Taepeng was super pissed. The distribution of supplies is my call, so I'm not giving it to you. The young guy was stunned and asked, so what are we supposed to do tomorrow? He turned away, cool as ice. Just buy it with your paycheck. The guy was shocked. He spoke like it was nothing. Taepeng glanced down at the young man with a low voice. Why you keep talking smack like that? You think the warehouse manager's a joke or something? At that moment, Lee Jun jumped down from the wall. On the other side, Taepeng was still roasting the young guy. You're just a low-level awakened fake. Before Taepeng could finish, Lee Jun kicked him in the head, leaving the young guy dumbfounded. Right after, that surprise attack sent him flying far away. Taepeng sat dazed on the ground, stunned. What the hell was that? Lee Jun slowly walked over. Seeing his face, Taepeng gasped in shock and stammered. Lee Jun, master. One side of his cheek was swollen. Taepeng wiped sweat nervously and explained, what are you doing? I was just punishing a disobedient guy. Lee Jun raised a notebook and repeated, disobedient. Then he sighed deeply. Zhu, Ji, Yi, get ready. He threw his head back and yelled loudly. All awakened warriors of the divine force, listen up. From now on, we start punishing those embezzling clan funds and plotting rebellion. People nearby heard the voice and reflexively looked toward the source. Hearing that familiar voice, the young man blinked and asked, that voice? Hung Jun answered, that's the master's transmission. Inside the room, Jianmu sat on a chair, his deep voice booming. What do you think you're doing, Lee Jun? On the other side, Taepeng's face was bruised and bleeding, still defending himself. I'm plotting rebellion. Master, what are you saying? Lee Jun raised the notebook, looking down with annoyance. You still dare say that after seeing this notebook? Taepeng stammered. Lee Jun mocked, you and your brother must have pocketed a lot, huh? Am I wrong? Taepeng lowered his head, worry clear on his face, secretly freaking out. What exactly does he know? Hai-ung, trembling, had just arrived. Master. Lee Jun looked at him. Oh, you're here? Hai-ung's eyes widened. Curious. I heard the transmission and came right away. What's going on? Lee Jun scanned the crowd, thinking, everyone's gathered, time to start. He raised the notebook for everyone to see and said, everyone's here, huh? From now on, I'm gonna root out the rot in the Divine Force clan. People around looked at each other confused, asking what he meant. At that moment, Kong Hun stepped forward from the crowd to block him. Stop. He frowned, pretending to be worried as he looked at Lee Jun. Master, have you reported your actions to the clan head yet? Lee Jun glanced at Kong Hun with silent contempt. The biggest rotten part of this clan just showed up. Lee Jun snapped back. You're the key power holder. He continued. Even if you're the master, acting without the clan head's permission is over the line. For the sake of your dignity as the heir, you better apologize to my brother and end this now. Lee Jun threw the notebook at Kong Hun's feet and ordered, "Read it." He picked up the notebook and opened it, puzzled. "Where did you get this notebook from?" Lee Jun shot back, "Does that even matter?" After reading, Kong Hun broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he looked up at Lee Jun. "So you want me to believe this unverified info?" He cursed silently. How did that kid get a notebook documenting his own corruption? Shaking off the thought, Kong Hun said, "If my brother's embezzling supplies, I should be the first to know." Lee Jun stared him down. "So you two brothers are equally shameless, huh?" Right after, Lee Jun raised his long fingers. Instantly, he channeled his inner power into the surrounding earth and rocks, which floated above the hill thanks to his strength. Hung Jun couldn't help but be impressed by the scene, thinking to himself. Heavenly Protector Lee Jun pulled out a USB and smugly flicked it toward Kong Hun. "You think I'm stirring all this up just because of some notebook?" Kong Hun was stunned as he stared at the USB flicked right in front of him. His eyes went wide and bloodshot. He couldn't believe it, thinking, "USB? What's on it that makes you act like this?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "You showed up and caused chaos in the clan." He turned his head in surprise, glancing at Jian Mu. "Unexpected. I didn't think you'd come." He calmly stepped forward, watching what was happening. "I can't just sit still." "You think you're doing what to the commander of authority?" Lee Jun replied nonchalantly. "Exactly what you see." Ki-hun broke out in a sweat, panic in his eyes as he looked at Jian Mu. "Clan leader." He pretended to hesitate before speaking. "The clan leader is here too. Should I open this USB right in front of everyone in the clan?" After hearing Lee Jun's words, Jian Mu's face turned curious. "USB." He pointed at Ki-hun and said, "You know what's inside, don't you, old man?" That sentence made him jump in shock. Pausing for a moment, Lee Jun continued, "The dirty secrets of the clan's executives are inside." Ki-hun shouted angrily to stop him. "Enough already." Everyone around started whispering. "Secrets of the executives in that USB?" Ki-hun was sweating profusely, grinding his teeth as he asked harshly, "What do you want?" Lee Jun was silent. "What do I want? I just said it. I want to cut this clan off at the root. The only thing I want is for you and your brother to disappear from the clan." After hearing his demand, he angrily said it was ridiculous. "Do you know how many years I've devoted to this clan?" Meanwhile, Jian Mu picked up a notebook, opened it, and silently read. Suddenly he spoke, "Commander of authority, follow Lee Jun's orders." Ki-hun was shocked, couldn't believe it. "Clan leader, you?" Pausing, Ki-hun said, "Don't tell me you trust that notebook. Some unknown thing." Jian looked up, his tone turning dark. "USB. Exactly what's in that USB?" Ki-hun was sweating, stammering. "That matter?" Jian Mu suddenly cut him off. "Enough. I won't listen to anything else. I'm disappointed in you," he shouted in panic. Clan leader Lee Jun turned his back and called the unit commander. Hai Jun immediately responded, "Yes." He raised the notebook and gave orders. "This is a copy of the notebook. Track the executives listed inside." He looked at the notebook in surprise. Hai-Ung's hands trembled as he spoke. "Master, if the clan's power weakens, other factions will catch up to the divine power. Please reconsider." Lee Jun turned his back and left, replying with a single word, "No." Tight. He tilted his head, smiled, and said, "Unit commander, trust me." Lee Jun tilted his head to look at Hai-Ung and continued, "Trust me, commander." He widened his eyes, confused, and said, "I trust you, master." Pausing, Hai-Ung trembled again and said, "Heavenly King, from now on destroy the dantian of those listed in the notebook." Lee Jun looked at Ki-hun's pale face and said, "After destroying the dantian of these two brothers, imprison them in the underground prison." Jian Mu crossed his arms under the tree, acting beyond his authority the moment he stepped into the clan. "Ridiculous." He smirked, tilting his head to glance at him. "I don't remember ever exceeding my authority," Jian Mu asked calmly. "So destroying the entire dantian of the commander isn't exceeding authority," he replied. "If you do that without reason, then it's definitely abuse of power. The successor has the authority to execute anyone considered a threat to the clan without approval. I believe the clan leader knows this too." He frowned, annoyed, glancing at Lee Jun. He continued, "Someone obsessed with training but clueless that the clan's power is collapsing. He's unworthy to be the clan head." Scene shifts to the forest. Bai hands the book to Lee Jun. "Here's the additional list you requested." He smiled slyly as he took it. "Thanks. Payment will be withdrawn from my secret account." Pausing, Lee Jun asked curiously, "The people here were dismissed for defying the unit commander's orders, right?" She raised her hand and answered, "Yes." Some also left the clan, disappointed with its behavior. Bai finished, then asked curiously, "But why add them?" He smiled and replied, "Because we have a power vacuum, and I intend to fill it. Like a gap in the political system where no one really holds power, causing instability and potentially leading to many negative consequences." That night, Lee Jun destroyed the commander's Dantian and ordered his imprisonment. The officers listed were also dismissed. Departments losing officers overnight fell into chaos. Scene shifts to early morning at the Divine Power Clan residence. Inside the room, Hyun Jun bowed and reported, "Everyone has gathered." Lee Jun said with satisfaction, "Good." Suddenly, a voice rang out. The successor of Divine Power, Master Lee Jun, entered, looking inside the room. Lee Jun scanned all those familiar faces. The former leader of the Dongyue region, the former leader of the Jin Kron region, the former leader of the Manpun region, the former leader of the Bai unit. E.T. took a drag from his cigarette and asked him curiously, "So why did the young master call us old retirees here?" And that person was Lee, the former leader of Dongyue. Lee Jun sat down with a bright smile. "I have some important matters to discuss." He was surprised. "Important matters?" Lee Jun spoke up. "Right now, there's a gap in the clan. All the high-ranking awakened, including the commander, have been dismissed." Jin Chan was shocked upon hearing this. "Even the commander? Who did that?" Lee Jun smiled brightly and replied, "That would be me." Jin Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. He closed his eyes, holding his cigarette. "Lately, I've heard tons of stories about you, Lee Jun. You just joined the clan and already overthrew the commander? That's pretty bold." He looked up at him and asked, "So this is why you called us here?" Hearing that question, Lee Jun felt secretly pleased. Getting straight to the point, he smiled brightly and said, "I hope you all will fill those empty spots." Lai, the former leader of Dongyue, was once known as the right hand of the divine power alongside the commander. He was the only rival force against Kyongun. All the awakened gathered here had once sided with Lee and were unfairly expelled by Xian Kongun. Lee Jun calculated silently that if Lai Ti returned, the others would likely follow. He looked up at them and said, "I didn't just tell you to come back for no reason." Lee Jun raised both hands, showing sincerity. "Anything you want from the clan, anything you like, I'll give you the best I can." He thought to himself that instead of replacing those positions with new people, bringing back those who had worked with him would avoid unnecessary conflicts. Jin Chan broke out in a sweat and said, "We appreciate your offer, but we're already retired." Lee Jun calmly said, "Letting capable people like you sit idle is a loss, not just for the clan but for the whole nation." Pausing a bit, he continued, "Like the commander of the Dongyue region, for example." He silently smoked his cigarette, listening to Lee Jun say, "Isn't your skill level on par with the recently retired commander?" Suddenly he spoke up. "Young Master Lee Jun, I appreciate your invitation, but I'm tired of clan battles. It's better to find someone new than to bring an old man like me back." Lee Jun cut him off sharply. "I heard your granddaughter is suffering from the 9-yin meridian blockage." He was shocked and asked gruffly, "How do you know about that?" Lee Jun smiled and continued, "I also heard you settled in Henan to find a cure for her." Lee Jun felt quietly satisfied. "Good, the intel from the underground network is worth the money." E.T. spoke up. "Since you already know, it'll save time. I can't come back because I still have to treat my granddaughter. I heard the Millennium Flower, a medicine for the 9-yin meridian blockage, takes 2 years. Lee Jun stared at him and made an offer. "If I cure her, will you come back to the clan?" E.T. replied, "That's not a condition that can be treated easily." Lee Jun's face turned dangerous. "What if I teach her the Heavenly King Divine Technique? That skill can definitely cure her." E was surprised and hesitated. "The Heavenly King Divine Technique for my granddaughter? That would definitely cure her." But Lee Jun cut him off. "Don't worry, I have enough inheritance flowers." E worriedly reminded, "No, but first we need the clan leader's approval." Lee Jun immediately replied, "No need." Lee Jun held out his hand and said seriously, "I only pass my techniques to the families of my people. The clan has no right to stop me." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Everyone there fell silent for a moment. E.T. stepped forward, grabbed Lee Jun's hands, bowed his head, and begged, "I'm putting my pride aside, please cure my granddaughter." Scene shifts to the room of the granddaughter with the 9-yin meridian blockage, a disease that blocks all meridians at age 20 and causes death. The upside is it grants massive inner strength thanks to strong yin energy. Lee Jun asked Hung Jun, "Have you read the skill book yet?" He diligently read the book and replied, "Yes, sir." The skill book is an item used to teach martial arts to others. The higher the skill rank, the lower the success rate. E.T. stood beside, watching anxiously. The Heavenly King Divine Technique is an S-rank skill. Is he really going to give it to the girl? Just to get himself back in? Lee Jun opened the skill book and placed it on her, a purple light immediately shining from within the book. He raised his hand and said to Hung Jun, "The heir's flower, is it brewed already? Hand it over." He immediately replied, "Yes, young master." Lee Jun gave the medicine bowl he just brewed to Si Kyon, who then coughed harshly a few times, causing the medicine to spill. Yao Tei's face couldn't hide his worry. He looked at his granddaughter with a heart full of anxiousness. But right after, Si Kyon, with Lee Jun supporting her to sit up, glanced at her grandfather, and opened her mouth to speak. Grandpa Si Kion placed his hand on his chest and said, "Strange. I felt pain like being strangled, but now I feel so relieved." Pausing a bit, she smiled happily at Yao Te, feeling like she was reborn. He looked silently at his awakened granddaughter for a moment. Lee Jun smiled softly at the two. Si Kion, confused, said, "Grandpa, are you crying?" The sun was slowly setting, the afternoon light gently shining on the porch. Lee Jun sat thoughtfully on the steps. After a while, Yao Te finally stepped out. "Thank you so much, young Master Lee Jun." He smiled blankly at him, wiping the tears away. Lee Jun reminded, "Your eyes are all swollen now." T's eyes were now puffy, no longer showing the pupils. "It's been a long time since I saw my granddaughter this healthy." He bowed respectfully. "I, Liu Yifei, pledge my loyalty to young Master Lee Jun. Even if it costs my life." It didn't take long for Liu Yifei to convince the retired awakened warriors of the divine power, all of whom had once followed him. They pretended to hesitate but quickly agreed when urged to return. Looking at the paper in his hand, Lee Jun asked, "The blank spot is for the commander of authority?" Hung Jun stood straight across and immediately answered, "Yes, because that position is the right hand of the clan leader. We decided to leave it blank for careful consideration." He replied, "I understand." Lee Jun looked up excitedly and said, "Then abolish the authority unit." Surprised, Hung panicked and warned, "The authority unit is the face of divine power. The clan will definitely be furious." Lee Jun smiled and said, "You guys are mine now, and I'm the next clan leader." Pausing, Lee Jun continued, "I'll remove my father from the clan leader position soon." Scene shifts to early morning at the Divine Power Clan's main house. John sat on the stairs and said, "What's going on today?" Everyone gathered at the main house, and so many familiar faces I haven't seen in ages. He listed familiar names one by one: Song Sun, Hyung, No Hun, Run Byung Run. Pausing, John Mu continued, "Even Liu Yifei came to greet after a long absence from the clan leader. John Mu, the retired commander and leader, all returned." "Lee Jun, what are you doing?" Lee Jun stepped forward clearly and said, "I told you, I'll take over the clan my own way." He wore a smug expression, his tone arrogant. "It's time for you to step down." John Mu was already decided by young Master Lee Jun, the Jinshan area too, and Mamp as well. Hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. "The BX unit and the Peacekeeper unit." John Mu slowly stood up. In such a short time, the one who conquered the hearts of all area commanders recalled the retired to fill the gaps. Pausing, he smirked, sighed, and stared at Lee Jun among the sons. "You're the most promising one. If only you showed this talent earlier." Lee Jun widened his eyes and growled. He had no right to say that after abandoning his own blood. "Enough talk, now fulfill your promise to me," he challenged, looking down at Lee Jun. "No, not yet. First, show me your skills right here." Lee Jun grinned slyly and asked, "He wants a one-on-one fight?" John Mu grabbed his weapon, full of fighting spirit, and shouted, "Yes, show me how strong you really are," he yelled. "Bring it on, Lee Jun." Lee Jun also grabbed his weapon, ready to fight. Lee Jun thought silently, John Mu. John Mu raised his hand with a cunning smile. "Come at me." Thoughts kept flashing in his mind. A martial arts-obsessed dude. A cold-blooded clan leader who could abandon his own family for the clan's benefit. Lee Jun thought while removing the golden ring from his hand. The immortal immediately appeared. With Heavenly Annihilation, you can only remove the primal ring for 5 minutes. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed by the primal divine magic inside you. Lee Jun replied, "Got it." He soared up high, gripping his spear tightly, aiming at John Mu to strike. "Today, I'll take you down from that seat." Scene shifts to the Iron Blood Sword family estate, where everything is super quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, Chun Red seems to sense something. He looks up sharply. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Dad, here's your tea." Chun Red mutters thoughtfully, "This energy." He quickly puts on a coat and says, "I gotta go." John Siab calls out confused, "Dad." Chun Red immediately bolts. John Siab shouts, "The sun's about to set. Where are you going?" Chun Red replies, "There's a massive surge of demonic energy coming. Maybe some outsiders showed up." John Siab repeats, bewildered, "Outsiders?" They both land successfully on the ground. John Siop looks at him and says, "But, Dad." He pauses, eyeing the wicked energy inside, scratching his head. "Is this the divine power territory?" Chun Red looks at the demonic energy and says, "The energy's still radiating from here. Something terrible is going down inside." John Siop asks, "You're going in?" Chun Red opens the gate and steps inside. "I have to. There's no guard here. I need to see it with my own eyes." They both step inside. As soon as they enter, they're stunned by the spiritual energy before them. They watch the fierce battle between Lee Jun and Jian Mu, but it looks like Lee Jun has the upper hand. Jian Mu gets slashed hard by Lee Jun's spear, and spits out fresh blood. Jianmu lies pitifully on the ground, clutching his other arm, saying, I give up. He continues, you've gotten stronger. My energy's been drained for a long time. He grins wickedly, staring at Lee Jun. You win. Lee Jun turns away and says, I thought beating you would feel satisfying, but all I feel is pathetic. Lee Jun looks at Jianmu with contempt. You abandoned us just for that pathetic power. Didn't you leave me and my mom behind? He says, recalling memories with his mom. Jianmu raises his hand, eyes wide, hesitating to answer. But thanks to that, you gained that terrifying power. Lee Jun's veins bulge hearing that, and the last bit of reason in his head snaps. Lee Jun glares sharply, voice cutting. Yeah, I got the Heavenly King's divine technique you've been craving. How does it feel to kneel before your own son? Now resign from the clan leader position and see the difference between the power you wanted and mine. Jianmu suddenly says. The clan leader's seat isn't as easy to sit on as you think. Lee Jun falls silent for a moment. He bows his head and says to Hung Jun, Captain, escort the ex-leader to Jin Town. Hung Jun, carrying Jianmu on his back, replies, yes. Watching their backs, Lee Jun thinks he's waited a long time for this moment, but why does it feel so empty? Everyone respectfully bows to him, greeting the new clan leader. The head of the clan, the head of the clan. Just as Chun Red speaks, the divine power area is buzzing. Lee Jun looks at him. He asks, Sword King, why are you here? Chun Red smiles and waves. I've been here for a while. I sense an overwhelming demonic energy nearby. Looking at the demonic energy around, Chun Red thinks silently. That kid is the source of the energy. He asks, so you're the new divine power clan leader now? Lee Jun answers, you saw everything, nothing to hide. Yeah, I'm the clan leader now. Chun Red smiles. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. Mind if I ask one more thing? He pauses, then asks, are you skilled in demon arts yet? Lee Jun smirks coldly and asks back, how should I answer that? Chun Red folds his arms, smiling brightly, then casually says, either way, you're gonna marry Jun Gyeon. I need to know if you practice demon arts or divine arts to explain it to the elders. Lee Jun looks confused. John Seop nearby is shocked. Dad, you didn't even ask me. Lee Jun sweats nervously. Why would I marry Jun Jian? John Seop angrily points at him. What's wrong with my Jun Jian? He asks in surprise. You don't like her? She's perfect, just like me. Imagine your wedding with Jun Jian. Lee Jun's face turns bright red. I'm still in school. He turns and walks away. Enough. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Chun Red smiles cheerfully. Just kidding. Teasing the kids is fun. He puts his hands on his hips and says seriously, I came because I sensed an unusual demonic energy coming from you. That's also the answer to the question. Right after, Chun Red asked Lee Jun, you're ranked 100th in the world as a martial king, right? He turned around and said, it's a long story, let's talk inside. Inside the room, sitting on a chair, Lee Jun replied, yes, I am the martial king. Chun Red said excitedly, I knew it was you. He thought to himself to rank someone as S-class means this body is S-class. Chun Red continued, recently, the world rankings have been pretty chaotic, and one person is you, Lee Jun, ranked 100th as the martial king. The rest of the ranking list is full of question marks. He stared at him and said, me and the other top-ranked folks believe those question marks represent alien members, also called extraterrestrials. Do you know about these extraterrestrials? Lee Jun answered and asked, I know. Did they cross through the gate? Chun Red immediately replied, exactly. Do you know why they came here? He answered, they're searching for an artifact related to the blood god. The old man asked in surprise, so what else do you know? Lee Jun replied, I also know the extraterrestrials are hiding inside the Emperor clan. Chun Red was so shocked he stood up. The Emperor clan? Be honest. Yes. Lee Jun pondered, intertwining his fingers. Their leader allied with the extraterrestrials. The old man bowed his head, grinding his teeth. So that's it, that's why you eliminated them. I sensed something strange but didn't expect they borrowed power from the extraterrestrials. You go ahead calmly, I'll deal with their leader myself. Chun Red agreed and then asked, just do that. One last question. Are you connected to the extraterrestrials? Pausing a bit, Chun Red confirmed that Lee Jun's martial arts didn't come from the 15-clan alliance, as if he had merged the Heavenly Demon and Flame Buddha techniques. Lee Jun's face darkened. My mother died at the hands of an extraterrestrial. I avenged her, but they staged her death. Our relationship is eternal enemies. My plan is to wipe them all out. The old man stood up, looking at him apologetically for stirring painful memories. Then I have a request. Chun Red extended his hand and voiced his request to share intelligence about the extraterrestrials with my Iron Blood Mirror clan and Han Junggong of the Divine Art clan. They're very strong, but the three clans together can come up with a way to counter them. Both then shook hands and said in unison, very well. Lee Jun bowed his head to see them off. Next time, I'll visit properly. Chunred agreed, replying, as a clan leader, you deserve respect. Both father and son clasped their hands. The old man congratulated him on becoming the head of the Divine Power clan. Both turned their backs and left. Chunred didn't forget to flash a cheeky smile and reminded to consider Jun Jian carefully. John Seo beside him angrily shouted, "Oh." Lee Jun exhaled deeply, watching their backs, thinking, the Sword King used honorifics on me. Now I really am the clan leader. He tilted his head and called the captain. Hyun Run knelt on one knee and answered, "Yes, clan leader." Lee Jun ordered, "Make sure nothing about the Divine Power area leaks out. From now on, my succession must remain secret." He obeyed. Lee Jun looked into the distance, deep in thought. The Sword King won't say anything. The extraterrestrials' whereabouts are unknown. I'll stay hidden. That's settled. Scene shifts to early morning at the school. Suddenly, an urgent announcement. A clear voice echoed across the schoolyard. Starting now for the new semester, we will introduce new teachers. Lee Jun, homeroom teacher of the special class. Lee Jun was stunned, silently cursing his luck. Special class. I totally forgot about that. Musico Gymnasium. On the podium, Minung raised his hand toward 4 people being introduced. Nice to meet you. I'm President Han Min-sung. Did you all have a good summer break? His voice echoed throughout the room. To start the new semester, I want to introduce some new teachers. Below, a bunch of students whispered to each other, "Hey, see that?" They stared at Lee Jun standing with 2 others on the stage. Why is Lee Jun up there? Don't tell me he's been invited to be a teacher. Standing there, he kept thinking, oh man, I totally forgot about the special class. Holding the mic, Nahai One began introducing himself to the students. Nice to meet you all. I'm Nahai One from the Moon DJ group. Then a monk from the temple stepped up to say a few words. I'm Trong Un, sent from Song Temple. At the end of those 2, Lee Jun strode straight up to the podium. Holding the mic, he took a deep breath, slowly introducing himself. I'm Lee Jun, now appointed as the representative of the martial arts clan. I guess everyone knows me already. Let's have a good cooperation. Hearing the position Lee Jun holds, some students below showed obvious confusion. Seriously, Senior Lee Jun is going to be a teacher? Isn't Lee Jun on the same level as Oh Kwang? Before long, the whole crowd went wild, their indescribable excitement showing that we're gonna learn martial arts from someone on Oh Kwang's level. Their attitude made Lee Jun even more determined to teach. Yeah, if we're facing John Oh-chan, the kid's strength matters a lot. I'll train them seriously. Looking at the auditorium, things seemed a bit settled. Min X-Dong on stage grabbed the mic and reminded everyone immediately. All right, settle down, guys. Not everyone can join Mr. Lee Jun's class. The next words from him made Jun Jian and Huk Jin smile quietly. Only a few chosen by him get to join the special class. Over here, Hanju didn't care much, eating a chocolate bar. Bai whispered softly to Ju, this is not the place for personal stuff. Min Zung's announcement pierced through the other students like an arrow, making it clear that regular folks like us don't stand a chance. To save time, Lee Jun started going through the teaching list one by one. So, I'll announce the students selected for the special class. Hearing his name called out loud, Hanju stayed calm but his expression turned happy. North Junjion Hanju North, B.S. River H. The next name made Huk Jin rub his head in joy. North Huk Jin. And the last one no one expected was Heisel. Finally, we chose Heisel. Hearing his name picked by Lee Jun, the people behind showed clear admiration. What? Those guys are all top 8 in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament, so why is Hai even here? Their next words made him lower his head sadly. Lately, he's been hanging out with Senior Lee Jun, obviously just because of connections. Hisel's attitude made Lee Jun on stage correct him immediately. Look up, Hisel. He spread his arms wide toward him, emphasizing, you have the potential to be ranked among the best in the whole country. I'll help that potential bloom. Then he quickly suggested, let's work hard together. Praised by Lee Jun, Heisel's face flushed red. Yes, sir. The next morning, he was already at the stadium early. All special class students gathered on the field. Seeing the hat on Lee Jun's head, Hai Yuk Jin looked puzzled. Jun, what's with that hat? This isn't the military, but you're using your authority to remind us. Consider me a teacher. From afar, a girl carrying a box of weights was introduced by Lee Jun. Now, I introduce the assistant teacher of the special class, Miss Cha Kai. A big box full of heavy weights was placed on the ground. He asked everyone before starting training to put on the iron rings in front of them. Junior glanced at the iron rings on his hands, each weighing about 100 kilograms, totaling 400 kilograms. She smiled lightly, commenting on their aesthetics. These rings aren't really my style. Can't you make them a bit cuter? That made Lee Jun helpless, forcing a smile to explain, this is training, sis. All right, has everyone put them on? Seeing the whole group done with the iron rings, he stated the rules. From now on, we will seal your internal energy. What? Hanju frowned hearing this, quickly facing Lee Jun to ask, "What does sealing internal energy mean?" He gently calmed her down, saying it's just like the name from now on, exercises will be done without using internal energy. Seeing everything ready, Lee Jun looked at Huck Jin and ordered, "Cha Kai, start." Her whole body was burning with determination. So, which line to start? Hissel and Jun Jeon, sweating buckets, dashed forward like arrows. The special class training with sealed internal energy was pretty simple. Running 500 laps around the field while carrying 400 kilograms of iron rings. Hyuk Jin caught the training kicks from Lee Jun and occasionally checked progress. They sparred with Lee Jun after their internal energy was temporarily released. If Lee Jun judged they improved, the weight of the rings would be increased. Hanju put his arm around him and showed him some punching and kicking techniques. The weight kept increasing. Now it's up to 1,600 kilograms, like running while carrying a 1.5-ton truck on your back. On the path of endurance training through running, Junjian and Hanju didn't forget to compete against each other. This was doable because special class students had awakened bodies with extraordinary physical abilities. Standing outside drinking water, he was a bit surprised. They ran like monsters. Yeah, kinda helpless with those two. Are those two racing or what? Anyway, it's break time. Grabbing a bottle of water from behind, Master Lee Jun appeared. "Hey, disciple, listen to the elder's call, turn around right now." "Yes." Lee Jun's master directed his gaze toward Hanu, who was running non-stop, and warned him. "Are you sure you've thought about the consequences for that girl? Especially that kid. Looks like that kid wants to kill you once this is over." Knowing the elder was worried, he gave a slight smile to reassure him, then remembered. "I don't let Hanju eat chocolate during training. I've been a teacher for a month now, maybe it's time to quit." In front of Lee Jun, a blue file containing information appeared. Anyway, he glanced at the info about the people he personally trained. After a month of basic training with the rings, everyone's endurance had increased significantly. Hyujin had insight, but that wasn't useful in combat. Sister Jung Jeon had no special traits at all. Jung Jian on the field was running, holding a water bottle to give Hanju, but it seemed physical training alone wasn't enough to awaken any traits. "Drink up." Lee Jun fell into deep thought. He put his hand to his chin. It's time to lead the kids to storm the gate. Night was falling. Not far away, deep inside the forest near a cave, a man stood among bloody corpses scattered on the ground. Suddenly, from outside, a breathless voice reported, "Sir, the Emperor clan has been attacked by Lee Jun." The old man seemed displeased. "Guys." Kim Bom ran in but stayed outside, trembling and bowing his head apologetically. "Sorry, I just got back and heard the news." His eyes couldn't hide the emotion, pupils burning red, glancing at Hatam with a tone. "Where are the bodies, uncles? Buried." Kim Bom's face was sweating lightly, his expression turning worried, suggesting, "I'll lead you there." A while later, beyond the Emperor clan's mountain, the three of them moved toward the graves. Fearing the old man wouldn't understand, he explained. "Because of all the prying eyes, we had no choice but to act quickly. We couldn't retrieve the bodies, so we only buried the clothes they were wearing at the time." Kang Gilu suddenly requested to go to the Emperor clan's main house, but Kim Bong disagreed a bit, though reporters were swarming the area now. Despite reasonable explanations from the guy, the old man insisted on moving forward. "I don't care." The three of them walked down the stairs. Below was a crowd of reporters waiting. Are they running away? They're escaping. Kang Gu heard their shouts, just silently glancing without a word. This was going to be breaking news. In front of him was a swarm of reporters. No way out. Kang Gu tried to stay calm, raising his head to boldly declare to the media, "This is truly where our clan once stood, still standing as before." However, his voice now was completely different. "My Emperor clan has turned to ashes and blown away." As he finished, Kang Gu raised his hand, slashing across the neck of a nearby reporter. The man's head was severed, and the remaining reporters witnessed the scene, panicking. The Emperor King killed a man, bloodied hand pressed to his chest, then turned to Tiho. "Son, how's your power?" He spread his palm, smiling proudly. "I'm about to go crazy. I want to use it right now." Hearing his son say that, Kang Gyu's eyes turned fiery red, voice full of excitement. "Good, I'll let you run wild. We'll head to Hannam Dong, where the Divine Clan resides." Suddenly, from afar, Inu stepped forward, clapping his hands to get attention. "I'll kill that precious thing right in front of Lee Jun and tear it to pieces myself." Staring at the two, he spoke excitedly. "Great, looks like I arrived just in time." The familiar face made Kang Gu recall something. "You, could it be?" Looking at the man, he immediately remembered. Inu. Inu raised his arms to state the purpose of the meeting. "I have a proposal related to Lee Jun." Standing on the ground, Inu glanced at the headless corpses lying below. "You just caused a flashy mess." He looked at a reporter trying to interfere, Ji Yi Zhuang, who raised two fingers from afar. Inu flicked him lightly, and the guy's head exploded instantly, nothing left. Seeing his power, Kang Gilu tried to calm himself and greeted, "I've heard a lot about you, Inu. It's an honor to meet you today." Hearing this, Inu quickly turned his head and smiled lightly in response. "I heard you're heading to Hennam Dong, right?" Without hiding anything, Kang Gu stood opposite Yin Du and told the whole story. "Yeah, that bastard worm who destroyed the Emperor clan. No matter what, I'm gonna get my revenge. But I just gotta ask you one thing. How exactly?" Right now, the Emperor clan members are all bedridden in the hospital, and the few survivors have their Dantian destroyed and are still hospitalized. Everyone running the clan is dead. Inu furrowed his brow slightly, bringing up the most important issue to make things clear. First off, with what just went down, the big clans in Korea are gonna hear that the Tao King slaughtered reporters like crazy. Mr. Monzanayan swears, you might have gotten stronger, but can you really face all those clans? Those hints were immediately caught by the old man, who fired back with a question. What exactly are you trying to say? Seeing Kang Gu had grasped the issue, he didn't beat around the bush. Inu's eyes widened as he offered a deal. I'll lend you my power, but there's one condition. Back at school in a private room, Lee Jun stood before 5 people and announced that the special class would head to the Red Mountain Gate. No way to sit still. From Nahai Yuan's seat, he quickly leaned forward, slammed his hand on the table. Red Mountain Gate? Isn't that the Red Tier Gate? It's also an unexplored gate. He recalled when he once went solo to scout the Red Mountain Gate. It would take at least 100 fully awakened beta-tier fighters to form a strike team to clear out the Red Zone Gate. The big problem was, how the hell could the special class have enough people to handle that alone? Lee Jun's face stayed calm as he clearly assured that this gate was exactly where the special class needed to train now, though it seemed she didn't agree with his view. The president on this side, after some thought, Minung looked a bit worried but still agreed. I trust Mr. Lee Jun. Let him do as he wishes. So what do the other teachers think? Hearing this, Nahayu shouted, President, are you seriously going to throw the students to their death? Un, sitting in a chair, also gave his decision. Everyone here knows Lee Jun's ability and his determination, so I have no objections. One by one, voices of approval rang out. I'm not against it either. Then let Mr. Lee Jun have his way. After watching for a bit, Lee Jun seemed to understand her feelings. Quickly, he spoke up, calming Na Hai Yuan's worries immediately. Na Hai Yu, I know you genuinely care about the students, but please trust me and my students too. Seeing this, she didn't want to argue much and sighed, accepting the situation. All right, I'm not planning to oppose, but shouldn't we get the students' families' consent? If anything happens, all the blame will fall on Musago. Seeing everyone still hesitant, Minsung sitting nearby offered an idea. Actually, I have a suggestion for that. The next morning, Lee Jun's whole student group entered school. His mind was still on the plan, and so the special class's attack on the Red Mountain Gate was set. The Red Mountain Gate needed a team of 100 or more to assault, but Musago's special class would be the first to challenge it with just a few people. He glanced at the drone flying overhead. Maybe that's why this gate. Then he recalled Minsung's suggestion from yesterday. President Han Minsung proposed live streaming the gate via drone to reassure parents their kids were safe, but clearly, that was just to promote the special class. Thinking all this, Lee Jun's eyes darkened with heavy bags, feeling tons of pressure. Though some seemed excited, his expression caught Jun John's attention behind him. After a while, before the massive, glowing magma mountains at the Red Mountain Gate, Lee Jun stood at the front, turning to remind the group behind him. All right, we're inside the gate now. Step lightly and move to the center point. The whole gang seemed to get the message from him. Got it. Hi, UK, Jin and Hanju used the skills Lee Jun taught, running ahead to scout. I feel lighter than before. Is this the result of training? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, like he saw something ahead. Facing them now was a neat, fancy-style house. There's a house inside the gate that looks really nice. Hayuk Jin couldn't hide his excitement, eyes wide, mouth agape, checking around. Inside was super clean too. Lee Jun followed, adding, this is the center point. The whole house echoed with awe, even had a bathroom. Awesome. Hearing the praise from everyone, his face flushed red. I built it for you all. See that? Like it, right? Well, it's not my fault. I told Tigu to handle everything. Looking at the girls, Lee Jun announced their options. There's enough rooms for everyone, so pick one. Jung Jian decided right away. Then I'll take the room next to Jun. But Henju stepped up to block that. Seeing Heisel still silent, he urged him to pick a room quickly. Heisel, you want this one? Go check it out. After that, Lee Jun continued the announcement. We'll be inside the gate for the next 2 weeks, so Zhu, Ji, Yi, get your minds ready. Hai Jin and Yu Bi turned their heads from afar to look clearly. After a while, inside the spacious, fancy house reserved for their group, the whole bunch of students sat on the ground staring up at Lee Jun, listening to the latest update. The training inside this red zone gate will last 2 weeks. Until then, no one leaves the gate, no matter what happens. Enduring is the only way to wipe it all out. To avoid questions, he looked at Kong Jin. Then please explain it, ma'am. She sat down and started introducing it to the group. There's only one exercise for you all, called the Team Spirit exercise. Jin's voice echoed through the room, basically training the team's morale. You looked at Han Jiu, a bit surprised. Oh, Team Spirit. After her words, Lee Jun added that the opponent would be a shadow elite, the Abyss of Darkness. As soon as he finished, someone from the seated group jumped up. What? Xe's face was drenched in sweat, shaking his head hard. No way. You need at least a B rank to fight it. It's a super strong monster, only they can take it on. Seeing his attitude, Lee Jun frowned slightly and challenged him. This is the only way to level up your skills fast. Didn't you come here ready to risk your life for training? Hearing that, Xe stammered. That's true. But to save time, Lee Jun spread his palm. At his feet was a glowing magic circle. Before facing the Abyss of Darkness, there's one thing everyone needs to learn, the Zhu Ge attack formation. Get ready, Baiko. If you master this formation, even at your current level, you can take down the Abyss of Darkness. Haijin looked up at him without blinking, quickly voicing his doubts. The Zhu Ge formation is the attack formation of the Zhu Ge school, right? So Baiko is an upgraded version? Kong Jin nodded beside him and immediately explained. That's right. Master Lee Jun reviewed the original and created a new attack formation. First, I'll demonstrate. To start training, she called out the names to step forward. Hel, B, Seji, and Nam Sion Ho, please step up with your weapons. Kong Jin had already planned the training and followed through. When I attack, the three around high just need to block my strikes. After her instructions, she swung her sword down from above, starting a straight slash toward Xe, who was kneeling, stunned. Not giving him a second to breathe, Kong Jin swung her sword for the next strike. She didn't forget to block the remaining darts flying from behind as well. Watching the fight, outside Lee Jun kept teaching his students. The key to the Zhu Ge attack formation Baiko is never stopping the assault on the enemy. Back in the fight, Kong Jin gripped her sword tightly and lunged at B. The moment the attacks stop, the whole formation collapses. Keep that in mind. Then she shifted her gaze to Hel, who stood in a defensive stance. Three people distract the enemy, the one in the middle seizes the opening and lands the finishing blow. Don't forget, Hel, your position is the most important. Hiso nodded quickly in agreement. Yes. Kong Jin leapt up high, surrounded by Sei Wai and San Ho suddenly. Something caught her off guard. Eyes wide open, seizing the chance, H, sword in hand, lunged upward, landing several strikes on Kong Jin before landing. After attacking, he bowed his head, face darkened, thinking to himself, I did it. Hel glanced at her from afar, sure he had hit her. One strike, Kyung Jin's face had a slight scratch, and Lee Jun brought medicine over. Here's the healing item, thanks. He didn't forget to praise the guy kneeling on the ground. First try and you did that well. Getting praised, Hai's face flushed red. Thanks, man. Seeing the whole group had mastered the skills, Lee Jun turned and suggested, we'll keep training until dinner. When the sun sets, we'll fight for real. So Zhu Ge, get ready. Everyone immediately agreed without hesitation. Got it. That's how the challenge started for his group tonight. The first night at the Red Mountain Gate had arrived. Night fell over the gloomy Red Mountain Gate with towering mountains and blazing red lava. Lee Jun wore his backpack and led the way. He turned back to remind Hook Jin. Jun Jiyoung followed behind. Since it was dark, everyone needed to be careful walking. She couldn't wait any longer and asked, Run, how much longer do we have to go? But Lee Jun put a finger to his lips to hush her. He whispered, telling her to look far ahead. There, Thong Yen Tich and his subordinates were hovering in the air, looking down disdainfully. Hook Jin was momentarily mesmerized by their beauty. Is that Thom Yen Tich? Doesn't look human, but damn, it's so beautiful. Seeing her expression, Jun John lightly warned, Hey, that's a monster. Their noisy chatter forced Lee Jun to speak up. Quiet, he gently opened his backpack. Lam Lam poked his head out from inside. We gotta deal with those black demons first. Liun quickly put him down on the ground and trust Lam Lam. Count on the kid. Tham Nguyen Teach's subordinates seemed to sense something, sweating profusely. Lam Lam's mission was to freeze them on the spot. Among monsters, different species have their own hierarchy. Lam Lam shot forward fast, mouth wide open, aiming straight at them. If a regular red rank monster sees a red rank boss monster like Lam Lam, their whole body freezes and they can't move. At this moment, only Tham Nguyen Teach stood there, eyes shut tight in fear. Taking advantage of that, we'll attack Tham Nguyen Teach. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Jun's group surrounded him from all sides. Team 2 formed an attack formation. Zhu Ge and Yi Zhuai Backho were clear. Hiso gripped his sharp sword tightly, waiting for orders. The moment had come. He swung a powerful slash straight at Tham Uyen Tich, but was blocked. It was all thanks to Tham Uyen Tich's sturdy arm. He used his tough arm as a weapon. Seeing him under attack, the subordinates controlled by Lam Lam grew anxious. Don't let them get close to Tham Uyen Tich. Damn, I can't move. Observing from outside, Lee Jun ordered everyone. When the enemy attacks, except for Hell, everyone else should defend together. SE immediately acknowledged the order, so the four of them surrounded Tham Uyen Tich without stepping back. Then the special class students attacked Tham Uyen Tich for 2 hours straight. Finally, Hissel found its weak spot and landed a fatal blow. After 2 hours, Hell found a gap and attacked Tom Uyen Tich with his demon mirror. The special class succeeded in defeating Tom Uyen Tich on their first try. The mirror in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. Lee Jun's face showed clear surprise, teeth clenched. The demon mirror finally shone. Beside him, his master also arrived. Besides the Heavenly Annihilator, it was the best weapon on Earth, but until now, its full power hadn't been unleashed. Not far away, after finishing his mission, he was breathing a sigh of relief. Lee Jun guessed that meant the mirror had accepted Hell. The elder also agreed. That's how I see it. To let the group rest, he slowly approached and proposed, "Great job, everyone. The rest, leave it to me and the master." Lee Jun lowered his voice to add, "Can you see the future ahead? There are 9 more trials waiting." Hookjin was stunned and asked, "But we just defeated Tham Uyen Tich. 9 more trials? What do you mean?" Seeing the group's attitude, Lee Jun lowered his tone and turned to explain, "There's no way such a big gate only has Tham Uyen Tich. According to the report, there are 9 more." Complaints erupted nonstop. "No way, I'm dead." Lee Jun immediately warned, "Stop whining and head back to base." The hovering camera was recording everything that had happened. Back in a room, sitting inside, Chairman Myung was watching Hell through the camera and then looked at Ju across from him, asking, "Secretary 5, did they really kill a red rank monster?" She nodded immediately. "Probably yes." Ju began describing and briefly introducing Heisel's background, who was holding a sword on the screen. A rookie red rank monster slayer defeating a red rank monster? This has never happened before. And that student wielding that big mirror is Hell, a first-year student. Min Sung touched his chin, his face showing a mix of surprise and worry. He's the guy who's always with Lee Jun. Before, he wasn't that outstanding. But that sword technique seems to be from the Emperor clan. Hell's fighting stance keeps replaying in my head, but it's stronger than the styles the Sword King ever used. That's definitely the Emperor's sword technique the Sword King desperately searched for. Hearing this, Ju's assistant holding the data device asked loudly, "If Hai truly masters that technique, what will happen?" Min Sung turned to explain to her. If the Tao King is still alive, Hell's life might be in danger. Suddenly, looking at the screen, Ju's eyes widened as the notification popped up. "Tao King, Chairman, look at this. The latest update shocked me dung, mouth agape. Tao King appeared in Incheon." "What? Back in Incheon?" A bunch of people lay dead, stabbed by Kangoo's sword. Observing around, the eldest man smirked, looking very satisfied. Watching from above, the whole city seemed to be sinking into chaos. "I've done this much and the divine power still hasn't shown itself. Then maybe the divine power faction really changed recently. The monsters he controlled were attacking civilians all over the streets. I don't even need to borrow troops from Yindu. Everything's been this easy." Not far away, on a screen, a reporter's building was updating the latest news. Right now, Tao King's group is recklessly attacking civilians. Emergency alerts have been sent to the Divine Power and the alliance of 15 clans, but they're also suffering heavy losses. Looking at his father, Taeho couldn't help but wonder about Yindu's actions. Why did Yindu lend us troops? It's confusing. Who knows what his real plan is? The old man gave a serious look into the distance and assured the guy beside him. The dude now only cares about dealing with the Divine Clan and crushing Lee Jun and his whole family. Yindu just handed us a golden opportunity. Let's roll. Smash that Divine Clan. Just as he finished, a voice cut in from afar, interrupting Kangoo's investigation. He said, "Smash A." No one else but the loudmouth challenging the Divine King was Lee Jun's dad, John Moo. "But first, we gotta step over this old geezer's corpse." Seeing him show up, Kang Gilu turned around with a mocking grin. "Look who it is, the head of the Divine Clan personally coming to greet me? Perfect timing, I was just about to pay you a visit. You know, your son owes a little debt to our clan." Hearing that, John Moo apologized on his son's behalf. "Please understand, that kid's just going through a rebellious phase." Behind him, Hyung Jun was worried, wondering if they'd managed to contact Lee Jun yet. The info came back immediately, but no response from him, sweat pouring down his face. He clenched his teeth and gave orders. Maybe Lee Jun's still stuck inside the Musago gate. Hyung nervously rushed over to John Moo, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and suggesting, "Let the Heavenly King squad handle this place." His face was dead serious. He confidently assured John Moo, We'll stall until Lee Jun returns. Please take care of yourself. Seeing that attitude, John Moo reluctantly entrusted everything to Hyung Jun, putting his trust in the guy. Over here, with a cocky attitude, Taeho looked at Kang Gu and asked, "Dad, can I go first?" The old man hesitated a bit. "Can you?" "There." The dude smirked, his face full of arrogant confidence as he boldly replied, "Of course. I want to see just how strong I've gotten." Seeing his son like that, Kang Gu decided to let him try once to gauge his power. "Fine, I'll allow it. But remember, you gotta kill the divine authority." As soon as he finished, Taeho roared forward like a gust of wind, sword flashing. "Got it." He raised his blade and swung hard at Hyung, who was blocking his path. Seeing him decisively dodge, Taeho quickly pulled back his sword, furrowing his brows, laughing excitedly. "Long time no see." Hyung, sensing Taeho's attitude, frowned deeply, clearly pissed. "Looks like this ain't the time for pleasantries." He tensed up and stared at the dude with challenging eyes. "Can we say the Divine King is declaring war on the Divine Clan?" Taeho sneered at that. "You call this a war?" Behind him, a monster opened its jaws wide, ready to swallow someone whole. "See that? The Divine Clan's already lost before the fight even started." The scene made Hyung a little worried. What's up with those monsters inside? They clearly escaped from inside the gate. Taking advantage of that, Taeho slammed his sword down and dashed at him, launching a surprise attack. "Divine King, you got help, right? You know it already." Hyung was startled by that move, his mind racing nonstop. "Now's the moment to show off the power Lee Jun trained me for." Bit by bit, regaining his spirit, he quickly crouched and raised his hands, channeling inner energy. The Divine King started as a shield for the Divine Clan. I'll give it my all. Watching from outside, Kang Gyu's face twisted in confusion over that source of power. That power is the Heavenly King Divine Technique. Suddenly, remembering something, his eyes bulged with red veins. "No, is it the Supreme Heavenly King Divine Technique?" Kang Gyu quickly shouted to warn his son standing opposite Hyung Jun. "Taeho, be careful, don't get cocky. Dad's got this." Fighting that guy is one thing, but he didn't forget to remind the teammates around the Heavenly King squad to wipe out all those attacking the divine power. A few meters away, Hung Jun's crew was battling some monsters. Back to him, a fight was about to explode between Hung Jun and the reckless Taeho. The alliance leader of the 15 clans, representatives of the clans, were sitting at the meeting table. Jig put his hand to his chin, his face showing worry as he asked around. "So what's the plan now?" Someone at the table proposed an idea. "The Tao King is massacring everyone. Shouldn't we kick him out of the alliance?" A man slammed the table, questioning. "What the hell are those monsters?" On the screen right now, news about the monsters was everywhere. They're supposed to be inside the new gate, so how did they show up there? Luckily, Singjiga evacuated the people. Without Singjiga, the situation would be way worse. Singju, Ji, Yizhu Jiga, leader of the High World Squad. Jiga at the table tried to hide his worry with a polite laugh. "You're exaggerating." Suddenly, someone slammed their arm on the table, showing anger. The clan representative now, that man fired questions at Jiga. "So what now? You mean we just sit here and watch?" North John Su of the Iron Blood Sword clan. Before he could speak, Jigong cut in. "The big four clans aside, but if we weaker clans upset the Tao King." John Xop listened and looked utterly helpless. These cowards are even in the 15 clans alliance. Unbelievable. He gritted his teeth and spoke. "That's all you got to say? Pathetic." Not stopping there, John Su stared straight at the people at the table and criticized bluntly. "Even now, with losses rising, who knows how long the Divine Power clan can hold on?" Trying to stay calm, Jigon explained the current problem. "It's not that we don't want to help the Divine Power clan." His face showed clear fear, sweating profusely, softly adding that the Divine Power side has Lee Jun, so they don't need our interference. Suddenly, from outside the door, a man stomped in. At first glance, everyone recognized him immediately. Sword King Chun Red frowned and said loudly, "You guys are just wasting time here." He raised his hand, pointing at those at the table, questioning. "Do you even know how many people have died out there?" Chun Red's words shamed the clans who pretended to be silent. "This is why the public despises the clans, because people like you only care about your own damn interests." Their attitude made him lose his temper and shout, "If you're really warriors, don't you know what should come first?" Chun Red looked at John Siu's son, who quickly stood up. "Yes, Dad." Without another word, he turned and left, then said to John Siu behind him, "What are you still doing here? Go outside and protect the people." He hurried after him. Yeah. Just like that, father and son, Chun Red left the meeting room with extreme disappointment. So damn shameful. Back on the rooftop, the fierce battle between Hung Jun and Taeho Ho was raging. Outside, Kang Gilyu watched nonstop, praising him. "That kid keeps up with Taeho. Impressive." Suddenly, he glanced sideways like he sensed something. John Moo charged in with a sharp sword, confronting Kanggu. "Oh man. Your subordinates are fighting their asses off for you, and you don't even value your own life. He didn't forget to mock Hai Yu, who was fighting his own son. That brat seems to have learned some weird martial art but still can't match Tio. But John Mew seemed to trust him, just calmly smiling and replying, "Aren't you the one using some weird martial art?" Grabbing Kangu's collar, he questioned the dark energy swirling around him. "What kind of demon technique is that?" "Some criminal magic from Sumerian." Hearing that, Kangyu flat out denied it. "Demon technique? You think I'm dumb enough to learn that crap?" Without another word, John Mew swung his sword hard at him. "You're denying it." With a determined look at Kangu, he firmly stuck to his suspicion. "Not only did you invade the divine power territory and those monsters, you definitely teamed up with the outsiders." He shouted furiously, veins bulging on his neck to refute. "If you think this is just ordinary demonic power, your knowledge is way too limited." The slash just landed when Kangu suddenly vanished right before John Mew's eyes. What the hell was that? It was the old man's teleportation technique, leaving John Mew dumbfounded, bowing his head awkwardly as he disappeared. Suddenly, from above, Kangu's fists, glowing red, shot straight at John Mew. He'll have to find the answer himself. Back at the Six Sun Gate area, Junjian and Hanju finished their fight after a while. Blue scoreboards popped up. Ignoring the blue boards announcing their points, Lee Jun stood still with a thoughtful look. Not far from him, a beetle-shaped monster lay unconscious on the ground. "This was our 10th raid into the deep abyss. This is the last one inside the gate." Looking at the group of students, Lee Jun called out loud. "Anyone still not awakened their traits yet?" Hu Jin, looking sad, raised his hand to report. "Here." Standing on the ground with hands on hips, Lee Jun looked puzzled. "How are you so unlucky?" Huk Jin replied coolly. "Must be the teacher's lack of skill." Suspected by his student, he turned and walked away, laughing calmly. "Better if you never awaken at all." Lee Jun's action surprised him, just ditching the student like that. Hearing that, Lee Jun quickly turned back to explain clearly to Huk Jin. "Ditch what? The training's tough, just don't run away. Now go, all muddy, get some rest." Back to base. Resting while Zhu, Ji, and Yi gear up for the next training session. "Got it." Suddenly, from above, the camera they've been using the whole trip speaks up. "Teacher Lee Jun. Teacher Lee Jun. Please check your messages immediately." Seeing its function, Jun Jiyoung couldn't help but be surprised. That drone actually has a connection feature too? Lee Jun quickly held the camera close to his face. He swiftly turned the camera forward. A new screen popped up. The Dao King has appeared in Inshan, leading a horde of monsters. The estimated death toll right now is... Jun Jiyoung immediately remembered Incheon is the home of the Divine Power clan. He so looked toward his older brother. But Lee Jun stayed silent. He looked up at the screen with a calm smile. So, this is how he wants to play it. On the screen, flashing, was the image of Jian Mew right in his face, along with info from the other end of the line. "Teacher Lee Jun, are you there? The more I think about it, the more I feel I should tell you. So I decided to contact you. The Divine Power clan and the awakened warriors of each family are currently... Teacher Lee Jun, if you're listening, please respond." Seeing his father's image, Lee Jun's eyes widened, clearly worried. His dad quickly responded to me on the other side, then looked toward Jiyeon Jin. "Chairman, I'm listening. Thanks for letting me know." She and her father understood the situation and nodded, suggesting he go. He held Lam in his hands. Lee Jun told everyone around, "I gotta step out for a bit. Keep the students here so they can train around the area. As long as Lam's around, those monsters won't dare come close." Seeing him leave alone, Jun Jian was super worried, gripping his hand and pleading, "Jun, I'm coming with you." Next to her, Hel also wanted to help Lee Jun. "You're strong enough now, you won't be a burden. Please let me back you up." Seeing everyone's genuine concern, he was deeply moved but had to refuse. "Thanks everyone, but it's okay. The class isn't over yet. Even without me, it'll keep going." And so Lee Jun left the Red Mountain Gate alone, leaving the students behind. "And this fight only matters if I go solo." Using movement techniques, he shot across buildings insanely fast. Lee Jun seemed to sense the power of the purple energy swirling around. Demon energy flooded everywhere. This intense energy is rank S. Blending into those energies, he started to understand the problem. Looks like that's it. That's why there's been no sign from him until now. Lee Jun kept moving non-stop, diving deep into ancient city. Two massive energies clashed endlessly, one from the Dao King, the other from his dad. After a while, he stood on a rooftop, watching below. The street was deserted, with only Jian Mew collapsed on the ground. His whole body was covered in scars on his face. Thinking to himself, this will end soon. Facing him, the old man grinned smugly and taunted. "Brother-in-law, all your training efforts have gone to waste." Clutching his chest, Jian Mu realized the problem. "My body won't move." Blood dripped from his nose and mouth. He looked at Kang Gu, questioning, "What did you do to my body?" Hearing this, the old man raised his hand opposite his face, which was emitting thick red smoke. Ngatho said, I didn't do anything, brother-in-law. This is a special demon technique. It's not like I just gave up the Emperor's art for no reason. Kanju boldly declared to Jian Mu how he planned to leave. I guarantee he'll die slow and painfully. With a hand covering his bleeding nose, he remained calm in the face of the old man's threat. Sounds good, because my son will kill you before you get the chance. Gritting his teeth, Kanju didn't notice Lee Jun behind him charging with a spear. His son, Lee Jun, was ready to strike down. Kanju glanced back and stopped there. Hearing that, Lee Jun hesitated. Seeing this, Kanju shouted at Lee Jun, if you come any closer, your old man won't make it back alive. Ignoring the old man's words, Lee Jun raised his spear. Yeah, if that's the case. A strike lunged at Tae Min, who couldn't dodge in time and slammed straight into the wall. Taken by surprise, he yelled at Lee Jun. Lee Jun, you bastard. How dare you hit me? Hyung and another guy ran toward Lee Jun. The young master, the captain. Seeing them, Lee Jun smirked slightly. They held out this long. Good, I'm a bit late. Taking down the remaining monsters and evacuating the civilians is on you too. Hyung Jun's eyes were full of trust for his young master. Got it. I knew you'd show up. Kang Hyu anxiously looked at his injured son and softly called out, Taemin, Kim B, come help me support Taemin so I can treat him. Kim B looked at Taemin's injury and exclaimed, your arm. He stared at his own blood-splattered arm. It's probably broken from that hit earlier. Damn Lee Jun. Kanju's cold gaze locked onto Lee Jun, his words sharp. Don't you see your old man lying at my feet? Lee Jun sneered defiantly. Then come kill me if you can. For a moment, his face was filled with murderous intent. But in return, I'll kill every member of the Emperor's clan here, including you. The old man stomped hard on Jian Mu's chest, causing him pain. All right, let's see how long you can take it. His stomps grew heavier, making Jian Mu cough up blood. The old man's face was full of satisfaction. I destroyed your dad's dancing already. So what now? Before finishing, he froze at Lee Jun's expression. You're laughing? The old sage wondered at Lee Jun's reaction. You took off the ring. Lee Jun looked at Kanju with a mocking smile. You want to play rough? I'll play along. The old sage warned Lee Jun, be careful not to let that power possess you. Lee Jun reached toward Tae Min and replied, yes. Tae Min was terrified, unable to control his own body. He screamed in horror. My body. Lee Jun lifted him up effortlessly. Tae Min's eyes were filled with panic, unable to escape. Lee Jun looked at him coldly. Blame your dumbass old man. Tae Min shouted at Kanju. Dad, save me. The old man was stunned, mouth agape, speechless. Tae Min lay motionless on the ground. Lee Jun spoke up. Don't worry, I'm not killing him. Just making sure his arm is completely useless. They say a swordsman's life lies in his hands, right? Well, you destroyed my dad's Danshian, so we're even. Hearing this, Kanju swung his sword at Lee Jun. You're crazy if you think you can rush me like that. I'll kill you. Kanju raised his blade high, shouting, everyone connected to you, I'll cut them to pieces. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, striking hard at Lee Jun. Kanju yelled, disappear. The slash caused a massive explosion. Ung frowned, watching the battle. That terrifying power? This is almost impossible, unless the young master is a fake awakened S-rank. The other two looked on in shock. He's not human. Is the clan leader okay? Amid the loud shouts, clan leader Lee Jun struggled to block the old man's attack. He gritted his teeth. Dao King. While in hiding, he trained to gain unimaginable power. To fight him, I need more strength from heavenly destruction. The old sage anxiously called Lee Jun. Disciple, I know. Another slash came down, but Lee Jun dodged swiftly. The old man warned him again, be careful not to get overwhelmed by heavenly destruction. I said, I know, master. After replying, Lee Jun smirked at Kanju. You talk big, but that's all you got. The old man, angered, raised his sword again. You. Trash like you. Dare fight me? Arrogant fool. The blade split into multiple branches, but Lee Jun's tone stayed calm. That line's only for when you're stronger than your opponent, and around Lee Jun, a strange power began to radiate. Feeling this aura, Kanju broke into a cold sweat. This energy isn't a fragment of heavenly destruction, it's the real deal. The primal divine art, the energy of the primal divine art is dominating this place. The old man shouted at Lee Jun, you act all noble, but you yourself have learned demon arts. He spoke loudly, demon arts. Lee Jun laughed. If my master hears this, he'll scold me again. Suddenly, the elder appeared beside him, questioning. What, demon arts, disciple? Why are you still standing there? Quickly beat that guy to death. Lee Jun gathered a bone aura around Kangu. It seemed the master heard it too. The old man's eyes widened should he dodge. Kangu gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it, I'm trapped in the fog he released, no way to escape. He shouted, Infinite Void Technique. Immediately, the old man took a critical hit. Kangoo was blasted away, crashing hard against the wall. He coughed up blood in disbelief. Everyone stared in shock. In just a moment, the morale of those around rose significantly. The clan chief is fighting where we are, so let's also try to defeat these monsters and protect our divine territory. Lee Jun looked down at the old man standing up. Is he really going to charge into the divine force just to collapse here? Kangoo clenched his sword, stammering, "How is this possible? I'm an S rank. How could I lose to someone like you?" He looked terrified as Lee Jun's hand moved closer to his face. "Want to hear an interesting story?" Lee Jun said, gripping the old man's neck. "You're not the only one who can drain blood and internal energy." Only Kangoo's screams remained. The system announced, "Ponji fragment absorbed. Points to unlock Ponji reduced to 250,000. Lee Jun coldly eyed the energy in his hand. "A clash of wills, as I thought." Seeing this, Kangoo stammered, pointing at the worm. "That's a demon truly absorbing internal energy. Why the hell are you attacking the Emperor? You're on our side." Lee Jun raised an eyebrow, as if hearing a joke. On the same side, Kangoo lost his temper, shouting, "Wasn't that demon art given to you? Then you're a follower of the Lord like me." Lee Jun sneered, glancing at the Lord. "Is that guy the one pulling your strings?" Kangoo looked crushed. "How dare you insult me, Lee Jun? Lee Jun, I'll kill you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I'll tear you apart piece by piece." Lee Jun just questioned him. That's probably how those killed by him felt. They were helpless, unable to do anything, except suffer and beg. Lee Jun's eyes burned with hatred. "Did you ever spare them?" The old man trembled, covering his mouth. Lee Jun swung his hand, summoning a black dragon. "I'm just doing the same as you, protecting my own like you did." Kangoo stammered weakly. "No, I don't want this." Lee Jun summoned the black dragon and controlled it to charge at Kangoo. Everyone stared in amazement at this strange scene. The monsters began to retreat. Kim Bom was stunned. How is this possible? He looked at Lee Jun's figure in the distance, but he had vanished without a trace. His gaze accidentally met the red fire in Lee Jun's eyes. "Lee Jun, what the hell have you done?" Now Kim Bom realized Lee Jun's eyes were staring at him. He looked at Tae Min, still unconscious. "Man, this is bad. Lee Jun, that damn monster dared to touch him. We have to find a way to retreat fast." Before Kim Bom could leave, Lee Jun charged at him with a spear. He took Kim Bom down with a single strike. While Hyung Jun was still dazed, someone beside him spoke up. "The monsters are starting to retreat." In the strange atmosphere, Hyung nervously approached Lee Jun. "Master," he said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Master, no. Clan chief, it's all over now." He looked at Go Bin tightly. Lee Jun suddenly turned around, lifting the trembling Hyung with one hand. The elder watching nearby shouted into Lee Jun's ear, "This brat is about to be consumed by heavenly destruction. Don't embarrass me. Stop right now." Looking at the unfamiliar scene, Lee Jun was utterly confused. "Master, where is this?" Just as he heard his master's voice, a hand suddenly reached out. Someone unexpectedly called him. "Finally, we meet." Lee Jun turned around, seeing another worm before him. "You know me." His deep voice rose, clearly knowing a lot. "How do you know?" "Because I am you and you are me." The cryptic answer made Lee Jun curious. "What the hell?" The other Lee Jun smirked. "He's the great desire hidden inside you, tempting you to reach out. Your fate is to always walk with me. Together, we'll stain everything before us with blood." Lee Jun replied coldly, "I know who you are, your heavenly destruction, right? Thought you were scary. Turns out you're pretty clumsy." He lifted his head with disdain. "You mean my greed for honor, power, or money is because of you? Actually, that's pretty complicated. Turns out you're pretty clumsy." He lifted his head with disdain. "You mean my greed for honor, power, or money is because of you? Actually, that's pretty complicated." Lee Jun tilted his head. "Master will scold me for focusing on side stuff." Hearing Lee Jun's words, the guy in front of him no longer looked mysterious like before. "Side stuff. Idiot, I am destruction itself. The bloodthirsty demon's craving." He shouted. "I know it's not easy to shake you. Now I'll take over your mind and body. Let's do it together." Lee Jun's words made that other Lee Jun freeze. "What? Didn't you hear me? I said let's do it together." As he spoke, he reached out his hand toward him, catching the other Lee Jun off guard. "Didn't you say it would be troublesome?" He scratched his head. "Oh, I meant troublesome. If Master finds out, I don't want to disappoint him." The mood lightened up, and the two of them sat down on the ground. That other Lee Jun asked him, "You mean that old martial god? Why do you like that old man? From what I see, he's always tormenting you." He smiled softly. "That's because he cares about me. You don't know how terrifying indifference can be, right?" That other Lee Jun turned his back, mumbling, "Who knows? I'm always the center of attention." Lee Jun raised an eyebrow at him. "You interested in my master?" He frowned. "So that's why you think badly of him?" If you've been ignored for 10 years straight, you wouldn't say that. Lee Jun drifted into memory. Master was the first to notice me. Maybe I don't understand the indifference you talk about, but I know exactly what loneliness feels like. Hearing Thean Diet's confession, he smirked. Oh yeah? I think we get along great.
No. You're different from me.
Lee Jun asked again. Different how? He put his hand out in front of that other Lee Jun. If you're feeling lonely now, I can be with you. The other Lee Jun looked doubtful. You know how to explain it clearly. I'm a brutal maniac when it comes to killing, so why would you still choose to come with me? Lee Jun stood up and answered, because I want to follow my master's path, a path that demands overwhelming power. His face was serious, even in the last battle. Without your strength, how could I have defeated the Tao King? I believe that victory was because we fought together. That other Lee Jun wondered, so you're like me too. He finally agreed. All right, let me see how you control this body. I'm confident I can control you. Both hands moved closer, and the space dissolved. Lee Jun's vision blurred. Then he regained consciousness. The first thing Lee Jun saw when he came to was that he was still lifting Hyung Jun high up. Clan leader, Hyung Jun. I bow my head to apologize. It must be because I lost control. Hyung Jun waved his hand, showing he was fine. It's okay. I'll take this as punishment for not handling the situation before the clan leader returned. The surroundings were devastated and ruined. After the clan leader defeated the Tao King, the monsters quickly disappeared, but there were many casualties. What about the Tao King? Taemin tried to hold on, and Kim Bi looked at Hyung Jun's gaze. Lee Jun saw Kim Bi lying motionless there. Lee Jun was silent, attacked by Thean Diet. I don't remember killing him. Did it happen when Thean Diet took over my mind? He told himself to always wear the ring from now on. Stop standing there, quickly clean up the area and save as many people as possible. Lee Jun commanded the surrounding area. The immortal elder appeared and asked Lee Jun, are you fully awake now? Master, you kept calling my name earlier, right? I think I heard your voice. He bowed. Of course, when my disciple was about to be taken over by that thing, I had to pull that little bastard out. He smiled brightly and looked up. If you say Thean Diet, then we've already handled it smoothly. The immortal elder tilted his head. Seeing the window appear before you, it must be true. Lee Jun stared in surprise at the system notification. You have subdued Thean Diet. Reward, 10 million accumulation points. Thean Diet has changed the nature of the primal divine art. Ultimate infinite power reward. Lee Jun pondered deeply about this reward. Ultimate infinite power, the immortal elder beside him evaluated Lee Jun. But thinking about you subduing that thing, your inner strength has stabilized and seems even stronger than when the primal divine art reached 8 stars. But the killing intent is still raging inside you. Although the primal ring has suppressed it a lot, maybe it's time for you to enter the Chaos Gate. Lee Jun looked confused, not understanding what he was thinking, observing the devastated scene below from above. A voice spoke, Son, you're right. Yindu glanced, that Lee Jun is really a disciple of the martial god, then it's dangerous. Yindu asked, so me, how's the Rebellion Heaven? Thanks to the Tao King attracting attention, the Rebellion Heaven team, a powerful formation against the heavenly mechanism, used to resist or control fate and divine power. The voices were steady despite seeing bodies strewn everywhere. All conditions had been met. In front of the two of them was a strange formation, and we could see Zhu, Ji, Yi, just barely finishing their preparations. At this moment, it had absorbed a bit of blood, so it was still quite small, but it would grow bigger over time. They had set up a rebellious formation in Incheon to use it to summon the divine Jade and the Heavenly Lord into this world. Injun cracked a creepy smile. Everything was going smoothly. Lee Jun seemed to sense something. He glanced up at the tall building, then turned to ask the elder. You also know about Ao Chol showing up in East San China, right? The elder stepped closer to chat. You're talking about stuff like blood demons? I heard someone called Inu is behind this. What exactly are those guys plotting? The elder probably realized something too. Maybe Zhu, Ji, Yi are done preparing? Nothing much. I sense something really worrying. Lee Jun seriously suggested we should hold a big clan meeting. A few days after the Tao King attacked Incheon, clans were sent there to rescue civilians and set up shelters. The Tao King's actions caused countless injuries and deaths. The people mourned them and criticized the divine clans for failing to protect them. Lee Jun brought the special class students back from the Red Mountain Gate. Husin grabbed his phone and ran into his sister's room. Sis, read this article. It says after the Fist King's Danshan was destroyed, Lee Jun became the top candidate for the next divine clan leader. The media focused on how the divine clans would take responsibility for the incident. In the grand hall, the staff bowed politely to welcome Lee Jun. The announcement echoed loudly, drawing everyone's eyes to him. Divine clan leader, Mr. Lee Jun has arrived. The elder smiled and nodded at Lee Jun. The one speaking was the leader of the Lone Abyss clan, Deng Su. So the news is true. The Fist King's Dantian was destroyed. No matter how talented he was, he's just a kid to be the clan leader. Lee Jun cut off the gossip about him. After the Tao King's attack in Incheon, a figure called John Ochan appeared. Just one word, and surprise slowly showed on the faces of those present. John U. Seeing the doubt in many eyes, Lee Jun explained, just think of them as those who want to destroy this world. Recently, I faced one of their members. They're really not easy to deal with. He leaned on his hand, voice serious. The Tao King was just their puppet. We don't know their real goal, but Lee Jun's sharp gaze made it clear they want to cause massive harm to us. He clenched his fist, trying to convince everyone that if all the awakened, including the 5 great clans, don't unite, we won't stand a chance against Ao Chol. Someone asked, are they really that strong? Lee Jun nodded, confirming this time it was Inon, but next time, all of Korea could be the next victim. Everyone fell silent, listening to Lee Jun. Today, I want to announce a few things. Just this once. Let's unite our strength to fight John and find ways to protect this country. Elder Chunsik was the first to agree. Bloodsteel sword, we will stand with the divine clans. Minsung agreed too. We're in as well. The person beside them reminded, if we can prevent major losses, we'll do whatever it takes. Gradually, everyone raised their hands in support. Lee Jun was happy to see such unity. Then let's review countermeasures for shelters across the city so people can evacuate there. When the shelters are ready by Zhu, Ji, Yi, I'll announce it. Min Zung was about to leave when Lee Jun called out, Chairman, one more thing. I think we need to pause the special class for now. Who would have thought you'd become clan leader so soon? He just sighed, looking at Lee Jun and asked, is it because you're busy with the leader role? Or do you feel guilty about what happened in Incheon? Lee Jun's eyes were full of guilt. Yeah, I need to watch over things as a teacher. I couldn't even protect a city. He spoke softly. Think of it as me taking time to reflect on everything. Could you explain this to the students for me? He sighed helplessly. All right, if you feel that way, I won't stop you. Min Sung laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Well, since it's done, just think of this as a vacation trip. You can come back to that position anytime you want, no worries. He waved happily, smiling bright. You're already a teacher at Musago now. Liu Jun bowed and watched me leave. The elder appeared, noticing something off about Liu Jun. Disciple, your killing intent is rising. Liu Jun lowered his body. Sorry, whenever I can't control my emotions, I lose control of my killing intent too. He frowned. Almost everyone with heavenly destruction experiences these symptoms. The ring has its limits. Your entry into the Chaos Gate is only a matter of time. He questioned, Chaos Gate? The elder replied, yeah, a place created to cultivate chaotic divine arts. As your level rises, the aura of heavenly destruction increases too. If you train chaotic divine arts to 9 stars inside the Chaos Gate, you'll fully control heavenly destruction. He stammered in shock. 9 stars? He reconsidered this. Right, if I have to face Chao Chan. This power isn't enough. I need to get stronger. The elder guided Liu Jun to get the Blood God map. The system sound echoed. The Blood God map unlocked SSS-Rank, SSS difficulty. The map leads to where the Blood God hides with his disciples. The Blood God map was activated. Liu Jun touched a spot on the map. The Chaos Gate is here. Surexin Gang. Liu Jun hovered in the air, observing below. He landed in a cave, relying on the map. The entrance must be nearby. Behind Liu Jun, the map floated forward, flying into the space ahead. A flash of light appeared, creating a path for him. Oh, so that's how it is. The elder gently reminded, let's go inside. He reached out. Yeah. He squinted, as the strong light shone directly on his face. System voice. You have entered an abnormal area. Chaos Gate. Liu Jun was stunned by the beauty here. This place was grander than the cracked temple from before. He glanced at his master beside him, twitching his mouth and asked, Master, why is it so huge? Did you create this place just to live alone? The elder looked at his disciple like he was an idiot and said, this is the Wind sect established by the greatest people of the era, so of course it's huge. Even those weaker than me have Wind sects as big as mountains. If you walked and talked with me, this place would be small. Surprised much? Master, your influence is bigger than I thought. That's because your ambition is still too small. Liu Jun didn't know where to start. So what do we do first? His voice was steady. Listen before exploring. It's behind the largest hall. Here, he followed the elder's steps. Liu Jun entered the great hall. Oh, bigger than I thought. Once again, he was amazed by the luxury here. He scanned around and couldn't help but exclaim, who's that handsome guy? The elder stood beside him and chuckled. Ahem, you think he's handsome too, right? Liu Jun hesitated. Could that be him? The elder replied calmly, yeah, that's your master. He stopped pointing at the painting and then pointed at his master. Finally, he shouted, you threatened the artist, didn't you? The elder glared at him. This brat is way too cheeky. Won't admit your master is handsome? Liu Jun turned his head. No, I was just surprised. Who knew you were that good-looking when young? I won't argue with you anymore. The paintings beside were all burned on the faces. Are those people who turned their backs on Master? Lee Jun froze, staring at the suddenly appearing window. Main Mission 1. Chaotic Ability. SS Difficulty. Chaotic martial arts can become fire, sometimes water, and sometimes nature. Only by mastering all traits can you be recognized as the true heir of chaos. Master all traits to prove you are the chaos heir. Completion condition. Pass the first gate. Reward for the second gate. Breath of death. Liu Jun didn't understand and looked at the person beside him. Fire, water, nature. The elder led him to a large door. Enter the gate, you'll understand. If you don't want to die, Zhu, Ji, Yi, prepare well. This is the first gate of the Chaos Gate Death Hall. Liu Jun was startled by the suddenly appearing door. Wait, I didn't see anything earlier. Where did this gate come from? The elder beside him said, pass the challenge and the second gate will appear. He silently held the spear in his hand. Death Hall? Then what does nature have to do with it? Liu Jun was surprised and exclaimed. It was too dark to see anything, reminding him of when he talked with Heavenly Destruction. His vision blurred. When he opened his eyes, Liu Jun was in a different space. The mechanical sound was steady. You have entered the first gate of the Death Hall. Only Chaotic Divine Arts SSS and Supreme King Divine Arts SSS can be used. All effects of traits are disabled. Effects of the 4 great treasures are disabled. The triple soul form has been sealed. The window popped up a bunch of notifications. Lee Jun didn't even pay attention to the window anymore. He started wandering around, muttering to himself. Such a huge space existing inside that tiny building. The air in here feels totally different from outside. Master, Lee Jun called out but didn't see the elder anywhere. His face drooped, no energy sensed at all. Guess I gotta handle this on my own. Lee Jun put his hands on his hips, feeling bummed. What now? Suddenly, he noticed something. The Infinite One finally sent someone. So the Death God's vow is being carried out. 3 strangers suddenly appeared in front of him. Thoughts kept swirling around here. So the Death God's vow is being carried out. Chang Riong briefly wondered, who are these guys? Humans? Doesn't feel like it. Lee Jun also walked slowly, deep in thought. This kind of aura. Hyunmu spoke up. We've waited a long time. Finally, he's fulfilling the promise from long ago. He replied, that's still uncertain, but I want to put my hope in him. Lee Jun asked, what are you guys talking about and who exactly are you? Chiang Riong calmly said, you'll find out soon enough. After saying that, he swung his sword and charged. Let's get this started. Lee Jun was confused but quickly got into stance. Even if I don't get what's going on, I just gotta beat you guys, right? Zhu, Ji, Yi, Zhu Tuo said. Exactly. Just take down the 4 divine guardians. You're the one chosen by Mook Guk Ra, so you must be confident. Lee Jun was still puzzled. The 4 divine guardians? Lee Jun thought for a moment. Could the 4 divine guardians be the fire, water, and nature mentioned earlier when the system popped up? Only allowed to use primitive divine arts, all other effects disabled. The 3 blue bodies are sealed. Lee Jun pondered. Really gotta fight with just basic powers? Whatever, primitive divine arts should be enough. Baekho rushed in from behind and asked, ready? I'll go first, the little girl said, and immediately charged like a gust of wind. Baekho launched a divine kick straight at Lee Jun's face. He thought quickly, the power and speed are insane. Even though I blocked with Mugi, it still broke. Judging by the looks and footwork, this has to be Baekho. The girl's super fired up. Here she comes again. Lee Jun thought, this is heavy, so that's what the 4 divine guardians are like. Baekho seemed dead set on winning this fight. He smirked with pride. That sword, wrapped in Mugi, and you just blocked it with nothing? The girl laughed triumphantly. Your Mugi compared to the old one is just like a case scratch. Hey, you're way too cocky. Haven't you always relied too much on your own skills? Chang Riong said, looks like Baekho alone can handle him. Hyunmu replied, it's not over yet. Lee Jun was battered with wounds all over. But his spirit stayed strong enough to make him say, not bad spirit either. Lee Jun weakly said, Mook Guk Ra, looks like you guys know my master. Baekho answered, of course. That's why you're stuck here, isn't it? Want to keep fighting? Hope the next round is more interesting. 2 days later, the battle seemed to be reaching its climax. Both Baekho and Lee Jun were exhausted. The girl asked, giving up yet? We fought 5,000 times already. When will you quit? Lee Jun stayed silent, then suddenly lifted his leg and kicked, surprising Baekho. He still had that cocky smile. I'm still full of energy. Bring it on. Baekho replied in shock. Your endurance is crazy. From above, Chiang Riong and Hyunmu watched closely, evaluating. His stance is way better than before. He's improving. If it's him, maybe he'll master the 12th star of primitive divine arts and fulfill our wish. Hyunmu said, I don't expect him to reach the 12th star. Just hope he hits the M star of primitive divine arts and fully controls Heavenly Annihilation. Zhu, Yi Zhu Tuo denied. Heavenly Annihilation? Useless. That brat can't even beat Baekho. What hope is there? The purpose of the Divine Hall is to let the heir who's learned primitive divine arts control Heavenly Annihilation. Perfect control of primitive divine arts and Heavenly Annihilation is what the Mukgokura family and the four divine guardians desire. Thoughts kept circling there. Only when he becomes that person can our plan be realized. Yi Zhu Tuo got impatient. Enough waiting. I gotta join too. Can't let Baekho have all the fun. Chiang Ryong joined in. I'm in too. Looks like Baekho's about to hit his limit. The fight's getting intense. It's a 1 versus 3. Lee Jun looked a bit worried, thinking to himself. One by one, they joined the fight. The spear felt like it was burning in a sea of flames. Baekho waved them off. What's up, old man? I'm not done yet. Go play somewhere else. Yi Zhu also refused to back down. You're the one who should disappear. The kid named Jujuk was up next. Suddenly, he noticed a weak spot on the old man's back. Chiang Ryong also launched a fierce attack. Lee Jun stayed calm and said, wait until I'm completely drained. He grumbled. So, just attack one by one? Lee Jun thought to himself. He had long passed his physical limits, his inner strength completely depleted, no energy left in his dantian. But if he accepted defeat like this, without fighting back, his master would definitely give him a serious scolding. Lee Jun was so exhausted he couldn't move anymore. Still, he kept telling himself, maybe his master wouldn't even call him a disciple anymore. He immediately charged forward, shouting, I'm not going to lose this badly. Seizing a momentary opening in Lee Jun's attack, Chiang Ryong got injured and spat blood, and Lee Jun was thrilled, thinking. Finally landed a hit. Then Heon-mu suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. Sorry, but by the rules, I gotta join the fight too. Branches instantly stretched out and wrapped tightly around him. Chiang Ryong was surprised. Didn't expect you to join in. She replied, rules are rules, he said. He stabbed me. Heon-mu's voice came out. Impressive, huh? Even though this is our playground and we're the four divine guardians, it's only natural he loses. Baekho whined. It's fun, but kinda embarrassing. Yi Zhu also chimed in. Now I get why Moog picked this kid. If he were a bit stronger, that'd be perfect. The branches wrapped tighter around Lee Jun, draining his strength, forcing him to give up. Yi Zhu spoke up. Now I see why he chose this brat. If only he were a bit stronger. Suddenly, Heon-mu on the other side widened his eyes in shock. Lee Jun slowly approached from afar, his bones and smoke hazy. As he stepped outside, he exhaled deeply, looked down, then raised his head to block the light above. He looked around, wondering, am I dead? Lee Jun sighed after thinking, not dead by a monster or John, but dying during training. Now I get why Master told me to always stay sharp. Suddenly, a voice echoed, pathetic. Someone strong enough to kill gods but losing to the four divine guardians. Lee Jun was startled and got goosebumps hearing that voice. He quickly looked around and asked, Master, are you here? But I tried my best. The voice still echoed from the space. No time left. Wake up the power sleeping deep in your dantian. Lee Jun was confused. No time left? What power in my dantian? The voice exhaled. Listen carefully. Your life is fading away. I don't have time to intervene. You've caused me too much trouble. Foolish disciple. Lee Jun asked as he walked. So I'm not dead yet? The voice scolded and reminded, who said you're dead? If you were, how could you talk to me? Enough talk. Find the power sleeping in your moon dantian. Hearing that, he quickly replied, yes. Lee Jun stopped and closed his eyes to feel inside his dantian. The voice kept guiding him step by step. Close your eyes and focus all your mind on your chest. Your heartbeat is slowing down. The voice gently reminded, don't panic, focus. Unlike before, now you know how to channel chaotic magic. Lee Jun put his hand on his chest and muttered, to channel chaotic magic, I have to focus on it and stimulate my heart. Now he could feel his heart beating inside his chest. The voice gradually guided him. 1 circle, 2 circles, 5 circles, blood flowing through his heart beating again. Lee Jun opened his eyes in shock, his blood being replaced by chaotic magic energy. He was amazed, as if waves were crashing into his body. This strange feeling was like chaotic magic was recreating itself inside him. Then Lee Jun's body slowly merged with the flowing water and white mist. What is this missing power? His inner strength was coming back? No, it was even more abundant than before. He opened his eyes wide, amazed by the strange sensation in his body. After a moment, the scene before Lee Jun changed into different images. The system showed chaotic magic SSS had reached 10 stars. All restrictions had been lifted. The effects of the 4 great treasures had been unsealed. The triple blue body had been unsealed. Seeing this, he immediately widened his eyes in shock. Newbie, that voice echoed again. Now that's what I call a disciple of the god of nothing. Open your eyes now. Strange images flashed chaotically inside Lee Jun's head. He snapped his eyes open. At that moment, Lee Jun realized he was radiating bright yellow energy waves floating above his dantian. Others below also looked up. They shielded their eyes from the glowing energy. That power was thunder energy. Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu Tuo questioned him. Aren't you supposed to master thunder energy? Qiong Riong, what's going on? He stammered. I don't know how the chaotic divine technique suddenly carries thunder energy. Yeah, she said, looking up in shock. Not just thunder energy, this power is on a whole different level than before. Hesitating, she guessed. Maybe he upgraded the chaotic divine technique to 10 stars. Lee Jun was stunned, staring at his own hand. Was that a dream? No, it felt more real than a dream. He marveled silently as his body surged with power. Lee Jun shouted, with this strength, I can take you all down. The girl stretched excitedly. So we're gonna keep fighting, right? He immediately jumped down to attack. Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing that, the girl bowed her head and said, this time, I'm going all out. They charged at each other, exchanging blows. Facing Lee Jun, the girl thought, this guy's watching every move, his speed's way different now. She was confused, her eyes barely keeping up. Lee Jun's legs moved lightning fast, not just faster but his power matched theirs. Ju Juk, the four-spirit fox guardian, angrily warned. Baek Ho behind suddenly found Lee Jun behind her, saying, too late now. He dashed forward, shouting, destroy. His hand reached out, and a staff slammed into Baek Ho's back before she could react. She collapsed on the ground, eyes wide open. Lee Jun retracted the staff. Seeing this, Heon-mu couldn't hold back and attacked. Baek Ho. Right after, vines appeared and attacked. Lee Jun grabbed a huge tree trunk to block. The trunk absorbed Heon-mu's power, then shattered into pieces above the dantian. She was shocked. No way, he's absorbing our attributes. Lee Jun jumped up again, swinging the staff. Yeah, I can only absorb a little for now. He struck down. Enough to fight you guys. Heon-mu collapsed unconscious. Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu Tuo were stunned. He took down Heon-mu with one blast. He immediately raised his guard against Lee Jun. Who are you? And what's with that power? Chang Ryong rushed over. Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhu Tuo. You can't fight him alone. Team up, he agreed. Right after, the two combined forces. Just got a little stronger and already cocky. Zhu Ji and Yi Zhu Tuo charged Lee Jun with weapons. He calmly stood watching. They laughed. Idiot. I'll just burn these vines. Lee Jun looked down and saw his feet frozen, unable to move. Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu Tuo reminded Xiang Riong, who grabbed his weapon. I'll hold him down first. Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu Tuo. Lee Jun sneered. Ice? Fine. And instantly a wall of ice appeared in front of Zhu, Ji, and Yi Zhu Tuo. Seeing this, they panicked. Wait, Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhu Tuo hesitated. That won't melt, right? Suddenly, the ice wall melted and crashed down on them. Zhu Ji and Yi Zhu Tuo were fire types. Once doused by water, they were powerless. Lee Jun turned to the last one. All right, just you left. He said, impressive. Not only did you absorb our attributes in such a short time, all three were drained and unable to fight, but you sent all three of us packing. That sounded weird to him. Sent packing? That old man's just squeezing water over there. Qiong Ryong snapped his fingers. If someone loses the will to fight, it's over. Whatever, with my current state, I can't face you. The ice freezing Lee Jun's feet melted away, so I give up. Seeing that, Lee Jun smiled. Smart move. Even if we fought, the result would be the same. Then open the gate to the next stage. But Qiong Ryong still reached out. But first, I gotta claim my reward. Unbelievable. You are the only human in history to achieve 10 stars through your own strength. At this moment, the system window popped up, and the watermark was imprinted on your heart. Next came the fire mark of nature. The chaotic divine magic SSS reacted to the mark. The seal of the three wolf bodies was lifted. He looked at this and felt confused. What is this nature mark? Qiong Ryong replied, that's the power of the four divine guardians you absorbed and used earlier. From now on, you can freely use our power. Then a door opened, and he said, if you've understood everything, hurry through the next gate. Before passing through, Lee Jun asked, before I go, I have one last question. Why are you here? And how do you know my master? Chang Ryong answered, a disciple asking us about his master? Finally, he said, fine, since there's nothing else, I'll answer you. About a man called Vo Ha Nan. The story began when he was known as Seon Guk. Back then, he was just a young teenager. He started recounting. The former name of the Infinite One was Seon Guk. When he first came to Leon Inning, he was just over 30. He looked like a country bumpkin but suddenly challenged a lord to a duel. And he won in just 5 seconds. He used a strange martial art no one knew about. Witnesses said he was extremely excited when his martial art took effect. Next, he defeated the Northern Hawk clan leader, the region's best swordsman. Then Seong-guk traveled all over, training and defeating the rulers of the Central Plains one by one. One day, at the Jiang Evil Pavilion by Dongting Lake, he met a woman named Ju Kyung-a who was being chased. In the distance, a servant chased after her. "Miss, the elder will be furious if he finds out about this." She ran while saying, "Don't follow me." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ju Kyung-a tightly. Then the man pulled her aside. "Don't say a word." Seong-guk asked if she was being chased. "I'll help you. Just follow me." Ju Kyung-a blushed, hearing this, then softly said, "Thank you, sir." Seong-guk couldn't help but blush too. The scene shifted to a night setting, with a crescent moon and a starry sky. After listening for a while, he was shocked. What? Running away from her clan? He looked up and sighed. Maybe I shouldn't have saved her back then. She thought that and shouted, "Wait, those chasing me are actually sent by my clan." Then Seong-guk asked, "Why do you have to run away?" Ju Kyung-a replied awkwardly, "It's not exactly running away. It's more like seeking freedom. I have my reasons." Here, she looked sad and apologized. "But I can't tell you." He didn't question her but asked if she had plans on where to go. Ju Kyung-a said no. So Seong-guk probed, "Want to come with me?" She was a bit startled, then asked, "Are you flirting with me?" Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, "No way, idiot." Then the two traveled everywhere together, their love beginning to bloom. Though they didn't know much about each other, they were happy together. Until 1 year later, Ju Kyung-a suddenly disappeared, leaving the room empty. When Seong-guk returned home, she was gone, leaving only a letter saying she would return to her clan and asking him not to look for her. For 3 months straight, Seong-guk frantically searched everywhere for Ju Kyung-a, believing she wouldn't leave without a word like that. Finally, he found her home, the Murim Alliance in Henan. They sat down and talked. Chong Ryong replied, "This is where the terrible misunderstanding began. The Infinite One made the biggest mistake of his life." Lee Jun asked, "Did he go crazy?" He answered, "Actually, the opposite. He behaved very properly." Hearing that, you felt confused. Then why was it the biggest mistake? He recounted that Seong-guk was recognized by the Alliance leader as the man who defeated every leader of the Orthodox clans. Taking a guy like him as his son-in-law would be perfect, right? But isn't the Alliance leader Ju Kyung's father? Lee Jun found this confusing, but you said the Alliance is her family, and only the leader's children live there, right? Chang Long answered, "Ju Kyung-a isn't the leader's child, but his wife." At that time, her face was always full of sadness. 1 year ago, she ran away on her wedding day. At the same time, Seong-guk thought the Alliance leader was Ju Kyung-a's dad because he looked way older than her, so he didn't refuse the challenge from the leader. He even suspected the leader was hiding Ju Kyung. Curious, he asked, "Then what happened?" The result was Seong-guk won. Everything ended in tragedy. He defeated the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect and returned with the title of Martial God. But that was after Ju Kyung-a took her own life upon hearing the news. Later, he found out that when she died, Seong-guk's flesh and blood was growing inside her womb. Hearing that, the kid felt sad too, so they both lost their lives. Lee Jun also understood why he never told the master anything. Because Orthodox and heretic sects are entities that can never reconcile. Even when he threw himself off a bottomless cliff or exploded all his inner energy, he even destroyed his own meridians. None of it could harm Seong-guk's body. The price of becoming a supreme martial arts master was a curse that he would never die until his lifespan was completely drained. Chong Ryong kept telling the story. Seong-guk lost all reason and senselessly killed every member of any Orthodox sect. Hearing that, the kid sighed. Based on the master's martial arts and personality, that was easy to understand. He continued, the tragedy repeated until the Infinite One locked himself in loneliness. Lee Jun asked, "You mean his brothers betrayed him?" At this point, Chong Ryong said, "That's why I was so surprised to see someone. I didn't think the Infinite One would take another disciple. That's all I can tell you about the Infinite One." Lee Jun smiled hearing that. He rarely talked about himself. Then he stood up. "Master, so you went through that kind of past." "It's okay. From now on, I'll serve you well." Lee Jun looked at his hands. If he saw it as repaying a debt he couldn't pay back to his parents, that was enough. He didn't know exactly how the grudge with his brothers would end. Then he headed toward the second gate called Heart. But now I have one more reason to face them. At that moment, Lee Jun was transported to another space. He opened his eyes slightly and looked around, just like before. In front of him appeared another version of himself sitting there. "We meet again." The challenge started the moment Lee Jun stepped through the gate. The condition to pass the second gate was to control the Heavenly Annihilation. This was a murderous soul that only knew killing. Normally, it wouldn't behave like Lee Jun. Then the space brightened. He looked around and said, "It's brighter now." This is something even the Infinite One who created the gates never expected. Lee Jun looked at the young man opposite him. "So the killing intent is controlled now? It still shows up sometimes with people." The other seriously replied, "As long as nothing makes me angry, I can control it. But when struggling with death, I want to kill everything in sight." Lee Jun watched and said, "You mean like that incense thief incident last time? The media reaction wasn't good for our clan." He sat on the ground and replied, "Well, what can you do? There were too many casualties, you can't please everyone. Just ignore the insults." Lee Jun kept talking. "I can't do that. Having power but sitting still is the dumbest thing ever. If it were me, I'd immediately drown the world in red blood." The other turned and asked, "But you wouldn't choose that path, right?" Then he continued, "All right then, I'll keep my eyes wide open watching you." They stared straight at each other, ready to accept and follow whatever choice Lee Jun made. Then the other pointed to the gate on the other side. "If you understand, go out through that door." Lee Jun was startled. "When did that door appear?" He calmly replied, "When this place brightened, it seems you met the gate's condition as soon as you entered." Lee Jun was amazed. "I already finished it." He couldn't help but ask, "So what exactly was the condition?" But the guy disappeared. Lee Jun sighed, "Damn, at least give a heads up when I call, so cold." The voice continued, "I'll still sleep peacefully inside you, don't worry." His hand simultaneously reached inside the door. "For real? So now only the final gate is left." Suddenly, a light appeared, illuminating the dark gate. Before Lee Jun was a completely different scene, lush green grass and crystal clear water of a pond. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You finally arrived." The moment Lee Jun saw the other guy, he was shocked. Damn, the man looked like a young teenager now. He was stunned. "Master." Seong-guk smiled and said, "This is the first time we've met in this form. This place was created by me." After a moment, the man's appearance shifted back to an old, worn-out look. He could transform into any shape. Lee Jun exclaimed, "Master, why are you here?" Seong-guk replied, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lee Jun asked straight up, "So the final gate means fighting you, right?" He answered, "Exactly." Then he stretched out his hand, and energy started to gather slowly. "But, disciple, it's not time yet." Lee Jun was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Seong-guk answered, "To face me, you have to master the Chaos Divine Art to 12 stars, but you're only at 10 stars now." At that moment, the smoke around them grew thicker and more blurry. Lee Jun thought, "The fog's covering everything, I can't see you, master." So he asked again, "What about the third gate?" Seong-guk replied, "You can't take that challenge." His face was serious. "When your Chaos Divine Art reaches 12 stars, come back. Once you step into that gate, there's no time to waste. Reaching 12 stars is something you have to conquer on your own strength." Hearing this, Lee Jun asked, "Until then, will you stay here forever, master?" He replied, "Like I said, I can't stay by your side forever." Lee Jun felt a bit sad. "So that means from now on, he won't be by my side anymore. If I had known, I wouldn't have entered this gate." The image of his master grew more and more blurry before his eyes. He said, "Ha ha, you really like your master that much?" Lee Jun wiped away a tear. "No. It's just that there's no one left for me to mess with." That hand then rested on his shoulder to comfort him. Seong-guk smiled. "Don't feel lonely just because your master isn't there. You've got some solid connections too, right?" Lee Jun couldn't hold back his emotions, "But for me, master still is." "Enough already, I'm leaving now." Then Lee Jun turned and walked away. His master's voice echoed behind him, "Disciple, even if I'm not by your side, you must always keep smiling." The gentle voice rang out, the words he needed to hear. Lee Jun exhaled softly, smiled, and turned back to say, "I understand. Don't worry about me. I'll come back as soon as I can." His master smiled, relieved. "All right, I'll wait here." Then he stepped out of the door. A flash of light appeared, and Lee Jun quietly called out to his master. Then his face was full of loss as he looked back at the petals, fluttering in the wind. Lee Jun stood there, lonely. He was truly left all alone. When he returned, the 4 divine guardians shouted, "Hey, that guy's back already?" Of course, he cleared the second gate way too fast. Song Ryong suddenly said it seemed like he failed at the third gate. Lee Jun looked at them and quietly said, "What's going on?" Then he coldly warned, "I'm in a bad mood. Don't bother me. If you have nothing to say, then get lost." Chong Ryong, still fearless, smiled and said, "Don't you want to reach 12 stars quickly?" Hearing that, Lee Jun finally paid attention and asked, "Is there a faster way?" He answered, "Yeah." Nearby, Haeon Mu also said, "Absorb heavenly destruction from someone born with a rebellious body." Hearing that term confused Lee Jun. "A rebellious body?" She replied, "Yeah. In this world, there are people born like that." Haeon Mu then named some outsiders, only his disciples Ju, Ji, and Yi. Hearing those 3 names, Lee Jun was shocked. "Wait, you mean they're in this world?" Haeon Mu answered, "We don't know. Their power seems weakened now, but we can still sense them. They were probably brought here through the rebellion formation." Hearing that term confused him again. "Rebellion formation?" She explained, "It's a formation that defies fate or natural order. In other words, a method to bring people from other worlds into this one. To bring such powerful figures here, they paid a heavy price in blood. Lee Jun was shocked, blood vessels visible in his eyes. They created that rebellion formation during the Tao King incident. No wonder that Yin Du-gai helped the Tao King. His face was full of rage. Their plot was to turn Incheon, our divine power territory, into a sacrifice for the rebellion formation. Cheong Ryong suddenly stepped forward to remind him. Hey, he said confused. Didn't he already clear the second gate? What's with this murderous aura? Hearing this, Lee Jun quickly explained, normally, it's no big deal, but when my emotions flare up, sometimes it shows. I thought getting past both of them would calm him down. They saw the ring on your hand and asked, is he suppressing the heavenly destruction with that ring? Lee Jun also answered, yeah, he said from now on he'll just observe. But that's still just a precaution. He clenched his fist, staring at the ring. After all, to reach 12 stars, he's got to fight through everything. This time, without the master's help, maybe stepping through that gate was the wrong move. Over on the other side, Cheong Ryong said, don't worry, they can't act right away. He reminded to complete the summoning of Du and Ju into this world. One rebellion formation isn't enough. They'll keep building rebellion formations in major cities to regain all their power. Hearing that, Lee Jun asked, you mean this will happen all over the land? Cheong Ryong replied, exactly, but now you're strong, you'll stop them. Bakho appeared from behind, ruffling his hair and said, of course, we can vouch for his strength. The girl laughed, my ribs still hurt from that hit earlier. Juju nearby also groaned, and my whole body's still soaking wet. Seeing that, Lee Jun regained his spirit. Yeah, being down won't change anything. We gotta get back fast and make a plan. He smiled brightly at them. All right, I'll get 12 stars and come back here again. Then Lee Jun quickly spun around to leave. Before going, he reminded, take care of Master for me until then. Scene shifts to Xinjiang, the Tianshan Mountains, where a tall mountain pillar has strange red characters written on it. Yindu respectfully said, senior brother, senior sister, it's an honor to meet you. Inside the cave, a voice echoed, it's been a long time. The blazing red flame spoke, what's with this damp place? You went through all this trouble to call us here? He smiled and replied, yes, the rebellion formation can be completed in Incheon, but there's no room to set up the pillars. They looked at the people behind and asked, are these all the cult followers of the demon god? The other answered, yes, about 2,000 in total. The flame scoffed, that number's still too small. He smiled confidently, true, but we have a way to make up for that. Hearing this, the other asked, you mean monsters? He replied, yes, creatures humans call monsters are mostly stronger than us, but enough to cause a big distraction. Yindu turned to the person beside him and said, show Du. So Mi bowed, then a space appeared, the gate opened, and inside were many monsters. Seeing this, the guy exclaimed, monsters from the supreme and transcendent realm, very interesting. Then another female voice rang out, oh God, you want us to fight alongside them? That's disgusting, he replied, senior sister, they're the best option we have right now. Alone, they can cause a lot of chaos. The flame answered, yeah, maybe it'll work. How many rebellion formations are left? He said, only 4 locations remain. If everything goes as planned, we'll soon bring people into this world, senior sister. Then the other said, act fast. Even if the rebellion formation is completed and I set foot on that land, it seems someone in the shadows is being blinded. I'll resurrect him right on that land. His eyes slightly opened, signaling something bad was coming. So Mi on his side suddenly spoke, Sir Zhu, Ji, Yi, Zhu, and Sir Inge. So Mi looked embarrassed. Please forgive me for daring to say a few words. The flame said, go ahead. She knelt on the ground and said, you two should be wary of the guy named Lee Jun. He's just a normal human but possesses heavenly destruction and chaos divine skill. Yindu smiled, I heard you talk about that guy already. I've always kept an eye on him. He's dangerous, but no need to worry too much, senior brother. His tone turned cold. Before the next rebellion formation is completed, I'll personally deal with him. Scene shifts back to Lee Jun. After returning, Lee Jun declared an emergency at the clan's strategy meeting. Shelters were set up in every city, district, and county, and he informed the clan leaders about Zhang Wei Tian. A few days later, a national emergency alert was issued across South Korea. The cause was the Red Gate appearing at Lee Jun's residence, Nonggak, the Divine Power clan. The city scene began to descend into chaos, gates opening wildly all over the country. All of them are red-level gates, causing high-level monsters to pour out. That's clearly a provocation from Zhang Wei Tian aimed at Lee Jun. At this moment, a hole appeared on the ground, revealing a gloomy red light inside, guarded by the Seo Divine Force tribe. Sa Hyun Jun immediately ordered the Heavenly King squad to protect and evacuate civilians around the buildings. They understood at once. Then a monster stretched out a clawed hand, growling. Seeing that, he said, the Karog species is a high-level monster. They immediately went into battle mode, and the monster spread its big wings to fly. Sa Hyun Jun charged forward, white feathers flying in the air. He instantly punched the monster straight in the face. The monster roared in anger. The flames blazed fiercely. It's useless. Your strength isn't enough to put out those flames. Jun clenched his fist and said, "This is the fire of Zhu Ji Yi, the vermilion bird. An ordinary monster like you can't extinguish it." Right after returning from the Chaos Gate, Lee Jun taught the Heavenly King Squad the power of the 4 sacred artifacts. When they can't escape the flames, they'll retreat back to the gate. Jun clenched his fist tightly, thinking, if not, it'd be too easy. Right now, the entrance to the gate, he decided to immediately strike straight at that gate, destroying it to seal it. On the other side, the observers were shocked. Is that guy planning to collapse the entire gate? Meanwhile, the Heavenly King Squad continued guiding everyone to evacuate. All right, stop staring. Evacuate now. We'll lead you to safety. While attacking the gate, Jun thought, if all the monsters inside flood out, the gate gradually cracked, stones fell, and the monster retreated back inside. Then the gate was sealed again with large stones stacked into a tall wall. They stared wide-eyed. He blocked the gate entrance with his bare hands. The evacuation guide forced a smile. Everyone, please evacuate quickly. At that moment, someone approached and said, impressive. Deciding to use the power of the 4 sacred artifacts right after returning was the right call. The person who came was none other than Lee Jun. As soon as they saw him, they shouted, Clan leader Lee Jun is here. Did you manage to destroy any of the gates yet? Jun bowed and said, yes, sorry, my power is still weak. Lee Jun smiled and praised, it's okay, you did well. Then he added, it's pretty ridiculous that someone dared to open a crack right inside my house. Then Lee Jun asked, where's the other gate? Jun replied, there's another one at the east gate. Hearing that, he reminded, take care of that one too. Also, I have some announcements, so gather the clan members, please. A while later, in the office, the chairs were neatly arranged. Lee Jun pointed at the map on the table and said, currently, the estimated number of gates appearing nationwide is about this many. By then, the members had gathered in full. He continued, among them, some gates are red level, the highest gate level. We have to close the gates and wipe out as many monsters as possible. Then he ordered all unit leaders, including Mr. Donggu, will cooperate with local clans to tackle the gate problem together. He responded seriously. Lee Jun then turned his head to look elsewhere. At that moment, all his friends arrived. Thanks for coming, everyone, they smiled. When the teacher calls, you gotta show up. Lee Jun smiled softly. It's been a while since we last met. Ji-gu, what's with that face? She blushed, moved. Don't you have anything to say to us? Ji-gu added, I saw the news about what happened in Incheon and heard from my dad about you temporarily stopping teaching. Hearing that, Lee Jun was stunned. She added, why do I have to hear everything from others? Why didn't you tell us yourself? Lee Jun felt guilty and answered, sorry, I thought I could handle everything on my own. I didn't want to bother you guys. Ji-gu got angry hearing that. Bother? From now on, don't do that anymore. We'll face everything together. But why did you call us here? Lee Jun finally answered. It's about the red level gates appearing all over the country. I want you guys to deal with them. They were shocked hearing that. Red level? Are you sure we can handle that? Suddenly, the guy next to them spoke up. Leave it to us. He smiled and said, with the power you know, the teacher taught us, it'll definitely help. Lee Jun smiled hearing that, thanks. I'm counting on you all. By then, Hyunjin also admitted defeat and said, you could say this is the sequel to the last lesson, right? He smiled. If you think that way, then great. Then he asked again, you've got some important stuff to handle, don't you? Hearing that, Lee Jun's expression slightly darkened. Then just leave this part to us, that's what friends are for. Seeing them all smile with trust, he softly said, exactly. Then Lee Jun raised his hand to say goodbye, and then turned to say, all right, then the Heavenly King team and I need to find where the rebellion formation will be set up. Lee Jun thought to himself, first, he needed to track down Zhu, Ji, Yizu, and Yindu. As I remember from my past life, Zhang Wei Tian only appeared in one place in Korea, right here, Seo Gate. Then he arrived near the place. Below was an ancient building. Jun came over and said, clan leader, we've brought him here. Lee Jun smiled and said, good. The person who arrived is Han Gu Man, the leader of the Black Society. He said, long time no see, Lee Jun. No, now I have to call you clan leader. Han Gu Man smiled and added, I'm sorry I couldn't meet you in person last time, so I came here myself today. You were polite to say long time no see. Then he took out an item, the very thing I mentioned. This thread is called the Abyssal Thread. When coated with the poison of the abyss, it becomes invisible. Han Gu Man added, not only that, it's sharp, hard, and unbelievably durable. The guy on the other side took the thread, puzzled. It's perfect for a hidden weapon. Hearing that, he smiled and said, thank you, this is exactly what I need. Then Lee Jun turned to his subordinates, telling them to place it along every street corner. One replied, "Got it. You also told me to move to the forest after this. I've got something to do." Next, Lee Jun looked at the paper in his hand. In his past life, the reason Zhang Weitian appeared at Seo Gate was to collect an item. Recalling that moment, before leaving the gate, his master gave him a map. He said it was the reward for reaching the third gate, a gift from master to disciple. At this moment, a circle appeared on the paper, like the edge on the map. That map led directly to Seo Gate, so it must be related to that place. Following its direction, the map moved fast, and he immediately confirmed his guess. Bigo, now Lee Jun looked into that gap. Who would have thought there was a hidden gate right in the middle of the road? As soon as he peeked inside, his face turned shocked. Inside was a dry skeleton. It was a dragon. Cut to another scene. At Sichuan, China airport, Yindu approached and asked, "Have you sent the message to everyone else?" The other replied, "Yes, sir." She said, "Everyone has decided to go to Korea through the gate. The monsters are moving across the sea." Hearing that, he reminded, "Remember, no mistakes allowed." So Mi respectfully said, "Understood." Yindu's face was silent. Once in Korea, we'll immediately set up rebellion formations everywhere. He looked back, sensing something. Hearing that, the subordinate beside him looked confused. Lord Yindu quietly said, "Someone has found the dragon heart, and that someone is none other than Lee Jun." At that moment, the system appeared. The ancient dragon tomb unlocked its unlocking condition, a map showing the location of the ancient dragon tomb. Hearing this, he was stunned. The reward is the dragon heart. Meanwhile, the skeleton started to emit a blue light. The dragon heart, the light grew brighter, and Lee Jun reached out, feeling a powerful energy. Inside, the skeleton appeared as stone, and he quickly took it out. Maybe Master wanted to pass this energy to me. On the other side, as soon as he touched it, Yi Zhu smiled softly. "Someone has awakened the dragon heart and come here. Let's see who we have." He smiled and appeared behind him. Lee Jun, the famous one. Yindu smiled warmly. "Anyway, I was planning to meet you." He calmly approached, and Lee Jun couldn't help but be shocked inside. "Isn't this the terrifying pressure?" Yindu spoke. "So how did you find this place?" Lee Jun was confused. "Why do you want to know that?" He smiled and said, "Actually, it doesn't really matter. Give it to me." Lee Jun held the dragon heart nervously and asked, "Why should I?" Yindu questioned, "What are you planning to do with that?" "It's meant for Zhang Weitian. To others, it's just a rock." Hearing this, Lee Jun immediately realized that bastard was one of the Zhang Weitian. Then suddenly he jumped high and lunged down. If negotiation fails, then force it is. When he swung, Lee Jun raised his hand to block the attack. He looked up, feeling tense. With this kind of power, the guy wasn't just some regular dude. He was a disciple of the master. According to the four great sacred artifacts, Zhu, Ji, Yi Zhu, and Jiju haven't fully manifested in this world yet, so the one in front of him must be Yindu. Seeing this, he smiled, finally recognizing me. Huh. But then, right before Lee Jun's eyes, Yindu activated the Heavenly Annihilation Technique. Lee Jun smirked, but he wasn't the only one who could use it. Hearing that, Yindu got annoyed. He was pretty skeptical about Somi's report. But right after, that guy launched an attack. Just a cheap copycat, Lee Jun didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his armor shield. Yindu scoffed, saying it wouldn't work. Then those attacks slammed into Lee Jun's body. The pain hit hard, making Lee Jun sweat nervously. The other guy quickly charged forward with his ice staff. Seeing that, Lee Jun reached out to meet the challenge. Right after, the guy's weapon struck. Lee Jun blocked the attack. After watching for a bit, Lee Jun confirmed what he suspected from the start about the spear technique. His fighting style was just like his own. Lee Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "You handle spear techniques pretty well, huh? Looks like you're the kid they compared me to originally." Hearing this, Yindu smiled and said, "Of course you think I haven't been on the battlefield for hundreds of years?" Lightning started gathering on Inu's spear. "My experience is on a whole different level than yours." The spear began glowing brighter and brighter. "Cry all you want, my white dragon spear." He soared into the air, and the spear tips rained down like shadows. Lee Jun observed quietly, thinking that to create so many spears, the guy's inner strength must be nearly limitless. Lee Jun stabbed his spear into the ground. Black Dragon Fortress, a golden dragon, appeared roaring, clashing with Inu's attacks. The Black Dragon had absorbed a fragment of Heavenly Annihilation. The chaotic divine technique purified the fragment. Still, Lee Jun couldn't avoid some of Yindu's attacks, blood streaming down his face. This guy was truly different, the strongest martial artist Lee Jun had ever faced. While fighting, Lee Jun guessed it was probably because they shared the same master. His movements were exactly like his own. Yindu looked annoyed. "Don't copy me." Lee Jun shouted back, "You're the one copying me." Lee Jun also silently admitted that Inu's experience in spear techniques, martial arts, and combat knowledge was definitely superior. He raised his spear, thinking at least I'm stronger in this. Experience, forget it. Behind Lee Jun, formation arrays appeared. I'll crush you with my own strength, activating the World Annihilation Wheel formation. All attributes doubled. Now the lethal power increased by 100%, he said coldly. The main attribute was light. The system continued. You have chosen light as your main attribute. The World Annihilation Wheel's attribute shifts to light. The secondary attribute is darkness. The system also notified that you selected darkness as your secondary attribute. The World Annihilation Wheel's effect has been activated. At this moment, light attack power increased by 25%. Dark resistance decreased by 100%. Dark attack power increased by 100%. Light resistance decreased by 50%. Lee Jun said coldly, you might have more experience than me, but I have the Masters in Demons martial arts, and I have Heavenly Annihilation. Lee Jun immediately charged forward. And if I use all of that, I can beat you. The sudden assault caught Yin Du off guard, blood spilling out. His power suddenly amplified. Did he activate some other power? Inu watched Lee Jun, who didn't seem unstable enough to trigger such a strong surge. He silently told himself to counterattack. His efforts couldn't connect to whatever demonic function was wrapping around his elixir core. Then Yin Du spoke up. You did something to my body, didn't you? Lee Jun charged. Who knows? This isn't the time to stand around. Yin Du muttered, suspecting someone had injected some kind of dark energy into his meridians, but that meant nothing to him. Yin Du regained his momentum, clenching his fist and saying, I'll kill whoever I want quickly, that people desire.